because he did some research. Now they're going to this place. So, but this is levels and levels of bureaucracy. When somebody just turns it into Somalians or whatever, I'm out. Because this has more to do with how the government is run. Correct. Than it has to do with people that found the loopholes to take advantage of it. You know, like those people are bad. Okay, I get that. But what I'm saying is, also allow this to happen. That's crazy. Yeah. Because it's more than just the daycare centers. It's like, you know what we gloss over so easily? This $28 billion that was supposed to go towards the homeless in LA. What? And we just kind of go, well, I don't know. And there's nothing I can do. And we just move on. And then here's someone like this who's kind of like, he should be knocking on the mayor's door and Gavin Newsom's door with the white. I want that white guy to be at Gavin Newsom going, it says $28 billion for homeless. Where's that money? But that's not that's coming next. And then he'll get murdered. That's why he don't see it. Well, that's sad. There's some sad truth to that. You know what I mean? Well, yeah. You can't even. It's like, so now you just go, what do you believe? It's like, so you like even everything surrounding Charlie Kirk now. You look at some of this stuff and you just go, what? All the conspiracies that they're saying, and then his wife is out here living her best life. She just doing too much. She's doing too much. I know, but she can't get her groove back. Her husband was always traveling. You know what I mean? Speaking to everyone grieves in their own way, I guess. Yeah. She comes out like the fucking Super Bowl halftime show. Have you seen it? I mean, yeah. So I'm coming. But that's there's fireworks. Her husband just got shot like 2 weeks ago. She's like on a fucking swing. So, are you in your mind right now thinking, if I died, how long before this exist? You know? This would promote his dates and sell merch on our viewers. These memes are fucking so funny though, whether or not I feel because I mean, this is utterly hilarious. And have people grieving and hearing they're grieving. Yeah. I think that I don't know. What happened was so horrible that this stuff doesn't. I don't think she should act any certain way. I think it's horrible for her. Well, listen, she's done with the divorce. She go home alone to a fucking hotel or whatever the fuck, and she's crying her eyes out. This is court of public opinion. That's all it is. And, she's I get things that she's been found guilty. I get things look a certain way, but I know what perception is reality sometimes. If you're a fucking moron. If you're a moron. No, but still, like, if you're not a discerning person and you don't look at everything, and most so knowing that most people aren't, you don't feed into that because if you're, or you go, I'm real fucking, I'm just gonna do what I want. I don't care what they think. Which is maybe what she's doing. I don't know if that's what she's doing. And I don't know, it's like. Have you seen I don't mind her. Everyone grieves in their own way. I don't give a fuck what you hear what happened. When she's like, I don't drink, I didn't date before Charlie, and then they show videos of her like some dating show just getting hammered. Like, I didn't see that. But I mean, that's the whole thing where it's like, that's like she can't live, you know what I'm saying? She can't live. No, but it's people hate when it's hypocritical shit. It's like they know it's a hypocrite. Well, how could you do this? It's like, dude, shut up. Okay, so she drank and went on a dating show. You know what I mean? So what? What you're talking about is my favorite word, nuance. Yeah. Yeah.
Look at this athleticism, folks. Folks, look at his footwork. This athleticism.
Just the conspiracies around, like all this stuff, man. It's so with all the AI and how the internet is, we don't know anything, man. Like all this, like even like with the Epstein files, whatever that even means. Like all this stuff that just all that shit is horseshit. All this shit is crazy. Here's my truth. They've had this stuff for over a year now. We don't think it's weird that they're like, here's this now. No, it's here's real issues now. It's like it's really weird.
drop this
Drop the whole fucking thing all the time. It's so shitty. This is the new JFK thing.
Yes,
like,
correct.
What
happens to move on though? They want us to get over and move on.
I understand. I know, but they're conflating some things though, is because, like, again, people are gonna believe whatever they want to believe. Sure, how you were talking about with the Somalians. Yeah. It's the same thing with this. It's like, so if Trump had done something truly heinous,
it would be out already.
There's no way. I don't know about that. Not who knows. Maybe not. But then
out already.
At the same time, but there are people saying
hold on. Here's my thing with all this. Epstein, Somalia. I don't give a fuck. Lower inflation. Do the fraud with the Somalians. Fucking Trump getting his dick sucked over at Epstein Island. All that. Lower the housing market. Lower gas prices. Make housing affordable. Do your thing. Fuck girls, dudes, aliens. It's all gonna happen. Just make the general public's life better. It's all a distraction. Epstein, who gives a fuck, really? It doesn't affect you, Eric. It doesn't affect you, Chris. We know they're bad people. Lower inflation. How about with the homeless?
All right, I completely agree with what Brendan's saying right now.
All a distraction.
I understand that. But if the person that is supposed to be in charge of doing these things that you're saying, I think that it is in the public interest to want to make sure that this person's not whatever this is.
No, name a president who hasn't had, because they're politicians, they're all corrupt, they're all bad people. You don't go to Biden, terrible person. Obama, man, we had some issues there. JFK, horrible issues. Bill Clinton, you fucking kidding me? You can go through all, they're not good people. And then we're looking at them like they're not leaders, they're all scumbags.
I know.
They don't really affect your life.
So, okay, all right, so let me use this, what you're saying. So, what you're saying is, we want the known scumbag to do right by the people.
No, that's our thing. We're thinking they're going to do right because we vote them in. Because you're picking the lesser of two evils, and they never helped you out.
I know, but Brendan, that's what I'm trying to say. So you're saying, hey, all that stuff's a distraction. Fine, right? Just do all these things. And I'm saying I find it ridiculous that I'm not saying you. I'm just saying, like, that's how we think. Hey, why aren't you helping us? I mean, it's because you're not a good person. That's why they're not helping us. The housing market is the way it is because the government doesn't care. So, and this is why when these kinds of things come out, we find out about corruption, we find out about character issues. This is why we're surprised that the housing market hasn't been fixed, that inflation's not fixed, that the gas prices, all the promises, and
my thing is with Trump, it's like, let's say you're on Epstein Island or Biden, let's say, you're racist, whatever the fuck it is, and Obama killing millions of people with drones, all that stuff. I can forgive all that. I can't control any of that. If you would just get inflation down, that's what would help everybody in America out. We know you're going to do the war shit. We know you're going to take money and do fraud. sweats. I opened them and I went, huh. And then my father-in-law goes, man, those look comfortable. I started laughing. I went, wow, we're getting older, man.
Honestly, green sweats sound fun. My wife's parents bought me a gift certificate. I told them, no, you know what, give me anything. But they got me a gift certificate to one of my favorite restaurants in Santa Cruz.
TGI Fridays.
No, and they didn't know it was $50,000. Nothing that fancy. Yeah, so it's like, it was great. The party was great. People showed up. Jasmine came. Oh, but he's Jewish, so it doesn't count. When you have a Christmas party and a Jewish guy shows up,
Yeah, they're not doing
he's
anything.
not doing anything. He doesn't get credit, bro. If I came, yeah, I get credit. It's my holiday, dude. Just so we can do that fucking, Jewish guy came. Fuck off with that shit. Two Jewish guys came. Yeah, don't get credit. Don't name them. I got a fucking big Garmin. Oh, you get your arm up. And I slept great last night. Yeah. 87%. No. But it keeps track of my stuff, so fuck you. Whitney was the one clowning the Garmin. The Garmin
It's for bitches. Get to work, dude.
I do get to work, bro.
Yesterday, I woke up at 2:30 a.m. I went to the gym. Didn't matter. Had to do the work.
No, I understand. It didn't matter. I had to do the work thing again. There's a level where it's like, why did you wake up then?
The dogs kept scraping against the side of the house. So I just sleep. I just went, fuck it, I'm up.
Okay, and then what did you do? I'm really interested in this.
Yeah. Then I make some coffee. I put in 3 nicotine pouches.
After the workout?
No, before.
Okay,
That's okay. So right when I wake up, 3 nicotine pouches, 6 milligrams each. 2 cups of coffee, pre-workout, and I fucking hit the gym.
Okay. Yeah, I get that. So I have a few questions. When you went to bed, what time? 9, 10:30. Okay. So you got like 4 hours. Okay. So then after the workout, what did you do?
I come home. I mess with the kiddos. I went back to the gym with Tiger. He's a gym rat now. I went back to the gym with him. Because this week they have off, right?
Yeah, and it's mostly Tiger working out then.
Yeah, it's just not taking him through the workout.
Okay, and then what?
I had to flex with him because I kind of lifted again because they saw a guy doing 225. I went, oh, you think that's good? They went, yeah, that's really good. I went, you think I can do it, Boss? He goes, I don't think so. I went, interesting. I'm going to put that on. How many times do you guys think I can do it? Boss goes, twice. Tiger said 5, so I did 30.
I love that you're trying to prove your manliness to an 8-year-old. No, but I know it didn't go like that. It probably went like this. Oh, you don't think I can do that? Brandon set the whole thing up. The best part is his kids are probably like, watch, I'm going to get that to do. Yeah, you can only do 2. That'd be even worse. Huckleberry Finn. So then you did that, and then what? Podcast or what?
Yeah, and then I had 2 podcasts.
Okay, and then what? I'm very interested in this podcast.
Yeah, and then I come back. What was it? And then I come back and then I took Tiger and Boston to wrestling practice.
Wow. Okay.
And then I helped him at wrestling practice, and then we went to dinner with my dad afterwards.
Wow. Listen, I guarantee you this. I guarantee you this. All the other kids, they were shitting at everyone all the time. No. All the other kids that are at wrestling. What do you mean?
Oh, nice chance.
Like I'm writing a letter to whatever they're doing. The commission. This is where we're going to get better. Because these parents are going to say it's a break, so they're not going to show up to wrestling practice, even though they're supposed to. I said, so usually there's 12 kids. I bet you there's 5 kids. 5 kids. No, but that's how you get it. No, I get it. I can't wait to get my mom's seats at wherever this motherfucker was going to be. I'm ready, boy. It's going to happen in short class. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. No, because this is what I'm saying. I would excel where you're going to excel at. This is great. It's not even, this is their life. That's great. They love it. what it's supposed to be. Yeah, I mean, these kids are gonna be wrestling and just don't talk to them on 9/11 in the morning. It's gonna be when Tiger's gonna have a chin like this, so they're wrestling, kids gonna be screwing. They're going, Dad, should I slam him? Don't hurt him. That's gonna be a so tired. When is gonna be in the stands with 225? God, I want bicep. Do it. So, kill your father, Austin. It was the Luke Skywalker and Darth Vader relationship. I don't think you can do it. It goes back to when he was fucking his son was trying to do it. You can't do 225. I don't think you can kill me. Boston. Yeah, dude. That's great. Look, a lot of those kids that are in the wrestling camp or whatever the fuck league, they're not, and their parents aren't doing anything except getting out of the house and getting rich. That's fine. That's totally fine. That's why a lot of these conversations are having to be having in the stands. What's up with your kids? It's not perfection. A lot of that. Yeah, if you want to be good, some shit these other kids aren't willing to do. I told them that. Yeah, you want to go to birthday parties, there's no vacation, I'm just gonna have a weightlifting birthday party. I went to Shakey's. Yeah. I want to go to the gym. What's going on? We're starting here. Austin's got, he's fucking sick. He's balls deep into the Titanic. Like documentaries on the Titanic, and we're watching the Titanic movie over and over. And then they're all the facts and stuff about it. And he goes, Dad, can I have a Titanic themed birthday party? I went, buddy, that's not like something we celebrate. You want people to show up, right? You're gonna have a boat in the backyard that just sinks. All the kids, if the boss needs the captain, I'm down. Oh no. We're just gonna dress up as a iceberg. Titanic, man. Jesus Christ, take it easy. That kid should have been nominated for a fucking Oscar, honestly. But hold on. You would think, you probably like Rainbow Bridge. Anyway, yeah. So you would think, I'm going to sit down, whatever they want to do. You go with it. But sometimes it's frustrating when they're doing something wrong. It's right now, Wolf's at this stage where it's you get away with it. So it's like that. So you might have it, it can even be this. This guy's going, no, you can do it. You're like, now. And he just feels like he ain't going. So I just found myself going, Calvin was never like that. Billy is. It's 50 Michael. And then he starts strong. I was like, dude, I feel so bad. Get the fucking thing out of here. Good. I don't know, old school parenting. I don't know. I don't believe in it. I've never did. One time, Wolf hit me in the face of bed and hit me. Stalking him is different than fucking I'm like, nah, not every day. You don't do that. It makes sense. I'm saying, no, I don't do that. I think that you have to point across when they're young, just be like, hey, you don't do that, because then they go, oh shit. Sometimes. So far from me. I think it has to do with innocent. You're big. that's a social thing. I've learned so much patience. It's not like just go ahead and throw something to look at that. You don't do it right away. I just go ahead and go, let's go ahead. I'm going to wait as long as it takes. You'll do it. You'll end up doing it. You're going to do it. Yeah. But that's like, I think that's better than just, go get it. Yeah. And eventually just like, I'll just, I'm like so long ago. You can't. I know. We're going to do it. Yeah.
Folks, look at this athleticism. I'm really gonna try to summarize this shit for you. This is really, this is just motherfuckers. Just we can call them kinetics and potential energy. This motherfucker's just sick as fuck. Look at this athleticism, folks. Folks, look at this athleticism. Look at this footwork. You're not fine. How about you go fuck yourself? Look at this athleticism.
Just be. That's it. I'm not a Denny's. You know what I mean? You don't want it too bad. She's freaking shooting boy already. Not so much about it. Tigers eating fat or overeating fat. That's fine. Why don't you work out? That's fine. Wow.
This is the guy that worked out. I think got 3 nicotine pouches. He worked out before. That was accurate. It's like painting the wall and throwing black on it.
Yeah, but they don't say eat fat.
This guy, by the way, 3 episodes ago, he's like, you gotta eat fat. It's good for you.
I think fat adds in like fast food, like shit like that.
Ain't it crazy how different when you was counting the macros and all that stuff before you get into shingles? Typically, like, isn't it weird? It's weird, like, it's like you take like whatever, how many calories an avocado is, and then have the equal amount of calories of, say, chocolate. This guy ain't the same. No. It's just weird all the, how these foods are and stuff. I follow this one guy on Instagram. I really like his stuff. Like, he shows you. It's crazy, bro. It's like, look, this is how much this is. Oh, I know that guy. Yeah. I follow that guy too. Oh, yeah? Yeah, he also has, like, he's got the recipes. Yeah, I love that guy. I found out that's like a video or somewhere. So I'm going to try to be like, yo, shit, Eric Rickles is hilarious. His shit, Eric Rickles on Instagram is worth following. It's hilarious. I like that guy because I tried this one because I thought Brendan liked this particular recipe. It was bananas, 2 eggs, peanut butter, crazy.
And after his lung collapse, what they declared with bankruptcy, Tommy Fury stopped boxing and his engagement ended.
Oh shit, that's the scariest thing.
So fucking scary.
Nobody.
That's the scariest thing. My kid saw that thing.
Oh shit. Anytime I see something like this, I think, oh my god, my kid saw that. Holy fucking shit. Is that Mike Tyson thing real? What they're saying for Mike Tyson, he was like, I had to follow the script because I needed money.
I don't know if that's real.
Wait, here's the, I don't know if that's real either.
He's fighting older dudes who aren't crushing it, except for Joshua. Like everybody else is kind of like tired. Mike Tyson needed the money. Tommy Fury's just a guy.
He's just a fucking
Robinson just a guy.
Yeah, he almost killed him.
You gotta understand APR.
Really?
Oh shit.
I was like, professional athlete. Listen, kid, this whole shit is so bad. There's so much shit out there. The AI stuff and that. Well, this is something I wanted to say before. We're going to get to
I'd
the
be
point
surprised if Mike said that because they're close. Like Mike gave Jake his first opportunity.
we're going to get to the point where that documentary from the Somali thing can be made just like that from AI. Oh, it's already. Well, no, you can. If that were made AI nowadays, you give it a time. You gotta get this out. But there will be the time where they create a Nick Shirley, and then make this old guy, and then go to him and just make him smile. There will be a time in the near future where they just make these fucking real documentaries that are not real. Come on. Exactly. It's the stuff. It's like there's the one where the lady's like eating groceries out of her car, then a bear comes. Yeah, so and I was like, oh, my first thought, I was like, that's not real. And then you see a different video, it's a tiger, and I'm like, oh. Actually, it's deal with enough. Then it's like, it makes you doubt anything else. But you know that documentary that kid made about especially taking is not a and even his fine job opportunity to very easy. Yeah, that's what you tell me. Search for it. I don't know. It's me known. What to me? What's my podcast? Never forget it. So speak on you. It's weird, man. That's what I mean. Search stuff. Okay. Christmas was good. Thanks for having me. He's gonna jump the next week. You want something? You guys are responsible to the tweets on the job. She wanted some serious North Face collab with all this shit. Let's just be smart this year with our money. That's how we're getting older, man. It's a great one. And I also got her 3D printer. Oh, really? Yeah. To make a legal cut. That's cool. You know what Rachel's not going to make leather? Chris was putting it like this. You know, something else. You know what I did? Yeah. Brothers for you, a wife ain't enjoy the house. I see no way. I'm going to be disgusting. So you next year. Do you believe Sean fucking liked this on Instagram? But you parents are like, change that dress. You look terrible. Amazing, sir. Hey, I'm old school. Yeah, that shit, man. Yeah, I'm fucked out now. You know what? It's like my kids do have too much noise. I was like talking to like this young rich dude at a football game. He went to, you know, and he's wants to engage. I'm not gonna say what it is, but he wants to get engaged to his wife, and he's like talking about like, you know, she's worried about him traveling and stuff like that. And I just say, hey, talk about marriage. You want somebody that's 9 to 5 that'll be there all the time? Go get you an electrician. From 9 to 5, he'll be home. You do all that stuff. But if you want to go to Novo on Wednesday for no reason and be dripping in diamonds, I gotta go do shit. God damn. Okay? Fucking tell him. She's real. Keep them 100. I've been doing the road. I've been doing that road. I've been doing it. And then, like, you know, and then also it's like, you know, okay, she don't climb on the ladder. Oh, that's what she did. She found some video on Instagram of like a light fixture thing that goes around the light fixture. So she caught herself. She goes do this herself. And then I get on the Google thing. It's like,
Texas tomorrow?
Tomorrow, San Antonio. Tennessee, Charlotte, North Carolina, West Nine. Just went over to Austin and say, Milwaukee. I'm in and out, bro. Then I got my Australia tour. Oh, that's what Austin is. We figured out what we're going to do there.
Oh, Chris is in Austin. You want to join us?
Yep. Peter. So, I'll see you. March 20th. And I'll shit. Yeah, come out early. Oh, yeah. Hell yeah, bro. I'll live out there, bro. Well, look at this. It's Chris Williams. I'm going to play Nate Jackson. It's a goal. You did it. Oh, cool. Okay, see what you about it. I don't like that energy. You don't like that? No. You're a part of it. Yeah, that's exactly my shit. It was no help in there. You know, I love Nate. No shade. No, he's a very good man. You would love like that. You can just figure it out. All right. See you guys. Sounds good to me. Check 1, 2, 3. Fuck yeah, I'll be out. Hell yeah. Well, for chat. Something else, chat. Oh, that's nice. Wow, guys. 2026. Yeah. Welcome to the after hour. And Happy New Year. This is the first after hour of 2026. It's going to be a good one. It's going to be a great one. It's going to be the best one. First things first. Jen, did you fly to your house on the Bomber 624? What's the jacket going on? No. I wanted to see if you noticed it. You noticed it? That's why I was anxious to start. It's a good looking jacket. Thanks, you gotta just fly it. So it's real leather. Breaking in like I keep wearing it. But since I don't go outside, you gotta wear it inside. Yeah. Damn, shit looking hot. I guess if you look hot, you look like a Tuskegee Arab guy. Tuskegee. That looks like something in leather. Yeah, so he looks like a air traffic controller in Alaska or something. Yeah. Let's go forward. Are you gonna do this? Oh, yeah, I can't see Marcus. Yeah, you're gonna have to. You can see me a little bit. I'm in the shot. I see your hand. That's it. You can see me. You're fine. Leave it. Leave it around where you imagine it. Did you wrap that up for yourself, Jim? What do you mean? And open it after Christmas? No. I didn't do that. I'm not that crazy. Let's talk about what you do for the holidays. You came here. I did go there for the holidays. Went to my parents' house. Stayed there for pretty much the entire week. Or the entire weekend. It was like from Tuesday night to Saturday. Have we not been in here since Christmas? I have no idea. I feel like we haven't been here in a month. We came here on Monday. Christmas Thursday. Yeah. Oh, but we aired it early. Yeah. We didn't shoot this Tuesday because I was in Palm Springs. Back to you guys for the version. So it's now Thursday. It's also New Year's Day. So it feels like I'm not East
this is last year. I didn't see it next year. Everybody see it next year.
Also, there's everyone always talks about how like long you like when you see someone for the first time, you say Happy New Year, like how long that gets drawn out. I know we did that for times of Joe like New Year.
People saying, okay, it's like January 20th.
I'll say whatever I want.
Yeah, a couple days. It's a couple days. It's a couple days. But I do understand. If it's the first time you're seeing that person, it's a case by case basis.
Yeah. Depends on your relationship with the person.
Yeah.
But what's like a general cutoff time? 1 week?
I think 1 week is perfect.
What is a week in a day?
If it's a week in a day, if you're uncomfortable in that moment, you need to say something. It's a crutch sentence that'll get you to the next thing. If I'm anxious, I'll come home for the next month.
Did you guys watch the Stranger Things finale?
I did, yes.
No? Oh, okay, well, whatever. I thought it was great. A lot of all my whole algorithm on everything is just all teasers, hate, thoughts, spoilers, everything. Like, they didn't tie this loose end up, whatever. I think it was just about the spoil stuff, right?
So many people doing it. Well done, ladies and gentlemen. You guys are brilliant and crazy. So make sure you're max engaged into the space. But now here's time to move on to one and only motherfucking go, Rabbi Rothschild himself. Once again.
Every day is a holiday. Every meal is a feast. Thank you first and foremost for the opportunity to be here. I've done my best to follow as many people I can in this space. I'd appreciate it if you would do the same. Also, you need to ensure that you are a member of the Big Steppers Discord, discord.gg/Big Steppers. Be there, be square. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view my YouTube streams, they're available in the link in my profile. Additionally, they're in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. We have over 2,700 people in the community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all exceptionally wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStraw program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land and make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share. Big
My days, bro. I call it like without a doubt, Rabbi Rothschild is probably one of the fucking biggest guys I've ever met in a lifetime. I'm a fucking fair fuck. Bro is literally streaming 24/7 on literally any bro, every fucking platform. And this guy is a grand guy. I promise you, show him some love, show him some support. If you updated with what he's got going on, he's clean. And bro, when he comes up for a show, what does he do? He keeps it short and fucking sweet. He says what he's about. He says it perfectly. He doesn't mess up, bro. That kind of goes to show proof is in the pudding. He genuinely does be speaking 24/7, streaming 24/7, join his fucking Discord. Make sure you're all about be like Rabbi Rothschild. Show up daily, stay consistent, and max engage. Appreciate you, my G, for fucking coming up here. Every single chat in this space right now. Go ahead and show my G and follow. And now it's time to move on. Bro, every single person max engaged my tweet up on the German Shore. Max engaged the text tweet up on the German Shore. I'm doing shout outs to people who do so very soon. And we need it friends like we're one like away from 300. So go to the space tweet, drop a like. Hi, hola, selam, shalom, everyone, my friend. Thanks for that show. Hi, everyone. This is the space Max Engage, and I'm here. Please, guys, follow me, follow everyone, follow every speaker, follow Charles, 5632 Team King, everyone, please, because we are here. I think it's not true, right? 2,000 people here now. I think someone is going crazy on Ben and listening to it, bro. Yes, it is around 1,000. Oh, so please, guys, 2,000 people follow me. And I will follow back all. Thank you so much. Have a nice day. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate everybody that's here. You guys are making this happen. You guys are making this stage open like crazy. And guess what? We are nearly at 100 retweets and 100 replies. Every single person who has engaged in the space with you right now. And 306 likes, 310 every single person. Make us hit that ASAP, ASAP. That's what I was gonna say. Max engagement shows some massive love and support to the tweets of the drum short. My tweet and text tweet. We're pushing the same project. But see it back. Oh, is there anything else we need to add, bro? I agree with my G, so everybody show some fucking love, bro. We actually do the same. I'm gonna get the word out as much as possible, bro. Retweet it, fucking tweet as well. So wherever you're speaking fucking facts. But it's time to move on. It's time to say what's in. It's time to see what has to be done. And it is time to speak small chats on to the next speaker. Yes, I promise you, I'll be shout out to people who are speaking. So what's the next speaker speaks? What I'm gonna advise you to do is get your engagement up, get your fucking
dog.
awareness going crazy.
I wasn't expecting to do a show right now. All right, so this is Apollo Boot Camp Day 11. Oh man, I gotta take a shit allegedly. Dog, I'm really disappointed. We talked for an hour on Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai or Shimon bar Yochai, and that was all tight and everything. So like he is the how did we describe it? Like he's like the he's like a kabbalistic sage, but what else? He was like the guy who like learned from Rabbi Akiva. He was one of the five like of Rabbi Akiva's pupils. After the 24,000 died that stopped the Lag were over, and we remember that they didn't die from Roman persecution; they died from some kind of fucking plague. We remember that, right? And then we've got like that was like second century CE, so that's like I mean I don't really know what year it is now, but it's like five. It's like 5786 and the Hebrew calendar and like the secular calendar is 2026. So that was like 1900 years ago or something like that. All right, so it's like a long time ago. Then, 1,000 years after Rabbi Shimon bar Yochai, we have Moses de Leon, Rabbi Moses de Leon, who is the first guy to publish the Zohar. And I figured, I talked about this motherfucker, Rabbi Shimon bar Yochai, like for an hour yesterday. There's got to be a lot of information on this motherfucker, on Moshe de Leon. I mean, he's more recent, like 1,000 years more recent, and there's not a lot of this motherfucker. So Moshe de Leon, not even known as in here Rabbi Moshe de Leon. Okay, I mean he was a rabbi. Moses de Leon, uh, born around 1240, lived 1305. All these guys lived 70, 65, 70, sometimes a little longer. I guess if you die younger, then they're not going to have that much value, perhaps. Known in Hebrew as Moshe ben Shem Tov. So that's cool. Moses of the son of Shem Tov. Good name. Uh, was a Spanish rabbi and Kabbalist who first publicized the Zohar. Modern scholars believe the Zohar is his own work, despite his claim to have copied it out of an ancient manuscript by Shimon bar Yochai. His other works include Sefer HaRamon, written in Hebrew, and hundreds of pseudepigraphic responses, commentaries, and Kabbalistic tracts, which he falsely attributed to earlier authorities. I kind of think this guy, no offense, if he were here right now, I'd be like, dog, we got a lot of questions about some of your works. And so he was born around 1240 in Leon, Kingdom of Leon, died 1305, Arevalo, Kingdom of Castile. He was known for Kabbalah. Like Moshe de Leon was born in Leon, Kingdom of Leon, modern day Spain, then united with the crown of Castile. He might have been born in Guadalajara, and his surname then comes from his father, Shemtel de Leon. He spent 30 years in Guadalajara and Valladolid before moving to Avila, where he spent the rest of his life. Moses de Leon died at Arevalo in 1305 while returning to his home. That's it. That's his fucking biography. I mean, it's a little longer, but Moses de Leon was the first to advance the Kabbalistic theory of biblical exeg- exegesis as a Jewish adaptation of the fourfold method of biblical exegesis from medieval Christianity. The term, sometimes rendered as pardes, means orchard when taken literally, but is used in context as a Hebrew acronym formed from the initials of the following four approaches: Peshat, surface straight, or the literal direct meaning; Remez, hints, or the deep allegoric hidden or symbolic meaning beyond just the literal sense in the version of the new Zohar; Reha. Okay. After the book of the Zohar was printed in Mantua and Cremona in the Jewish years 5318 to 5320 or 1558 to 1560 or so, many more manuscripts were found that included paragraphs pertaining to the Zohar, which had not been included in printed editions. The manuscripts pertained also to all parts of the Zohar. Some were similar to Zohar on the Torah, some were similar to the inner parts of the Zohar, Midrash HaNilam, Sitrei, Otio, and more, and some pertain to Tikkunai HaZohar. Some 30 years after the first edition of the Zohar was printed, the manuscript were gathered and arranged according to Parishiot of the Torah and Megillot. Apparently, the arrangement was done by the Kabbalist Abraham Halevi of Sfat, and were printed first in the Salonika in the Jewish year 5357, around 1587 or so, Common Era, and then in Krakow 5363, and afterward in various editions. Doug, I okay. So there's Darash from Hebrew Darash Inquirer, seek in comparative midrashic meaning as given through similar occurrences. Sod, secret, mystery, or the esoteric mystical meaning as given through inspiration and revelation. That's it. That's everything. And I mean, maybe I've been up all night basically, and it's been wild, but um, I'm not. I mean, look, you can't hustle a hustler, baby. And this guy was caught in like a bunch of lies, and maybe he's telling the truth the whole time, but who knows? But I think that there's some issues with the um, consistency of his portrayal of Kabbalah. All right, so we're gonna go now into the Zohar, and we'll review. So the Zohar means splendor or radiance, is the foundational work of Kabbalistic literature. It is a group of books including commentary on the mystical aspects of the Torah and scriptural interpretations, as well as material on mysticism, mystical cosmology, and mystical psychology. The Zohar contains discussions of the nature of God, the origin and structure of the universe, the nature of souls, redemption, and relationship of ego, of darkness and true self to the light of God. So the Zohar was first publicized by Moshe de Leon around 1240 to 1305 Common Era, who claimed it as a Tannaitic work recording the teachings of Simeon Bar Ben Yochai, Shimon Bar Yochai, around the hundreds Common Era. This claim is universally rejected by modern scholars, most of whom believe De Leon was also an infamous forger of Geonic material, wrote the book himself between 1280 and 1286. Some scholars argue that the Zohar is a work of multiple medieval authors and or contains a small amount of genuinely antique novel material. Later additions to the Zohar, including Tikkun HaZohar and Raya Nehemiah, were composed by a 14th century imitator. So it's like Kabbalah is, for lack of sounding offensive, like built on a throne of lies. And maybe I'm wrong, but Zoharic Aramaic, according to Gershom Scholem and other modern scholars, Zoharic Aramaic is an artificial dialect largely based on a linguistic fusion of the Babylonian Talmud and Targum Onkelos. But confused by Delium's simple and imperfect grammar, his limited vocabulary, and his reliance on loanwords, including from contemporaneous medieval languages. The author further confused the text with occasional strings of Aramaic seeming gibberish in order to give the impression of obscure knowledge. Like Zoharic Hebrew. The original text of the Zohar is cited by various early Kabbalists beginning around the 14th century. Isaac ben Samuel of Acre, David B. Judah, the pious Israel of Nahua, Alfonso de Zabora, was partially in Hebrew and partially in Aramaic. By the time of the first edition, 1558, the text was entirely in Aramaic, with the exception of the Midrash Hanila, where Hebrew words and phrases are often employed as in the Babylonian Talmud. Um, the Hebrew of the Midrash Hanilim is similar in its overall form to the language of the early Midrashim, but its specific vocabulary, idioms, and stylistic characteristics bear the imprint of medieval Hebrew, and its midrashic manner is clearly that of a later imitation. Authorship. By the way, when we were learning about Moshe de Leon earlier, a few days ago or whatever, at least like within the last 11 days, he said, like his girl, his wife or whatever, after he died, his widow, his hoe, his bit, whatever you want to call this woman, and we shouldn't refer to women like this, but I'm just being funny. And if you don't think it's funny, okay, then we have differences of opinion on humor. But some bitch out there is gonna think this shit is hilarious. Anyway, and when I say bitch, I don't mean female duck, I mean beach, like beautiful thing on the ocean. Anyway, so she said my man was strapped for cash and had to just come up with some shit. They don't talk about that in his biography, and I don't understand why. Anyway, authorship, initial view. Authorship of the Zohar was questioned from the outset due to the claim that it was discovered by one person and referred to historical events of the post-Talmudic period, while purporting to be from an earlier date. Abraham Zacuto's 1504 work. Dude, have you learned anything from me? It's this thing I'm going to cut it. I get rid of hiccups. We go. Breathe in through your nose slowly. Swallow twice. Exhale through your. Oh, I should exhale through my mouth. Anyway, okay, so you breathe in through your nose. And then exhale through your mouth. Anyway, it works like a culture. Alright, Abraham Zacuto's 1504 work, The Sefer Yehusin, first printed in 1566, quotes from the Kabbalist Isaac ben Samuel of Acre's 13th century memoir, Divrei Hayamim Lost, which claims that the widow and daughter of De Leon revealed that he had written it himself and only ascribed the authorship to Simeon ben Yochai for personal profit. And Isaac went to Spain to investigate how it happened in his time that the Book of Zohar was found, which Simeon ben Yochai and his son Eleazar had made in the cave. And some say that De Leon forged it among his forgeries. But Isaac later said that the Aramaic sections were generally written by Shimon ben Yochai. And Isaac wrote, because I had seen that these words were wondrous and that they ran from a well high above which is beyond those uninitiated into the secrets of the divine, I chased after it, and I asked the scholars, and some said it had fallen into the hand of the sage Moshe de Leon, whom they call Moses of Guadalajara, and some said Shimon ben Yochai had never written the book, but that Moses had written these wondrous words and falsely ascribed them to Shimon ben Yochai and his son Eleazar in order to sell them for huge sums of money. When I went to Spain, the capital city of Valladolid, and presented myself to Moses and was received favorably, and he swore to me by Hashem that the ancient book of Shimon ben Yochai was that day in his house in Avila. and that he would show it to me when I visited him. And Moshe parted from me to return home, but he sickened in Aravalo on the way, and he died there. And when I heard of this, I was mortally pained, and I took to the road, and I came to Avila, and I found a great old sage there named David de Poncorvo, and he received me favorably, and I demanded he explain to me the secrets of the book of Zohar, about which men were disputing, and about which himself had, Moses himself had sworn beyond doubt until his death, but about which I did not know upon whom to rely or whom to trust. And he told me, "No, in truth, that it is clear to me beyond doubt that it never came to the hand of this Moses, and that there is no book of Zohar except that of which Moses himself wrote every word. Know that this Moses was a great spendthrift. One day his house was filled with treasures that the wealthy mystics had given him in exchange for excerpts, and the next his wife and children were starving naked in the street. So when we heard that he had died in Arevalo, I went to the house of the richest man in the city, Joseph de Avila, and said to him, "Now the time has come for you to earn the priceless Zohar if you will do what I advise." And he followed my advice, and he sent his wife to the house of Moses' widow. And she said to her, "Know that my wish is to marry your daughter to my son, and I ask nothing from you except the book of Zohar, which your husband excerpt, excerpted for many people." And Moses' widow swore to Joseph's wife, "By Hashem, my husband never had such a book except in his mind, and everything he wrote came from his own intellect." When I saw him writing, I asked him why he claimed to be excerpting from a book I knew he did not have, and he told me that it was because, while for his own words they would not give a penny, for the divinely inspired work of Shimon ben Yochai they will pay in blood. And Moses' daughter said exactly the same. Can you ask for better proof than this? I don't know why we don't just consider the Zohar garbage. I really don't. Like, my Kabbalistic study should end here. This is done. I mean, I hate to say it, but this is the end of the story, perhaps. Isaac goes on to say that he obtained a mixed evidence of Zohar's authenticity from other Spanish Kabbalists, but the fragment ends abruptly, mid-sentence, without any conclusion. Though Isaac is willing to quote it in his Otzar HaChaim and his Merat Inayim, he does so rarely. Isaac's testimony was censored in the second edition, 1580, and remained absent from all editions thereafter until its restoration nearly 300 years later in the 1857 edition. By the way, um, Moshe De Leon's wife, she is amazing for like telling the truth. Good on her. I don't know what that bitch's name is, but I view her very positively. In 1243, a different Jew had reportedly found a different ancient mystical book in a cave near Toledo, which was it near the Maumee River? No, it wasn't Toledo, which may have been De Leon's inspiration. Within 50 years of its appearance in Spain, it was quoted by Kabbalists, including the Italian mystical writer Menahem Visconti and Todros ben Joseph of Wallachia. However, Joseph ben Walker harshly attacked the Zohar, which he considered inauthentic. Dude, shout out to him. And some Jewish communities, such as Dor Da'im from Yemen and Lucian, the Western Sephardic or Spanish and Portuguese Jews, and some Italian communities, never accepted it as authentic. Only early Kabbalists, such as David B. Judah the Pious, Abraham B. Isaac of Granada, around the Pious guy was like around 1300, the Granada guy was like 1300, Abraham Ben Isaac of Granada, and David B. Ben Amram of Aden, around 1350. Like, why are we abbreviating Ben with B. I mean, it's like not that, not like a long word. Anyway, whatever. So readily imitate its pseudo pigraphy by ascribing contemporary statements to Zoharic sages that it is obvious and understood its nature. The manuscripts of the Zohar are from the 14th to 16th centuries. Dude, this is a kick in the nuts. I figured this would be like, there'd be all kinds of shit. Like, it's like, by the 15th century, the Zohar's authority in the Iberian Jewish community was such that Joseph ibn Shemtov drew arguments from it in his attacks against Rambam. It's Joseph ibn Shemtov drew arguments from it in his attacks against Rambam, and even representatives of non-mystical Jewish thought began to assert its sacredness and invoke its authority in decision of some ritual questions. In Jacobs's and Freud's view, they were attracted to its glorification of man, its doctrine of immortality, and its ethical principles, which they saw as more keeping in the spirit of Talmudic Judaism than are those taught by the philosophers, and which was held in contrast to the view of Maimonides and his followers, who regarded man as a fragment of the universe whose immortality is dependent upon the degree of development of his active intellect. The Zohar instead declared man to be uh, like important, super important, of like the creator of creation, whose immortality is solely dependent upon his morality. Conversely, Ella de Medigo from 1458 around 1492, in his Behinat HaDat, endeavored to show that the Zohar could not be attributed to Simeon ben Yochai by a number of arguments. He claims that if it were his work, the Zohar would have been mentioned by the Talmud. Good point. As has been the case with other works of the Talmudic period, he claims that had Ben Yochai known of divine had Ben Yochai known by divine revelation the hidden meaning of the precepts, his decisions on Jewish law from the Talmudic period would have been adopted by the Talmud, and it would not contain the names of rabbis who lived at a later period than that of Ben Yochai. And he claims that if the Kabbalah were a revealed doctrine, there would have been no divergence of opinion among Kabbalists concerning the mystic interpretation of the precepts. Believers in the authenticity of the Zohar countered that the lack of references to the work in Jewish literature was because Ben Yochai did not commit his teachings to writing, but transmitted them orally to his disciples over generations until finally the doctrines were embodied in the Zohar. They found it unsurprising that Ben Yochai would have foretold future happenings or made references to historical events of the post-Talmudic period. By the late 16th century, the Zohar was present in one-tenth of all private Jewish libraries in Mantua. The authenticity of the Zohar was accepted by such 16th century Jewish luminaries as Joseph Caro, who died 1575, Commentary, and Solomon Luria, who died 1574, Commentary, who wrote nonetheless that Jewish law does not follow the Zohar when it is contradicted by the Babylonian Talmud. I mean, that's just their opinion. It's like, I don't know, I'm unimpressed with Zohar. Luria writes that the Zohar cannot even override a minhag. Moses uh, is errorless, died in 1572. Hamner writes that he heard that the author of the Zohar is Ben Yochai. Elijah Levita died 1559, did not believe in its antiquity, nor did Joseph Scaliger 1609 or Louis Capel 1658. The Scaliger died 1609, or Johannes Drusius died in 1616. David Ibn Abi Zimra, who died in 1573, held that one can follow the Zohar only when it does not conflict with any other source, and records that You asked me about scribes modifying Torah scrolls to accord with the Zohar, and I was shocked, for how can they consider the Zohar better than the Talmud Bavli, when which has come down to us? So I went myself to the house of the scribe, and I found three scrolls which had been edited, and I fixed them and restored the Torah to its proper glory. So they were actually okay. Enlightenment period. Debate continued over many generations. Del Medigo's arguments were echoed by Leon of Modena, died in 1648. In his Ari Nohem by Jean Morin, 1659, died. The other guy died in 1648, Medina, Leon of Modena. And by Jacob Emden, died 1776. Emden, who may have been familiar with Modena through Morin's arguments, devoted a book to the criticism of the Zohar called Mitpachas Sepharim, in an effort against the remaining adherents of the Sabbatean movement, in which Sabbatai a Jewish apostate, cited messianic prophecies from the Zohar as proof of its legitimacy. Emden argued that the book on which Zevi based his doctrines was a forgery, arguing that the Zohar misquotes passages of scripture, misunderstands the Talmud, contains some ritual observances that were ordained by later rabbinical authorities, mentions the Crusades against the Muslims who did not exist in the 7th century. Well, dog, are you fucking serious? Uses the expression esnoga, a Portuguese term for the synagogue, gives a mystical explanation of the Hebrew vowel points, which were not introduced until long after the Talmudic period. Saul Berlin, died 1794, argued that the presence of an and if you hear me 1794, you know that this is a common error. I'll do my best to differentiate, but assume I'm just talking in secular terms because we're not doing all these calculations. Argued that the presence of an introduction of Zohar in the Zohar, unknown to the Talmudic literary genre, itself indicates a medieval date. In the Ashkenazi community of Eastern Europe, religious authorities, including Elijah of Vilna, died in 1797, and Schneur Zalman of Leyde, died in 1812, believed in the authenticity of the Zohar, while Ezekiel Landau died in 1793. In his Sefer Derushe Hatzvah, argued that the Zohar is to be considered unreliable as it was made public many hundreds of years after Ben Yochai's death and lacks an unbroken tradition of authenticity, among other reasons. Isaac Satinow accepted Emden's arguments and referred to the Zohar as a forgery, also offering new evidence. By 1813, Samuel David Luzzatto had concluded that these books, the Zohar and the Tikkun Zohar, are utter forgeries, in part because they repeatedly discuss the Hebrew cantillation marks, which were not invented until the ninth century. In 1817, Luzzatto published these arguments, and in 1825 he penned a fuller treatise, giving many reasons why the Zohar could not be ancient. However, he did not publish this until 1852, when he felt it justified by the rise of Hasidism. Moses Landau, I mean, this is not that long ago. Moses Landau died 1852. Ezekiel's grandson published the same conclusion in 1822. Isaac Haber died in 1852. Admits the vast majority of content comes from the 13th century, but argues that there was a genuine core. Solomon Judah Loeb Rappaport spoke, died 1867, spoke against the Zohar's antiquity. Good on you, Joe. Eliakim Ha-Milzagi, died in 1854, accepted Emden's arguments. The influence of the Zohar in Yemen contributed to the formation of the Dordea movement, led by Yirya Kaf in the later part of the 19th century. Among its objects was the opposition of the influence of the Zohar, as presented in Kaf's Milhamah Hashem, Wars of Hashem, and Dot the Hebrew. Okay, Shlomo Zalman Geiger died in 1878. In the book Divrei Kehilot on the liturgical practice of Frankfurt am Main, records that we do not say Rich Shmai in Frankfurt because the source is in the Zohar, and the sages of Frankfurt refused to accept the law. I hate to say it, but that's okay. Modern religious views. In 1892, Adolf Neubauer called on the Orthodox rabbinate to reject the Zohar as a forgery and to remove Zohar prayers from the liturgy. Dude, shout out to Adolf Neubauer. However, Yechiel Michael Epstein died in 1908, and Yisrael Meyer Kagan, oh no way, died in 1930. Both believe the authenticity of the Zohar. If you don't know who Yisrael Meyer Kagan is, you should. He is a Chafetz Chaim, and that might not have been a smart move. Both believe in the authenticity of the Zohar, as did Menachem Mendel Kasher, died in 1983. Aryeh Kaplan died in 1983. David Luria died in 1855. And Chaim Kanevsky died in 2022. Yeah. The foremost halakhic authority of the 20th century, Moshe Feinstein, stated unequivocally that the Zohar and Tikkunim are words of the Tanaim. Are words of the Tanaim. Dog. Moshe Feinstein? Come on, dog. Aryeh Carmel died in 2006, did not, and Eliyahu Dessler, 1953, accepted the possibility that it was composed in the 13th century. Wait, what are they saying here about Moshe Feinstein? I mean, it was a flip of the coin, but like we know a lot more today. I mean, Moshe Feinstein died in 1986, and we know a lot more today than he knew. This is like finding like all your favorite baseball heroes juiced or something. Like they're like it's just bullshit. Arya Camel did not, and Eliyahu Dessler accepted the possibility that it was composed in the 13th century. Gedaliah Nadal died in 2004, was unsure if the Zohar was genuine, but was sure that if it is acceptable to believe that it is not. Was unsure, but was sure that if it is acceptable to believe, but was sure that it is acceptable to believe that it is not. Obadiah Yosef died in 2013, held that Orthodox Jews should accept the Zohar's antiquity and practice based on medieval precedent, but agreed that rejecting it is rational and religiously valid. Joseph Hertz died in 1946, called the claim of Ben Yochai's authorship untenable, citing Gershom Scholom's evidence. Samuel Belkin died in 1976, argued that the mystical Midrash section specifically predated De Leon. Joseph B. Soloveitchik died in 1993, apparently dismissed the Zohar's antiquity. Good on you. Good on you, dog. Moses Gaster, 1939, wrote that the claim of Ben Yochai's authorship was untenable, but that Moses de Leon had compiled earlier material. Meyer Moses died in 2025. Accepts Emden's arguments. So let's see. Okay, Moses wrote that the claim of Ben Yochai's authorship was untenable, but that Moses de Leon had compiled earlier material. Meyer Moses accepts Emden's arguments. Who the fuck is Emden? What? So this isn't making sense. Meyer Moses accepts Emden's arguments. Who is Emden? Yeshayahu Leibowitz wrote in 1990 that Moses de Leon composed the Zohar in the 1270s as certainly as Theodor Herzl composed Der Judenstaat in the 1890s. The Zohar was influential because in every generation the idolatrous influence outpowers the true faith. Yeah, who's this guy? Shout out to Yeshayahu Leibowitz. He knew what it was all. Alright, modern critical views. Early attempts included M. H. Landauer's Borla Figure, Berich über Main, and Entdeckung in Ansichten des Zohar, 1945, which fingered Abraham Abwelafia as the author and Samuel David Lozato's but something, 1852. Zohar thing was 1845. But the first systematic and critical academic proof of the authorship of Moses de Leon was given by Adolf Jelinek in his 1851 monograph Moses ben Shem Tov de Leon und sein Verhaltenis zum Zohar. Jelinek's proofs, which combined previous analyses of Isaac of Acker's testimony in comparison of the Zohar to De Leon's Hebrew works, were accepted by every other major scholar in the field, including Heinrich Graves, History of the Jews, Volume 7, Moritz Steinschneider, Gerhard Beer, Leopold Zons, and Christian David Ginsburg. Who the fuck names him Christian? Alright, unless it isn't true. Ginsburg summarized Jelinek's, Graves' and other scholars' proofs for the English reading world in 1865, also including several novel proofs, including that the Zohar includes a translation of a poem by Solomon ibn Gabriel, died in 1058, and includes a mystical explanation of the mezuzah style only introduced in the 13th century. Adolf Neubauer and Samuel Rolls Driver were convinced of these arguments, but Edward Bouverie Fussy held to a Tanaitic faith. By 1913, the critical view had apparently lost some support. Israel Abraham's cause, the Zunz, like greats, had little patience with the Zohar. At this date, we are much more inclined to treat Kabbalah with respect. Gershom Scholem, who was to found modern academic study of Kabbalah, began his career at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem in 1925 with a lecture in which he promised to review Graves and Jelinek. However, after years of research, he came to conclusions similar to theirs by 1938. Good job, Gershom Scholem, for like the greatest thing. One of the greatest things you can do is admit you were wrong. Okay, so, however, after years of research, he came to conclusions similar to theirs by 1938 when he argued again that De Leon was the most likely author. Sholem noted that Zohar's frequent errors in Aramaic grammar, its suspicious traces of Arabic and Spanish words and sentence patterns, and its lack of knowledge of the land of Israel, among other proofs. Sholem's views are widely held as accurate among historians of Kabbalah, but they are not uncritically accepted. Scholars who continued to research the background of the Zohar include Yehuda Leibowitz, who wrote his doctorate thesis for Sholem on the subject, Dictionary of the Vocabulary of the Zohar in 1976, and Daniel C. Mott, a student of Sholem's, who has published a critical edition of the Zohar. Influences. Academic studies of the Zohar show that many of its ideas are based in the Talmud, various works of Midrash, and earlier Jewish mystical works. Sholem writes, the writer had expert knowledge of the early material and often used it as a foundation for his expositions, putting into its variations of his own. His main sources were the Babylonian Talmud, the the complete Midrash Rabbah, the Midrash Tanhuma, and two Pesikot, Pesikta de Rav Kahana on Pesikta Rabbi, the Midrash on Psalms, the Pirkei de Rabbi Eliezer, and the Targum Onkelos. Generally speaking, they are not quoted exactly, but translated into the peculiar style of the Zohar and Sunrise. Less use is made in the Halakhic Midrashim, the Jerusalem Talmud, and the Targums, nor of the Midrashim like the Agadat, Shir HaShririm, the Midrash on Proverbs, and the Alphabet de Rabbi Akiva. It is not clear whether the author used the Yalkut Simeoni or whether he knew the sources of its Agada separately. Of the smaller Midrashim, he used the Helikot, the Haikalot Rabadi, the Alphabet de Ben Sira, and Sefer Zerubbabel, the Barata de Nisa'a Parishit, and many others. At the same time, Sholem says the author invented a number of fictitious works that the Zohar supposedly quotes. For instance, the Sefer de Adam, the Sefer de Hanok, the Sefer de Shlomo Malka, the Sefer de Rav Hamnuna Sava, the Sefer de Rav Yeva Sava, the Sefer de Agada Deda, the Raza de Razin, and many others. Zohar also draws from Bible commentaries written by medieval rabbis, including Rashi, Abraham ibn Ezra, David Kimhi, and even authorities as late as Nachmanides and Maimonides, and earlier mystical texts such as Sefer Yetzirah and Bahir, and the medieval writings of Hasidiyei Ashkenaz. Almost another influence that, that Shkolhem and scholars like Yehuda Leibus and Ronit Merzos have identified was a circle of Spanish Kabbalists in Castile who dealt with the appearance of an evil side emanating from within the world of Sephiroth. Shkolem saw this dualism of good and evil within the Godhead as a kind of Gnostic inclination of Kabbalah and as a predecessor of Sitra Ahara, the other evil side, in Zohar. The main text of the Castile Circle, the Treatise of Left Emanation, was written by Jacob HaKohen around 1265. All right. Printings, editions, and indexing. Tikunai HaZohar was first printed in Mantua in 1557. The main body of the Zohar was printed in Cremona in 1558, a one-volume edition. In Mantua in 1558-1560, a three-volume edition, and in Salonika in 1597, a two-volume edition. Each of these editions included somewhat different texts. When they were printed, there were many partial manuscripts in circulation that were not available to the first printers. These were later printed as Zohar Chadash, literally New Radiance, but Zohar Chadash actually contains parts that pertain to the Zohar, as well as Tukanim, full of Tukan repair. See also Tukan Olam, that are akin to Tukanai HaZohar as described below. The term Zohar in usage may refer to just the first Zohar collection, with or without the applicable sections of Zohar Chadash, or to the entire Zohar and Tikkunim. Citations referring to the Zohar conventionally follow the volume and page numbers of Mantua edition, while citations referring to Tukanai HaZohar follow the edition of Orthodox Constantinople in 1719, whose text and pagination became the basis for most subsequent editions. Volumes 2 and 3 begin their numbering anew, so citation can be made by parasha and page number, for instance, Zohar Nasa 127a, or by volume and page number, for instance, Zohar 3 127, the new Zohar, the Talmud. After the book of the Zohar was printed in Mantua and in Cremona in the Jewish years 53, 18, through 5320 or 1558 to around 1560. Many more manuscripts were found that included paragraphs pertaining to the Zohar, which had not been included in printed editions. The manuscripts pertained also to all parts of the Zohar. Some were similar to the Zohar on the Torah, some were similar to the inner parts of the Zohar, Midrash HaNilam, Sitrei, Otiot, and many and more. And some pertain to Tukanai Zohar. Some 30 years after the first edition of the Zohar was printed, the manuscripts were gathered and arranged according to the parashiot of the Torah and the Megillah. Apparently, the arrangement was done by the Kabbalist Abraham Halevi of Tzvat, and were printed first in Salonika in Jewish year 5357, 1587 Common Era, and then in Krakow 5363, and afterwards in various editions. Structure. According to Shlomo, Zohar can be divided into 21 types of content, of which the first 18 APS are the work of the original author, probably De Leon, and the final three T through V are the work of a later imitator. So A, Untitled Torah Commentary, a bulky part which is wholly comprised of discursive commentaries on various passages from the Torah. B, Book of Concealment, a short part of only 6 pages containing a commentary on the first 6 chapters of Genesis. It is highly oracular and obscure, citing no authorities and explaining nothing. C. Greater Assembly. This part contains an explanation of the oracular hints in the previous section. Ben Yochai's friends gather together to discuss secrets of Kabbalah. After the opening of the discussion by Ben Yochai, the sages rise one after another and lecture on the secret of divinity, while Ben Yochai adds to and responds to their words. The sages become steadily more ecstatic until 3 of them die. Sholem calls this part architecturally perfect. Lesser Assembly D. Ben Yochai dies, and a speech is quoted in which he explains the previous section. E. Assembly of the Tabernacle. This part has the same structure as C, but discusses instead the mysticism of prayer. F. Palaces. 7 palaces of light are described, which are perceived by the devout in death. The description appears again in another passage, heavily embellished. G. Secretum Secretorum. An anonymous discourse in physiognomy, and a discourse on chiromancy by Ben Yochai. Physiognomy is a face reading. Face reading. Okay. It's a practice of assessing a person's character and personality from the outer appearance, especially their face. The term physiognomy can also refer to general appearance of a person, object, or terrain without reference to implied characteristics, as in the physiognomy of an individual plant. Okay. Chiromancy, also known as palmistry, uh, is the pseudoscientific practice of fortune telling through the study of the palm, also known as palm reading, chiromancy, chirology, or aerology. The practice is found all over the world with numerous cultural variations. Those who practice palmistry are generally called palmists, hand readers, hand analysts, or chirologists. Okay. Old Man, an elaborate narratives about a speech by an old Kabbalist that was a child, a story of a prodigy and his Kabbalistic speech. K, I, J. There's no, oh, because J wasn't available. Letter. K, head of the Academy, a partist narrative in which the head of the Celestial Academy reveals secrets about the destinies of the soul. L, secrets of Torah, allegorical and mystical interpretation of Torah passages. M, Mishnahs, imitations of Mishnaic style designed to introduce longer commentaries in the style of the Talmud. N, Zohar to the Song of Songs, Kabbalistic commentary to the Song of Songs. O, standard of measure, profound interpretation of Deuteronomy 6:4. P, secrets of letters, a monologue by Ben Yochai on the letters in the names of God and their use in creation. Q, commentary to the Merkabah. R, mystical midrash, a Kabbalistic commentary on the Torah, citing a wide variety of Talmudic sages. According to Ramaz, it is fit to be called Midrash HaNilam because its topic is mostly of neshama, an upper level of the soul. an upper level of soul, the source of which is Berea, which is the place of the upper Gan Eden, and is written in the Pardes that Drash is in Berea, and revealed Midrash is the secret of externality, and Midrash Hanilam is the secret of internality, which is the neshama, the secret of internality, which is the neshama. And this derish is founded on the neshama. Its name befits it, Midrash Hanilam. The language of Midrash Hanilam is sometimes Hebrew, sometimes Aramaic, and sometimes both mixed. Unlike the body of the Zohar, its drashot are short and not long. Also, the topics it discusses, the work of creation, the nature of the soul, the days of Mashiach, and Olam Haba, are not of the type found in the Zohar, which are the nature of God, the emanation of worlds, the forces of evil, and more. Mystic Midrash on Ruth, a commentary on the book of Ruth in the same style. That was S. T is Faithful Shepherd, by far the largest book included in the Zohar. This is a Kabbalistic commentary on Moshe Rabbeinu's teachings, revealed to Ben Yochai and his friends. Moshe Cordovero said, "Know that this book, which is called Ra'aya Mahimina, which Ben Yochai made with the Zadikim, who are in Gan Eden, was a repair of the Shekinah, and an aid and support for it in the exile. For there is no aid or support for the Shekinah besides the secrets of the Torah. And everything that he says here of the secrets and concepts is all with the intention of unifying the Shekinah and aiding it during exile." And as a reminder, everybody, Shekinah is the romanization of the Hebrew word meaning dwelling or settling. Shekinah denotes the manifest divine presence of God and is an extensively discussed concept in Talmud philosophy, Midrash, Hasidic thought, and Kabbalah in Judaism. Unlike other Hebrew terms for divinity that emphasize transcendence or sovereignty of God, Shekinah uniquely conveys the immanent relational aspect of the divine as experienced within the world, particularly in communal, liturgical, and revelatory contexts, such as its accompaniment of the Israelites during the Babylonian captivity and its dwelling among individuals engaged in Torah study. According to the Baba Batra 25a 1910 of the Talmud, Rabbi Ishmael and Rav Sheshet, two rabbis living in the era of the Amoraim, taught that the Shekinah dwells literally everywhere. The word Shekinah is found in the Hebrew Bible only as Shekaniah, a masculine proper name. The triliteral root Eshek appears in numerous conjugations. It can be found 128 times. Theme, and this is in Kabbalah, Sabbath bride. The theme of Shekinah as the Sabbath bride recurs in writings and songs of the 16th century Kabbalist Isaac Luria. The Azamer Bishvachim song, written in Aramaic by Luria, whose name appears as an acrostic of each line and sung at the evening meal of Shabbat, is an example of this. The song appears in particular in many sitters and in the section following Friday night prayers and in some Shabbat poems. Let us invite the Shekinah with a newly laid table and with a well-lit menorah that casts light on all heads, 3 preceding days to the right, 3 succeeding days to the left, and amid them the Sabbath bride, with adornments she goes, vessels and robes. May the Shekinah become a crown through the 6 lobes on each side. Through the doubled 6 may our table be bound with the profound temple services. A paragraph of the Zohar starts, "One must prepare a comfortable seat with several cushions and embroidered covers from all that is found in the house, like one who prepares a canopy for a bride. For the Shabbat is a queen and a bride. This is why the masters of the Mishnah used to go out on the eve of Shabbat and receive her on the road, and used to say, "Come, O bride, come, O bride." And one must sing and rejoice at the table in her honor. One must receive a lady with many lighted candles, many enjoyments, beautiful clothes, and a house embellished with many fine appointments. The tradition of the Shekinah is the Shabbat bride, and the Shabbat Kala continues to this day. Uh, as feminine aspect, Kabbalah associates the Shekinah with the female. According to Gershom Scholem, the introduction of this idea was one of the most important and lasting innovations of Kabbalism. No other element of Kabbalism won such a degree of popular approval. The feminine Jewish divine presence of Shekinah distinguishes Kabbalistic literature from earlier Jewish literature. In the imagery of Kabbalah, the Shekinah is mostly overtly female. Sephira, the last of the 10 Sephirot, referred to imaginatively as the daughter of God. The harmonious relationship between the female Shekinah and the six Sephirot which precede her causes the world itself to be sustained by the flow of divine energy. She is like the moon reflecting the divine light into the world. Nativity and life of Moses. The Zohar, a foundation book of Kabbalah, presents Shekinah as playing an essential role in the conception of the birth of Moses. Later, during the Exodus on the third new moon in the desert, Shekinah revealed herself and rested upon him before the eyes of all. The tenth sphere. In Kabbalah, the Shekinah is identified with the tenth sphere, Malkuth, and the source of life for humans on earth below the Sephirotic realm. The Shekinah is seen as the feminine divine presence of God descended to transform the world. Moses is considered to have risen to Shekinah into the Sephirotic realm and transcended the world as the bridegroom of the Shekinah. This whole motherfucking thing is unwrapping quickly, folks. All right, rectification of the Zohar. Tikunai HaZohar, this is you, which was printed as a separate book, includes 70 commentaries, including 70 commentaries called Tikkunim, literally repairs, and an additional 11 Tikkunim. In some editions, Tikkunim was printed. Uh, in some editions, Tikkunim are printed that were already printed in the Zohar Chadash, which in their content and style also pertain to Tikunai HaZohar. Each of the 70 Tikkunim of Tikunai HaZohar begins by explaining the word Bereshit and continues by explaining other verses, mainly in Parashat Bereshit, and also from the rest of Tanakh. And all this is in the way of Sod, in commentaries that reveal the hidden and mystical aspects of the Torah. I can't believe I've been doing this. I was literally gonna do like a 10, like a 5 minute drash, whatever you want to fucking consider this. Tikunai HaZohar and Ra'aya Mahaimina are similar in style, language, and concepts, and are different from the rest of the Zohar. For example, the idea of four worlds is found in Tikunai HaZohar and Ra'aya Mahimina, but not elsewhere, as is true of the very use of the term Kabbalah. In terminology, that is called Kabbalah, and Tikunai HaZohar and Ra'aya Mahimina is simply called rays and clues or hints in the rest of the Zohar. In Tukanai HaZohar, there are many references to Chibra, with Kabura, Kadma'a, meaning that earlier book that refers to the main body of the Zohar. B. Further additions. These include later Tikkunim and other texts of the same style. Four worlds. Okay, the four worlds, sometimes counted as the primordial world, Adam Kadmon, or and called the five worlds, are comprehensive categories of spiritual realms in Kabbalah in describing in descending chain of existence. Okay, the concept of world denotes. I mean, this is the concept of world denotes the emanation of created life flows from Ein Sof or Godhead through the progressive innumerable Zimzunim or concealments. Kabbalists identify the names of these worlds as Isaiah, from Isaiah 43:7. All who are linked to my name, whom I have created, formed, and made for my glory. Biblical Hebrew. Kohanikra Disney Kori Ratu Yesertu Apasti to. In order of descent, the names of the worlds are Azul, illumination, Bariah, creation, Yetzirah, formation, Asa, action, and Asaya, action. Below, below the lowest spiritual world, Asaya is the Asiya Gashmi, physical Asiya, or the physical universe which encloses the last two separate Yesod and Malkut. Collectively, perhaps, collectively the four worlds collectively the four worlds are referred to as Avida after the initial letters. In addition to the functional role each world has in the process of creation, they also embody dimensions of consciousness and human experience. Influence Judaism. On the one hand, the Zohar was lauded by many rabbis because it approached religious formalism, stimulated one's imagination and emotions, and for many people helped reinvigorate the experience of prayer. In many places, prayer had become a mere external religious exercise, while prayer was supposed to be a means of transcending earthly affairs and placing oneself in union with God. According to the Jewish Encyclopedia, on the other hand, the Zohar was censored by many rabbis because it propagated many superstitious beliefs and produced a host of mystical dreamers whose overexcited imaginations peopled the world with spirits, demons, and all kinds of good and bad influences. Many classical rabbis, especially Maimonides, viewed all such beliefs as a violation of Jewish principles of faith. Its mystic mode of explaining some commandments was applied by its commentators to all religious observance and produced a strong tendency to substitute mystic Judaism to the place of traditional rabbinic Judaism. For example, Shabbat, the Jewish Sabbath, began to look began to be looked upon as the embodiment of God in temporal life, and every ceremony performed on the day was considered to have an influence upon the superior world. Elements of the Zohar crept into the liturgy of the 16th and 17th centuries, and the religious poets not only used the allegorism and symbolism of the Zohar in their compositions, but even adapted its style. For instance, the use of erotic terminology to illustrate the relations between man and God. Thus, in the language of some Jewish poets, the beloved one's curls indicate the mysteries of Hashem. Sensuous pleasures and especially intoxication typify the highest degree of divine love as ecstatic contemplation, while the wine room represents merely the state through which the human qualities merge or are exalted into those of God. The Zohar is credited with popularizing Galileo's hardest codification of biblical exegesis. 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 Uh, all right. So, and other mysticism for like other religions, according to the Jewish Encyclopedia, the enthusiasm felt for the Zohar was shared by many other scholars, non-Jews, such as Giovanni Pico della Mirandola, Johann Rachlin, Agadius of Verdeber, etc., all of whom believed that the book contained proofs of the truth of other stuff. They were led to this belief by the analogies existing between some of the teachings of the Zohar and certain other dogmas, such as the fall and redemption of man and the dogma of other stuff, which seems to be expressed in the Zohar in the following terms. The Ancient of Days was three heads. He reveals himself in three archetypes, all three forming but one. He is symbolized in the number three of it. He is thus symbolized in the number three. They are revealed in the these are first secret, hidden wisdom, above that the holy ancient one, and above him the unknowable one. None knows what he contains, who is above all conception. He is therefore calling the man not existing. I am Zohar 3, 288b. According to the Jewish Encyclopedia, this and other similar doctrines found in the Zohar are now known to be much older than other doctrines, but the other doctrine scholars who were led by the similarity of these teachings to certain other dogmas deemed it their duty to propagate the Zohar. Commentaries. The first known commentary on the Book of Zohar, Hidden Pause, was written by Simeon Lavi of Libya. His years. Which is 1486 to 1585. Another important and influential commentary on Zohar 22, volume or Yakar, was written by Moshe Cordovero of Sfat Kabbalistic school in the 16th century. The Gaon authored a commentary on the Zohar. Zvi Hirsch of Ziddiq wrote a commentary on the Zohar entitled Atere Tzvi. A major commentary on the Zohar is the Sulam, written by Yehuda Ashlag. A full translation of the Zohar into Hebrew was made by the late Daniel Frisch of Jerusalem under the title Mazah Midvash. English translations. Boy, um, dog, this is like getting kicked in the nuts spiritually because I thought this was going to be tight. Like this could be the end of our Kabbalistic study. This guy just made this shit up in the 12th century, between the 12th and 13th century, like that. And that's it. I wish I could tell you like there's some kind of secret. I was looking for some kind of secret. I don't know. Maybe Isaac Lurie has more for us, but it's like I'm not gonna lie to you. Let's look at what the modern like yo dog, can you give me a list of the most prominent rabbis of the last 150 years and tell me yes or no or maybe if they thought the Zohar was fraudulent. Everybody, including the Lubavitcher Rebbe to Rabbi Moshe Feinstein and everybody else. Here's a focused list of prominent rabbis of the last 150 years, approximately 1875 to 2025, and a simple yes or no maybe indicating whether they were known to accept. Okay, so yes, they publicly accept Zohar's antiquity, authenticity as traditional authors considered Rashbi. No, openly rejected the Zohar's antiquity, maybe nuance. Okay, so Rabbi Moshe Feinstein, yes. He stated unequivocally that Zohar and Tikkunim are words of the Tanakh, ancient. Rabbi Chaim Kanevsky, yes. Listed among those who believe in Zohar's authenticity. Rabbi Yisrael Meir Kagan, Chafetz Chaim, yes, believe in the authenticity of the Zohar. Rabbi Obadiah Yosef, maybe nuanced, leaning yes, held that Orthodox Jews should accept Zohar's antiquity and practice, but agreed with rationally rejecting it is that, but agreed that rationally rejecting it is valid. Rabbi Joseph Soloveitchik, uh, maybe nuanced, leaning no, apparently dismissed the Zohar's antiquity, which suggests skepticism about traditional authorship. Good job, Soloveitchik. Rabbi Gedalia Nado, 1923 to 2004. Soloveitchik was 1903 and 1933. Rabbi Obadiah Yosef, 1920 to 2013. Chafetz Chaim, 1838 to 1933. Rabbi Chaim Kanovsky, 1920 to 19, but to 2022. Rabbi Moshe Feinstein, 1895 to 1986. All right. Uh, Rabbi Gedaliah Nadal, maybe nuanced. Unsure if Zohar is genuine. Stated it's acceptable to think it isn't. Rabbi Aryeh Carmel, died in 2006, maybe nuanced. Did not accept the traditional ancient authorship of the Zohar. Rabbi Eliyahu Eliezer Dessler, 1892 to 1953, maybe nuanced. Accepted the possibility it was composed in the 13th century, i.e., medieval. Rabbi Meyer Mazuz died in 2025. Yes, leaning yes. No offense, dog. Like, there's a lot of evidence that this shit didn't happen. Listed as accepting the Mben's arguments against traditional authorship historically, but sources suggesting leans toward traditional acceptance of practice. You know, come on, get your shit together. Rabbi Yehia Coffee, um, early to mid 20th century Yemenite chief rabbi. No, good. Specifically argued the Zohar is not authentic in its attribution to Rashi besmirches him. Good on you, dog. Fucking Yemenites got their shit together. All right, so historical figures, Rabbi Yaakov Emden, no. Historic but influential on modern debate, argued much of Zohar was medieval and not Rashbi's writing. Rabbi Hatan Sofer, okay, the other guy, Emden, was 1697 to 1776. Rabbi Hatan Sofer, 1762 to 1859, no. Denied Zohar's authenticity, defended Emden's position. Academic scholars, for instance, Adolf Neubauer, no. Academic called the rejection of Zohar as forgery, not rabbis in the halakhic sense, but relevant history. They didn't give me the 101. Heretics, such as this. Dog. What about the Lubavitcher Rebbe? The Lubavitcher Rebbe, clear, unequivocal yes. Bottom line, the Lubavitcher we fully accept the Zohar as authentic and originating from Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai, not as medieval forgery. There's zero ambiguity in his position. Calm down, dog. The Rebbe treated the Zohar as part of the Torah Shel Ben Pa, the mystical dimension. He frequently quoted the Zohar and the Arizal in Sifot, Lamaim, and letters as authoritative sources, not as later speculative texts. He explicitly rejected academic claims that the Zohar was written by Rabbi Moshe de Leon. In classical Chabad fashion, he acknowledged that the Zohar may have been redacted, revealed later, but its content and authorship trace back to Rashbi. The view follows earlier Chabad rabbis, after Rebbe, middle of Rebbe, Alter Rebbe, middle of Rebbe, Tzemach Tzaddik, who treated the Zohar as foundational, not optional. All right, so um, one said in summary, the Lubavitcher Rebbe held that the Zohar is an authentic transmission of Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai revealed later, but not authored in the medieval period, and categorically rejected claims that it is a forgery. I mean, okay, so wouldn't Soloveitchik have disagreed then with the Lubavitcher Rebbe? Yes, very likely, and in substance, yes, even though they would not have framed it as an open polemic. Short answer, Rabbi Joseph Soloveitchik and the Lubavitcher Rebbe almost certainly disagreed on the historical authorship of the Zohar, while agreeing on its religious significance within Judaism. How the disagreement actually looks, clean and precise. Lubavitcher Rebbe, the Zohar originates with Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. Rashbi, model, revelation, concealment, later redaction. Shitbag. Attitude towards academia. Academic claims of medieval authorship are mistaken and based on flawed assumptions. Status of Zohar. Authoritative Kabbalah rooted in Tanaitic tradition. Rabbi Soloveitchik position skeptical or dismissive of Zohar's antiquity as a Rashbi text model. Historical critical honesty is legitimate. Not everything attributed to Naim must literally be there. An attitude toward academia. Comfortable accepting that the Zohar may be medieval. Says the Zohar is spiritual, meaningful, but not binding as a historical document from the Rashbi. So what would yours be? Mine would be a total rejection of it. I hate to say it, but can't hustle. Yo, can you tell me where in the Zohar it talks about the Crusades and like what it says? Quote it for me. So what would you say if you had the Rebbe here? I'd be like, dog, I know that you're just following a line, but I've got AI here, baby. Like this is smarter than all your boys. I hate to say it, but it is. It's smarter than all of us, except when I find little errors in it. But like this would be a big error. If it talks about the Crusades, it'd be like, dog, checkmate. Yo, good question. Yes, the Zohar does speak about events that later Jews understood as the Crusades, but it does not say Crusades explicitly. It uses coded Kabbalistic language. Edom, Ishmael, Rome, swords, blood, and wars in the Holy Land near the end of days. Medieval Jews living through the Crusades were living through the Crusades very clearly read these passages as describing what they were seeing. Below are the main Zohar passages with actual quotes in translation, and then a short explanation of how they were understood. So Zohar 1, 119a to 119b, Parashat Lech Lecha, the most famous Crusades passage text. When the children of Ishmael, that's I mean that's like I could tell you right there, that's like what the Muslims call themselves. Awakened to wage mighty wars in the world, the sons of Edom, that's the Christians, will gather against them, and they will wage war upon one another, and the Holy Land will be shaken, and many nations will fall there. Great wars will arise in the world, and Israel will be caught between them, suffering greatly. That sounds like the Crusades, don't it? Why this is a crusade? Edom, Christian Rome, Europe, standard rabbinic code. Ishmael is Islam. Holy Land is a battlefield. Exactly what happened during the Crusades. Christians and Muslims fighting over Jerusalem. Jews massacred in between both sides. The passage was already cited by 13th and 14th century Jews as describing what they were living through. Zohar 3, 212b, Parashat Balak, explicit violence and religious warfare. Text Edom, so that's Christianity or Rome, will rise in great strength and will spill much blood, and they will say that they act in the name of faith. They will slaughter and destroy, and the world will be filled with cries. Key phrase: they will say that they will act in the name of the faith. This is why medieval Jews immediately connected this to crusaders who literally marched under crosses shouting, God wills it. Zohar the 1, 116b, 117a, religious violence disguised as holiness. Text. Uh, Key phrase: they will say that they act in the name of faith. We said that. Zohar 1, 116, 117a, religious violence disguised as holiness. Text. Woe to the world when Edom receives power, for they destroy and kill under the cloak of righteousness. This language is very unusual. It's not generic war talk. It's religious violence justified as holy, which the which fits the Crusader ideology exactly. Zohar 369a, mass Jewish suffering during those wars. Text translation: in those days, Israel will cry out from suffering, and their voice will rise before the Holy King, and they will be trampled among the nations. This was often read in light of Rhineland massacres, 1096, forced conversions, pogroms accompanying Crusader movements. Important clarification: this matters. The Zohar does not give yet dates. It does not name Christianity. It does not name Islam. It speaks in symbolic prophetic language. But medieval Jews immediately identified these passages with the Crusades. Later Kabbalists, including the Arzel Circle, explicitly say so. This is one of the reasons why academic scholars argue the Zohar. Okay, so how different camps read this. Chabad, the Zohar foresaw these events centuries earlier using spiritual code. Okay, academic scholars, these passages reflect lived experience of Crusader violence, middle position, some lit-rich thinkers. Ancient symbols were expanded or recontextualized later. One sentence summary takeaway. The Zohar describes violent wars between Edom, Christian Europe, and Ishmael Islam in the Holy Land, justified as holy warfare with Jews suffering in between passages that medieval Jews overwhelmingly understood as referring to the Crusades. I mean, look, why don't I just fucking use AI? Okay. Let's pretend I had the Lubavitcher Rebbe in front of me and Rabbi Moshe Feinstein and anyone else who believes in the veracity of the Zohar. Give me 10 points very simply to be able to counter their beliefs in its veracity that prove that it was written in the 13th century. Aside from the dude's own wife, well, include in there that the dude's own wife, Moshe de Leon, said that it was a forgery. Like, that's the biggest thing. I'd be like, dog, didn't you guys know that? Okay, so here we go. This is not mockery, it's the strongest 13th century case. All right, so language. The Aramaic is artificial. I'd be like, guys, don't you know that the Aramaic's artificial? And they'd be like, huh? Be like, dog, Aramaic's artificial. The Zohar's Aramaic does not match Tanaic, Theonotic Aramaic, Gemara, Midrash. It mixes Babylonian Aramaic, post-Talmudic forms, Hebrew grammar. Linguists agree it reads like someone imitating ancient Aramaic, not speaking it naturally. Bottom line, Rashbi's Aramaic is not Zohar's Aramaic. Hebrew grammar unknown in the Talmudic era. The Zohar uses grammatical construction that only appear in medieval Hebrew. Some phrases cannot exist in second century this area. Bottom line, the grammar fits Spain, not Roman Judea. 3. Concepts that do not exist before the Middle Ages. Examples: tense spherot system in its Zoharic form. Partzufim, Arik, Anpin, Zer, Anpin, Nukva, as full personas. Erotic cosmic symbolism developed far beyond early mysticism. These do not appear in Mishnah, Tosefta, Midrash, early Halachot. Come on, you shitbag. This sucks. Dog, what the fuck? This is the worst. Alright, early erotic cosmic symbolism developed from beyond early mysticism. These ideas don't appear in Mishnah, Tosefta, Midrash, early halakhic region literature or Haikawa literature. Bottom line, the theology is historically late. Geographic mistakes about Eretz Israel. The Zohar confuses locations in the Galilee, describes travel routes incorrectly. Rashbi lived there, a medieval Spaniard would not. Bottom line, a resident doesn't make these mistakes. References to post-Talmudic customs, mentions minhagim that only developed centuries later, alludes to halakhic debates that did not yet exist. Bottom line, you can't reference a future practice. The complete absence before 1280, no one, no Gaon, no Rishon quotes the Zohar before the 17th century. Not Rab Hai Gaon, not Rashi, not Rambam, not Ramban, until very late and indirectly. Bottom line, a massive foundational text doesn't disappear for 1100 years. I think that's a great point. And I think these guys would be like, what the fuck is that? I'd be like, oh, super advanced. 7. Sudden explosion, fully formed. The Zohar appears all at once, fully systematized, not gradual, not fragmentary, not cited partially beforehand. Bottom line, ancient works emerge slowly. Medieval compositions appear suddenly. 8. Internal anachronism. Zohar attributes statements to sages who lived centuries apart as if contemporaries. Sometimes reverses teacher-student relationships. Bottom line, this happens when writing historical fiction, not reporting lived reality. 9. Moshe de Leon's behavior. He sold Zohar manuscripts for money, claimed different sources at different times, never produced an ancient original. Every copy traces back to him or his circle. Bottom line, the transmission chain collapses to one man. 10. Testimony of Moshe de Leon's wife. You asked to include it, so here it is. But note, this is the weakest argument, not the strongest. Oh, I thought it was good. After his death, she reportedly said, "My husband wrote it himself. Had he claimed it was his own, no one would have bought it. Even the defenders of the Zohar admit this testimony exists. It cannot be fully dismissed, but it's not decisive alone. Bottom line, it's corroborative, not central. Important. What this does not claim, even if all 10 are accepted, this does not prove the Zohar is heretical, the Zohar is spiritually worthless, Kabbalah is false. It argues only the Zohar was comprised in the 13th century, liked by Moshe de Leon or his circle, likely by Moshe de Leon or his circle. Why defenders still disagree fairly? The Lubavitcher Rebbe, Rabbi Moshe Feinstein, would answer, redaction does not mean authorship. Mystical language doesn't follow linguistic rules. Oral esoteric traditions weren't cited publicly. Prophetic texts can describe later realities. So the disagreement is epistemological, not ignorant. One sentence summary you could say respectfully. Based on language theology, historical references, geographic errors, and transmission history, the Zohar fits the intellectual world of the 13th century Spain far better than the second century Roman Judea, even without relying on polemical testimony. All right, like just asking you AI, give me percentage wise, what percent? What are the odds that it was written in ancient times versus the 13th century? Is it like 99 to 1 or is it like 50-50? Straight answer, AI to human, no hedging. If we're talking historical probability, 13th century authorship, 95 to 99%. Ancient second century Rashbi, 1 to 5%. There's no controversial, that's not controversial in universities or among historians of religion. It's about as strong a consensus as you get outside of hard sciences. That's actually true. Like, that's, and I'd say to these guys, I'd say, Moshe Feinstein and Lubavitcher Rebbe, dog, this thing doesn't have a dog in the fight. It would tell you it's 50-50 if it was 50-50. If we're talking internal traditional belief, orthodox theology, ancient Rashbi origin, 90 to 100% by belief, and 13th century, 0 to 10%, usually rejected outright. But this is faith-based confidence, not historical method probability. If we're being maximally fair and steel man to both sides, a reasonable blended breakdown might look like 13th century composition, Moshe de Leon in a circle, 85 to 95%, ancient core plus medieval redaction, 5 to 10%, fully ancient Rashbi authorship, less than 5%. We'll check. Um, yeah. Why it's not 50-50. 50-50 would mean mixed linguistic evidence, partial manuscript trail, some early citations. But instead, we have overwhelming linguistic mismatch. Zero pre-13th century manuscripts, zero citations for 1100 years. Perfect fit to medieval Spanish mysticism, a single point of transmission. This pushes probability way past coin flip. Key distinction, this matters. Historical odds does not mean religious meaning. Something can be historically medieval, theologically meaningful, spiritually authoritative to believers. Those are separate questions. One line, bottom line. Historically, it's closer to 99 to 1 than 50-50. Religiously, believers treat it as 100 to 0. Israel's going to see. You did. I'm as innocent in this as anybody. I want to fucking think that the Lubavitcher Rebbe and Rabbi Moshe Feinstein, like these motherfuckers, are never wrong. But this one, 99 to 1, dog. Okay, give me 10 arguments why Zohar is of ancient origin. So there are early Midrashic and Talmudic parallels. Ideas of the Zohar appear in seed form in Midrash Rabbah, Talmudic Agada, Halachot, Haikolot, Merkava literature. Defenders argue the Zohar is not inventing ideas, it is unfolding esoteric layers already present in Chazal. Two, oral esoteric tradition was intentionally hidden. Chazal explicitly state one does not teach Maaseh Merkava publicly. Hagiga 13.8. The claim Kabbalah was transmitted orally, not written, recited, explaining the silence before the 13th century. Three, redaction does not equal authorship. Traditional position Rashbi authored the core teaching. Later sages redacted, arranged, or revealed the text. Parallel Mishnah and Gemara, oral Torah written centuries later. Four, internal self-identification with Tanaim. Zohar consistently places itself in the Rashbi circle, reflects Tanaic modes of discourse, not Geonic Hilpol. Claim forgers usually slip. Zohar sustains the persona with remarkable consistency, but it like fucks up in some places. Five, depth and coherence beyond one author. The Zohar contains vast symbolic systems, multi-layered theology, interlocking metaphysics. Defenders argue this is too internally rich and coherent to be the invention of one medieval mystic. Six, early acceptance by major authorities. Soon after emergence, Ramban, Nachmanides treats Kabbalistic tradition as ancient. Rashba, Ritva, Meiri selectively reference Sad traditions, claim these were not naive people; they sensed an authentic ancient transmission. Seven, accurate knowledge of Tanaic, Tanaitic personalities. The Zohar reflects psychological depth of Rashbi, consistent relationships among Tanaim. Argument: a medieval Spaniard would not convincingly recreate this inner world. A medieval Spaniard would not convincingly recreate this inner world. Eight, prophetic descriptions of later history. Passages describing Edom versus Ishmael wars over the Holy Land, religious violence justified as holy claim. These read more like prophecy than reportage. Spiritual power and transformational impact. Traditional claim the Zohar changes people, produces Yurat Shemayim, Teshuva, and Dveikud. Argument: forged texts do not generate centuries of sustained spiritual authority. 10. Chain of Kabbalistic transmission. The Aristotle taught Zohar is Rashbi. His system presumes ancient roots. Claim the entire Luranaic framework assumes Zoharic antiquity. Its coherence suggests it didn't rest on a mistake. How defenders answer the strongest objections. In medieval Aramaic, mystical language breaks normal grammar. No manuscripts. Esoteric texts were hidden. Anachronism, symbolic time, not historiography. And Moshe de Leon, he revealed, not authored. Honest bottom line, these arguments do not compel historians, but they are internally coherent within a traditional framework. All right, so give me 10 points right now to just show that Zohar is BS. Just no ifs, ands, or buts. Be aggressive. All right, no hedging on diplomacy. Here are 10 blunt, aggressive reasons why historians say Zohar is BS as an ancient text. Shitbag. All right, the Aramaic is fake. Zohar's Aramaic is linguistic Frankenstein, not Talmudic, not from that area, not Babylonian, full of medieval Hebrew syntax, wearing an Aramaic costume. No native second century speaker. This shit is such bullshit. Okay, um, Okay, no native centuries, no native second. Okay, so uh, not Babylonian, full of medieval Hebrew syntax, wearing an Aramaic costume. No native second century speaker talked like this. This alone kills Rashbi authorship. Zero evidence for 1100 years, not one. Gaon, Rishon, Midrash, responsive manuscript mentions the Zohar before 1280. A text supposedly written by one of the most famous Tanaim somehow vanished completely for over a millennium. Come on. 3. Appears fully formed out of nowhere. Ancient texts evolve, fragment, get quoted partially. The Zohar drops suddenly, massive, it's complete, it's theologically mature. That's how medieval compositions appear, not ancient traditions. 4. It knows medieval stuff it shouldn't. The Zohar casually uses post-Talmudic customs, later halakhic concepts, medieval mystical frameworks. This is like finding a Roman scroll referencing the printing press. Great analogy. Geographic errors a local would never make. The Zohar screws up Galilean locations, travel routes, distances. Rashbi lived there. Moshe de Leon didn't. Character 6, so that was 5. Characters are treated like fan fiction. Tanaim from different generations talk like contemporaries, hang out together, get misassigned teachers. That's not oral tradition, that's historical cosplay. 7. The theology is way too late. The Zohar system, full Sephardic map, sexualized divine drama, Partzufim as personalities. None of these, none of this exists in Mishnah, Tosefta, early Midrash, Chaikolot texts. This is peak medieval Spanish mysticism in Roman Judea. 8, so that was 7. 8, every manuscript traces back to one dude. All roads lead to Moshe de Leon. No parallel transmission, no independent ancient copies, no alternative chains. That's not how ancient texts survive. That's how authors operate. 9. Moshe de Leon acted like an author, not a discoverer. He sold copies for cash, changed the story about its origins, never produced an ancient original, and guarded the text while alive. This is author behavior, not guardian of antiquity behavior. 10. His wife said he wrote it. Yeah, people try to dodge this, but it matters. She said he wrote it himself and attributed it to Rashbi so people would buy it. Is it courtroom proof? No. Does it fit perfectly with all the other evidence? Absolutely. A brutal summary. If this were a court case, linguistics, guilty, manuscripts, guilty, history, guilty, transmission, guilty, context, guilty. Historically, the Zohar being ancient is not unlikely. It's dead on arrival. One line nuclear version. The Zohar reads exactly like a brilliant 13th century mystical masterpiece pretending to be ancient because that's what it is. What was his wife's name? Because this lady seems like a truth teller and she seems cool. Straight answer, no flop. We do not know her name. It's never recorded. What is actually in the sources? The report comes from Rabbi Isaac of Acher, late 15th century, the 14th century. He explicitly says of Moshe de, the wife of Moshe de Leon. No first name, no patronymic, nothing. Why that's normal. Medieval Jewish sources almost never preserve woman's name, it said. Okay, what else? I had another good thing. I think. Okay. Why is Moshe de Leon seen as a forger? I mean, there's less evidence against people who are publicly known named as forgers, and name a few examples like of people who forge documents, and Moshe de Leon is held to a different standard, it seems. But it seems like this is all propped up on falsities. And in reality, because of this, doesn't it seem like at least the Zohar and perhaps much of Kabbalistic teaching is on a throne of lies? And a lot of emphasis is made on it, but its key discoverer may have forged it. This is actually a very good, serious question, and you're right to notice that Moshe Dayan is treated differently than many alleged forgers. Let's unpack this cleanly and honestly without polemics. Why Moshe de Leon is singled out. Moshe de Leon isn't labeled a forger because people need a villain. He's singled out because of rare convergence of evidence that almost never exists in medieval cases. Here's what makes him different. A single point transmission. Every early manuscript of the Zohar traces back to him or his immediate circle. There is no parallel independent chain. That's already unusual for an allegedly ancient text. Most forged texts don't have such a tight funnel. Contemporary investigation. This is crucial. Rabbi Isaac of Acher, a believing Kabbalist, not a skeptic, actively investigated the Zohar right after De Leon died. He interviewed people who knew De Leon personally. This almost never happens with medieval texts. So this isn't an academic speculation, it's near contemporary inquiry. Behavior consistent with authorship. De Leon sold manuscripts for money, claimed different origins to different buyers, never produced an ancient source copy, guarded access while alive. That pattern matches authorial control, not custodianship of an old tradition. The widow's testimony fits the rest. On its own, the statement would be weak, but combined with linguistics, manuscript history, geography errors, sudden appearance, it locks in rather than stands alone. That's why historians take it seriously. Why other forgers get less heat. You're right, many forgers have less evidence against them. The difference is we know they're forged because of external contradictions, dates, scripts, materials. We often don't know who did it, or the forger lived centuries earlier, so no witnesses exist. Moshe de Leon is unlikely in one sense. Moshe de Leon is unlucky in one sense. He lived right at the moment when scrutiny, travel, and record keeping made exposure possible. Is Moshe de Leon held to a different standard? Yes, but not unfairly. He's held to a higher standard because his claim is stronger. This is a secret book written in the second century Tanakh and hidden for over 1,000 years. Extraordinary claims invite extraordinary scrutiny. If someone today said, I found Plato's secret metaphysical diary, you'd apply the same pressure. Exactly. Or Rambam's post-it note. Does this mean the Zohar and Kabbalah are a throne of lies? Here's where we need to be careful and honest. Historically, yes. The claim of Rashbi authorship is almost certainly false. That part does not hold up. Philosophically, religiously, not automatically aligned, many religious traditions function with pseudepigraph, pseudo, pseudepigraph, pseudo, pseudo, pseudepigraphy, mythic framing, sacred attribution. Examples: the Book of Daniel, almost certainly later than claimed parts of Enoch, Sibylline oracles, even some Midrashim. Judaism already has precedent for this. The real uncomfortable truth, the core issue isn't Moshe de Leon, it's this. Later Judaism built enormous theological weight on a text whose authority depends on a historical claim that is almost certainly false. That create Is the internet still working? I don't know. Is the internet still working? Yo, dog. I hope this is still going. I hope this is still going. If this is still going, that'd be tight. Uh, this creates tension. Different groups resolve it differently. Kabbalists double down on ancient authorship. Academic historians reclassify it as medieval mysticism. Some Orthodox thinkers treat it as inspired but not ancient. What can't happen anymore is pretending the evidence isn't there. Why this? And if the Lubavitcher Rebbe and Rabbi Moshe Feinstein were here, I'd be like, "Dog, I want to believe you," but this all comes from one guy. This is Rambam's post-it notes. Why? I mean, if I'm saying this thing doesn't have a dog in the fight, 99 to 1. Why it still hurts? Because if you concede Moshe de Leon authored or heavily shaped it and attributed it falsely, then you're forced to answer: can false attribution produce true theology? Does spiritual power require historical honesty? How much authority is myth making? Those are dangerous questions for systems built on certainty. Bottom line, no rhetoric. Moshe de Leon isn't treated as a forger because of bias. He's treated that way because he's one of the rare medieval figures where linguistic, historical behavioral, and testimonial evidence all converge on the same conclusion. That doesn't automatically invalidate all Kabbalah, but it does permanently destabilize the traditional story about where it comes from. So again, give me odds, just really simply. Is it 99 to 1 that Kabbalah, at least based on the Zohar, is false or like forged? Or is it closer to 50-50? All right. Keeping it super simple and brutally honest, historically, based on the evidence, manuscripts, language, geography, testimony, Zohar Kabbalah as literally authored by Rashbi, ancient, 1 to 5%. Zohar Kabbalah as mostly authored by Moshe de Leon or his medieval circle, 95 to 99%. This is not 50-50. It's basically 99 to 1 in favor of medieval authorship. Important nuance: this is about historical authorship, not whether the teaching of spiritual or mystical value. From a religious perspective, believers still treat it as truthful, inspired, and authoritative, even if it's not ancient. So, yes, if you're judging like a historian, which is what we all are, folks, the odds that the Zohar is a second century Rashbi document are tiny. Okay, just in comparison, what are the odds in comparing like aliens existing and extraterrestrial life having visited Earth? Is it 99 to 1 or is it like 50-50? With all the evidence that's out there of like people who have stuff on video camera and people who are abductees, like what odds do you put on that? All right, same framework, same bluntness, but I'll keep it grounded. I'll separate two very different claims. Odds of alien life exists. Alien life exists somewhere, microbial or simple, 90 to 99%. Complex or intelligent alien life exists somewhere, 50 to 80%. Technological civilizations exist elsewhere, 20 to 50%. Why hundreds of billions of galaxies, trillions of planets, organic molecules everywhere, exoplanets in habitable zones are common, and I mean this is all how it's programmed too. But I mean, even then, it says, okay, so aliens have visited Earth in the past. 1 to 5% aliens are visiting Earth now. 1 to 2% aliens regularly abduct humans. Net less than 0.1%. Well, if you, I mean, the rabbis are going to be on me and they're going to be like, look, dog, you think this shit is happening or has happened for like lots of years. You're at 1% here, and I'd have to say, yeah, but I think this thing is flawed. And they'd be like, well, we think it's flawed. And I'd be like, so believe what you want to believe. But so, all right, so clean comparison table. Zohar was written by Rashbi. 1 to 5%. Zohar Medieval De Leon, 95 to 99%. Alien life exists somewhere, 90 to 99%. That's pretty good. That like, I mean, that's actually really good. The only disagreement that I have, I think, is it has more effect on Earth. Intelligent life exists 50 to 80%. Those are really high numbers. That's way more than Zohar. Aliens visit Earth, 1 to 5%, and aliens abduct humans, 0.1%. All right, but that's a tough one. So, what's another one that they least doubted? Oh, okay. I've got to end this one. I don't know. I've been doing this for 2 fucking hours. Okay. I previously said over the course of the last 11 days, when I was a kid, that like people didn't say that the I said the giant squid didn't exist, and then I called them water pigs, but I meant water bears. Okay, here's what I meant by that. They were never on camera. Water pigs, water not water water bears may have been a thing going back to the 18th century, like, but they were never on camera. They had to be under like electron microscopes, which would be really big. And the giant squid, I meant to say colossal squid. Um, they weren't ever on camera until the early 2000s. And I'm telling you, like, if you would go out and talk about the colossal squid being a thing, like people would say that you're talking about the Kraken and all of these stories of like ancient or of like mariners like of antiquity, and it'd be like actually like we've got this thing on camera. Oh, and the other thing, we had seen bodies wash up on shore, but the first time it was on camera, like a living one, they tracked the baby in 2007. This Japanese crew. And why is that important today? Because when I was a kid, people would say, "Well, you don't have it on camera, so like, how can we believe it?" And even before that, I'm sure people were like, "Well, you don't have a picture of it." Even before then, you'd have like, you don't have a sketch of it, whatever. Um, and I asked a question yesterday to AI. Okay, so I may have like inadvertently called the giant squid the colossal squid, or meant to call it the colossal squid. Okay, can a giant squid and a colossal squid mate? It's a good question, and I think it's too soon. I don't think we know, and maybe in the future people will be like, "Oh, of course they can mate," but or maybe they absolutely can't mate. We don't have any evidence that it's happened, but that doesn't mean that it can't be true. I have to take such a shit. Allegedly, are you done? I don't know. I gotta allegedly. All right, are you done? I don't know. I was only going to talk for 10 minutes. You fine. Go fuck yourself. I gotta whiz. Dog, hurry the fuck up. Come on, you little bitch. What up, babies? Dog, I'm glad that you're here. I'm gonna come up and talk for free. I'm just really experimenting, so let me know your thoughts. I was. How are you, big man? Amazing. GM, what's new with you? What's new with you, big dog? Do you have a project or anything? Dog, check this out. Check this out. Wait, I don't know if you have an I. Oh, no way. Doug, do you have an iPhone? Do you have an iPhone? Do you see I'm on multiple cameras in a space? Have you ever seen anything like this? Have you ever seen anything like this? Me either. Wow. I did not know this was possible. It's pretty cool, isn't it? What'd you say, big man? Wow. This is interesting. I did not I did not know this was a thing where you could be on multiple cameras in a Twitter space. So Jossie, tell me about yourself. What are you into? What projects you got going? Excellent. Jossie, if you want, I'll help you. Okay, so first thing that I'm gonna do, I'm gonna send you a message and it's gonna help you as a reply guy. We're gonna make you into more than a reply guy. We're gonna make you into a full-on social media marketer, which is what you're gonna want to do. because that's going to give you an opportunity to be successful in the future. So just one moment. The fact that you have an iPhone is really cool. All right, Jossie. First thing I'm going to do, I'm going to send to you an invite. Okay. Oh, my pleasure, my man. Okay, so what I want you to do is look at the messages that I'm sending you in the chat on X, and you should see. Yo, what up, Alicia? How you living, girl? I'm following you. Alicia, if you have an iPhone, you probably have never seen this before. Somebody on so many different cameras in a Twitter space. This is wild. Yo, what up, Crypto? Crypto, do you have an iPhone? Okay, that's all right. So if you're wondering, what are you so excited about? I'm on camera in this Twitter space, and you can actually see me in the Twitter space. And normally people aren't on camera in the Twitter space, and I'm actually on two different cameras at once. So, Crypto, are you a social media marketer? Spear, my man is here. Spear, can you hear me? Spear, come on up. Spear, my man, I want to talk to you. And I know you guys are getting some feedback. Apologies, I'll fix it in a second. Okay. Crypto Kin, are you a social media marketer? Of course. Yeah, but you want to make more money, right? Absolutely. Okay, so I can help you to do that. I'm going to send you the same message that I sent to my man Jossie. And Spear's gotten this. He knows what's up. Jossie, can you check your messages? Jossie, check your messages and look at the messages that I sent you. Read them and let me know if they make sense to you. Can you do that for me, Jossie? Okay, excellent. Well, you do that. My man, we've got Spear here. So Spear, I'm gonna send you, or no, I mean, we've got CryptoKin. CryptoKin, just one moment. I'm gonna send you a message, and then CryptoKin, I want you to read what I'm sending, and I will explain how this is gonna help you. So basically, you guys right now, many of you are just reply guys, which is cool. But I want you to be more than that. I want you to be full on social media marketers. And I'm going to help you to do that. And everything I tell you is free. And I've helped 50 people recently to become social media marketers. And so what this is going to do is it's going to help you. If I may ask, Crypto King, do you have a resume? Okay, that's okay. I'll help you to make one. Okay, so what you want to do, Crypto King, go look in your your X messages and read what I sent you and make sure it makes sense to you. And if it doesn't, then I'll clarify anything. But it should be like the best few messages anybody's ever sent you. It's going to change your life. You're welcome, my friend. Well, you do that. We've got some other people here. What up, Peter? Peter, come on up if you want to talk. Spear, are you there, my man? Hey, how you doing, Big Dog? Spear, do you have an iOS device or an Android device? No way, Spear. Come into this space on an iOS device. Can you see I'm on camera? And you can see me on two different cameras, right? Oh, just one camera. Okay. Well, that's okay. That's better than most people. Um. All right. Very cool. So Spear. If you guys don't know who Spear is, he's a co-founder of GT Network HQ. Oh, my device just restarted. Pardon me, my device just restarted. I think I overwhelmed it. We'll see if I can get that device back in. If not, the space will end, and that's okay. No worries. We were just trying something new. But for anyone who can hear me, my man Spear, he's a co-founder of GT Network HQ. He's a space marketer. He's a quant. He's a space president. Um, and if I may ask, Spirit, you got the message that I sent you to how to increase your, uh, make your link tree and all that, right?
But yeah, I get the message. I did get the message.
Excellent. Very well. Okay. Um, and so you know how it is. When you have time, you get it done if you can. And to my other friends, Jossie and CryptoKin, you do the same. And um, if you can do it, that's great. If you can't, I understand. I'm just trying to make you more successful than you already are. And I am going to try to reconnect to this space. We'll see if it works. If it doesn't work, no big deal. Oh, okay. It just worked. Okay. Let's see if we can change the sound. Hopefully this is better. All right. So cool. All right. So Jossie and CryptoKin, you guys are probably still reading the messages that I sent you. Um, All right, so what is this going to do for you? So basically, what I'm sending everybody, and I'll send it to you as well, Alicia. I don't want you feeling left out. Oh, Alicia, you got to follow me. Follow the account that's in my hand. It's the one with the circle around it, and it's 2xTHOT. Okay, so what does this strategy do for you? It is going to allow you, well, what do I say? First, you have to create a link tree. If you don't have a link tree, do so. Then what you do is you connect all the social media that I send you in the message. Why is that good for you? Thank you, Alicia. I'll send you the message right now. What is that going to do for you? It is going to allow you to, just one moment, I know I'm getting feedback here. Maybe let's see here. How do I avoid getting feedback? Okay, just one moment. I'm going to switch my microphones. Okay, so what does this do for you? It is going to give you, I give you a list of 30 different social media platforms. And what you do is you create the social media accounts. What this does for you is it gives you 30 different places to promote yourself, to promote your clients, to be able to get new business from new clients. It's going to allow you to dominate social media and dominate things like AI and search engines. It's going to make it very difficult for people to impersonate you. And that's what we want. Then what you do, once you create all this social media, you come to me, I'll look it over, I'll make sure it's good. Once it's good, and we say it's great, then we're going to put some AI videos on your social media so that it's not just plain and it's not just a skeleton account. Then what we're going to do is we're going to teach you how to join X communities, join Discord communities, join Telegram communities, join Facebook communities, because I'm sure, as you've all heard, your network is your net worth. Then what we're going to do is we're going to make sure that you know how to shield yourself in different spaces so that you don't come into a space without sounding confident in what you do. You will be able to come in and say, instead of GM to the host, GM to the co host, GM to the speakers, GM to the audience, I'm new, I don't really know what to say. You're going to be able to come in and say, GM everyone, my name is XYZ, and I am a full stack social media manager. I would love to be able to promote your content on my 30 different social media platforms. I want you to rank higher on search engines. I want you to rank higher in social media, and I want AI to have a positive view of your project. What I'm also going to be able to do for you is get you more DMs about people interested in your project, more people who are interested in buying your NFT or buying your cryptocurrency or whatever it may be. If this is of interest to you, send me a DM. I'd love to work with you. And then what I do is I give people basically a menu that you can send to your future clients that says, for $5, I will promote your project on 5 of my social media accounts. For $10, I'll do it on 10. And for $20, I'll do it on all of them. And this is a really great way for you to be able to make money. And it's a really great way for projects to be able to get themselves promoted on your social media as you start to grow it. And once you get a big account, maybe on one of these other social media platforms, you can charge more money for it. But this is just a basic breakdown of what I advise people to do. And with that, Alicia, I sent you the information that I sent everybody else. Jossie or Crypto Kin, did you have a chance to read what I sent you? Jossie or Crypto Kin, did you have a chance to read what I sent you? Okay, take your time, Jossie. Absolutely. And Spear, I've got an updated version I'm going to send you. I want you to read this as well. Um, so Spear is an outside the box thinker. If you guys don't know Spear, send Spear a follow. He's a really interesting person. I love the way that he thinks. He is a very, very creative individual. And if you guys haven't connected with Spear, please be sure that you do. All right, Spear. So I'm sending you the same message that I'm sending these other people, and I've sent you a version of it, but I've updated it since I last sent it to you. Additionally, what I've done is I've got another addition to it that will teach you how to get a job. Basically, you need a resume, and then it has a list of all of the different recruiting companies that will help you to get a job. And like Spirit, you're already on Spaces quite often, but there's nothing that says that you couldn't be multitasking and working for a company and getting paid a weekly salary at the same time. You can work remotely and do that. So, Spear, if you have a chance, read what I sent you, and then let me know if it makes sense. And if you have questions, I'll certainly answer your questions in the best way that I can. And if anybody else has any questions, let me know. So you guys should know I stream my life 24 hours a day, and I've been doing Twitter Spaces, video Twitter Spaces, now for almost an entire year, 24 hours a day. So I basically have an entire year just on Twitter Spaces and data, and then I have 4 years of my life on YouTube. Go ahead, Spear.
Yes, I just want to, the questions you retrieve right now.
Excellent.
I wanted to ask if I could get the page, what I just said right now, link open spaces that you're giving, is it Aisha here? The exact page you're giving Aisha, because I really want to practice it. I know I'm not saying word for word. Well, I want to use that same blueprint to, practice my page.
Absolutely, 100%. And keep in mind, the space is recorded, so you can always go back to it. So what you want to be able to do is say, GM everybody, my name is Spear. I am a Web3 marketer, and I would love to help you to promote your project. I have 30 different social media platforms on which to promote your content. What I want to help you do is to rank higher in search engines. I want you to rank higher on social media, and I want AI to have a positive view of your project. What I'm going to help you to be able to do is to get more DMs, more people buying your cryptocurrency, more people who buy your NFT, and more visibility to your project. If this is of interest to you, send me a DM. I would love to work with you. That's basically what you wanted me to say, right, Spear?
Yes, yes, thank you so much.
Absolutely.
I guess very good edit. So,
Excellent. And then, Spirit, you should know as well, since you're a little more advanced than perhaps some people, um, I'm going to send you the menu that I talked about for people um, so that they uh, that you can send it to them. So just one moment. Let me find the message. Let's see. All right. I'm still here. I'm going to try to go to one of my other accounts. But I will send you the menu. Okay, I found it. All right, Spear, if you can hear me, look at the message that I just sent you, and I'll send it to you other guys as well. Actually, I I need to make one small change. So Spear, I'm going to delete it. Just put what your name is. All right, Spear. Look at the message I just sent you. It's basically like a menu that you can send to people when you're done. I'm gonna send it to you, Alicia, right now as well. And Crypto King, I'm gonna send it to you too. All right. So if you guys can look at what I sent you, and if it makes sense, let me know.
Yeah, I got it. I got it.
Excellent. Read through it, Spear. Let me make sure it makes sense to you.
Okay, nice. I really love that. Yeah, I like that. I like it. I like it.
Excellent.
Yeah, something I usually said because definitely give the person a chance to actually see how they can go about it. So you like that. That's real. This is looking real good.
Excellent. Yeah, no, I'm in agreement with you. All right, so Spirit, I've given you what you need for a link tree, what you need to populate your link tree. When you're done, you've been in my Discord. I can help you whenever you want. And then also how to get a job. Spirit, do you have a resume?
I have one. What's up with my link tree?
Okay, excellent. So long as it's updated, do you have like a ZipRecruiter account and an Indeed account and a Career Builder? Do you have those kinds of accounts?
I don't know those guys who account. The
Okay,
last account I made that was a Fiverr, working on creating chocolate.
excellent.
Next one over.
Excellent, 100%. You're on the right track. And then what you do is at least your resume is there. It's searchable. People know that you're interested in a job. And then what I want you to do is also create the Indeed and the ZipRecruiter and the other ones that I list. And then you want to search for jobs, for remote jobs. And what you're going to be able to do is you just gotta get into a rhythm. Just like every day, you're gonna go to each one of those websites and apply for 10 jobs. You just say to yourself, "This is what I'm gonna do," and within a month, you'll have a job if you want one. They have crypto projects that advertise on there, and they have people who are looking for spaces hosts or community managers or whatever you want to be, and those are things that I know you're very good at, and so I want to make sure that you have the tools to be able to succeed. And then what you do is you ensure that you send out that message to people when they're interested in what you do, and you'll be very successful. I have absolutely no doubt. So excellent. So if you guys are like, so what is this space? I have literally been doing these spaces 24/7 for since last February 14th. So there's a whole year of my life essentially on Twitter Spaces. And just recently, I started joining the Twitter Space with one of my other accounts, with the bigger one that you guys know. Now, what I'm going to advise you all to do, because I want you to be successful, Baby Billionaires, if you don't know about this project, you should. Um, they have a project. I think you guys know about it, but if you don't, their at is um, baby underscore billion NFT. They just started a space. I'm going to go to that space. I want you guys to go to that space as well. I'm going to keep my space going that you're seeing right now, but I'm going to take my main account and I'm going to head over to that other space. I want you guys to be successful. And I'm not able to make this space as big as I want to. Not yet. I will. I've just started to do this. So head over to the Baby Billionaire space. I'm going to be over there. And if you guys have any questions, send them me in the DMs, okay? Take care, guys. And I'm still here, but as you can tell, I'm going to Baby Billionaire space.
What's closer? This is like 425. Okay, well, I'm all for Fred. You're trying to talk about 425. Dude, start at 2026 with a plan. That's sick. Wow. Oh, yeah. I want to know because I feel like I'll wrap it back up. This is just between us. Yeah, wrap it up. I'm watching a review of the jacket. I can write it off. Oh, I see. So everything is angled for like tax purposes. I feel like this is enough. It's been content on this episode. It's a prop. Yeah, if you can justify it to the IRS, you're good. And no one's paying taxes this year. I don't know if you've heard. That's the big thing on that. Oh, I love that. We pay taxes any year. It's like, yeah, get on board. Welcome to my team. It's like they do that in White Club where they just bomb the spoiler alert. Yeah, they just bomb the building. They didn't like stop paying us. They just bombed like all the credit card. Yeah, everybody should do that. We should do that. Just get it. We should totally do that. Mark, I don't think promoting domestic terrorism is how we want to start on 2026. I do. Okay. I'm not gonna be right there. Just kidding. Almost big up. Just kidding. Yeah, I mean, I get my easy read episodes taken down. I know East threats in the government. We're fine. We're just here for the sorry, okay, let's talk about that. So, you're a bit of a drunker now. First year, you experiment with drugs. I actually have an alcohol. Yeah, dude. I mean, once you get high, once you try it. How about if you're tell us what you're drunk? I got drunk because I got close. Okay, I didn't get high. For me, one drink is drunk nowadays, but we just had a super chill New Year. Nobody was doing anything. It's like rainy in LA, so when it rains in LA, everyone panics and freaks out, and it's the end of the world. So, but it was nice. It was super rainy. It was just me and Steph. We went to a new restaurant around the corner. It's called Band. We've been dying to go there, so we just had like a nice little dinner, drinks, Kevin match. How many drinks? One tequila? I had two. Brother, 2 drinks don't even get me out of bed right now. Well, when you don't drink at all, they hit you 2 drinks. Nothing, but yeah. And they hit you. It was like a gin and vermouth drink, something like that. And then I got, it was called a poet's drink. Yeah. So, what's vermouth? I was in vermouth. It's just like a Shainer's here. He's having Tony Buzz. Yeah, so vermouth is something you make with drink. That's all I know. It can be sweet. It can be like a little dry. It can be like vermouth actually done like especially if you're well done. Yeah. It was good though. I had one drink and we had like some steak frites, had a little drink. It was good. So you had 2 drinks and then like I'm done drinking and like, ooh, I feel tipsy. Yeah, brother, what again? Oh my god, sick. It was sick. It's always interesting in LA because it's like we watch the New York one, so you're like, it already happened, but it's still special. Like it's special. Especially because we're just at home and we're just like just the 2 of us and my dog. So, I would talk about it. I might be like a bit of a curmudgeon years, but I couldn't care any less about Super Bowl. Yeah, I normally don't care either. Like, I just like to go on the days where everybody else goes out, like New Year's being a good example of that. Yeah, because it's just like, same thing with like Valentine's Day. Like, everyone goes out the same day, and it's just chaos everywhere. They don't like to go out the same day as everybody else. So it's like, here's another, just chill anyway. And that's what we did. We just had to we put something on the TV. It was like, this gives you the countdown to the top
I'm surprised you stayed up. Did you stay up till the West Coast all night? Oh my god.
Yeah, dude.
But you're a different guy. You're experimental with drugs and alcohol. You're staying up 12 hours a week.
Yeah.
Going to vendors.
Kind of radical.
Wow.
Kind of radical.
You're inciting violence. This character arc, I did not see coming from the heart in 2026. I did. That sounds very, very pleasant. Did you party for New Year's? I should see this about this. I did more than 2 drinks. In fact, I did. It's nice. Night sounded really nice, and that's what I've been doing the last couple of years. But Ashia had a friend in town. Well, we had a friend in town, Nicole. She was yeah, Kidman. She was in from us. That's where she lives now, I think. Australia. Gotcha. Michael Cousins was people call it that, or maybe the HBD. But yeah, so Nicole Kidman came in. She knows everything. We've all known a few times. We went to Disney. She was at Disney. Nicole Kidman. One of the highlights we did the festival. Side note, we're just Dave was the best for 2025, and it was like really fucking. It's too much. Anytime the talent starts getting like planting the seeds of like, and it's the day before it would air, like why don't we do a compilation of like the best stuff? You're like, you have no fucking idea.
All the episodes. That's what tell me to do this since the beginning of the year.
Yeah, anytime you get that,
Sometimes people don't want to watch it or listen to it. Yeah.
The one last year for Theo, yeah, it did really well. I was kind of surprised because usually that's been the case, but anyways, so that sounds really, really nice to stay home, but Nicole Kidman was in town, and my grandma and sister had just been in town all week, and Ashley was such a great host for them. Like, she took care of their every need. So Nicole Kidman and our other friends, they were going to this thing downtown that you needed tickets for. Normally it would be upwards to go into such a thing. Because also, I lied to you guys off air. For some reason, I told you it was $150 ticket. It was $190 ticket. I lied about $40. I was embarrassed. I feel like a fool. But also, it was all you can drink from 8 to 12. How much for me? We got there about 9, and we got our money's worth. And it was funny because Nicole Kidman and the rest of the friends, they actually, one of their boyfriends was surprising someone with a dinner, and the reservations were at 8:45. We found out. We just bought tickets this thing for 8 to 12. You guys are going to be there till like almost 11. But Ash and I had a blast, and we definitely got our drinks with it. And they had those little tiny foods again, whatever you call those. And really good ones, sliders, like full tacos, and oh man, just so many breaded meats. It was unbelievable. Lots of bacon wrap things, lots of jalapeno infused things. And tell us about the entertainment. Yeah, so one of the guys we were with, his friend like works at the bar, so he was able to spot the owner. And I guess this guy owns Dave Wayans, and not Wayans, but yeah. It sounded like it was Wayans. Yeah, David Wayans. I still don't know what it is. Davey Wayans. Yeah. Davey Wayans. And he owns like a bunch of places, including Level 8, which we were at. It's like my crypto. And it's got all the, it's on the 8th floor. That's why it's called Level 8. It's got all these different rooms that are kind of their own bars and different vibes. But then he spotted the owner. He's like, hey, I just love all your places. Like, I don't know, he just kind of mixed it up, and he like brought us to his like table area. He's like, you're gonna want to see this, and they like had this curtain above the bar and a wrestling ring and dancers, and just saw an impromptu 15-minute lucha libre match set to AC/DC, and it was pretty incredible. It was pretty fun watch.
So I think you're in a bit of a team member of all that. But yeah, appreciate everybody that pulled up.
Nice.
Did you enjoy BNC? Did it all? We were on yesterday.
Yeah, I did. I do. It was like when we got back to my place.
Dude, I got some bangers, bro. I got some songs. Shout out. When did you guys first call me?
Just the day before.
Nicole get no I was talking to you really bad. I know one that's out there too.
I won my fantasy football league.
That's my third time winning this league in 22 years.
There's 12, and like statistically, there's been a few fallout. I've got more than average. You know, I think you should be at 1.5 championship.
What's interesting is you were sending us a text of like almost like panicky. Fuck, this happened. James Winston or whatever.
Semifinals, a huge lead, and then hit Rockbury, Christian McCaffrey on Monday night, and they just kept throwing touchdowns to each other.
Yeah, that game was crazy.
He was catching up so fast, and then Rockbury just threw the interception at the end of the game. That was 2.6. They definitely, and they just handed it off one more time this weekend. McCaffrey, I probably would have lost if they didn't. But then the championship, it was like never in doubt. But I still Corey Kronsky-Barrett from the Commanders, huge late season pickup. Only 50-50, that's his name. But 22 points on Thursday night. No one cares about your fantasy team. Derrick Henry, 45 points, and I was just so far ahead. What do you get? Oh, and yeah, so it's $150 versus $1,800 pot. Third place gets their money back. First and second always go they decide amongst themselves how to split it up. And I suggest All or Nothing. This was a rematch of the 2014 Fantasy Championship when it was living in my car. And I really, really needed that money. And I did AJ Green at 0.7 points on Monday night. He got hurt in the first play of the game. Did you choose All or Nothing for that one? No, I did get 350 or something that time. But you're sitting pretty, like, I want to go. I'm pretty sure I said it last time, and then the guy did agree. But luckily he didn't. This time he didn't get back, and then the commissioner was like, "If we don't hear you from you, like kick off on Christmas, like it's All or Nothing." So that's what he suggested. And 10 minutes in, he's like, into the kickoff after kickoff, and it's been like 2 days. He was like, "I think we should do 1200s, 450 or something." And he's like, "No, too late." So we went All or Nothing. But even if you have agreed terms, would it have been passed on these series? I think the commission probably did fine. I checked the polls and it was like, bullshit. And worked out. So, great year.
How much should you win?
1,600. 1,600. That's cool. Yeah. It's really like, it feels like an accomplishment. I don't know, but it's not. I don't pay attention that much. But once you get done, and there's so many things in that game that spent so much time on. And one of them was all fair. He was like, when the worst person in the league wins this championship. I've had some issues like starting inactive and stuff. It's more of a taco situation than like really just being bad. In the league, the show's the league. Congrats, dude.
Now with a win.
Yeah, feeling darches. Yeah. 2026.
So maybe the Patriots will win.
Maybe with that 1650, get you the shirt. I love this shirt. I love this shirt too, but I've only seen him wear it for the past month. just got it. I wore it on Tuesday. I'm just saying now that everything's coming up May. You just got a $400 jacket. Why don't you get him the t-shirt?
Yeah, did I say jacket?
You said gas station. I just finished my thought. I drank last night. I guess we're checking you into that.
Is this a gas station? Sure. Checking the reflexes, bro. Let's go. We got Jim. We got Jim back up in there too. I think he dropped down for a minute. Shout out Jim. Shout out Scout, Scarlet, bro. We got a bunch of legends up in here.
Yeah, I don't know why Scout needs stage.
Yeah, bro. I'm trying to get a Scout. That's what I'm saying. Trying to get a Scout up here. Trying to get Jim up here. We do got. Oh, bro. That's why. That's why he's getting stage fright, bro. The shirt comes out, bro.
Freestyle, bro. We tried to get him to do it live in spaces, and he just wasn't messing with it, bro. I did it. He did it, obviously. He doesn't even talk. All he does is rap. But, yeah, I think we talk about some, questions about the market and stuff today, because people's opinions after we get some chills in. What you think?
Yeah, bro. I'm down for that. I haven't even really been paying attention to the market all that much, but I don't think we've had a space since this whole, Venezuela thing happened. And I'm wondering what it's going to do to the markets, bro. Like, I'm wondering. I haven't even checked today. Like, I need to look, actually. So,
Yeah, so
what do you got?
it's pretty good.
What I'm going to say is that this quarter for the markets, bro, is going to just get out of the markets. Another big data point. That's all I can say. You can see BTC going up, bro. You can see Ethereum going up, Solana going up. It's bullish for crypto. That's what's in it. It's bullish for Iran. It's also bullish for Shell. Everybody bullish for those stocks, bro. You know what I mean, Tim? Let's go. Yeah, bro, that's exactly what I was thinking in my head. I was like, bro, these oil stocks are gonna boom. And not only that, Venezuela sits on the lithium triangle. So like rare earths and these rare earth magnets, that's gonna be massive for them as well. Yeah, that was just my thought. I mean, batteries as well, but there's a lot of rare earths over there, and I know that we were sanctioning oil that was coming out of Venezuela, and they wouldn't allow any of our companies to do business over there. They haven't for a really long time. Yeah, bro, I heard about that. Yep. There's a couple places in the United States that have some pretty big lithium deposits.
Steamrolling for power, bro. You just gotta worry about, what the implications of that are gonna be. But
Yeah, like what's the blowback of it? Basically,
who are they gonna put in the power? In the power affiliated with it? Best interest in mind, probably not.
let's see.
like I said, had a really good trade this morning. I was trying to get the team in on it, and you guys woke up. You guys caught the very end of it, so hopefully we can make another back there today. And thanks, guys.
Yes, sir. We want to make it back later today. I hope we can get on there and trade some. This place, that would be huge. It's always nice to do that.
Let's go.
Love to be out here learning. And that's what I never do with the stocks. And just doing the crypto, crypto is a little bit easier.
Yeah, like what you see, you're really familiar with crypto, and I can tell you know what you're talking about as well. And it's when it comes down to it, you can really use the strategy depending on how you go about it. But a lot of it comes into play, which is just basically look at zoom out and look at the bigger picture with whatever you're trading. Look out and look at the bigger picture, and then go back in. That's going to tell you a little bit better than just staying zoomed in on the 1 minute chart the whole time. It's great for executing, but go on the 4 hour, go on the daily. Look where we're touching, what we're hitting. Are there any key levels? Is there any supply zones? Is there any imbalances? Like that's just no matter what you're trading, you look for that. But it is a little different. It's a little different trading too. You got to get used to it. But I think it's more and more becoming the same. Again, TriFi and DeFi is coming together, and I think the institutional money is poured over, liquidity is poured over, so we can see how it's going to be very similar as far as trading. Which for me, I love because again, I had to kind of set it up differently when I was going to trade from Bitcoin or Sol or ETH versus when I was trading the NASDAQ or ES or SPY. So now it's very similar, I've noticed. So, and I like that because I can set it up where I see that position on both ends and I could execute properly. So that's how I'm doing it, and I'm just excited to keep learning with you guys. We're getting closer and closer to unlock the premium. And I don't know if they talked about it, but if you guys are minting mids live here, I know we're running a deal where you mid live, guys. So we just want to make sure that you guys are tapping in and staying active. And I'm always here for any questions.
Yo, let's go, Jam. Yeah, you guys heard the man. We've got the giveaway going on right now, and then Jam's also running a separate giveaway, I believe, right now as well, right, Jam? Is that in or just yo? Let me do that too. I don't know if I can do it still. Let me see if I can do it somehow. Just go to your post and then hit the 3 dots, and then it should have like where it lets you pin it up spectrum. I pinned it up.
Oh, let's go. I appreciate it. I'm driving lunch. Appreciate that. Yeah, right now it's 48 hours giveaway going. It started last night, so it's like 36 hours left. So it's $50 giveaway. We got 5 winners, so a lot of winners get a chance to win on this. You'll see the rules. You gotta follow my page, follow Bigger Billionaires, like, comment, tag. So just enter in on that for a chance to win some free money guys as well. We got giveaways going around everywhere.
Yo, man, bro, let's get it. I know y'all heard all he had to say about the market trader. That is our trader, bro. If that's not the most bullish thing you could ever imagine, then I don't know what is. Somebody super knowledgeable, super nice, and willing to help you is just really the best thing that you can get, bro. Octane, if you got anything else to say, Octane, bro, because we got a very original land up here on the speaker panel right now. A very original land that we haven't seen in probably.
Just real quick, see. Okay, my bad. Yeah, can you check the team just real quick now? Yeah, go right now.
Okay, I just got a call, so that didn't mess up the experience of running space. So, that's what it comes to. Okay, good. Yeah, we got a very original man on speaking down in there. This dude goes live pretty much 7, spends his whole life on live. I've never quite met a guy like this. He's quite original, and I've never seen anybody do it like he does it. So my favorite Rothschild, bro. Let's get away from you, homie.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. First and foremost, I've done my best to follow every single person in this space. I'd appreciate if you could do the same. I'm the easiest follow back in the game. I follow everyone back. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I am making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor two YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view these YouTube streams, they're available in my profile. Additionally, the link's available in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. We have over 2,700 people in our community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all exceptionally wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share. Big deal.
Yes, let's get it, bro. Let's get it. Doing good things in the world, as we like to say. Now, we never really heard you talk about, like your opinions on some things in crypto or like, what's some of the stuff that you're looking at, bro? What's some of what's something you think is, a pretty good narrative going into this new year, bro?
100%. I'm a macro investor. I invest long term. I don't look at things in terms of daily, weekly, monthly, or even yearly. I look at crypto as an investment for the next decade, even into the next century. If you want to give your family generational wealth, pick one of the popular cryptocurrencies and invest in it long term. I can all but guarantee you in a decade or two, it will be the central nest egg for your family. I am also someone who believes that NFTs will be popular once again, as we've seen. There are ebbs and flows to any kind of investing, and NFTs are certainly guilty of this as well. I think that, interestingly enough, the NFTs that may have rugged you, those projects that you think that are worthless, I would hold on to those because perhaps not now or in the next 5 years, but maybe in the next 50 years, those types of NFT projects will find new life. Just like we have art that when it's initially created does not have too much value to some people. Give it time. Time plus everything makes essentially more value, just like we see with antiques and we see with art collections of uh, antiquity. Everything gains value if it has enough time behind it. Even just like you take like a pot from 100 years ago, or even 500 years ago, or 1,000 years ago, or 2,000 years ago. It all has value. And sometimes time is the thing that gives it value. But I also think the fact that you have introductory early NFT art will make it valuable someday. And it doesn't hurt to have it in your wallet. So anybody out there who thinks that they got rugged on an NFT or spent far too much on NFTs, maybe you did now, but hold on to it if you can. If you really enjoyed the art so much that you were able to invest in it, hold on to it. It has some meaning to you. And especially with some of the inventions that we're seeing in the NFT world, things like essentially frames that allow you to display your NFTs and that rotate all of your different art. This is going to change the game in terms of what people are able to display in their homes. And also, I think may give the NFT market another resurgence. In terms of meme coins, you know, memes are always going to be popular, and you will always have a basic flavor of the week. One thing that I think, if you really want to make money on meme coins, you get on Pump Fun and you sit there, you wait for any new coin to be launched, and you buy a bunch of it and you rug it right away. If that's what you want to do, I'm not saying that that's necessarily the most moral way to conduct business, but if you want to see a 2x, a 3x, a 4x, a 5x, that's what you're going to be able to do. And the strategy, so long as the market allows it, it's a pretty easy way to make money. But I'm someone who feels long term, if you have your cryptocurrency investments and you hold them now into 2030, 2040, you're going to be able to retire on that. And we see what the market has done in the last 15 years, and I anticipate the same kind of growth in the next 15 years. So, with that, I appreciate the opportunity to contribute.
Yes, sir, absolutely. If not even more growth in the next 15 years. I would be surprised if it wasn't drastically more. And, that's really the best way to go about it. We can get so caught up. And I mean, I do it myself. I'm not saying that other people do it. And I don't. I always, love to have a nice quick profit, bro. If you really want to, confirm that you're going to get some profits over the long run and get those big gains, then just buying and holding is really one of the only ways to do it. There's been multiple times just in this last year we've seen where you could have tried to be bought here, bought there, you would have ended down, whatever, and then now you probably back even or up. You just, even on the time span of just a year, you got to hold your bags if you really want to confirm that you're going to do good and make some good plays, especially, I mean, really, if it's a good project, it's a random ticket, yeah, you can just go to the floor with it for sure. But yeah, I appreciate your insights on that. Really do, bro.
Absolutely. If I may contribute, somebody's got their Discord sounds in the background. If you can, maybe it might make it more enjoyable of a conversation. And then additionally, one thing I wanted to contribute that you brought up, see in the future that we could be seeing is more growth in the market. I absolutely agree with you. When you're able to use your cryptocurrency on Amazon, or perhaps to buy your groceries, or at the local convenience store, whatever it may be, once cryptocurrency has been brought not just into the mainstream but is usable in your daily activities, that's really where we're going to see a game changer. And that's where we're going to see all the normies jumping in and excited that they bought Bitcoin at whatever, $500,000 or whatever it may be in the future. And you all will know, just as I know, that we saw this thing in its infancy and it's just going to continue to grow. So I advise people, if you have the opportunity to set aside a little bit, if you have a paycheck or any kind of investment, take a little bit, put it into cryptocurrency and don't touch it. Ensure that it's stored in a safe, cold wallet, and just consider it a little bit of a nest egg. And you never know what can happen in the future with it.
Absolutely, bro. Yeah, dude. And we're gonna see some crazy things here. In just in the next few years. I think when it comes to adoption, that actually use your crypto pay for it and stuff like that. So that's this kind of stuff I like talking about a lot of times in spaces. We're here at the end of the day. All just we all have a common enjoyment or love for crypto and everything that we believe it's going to do in the future. So yes, sir. Absolutely, I appreciate that. Appreciate that.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we hear you. Yeah, what you have? I'm good. My mic is cool today. This is cool today.
You only think I'm doing a lot because you edited an episode with me wearing it. I wore it on Tuesday and I wore it on Thursday. You're right. Wait, Thursday? What? Today? Alright. You might be right. You might be right. But still, let's get you the shirt. Guys, we're going to take a quick break, but it's only to tell you about Legends. It's a social casino. They got tons of fun games on there. They got traditional casino games. But you can also make some sports plays. Nick, tell the folks about the sports plays.
NFL playoffs are coming up, so you know they're going to be making a ton of sports plays. I think Packers have been riddled with injuries, but I think they're going to do it, and I also think the Jaguars might win it.
Yeah, I don't think the Packers are going to do it, but I'm rooting for you. But
They got it. Yeah. But the future, they got future plays on there. I'm looking at the Jags.
oh, wait. Mark, what's the code? Tell folks all about the code.
I'll tell you all about the code. Go use code AFTERHOUR, one word, folks, one word. Use code AFTERHOUR for $100 on your first purchase up to $100. Right, guys?
Yes.
Right. Golly. I like playing Legends Buffalo Song lately. I also like Rush for Gold, but I'm a big sports guy, especially with the playoffs running.
And it's not just football, just so for the folks at home, it's any sport. They got soccer, golf, tennis, basketball, baseball.
This is a test for you to see how many sports you can list off.
Yeah.
But they have everything. They got everything. Me and Nick are going to a rent camp together. We'll cancel. Yeah. So we'll make some plays on that on Legends. You should too. And use our code. Get started. Well, we have to say also what? Become a legend today. Yeah.
Trademark Nick Davis. Hey, check out a jacket, Mark got jeans.
I got jeans and
What the
shoes. These are New Balance shoes. Jen, what's your name? I don't know. They were gifts.
I've never heard of Balance shoes.
Did I say Balance shoes?
Yeah, he's just missing out. He's not in New Balance. You said that you got New Balance shoes. You're making a joke like the shoes are new. If the name of the shoes are Balance. So I should have said these are New Balance shoes. I know what everybody's thinking. I should have said I should have done a little jump like New Balance shoes. Yeah. That's on me. I'm learning how to talk. 2026 year. I've had a victory, but I'm learning how to talk. 2026 year. Kevin won a Casey Sins. Get in there, bud. Get in there. Yo, I think 2026 said it's the year of the horse this year. 2020 is in. 2026 year of the horse. Like in the Chinese calendar? Something like that. I think last year was the year of the snake. Yeah, that's supposed to be my year. Yeah, that God's year was. There's no way one of these were in your mouth. Were they? Yeah, Mark, it's supposed to be like the best. Did you put that in your mouth? For the folks at home, you put that in your mouth, don't you? Okay, for the folks at home. This is if you open it like this. Those are the new ones. It's got a little space on top for your old ones. He just opened the top one and put an old one in his mouth, and they're all like wet. And then he, after it's about, asks, "What's this in your mouth?" Why would it be wet to the touch when you grab it? That's even better. Where are you going? I gotta walk out my mouth. He's gotta walk out his mouth. Wait, we're starting out a little bit discombobulated here. He went like this. These are all clearly like gross. Well, now why wouldn't? Oh, because those are like if you're on the road, you put them in there. No, it's just like instead of tossing it in the garbage, or putting it in your pocket, or leaving it in a chair, which we all know. There's some people just leave it in a chair. Oh, speaking of which, so I have the old shop show chair at my house, and we put those outside for Thanksgiving, and Jess was like moving it back or whatever. She goes, "Babe, there's like 100 cents in this chair." I'm like, "Oh, that's that chair." You do. He goes through like 100 cents, not cents, but like Buffalo in like one episode. So. Yeah. Anyways, now would you like an actual one? Yeah, I'll give it another shot. Let me just so you can. I would love it. You would love one? Okay. It's fresh. As a sponsor. Feels moist. When Jason dips it in his mouth and I dip it in mine, that's going to be amazing. Oh, wow. We share food piece. Same shit. Yeah, you're right. Oh, man. I nailed that, man. I can't believe people believe that. You clearly did that on purpose. Yeah. For the joke, like 5 days wet and sit in your mouth. And once you feel that it's wet, I thought that it stops there. I thought it was so go, do not pass go, do not collect $200. That's how fresh it was. It was like, he's probably like, man, these things are already it's like, this must be right out the yeah, those other competitors have to try how to be able to let them you're sick of dry sins that don't taste like your buddy's mouth. I just feel like a nice wet mouth. So New Year's is a bunch of sushi shares in town. So over there. That looks good. That morning, New Year's Day morning, Shane and I were in Palm Springs. Shane was there for 3-4 days playing a bunch of golf. Once PJ was tournament, of course, PJ was State Space, which they're playing in January on the PJ Tour. My band back tees are closed off and stuff. Like seating and shit. Awesome. Have you played PGA courses? I'm sure. I have not. I Shane's played like Pebble. Shane's played which if you're a New York resident, Shane says that you can just play there for like $50. Oh wow, yeah, it's insane. So one gets wants to be. If you want to like insane advance or something, like it's all cheats and cheers. But so it was awesome. So much fun. So much water on the floor. It was as far as squats, I was trying to get into the switch to whiskey diets, whiskey that goes. The idea is just my hitting as hard as I want it to. So when it comes up and I switch to whiskey diet goes, then when I'm chilling, get some more gym, wake up early, while space crash, wake up, drive back to LA after that, you know.
So yeah, you're talking like you met.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, we go drive to LA. Square. Jesus is still like, I didn't go there. And it's like, all right, now it's usually what are you doing?
Because we used to send me to another alcohol. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's your deal. So like, I like to hear from you in particular ways. I really just like to listen.
Golf videos come along real nice. I can't wait. Come along real nice. It's a really provocative screenshot. It's a Snapchat. Yeah. Don't say all my angles. I did. You got good at it. Yeah, it's come along nice. It's just a lot of,
Sorry guys.
a lot of days where you don't have the time to mentoring. We're working a lot of graphics to make every shot needs like a new rendition of that same graphic. So for us, strokes or whatever, it's almost 300 strokes. Yeah, we love it. We're gonna have this, so you gotta get it. So bleep that out, Nick. Yeah, so it's been a lot of editing. But we have some good stuff going. Look at the timeline. Is the word. What's the musical sports? I'm adding music as we speak. It's as we speak, we're talking to each other in a podcast format. I did the, I can't tell you. I was just about to tell you, but I can't. There you go. It's okay, this is not, these aren't spoilers. That's after the first solo. We got some graphics there. There you go. Some swing stuff. You got your bed. Vision. Oh, yeah. So I was like, what camera is that being? Nobody's holding the phone. Yeah. I also like your, pretty much everything. Those are your tools. You got some drill bits. I got too many drill bits. This thing is over there. It's 795%. It's like it. Yeah, because if you're gonna have a drill off, it's about 192 pieces. Usually you leave like probably 3 drill bits. Yeah. Got a favorite. And we should be talking about drill bits at all right now. We're gonna go to but anyway, the golf video is gonna be sick. I think it's gonna take me probably another few days to work past it, you guys. Get a little notes, get a little tickler bitch. I think like maybe mid-Jan we'll get it out. Yeah, that sounds awesome. All far coming out. Later do it. A couple weeks. I mean, the graphics appreciate it. I'm not having to do the graphics alone. Just takes so long. It's a lot of like tedious micro adjustments. And if there's anything wrong, like where I noticed there was a stroke, I kind of just wrong. I have to adjust all of the files after that. Ouch. It's not your fault. I'm just saying it's they're very tedious. If we do something like this, I just didn't really know what this is. We're January 4th, I'm going to the streets.
Maybe I hear in the space, I don't know what's what. I don't just feel like what is what. Not all of their profile. Because the websites have questions, shoot swipes, a lot of questions. Let me be like, oh my god, what's going on? Let me answer your question. A lot of investment opportunities. Methods can save your money that you're following working for you.
You guys know that
When
February
have
lines
it,
up
when have that happen? Yeah, so when I go to their page, check the website, if you have any questions, and because I know you even have questions that you want to know when you reach it also. Yeah, white cloth is back on because Japanese, and I can tell you, honestly, with a lot of people around the world, we all have something together, we see different what they are doing. So, yeah, what are you building? That's nice. Yeah, what am I building? I'm trying to go. Yeah, just concentrating on it. And it's the basic of the project actually. Yeah, and it's actually what it is. The story coming together, the founder, the ecosystem, the community here. And also, outside the project name, project I've actually finally delivered that already passed. And as a co-founder project for that company, I've done 450 people in the last 40 days. So also impacted people when you invest in education one-on-one, we have videos of our teammates and the projects that we've done on our website.
So what is your situation now? Are you drinking every day or are you drinking once or where are you at in the paper phase? How are you making it around?
Yeah, the masses. I'm working on a program we have it. I guess today we just look at communication and then register company under the Nigerian government. So the trade reality estates, yeah, we have the trade reality estate right now, which is unlisted in organic properties. Properties, land, excel, and various things. And yes, we have land, we have a two parts of land. We actually have one here, and now we can legalize everything. So we get it certificate and everything. So as a Nigerian, I don't want Nigerian also, Nigerian can also like benefit from it. And also international can benefit from it. So that's how we can actually see the purpose with. Yeah, so and what are percentage revenues that we get to shop our products, and then you can also buy land property and everything. Those even your naira currency, so we are making it the centralized system, and also they are making create a lot of like ecosystem where there will be fractionalization and others. We have like one experience with like reality where we point out like next and landing is where you know that the government is doing something there, and you know how Arrow is Nigeria when they
drinking day, like maybe 3 times.
so that's like facilitate our ecosystem opportunities.
That's kind of fun.
We have about an agriculturalist mindset, and we are figuring an investment opportunity with my hard work, especially no government organizations, because food system, zero hunger, and also education for everybody, which is actually personalized education. Yes, myself, also have a student in China like community, always to explain anything and then guide them to we have a lot of things going on in the ecosystem outside of those months. So we are going to two universities, agricultural based universities, for them one-on-one on how centralization can impact agriculture. We also have them plan to work with several population them and also educate
Yeah, no, our jobs are very, very chill compared to those. Like, I find myself complaining about random things. It's like we have sick jobs that people would kill for.
Yes, when they adoption is money in the adoption looking towards. Yeah, adoption is something we bring out there. A lot of people, not 10%. 10% are only resources in Nigeria right now. That's 10%.
this one. I can't see this picture. We're looking at it. Is it wet? Is it wet? Interesting. It looks a little bit like wet. Hank would probably pick it up and put it in his mouth. Yeah, let's call that. She does that jacket make sounds when you walk. Yeah. She does probably hear it.
It feels like just regular.
Can you stand up and come out? Behind the couch and give us like a little cat walk. Yeah. I gotta get out of this. I'm gonna go over there. Do this for me. Just walk in front of the
Well, my shorts are very, very short.
That's why I can't see it, brother. I gotta get eyes on those.
How short my shorts are.
Please do long drugs. Yes, we can. Trust us, we can see it all. That was all I needed. I just needed a quick hit of this stuff.
I had a freaking Rothschild'S ashtray. There's actually just two pieces.
There's not a secret on the inside or anything?
Well, I love an inside pocket. Oh, there's an inside pocket. There's gotta be.
$450. Again, they're not gonna bang it and not put an inside pocket.
Yeah, there's an inside pocket there.
Oh, yeah, after that wallet.
Hold on, I see something. All right,
Oh,
fix
it's
it.
a little bit. If you get ready.
Nuts.
String cheese!
Who saw that coming? Holy
Shit, guys, I have an announcement though.
Okay.
So that's doing.
So, oh, this is trash can.
Like a bumper, like trash can dude. They're trying something.
If you live in the Lakeport area, since October 30th. Black Cat,
The big green onions. Wait till Black Cat went missing on Halloween.
yeah, or the day before Halloween.
Mischief Night? I think that cat was probably a fucking spirit.
Is this cat the one that's been moving your trash cans around?
So it's funny you say that, Mark, because I have another one for you. So anyways, if you do know where Poppy's at, because I'm Paul who's a real serious guy. Alright, thank you very much. What's the number? Shiny 713-429-2078. But then I'm like, alright, there's one connection that sucks. And then suddenly, Kiki's more recent. And it's not Kiki's the best one.
You know what? Back to Stranger Things, I feel like it's kind of like when the kids started gone missing. But it's like the cats are gone missing. Maybe back then it's over there. Stranger Things.
The flies.
Thankfully, they delivered all these flyers. I'm saying the whole attitude, dude. Katie is known for being an actress, so she's possibly.
news station show. That's good news. That was good news. We'll keep working on the name.
Yeah. Joe's reports missing cats and his trash cans every news break. Yeah.
It's okay. That's all we got. That's
the news cycle. What do you want to do?
What yet? When is the ball game and leave?
Friday and no, Sunday. Okay. Yeah, you better put that string cheese back in your jacket, pal.
That means we're not down.
I don't know if that's right.
We just have to
Shit, you know what I meant, right? It's like a hot classic take on keep it in your pants. String cheese back in your jacket.
tasty healthy snack.
So, did that string cheese come with the jacket?
I just found it. You guys saw it. I just found it.
That's crazy, dude. What brand is that jacket? And the string cheese.
The cheese dip, I don't know. Order on and you let me know.
Damn. Now, where'd you get the jacket?
Again, Thursday.
Okay, I didn't know.
He did say that.
Thursday, he got a jacket from a Bullet's place? Yeah, that doesn't make any fucking sense. Up is right, up is down. Yeah. And that says all on again. Fucking jackets from a Bullet's place. Yeah. Comes with cheese. What the fuck is going on out there? Really, lots of good stuff. Pirate's jacket, short shorts. Man, dude, let me get a jacket. Shit.
They're not that short, Casey.
Alright.
Short,
Sean. Well, it looks like you're eating a string cheese somewhere else too, pal.
You have them rolled up. I don't understand.
Oh, yeah. Damn, dude.
I had someone bestow an act of holiday kindness on me. What's about that? My grandma and sister were in town.
Yeah.
My grandma wears hearing aids, but exactly. And I was getting a lot of that. And she's like, yeah, could you adjust them on your phone? I don't know, they don't work as good. And it wouldn't connect. The Miracle Ear app would not connect. So we surmised they were dead. She did not bring her charger. And she didn't even think about it. She just puts them on the charger every night. And like it's a holder. So they charge every night. So she didn't have them, so they were dead. And it makes stuff really kind of rush out. She loves watching the TV when they're really loud, but then also having conversation. Oh, yeah. So there's just yelling while the TV is on much louder than it would normally be on. So we gotta solve this. But it was Christmas Eve, and called around. Every place is obviously closed. We get through Christmas. A lot of yelling on Christmas. It's fine. She's there till Sunday, and we're all like, we gotta get some worked out here. Friday's my birthday, and I called around, and Miracle Ear was open, and I was like, can we get a charger? And they're like $250. You're probably just better having someone overnight. I'm like, none of these are options, and I hung up, and then they were like, call that, and just ask me to charge it. I was like, that's a really good idea. And he's like, it'll take 2 hours. He's like, yeah, you can. And we were gonna go out to brunch, and it was in Sherman Oaks. So we went out to Sherman Oaks, and when I got up there, he was like, actually, I was like, they're just gonna die again. You can take it as long as you return it. And I thought that was so nice. Dr. Mario, he said, just make sure you return it, which I have already. And he said, leave a review. So I'm writing a review, which you're great at. Yeah. And I first I talked to a customer service lady, and she was like, oh, I finally got a hold of him. And I was like, it's a Christmas miracle here. She loved it. And then when he said I could keep it, I was like, it's a Christmas miracle here. He loved it. She's done it a couple times. That's tremendous. And now I'm currently writing a review in the style of it was the night before Christmas.
Yeah. I thought you were going to say they hired you as their VP of marketing.
Yeah. Yeah, Miracle Year. Sherman Oaks franchise. But no, it was the night before Christmas, and all through the house, everyone was stirring, especially Grandma. Under the Christmas tree, but it was my grandma's gloves. I'm still working on it. It's really hard. Yeah. I had personal enough, so really good revise it, but still a good framework. But a bunch of bullshit made that. But I gave it a lot of.
I like this as a segment, like a weekly number thing. We get just mixed reviews. I'm down to an episode because you do a lot of stuff. You go write a lot of reviews, man.
And I keep being asked to now. We went and got tacos at Tacos Delta, Silver Lake, and we just told the guy out there was he would write a review. But he was also, we were like, oh, it's so great. He's been like, he was like, I've been here 25 years or something. He's like, I hate it here. He's like a mechanic by heart, but it's like his family restaurant. But he's really good service.
Yeah, I love that
So,
place.
if we were to map this out going forward, it's a new year, regroup, new energy. We've got Trash Can News, that's Jim's segment. We've got Problem Drinking with Mark. We've got nice reviews. But Casey and I don't drink anymore. Yeah, Casey Chin. And I don't drink anymore. You're the only, you're the booze hound of the group now. Maybe one episode could be an intervention for Mark. I love it. Yeah. Mark, how's your addictions? It's messing me up. Let me read. Should I want to like maybe down we have. Yeah. You would agree suggestion to have like another low information Jeopardy with Chris.
I do want to do that.
Yeah. And I think we have them on one at a time because I was thinking of like we plan something where they're both here. Like I should really be making that an episode of Golden Dollar.
Yeah, I think it'd be one at a time.
Yeah.
There'd just be too much going on, too many contestants, too many things.
Chambers here.
We should just, I think this is just fun.
Yeah.
You did a great job making the game last time. I think we should do that again. So we have access to these guys. Like it just, not like it for the sake of dummies, just because it's fun. Like we just want to have fun with them.
Yeah, I agree with that, but also for the sake of dummies.
Right. That's a given, but like, it was just a great episode.
I think I'll do like a cook-off. I would love that because I can't cook. Mark, I can't cook at a fucking food truck. Chip can make something locally and then just be real honest about the rating. Or he could bring in someone off the street as an unbiased taste tester, just outside in a bomber jacket and short shorts, and he screams, she's like, you come in and try my bouillon. Based on questions, can you make it one month? I would do that part. Okay.
I also love just the idea of him giving just honest assessment of his own back end. See if he wins. We should also ask our viewers.
What you're talking about, the folks at home,
or in the car, or in the airplane, wherever they may be, what segments they want us to do. We got a new year. We got a lot of opportunities for segments. Yeah. So just let us know if the segment pops in your head that you want to do. We should do it. Obviously, I've always been a segment guy.
You poo-pooed this immediately, but no. Okay, got it. Okay, I haven't even said what has been poo-pooed. Hey, you sounded so panicked. You're like, never poo-pooed anything.
I don't want to be the poo-poo guy.
I mean, that's fine. We just got a random, probably AI email from someone about some psychiatrist or something. It was 2 to the after hour.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Channel, asking to have him come out and guest, and I just feel like accepting that offer, and that would be so what do you do? I never knew that. You did a therapy thing? No, it was like a psychiatrist or something. It was an email you got.
And you were like, we should have him on as a guest. And you're like, nah.
I don't remember that. I even said the part where it's kind of a joke. We're like, why the fuck are we talking to that guy? And I want this guy to come on and be like, why am I talking to
Yeah, guests are tough. We're not a guest podcast. I don't have some. Every now and then, but they have to be organic.
Yeah. I don't like guests. It is what it is. I don't really give a shit what anybody else says. If you want to do shit, I'll say it. But such as your anybody who's best close friend for 25 years, I'm nothing changed in the scene. tell he likes gas that he's done for 25 to 30 years. Outside that window. More than that, they know where the bodies are buried.
Yeah. Yeah. Give us a quick walk there, Jay.
I don't have that much. My shorts are not that short, guys.
Wish they were shorter. Would you rock a Speedo one day for us? I'm getting ahead of myself.
That is wildly appropriate. We have the Speedo coming your way.
Speedo is a new sponsor. That's why John Speedo, if you're looking at Speedo.
Do you like to go swimming? But want people to also know the shape and size of your genitals?
Speedo.
I think that's just about does it. I think we got that. We asked people recommendations of places to eat for breakfast, Sherman Oaks. Do you have any? Because two people said two people said the same one.
I don't know anything about Sherman Oaks.
Okay. Blue Jam has 85 recommendations. Do you have any recommendations?
I don't know anything.
Don't answer. Whatever. At least I know where I stand. Fair enough. Blue Jam Cafe. I was heard of that place. Yeah, I remember that too. Obviously. Sweet butter. Yeah. Everybody was saying sweet butter. So we get the charger from the guy, and then we're like, oh, I guess we don't have to eat Sherman Oaks, but we will because these places were recommended. So I wanted to go to Sweet Butter because two people recommended it. But in my head, I accidentally put Blue Jam Cafe, so we pull up. Like, oh shit, that's Blue Jam Cafe. So we drive to Sweet Butter, which was right next to the Miracle Year place. We go in Sweet Butter. Most of their seating's outdoor, and it's raining that day. So next day on that, go back to Blue Jam Cafe. Waits a half hour. Don't want to do that. So far, two restaurants, 3 different visits. We go down the street to Toast Cafe, walk in. Vegetarian, no cocktails. It's my birthday. I want meat and booze. So we leave that place. That's strike number 4. And then we drive back to Silver Lake Breakfast Republic, and they got a hot chicken eggs Benedict in the collection, and it's really up there. It's one of my favorite Benedicts I've had this year. Of course, it's in the album. Wow.
I envision a good Benedict album coming, like a good 2026.
What's holding it, like adding to it? You mean? Oh yeah. We should sell
your eggs Benedict as a calendar.
We should just take down all the pictures you have.
Yeah, everything's now. Yeah. I like that idea. This is the Benedict part. Why is it called that? Is it Benedict Cumberbatch now?
Yes.
But also yes. It's his own yes. It just only has guest hosts.
So you went to the place and they were like, would you like to hear our specials? And Grandma was like, what? Yeah. Yeah. I was going to say, but I said she had her earrings in, but they weren't. They were charged up. They were still charging. Also, I lost to a French guy in 101. Short guy, tall guy, a little shorter than me, pretty good shape. He really just out cardioed me. I had a lead, and I was just dry heaving me up by the end to 11. 13-minute game. I was.
What game to 11?
Getting rough. Yeah.
Just one-on-one.
Yeah. I was in a rough shape. You can take it. Yep. Once twos. So got to get back out there, and I got to play that French guy again. I was like, oh man, I haven't played it in a while. Breathing on. And he's like, so it's a little something else. It's a different kid. And I was like, what? She's like, I can hear you now because they're charged. I just don't speak French. But yeah, then we lost, and he's like, and I was like, a couple months. He was like, "What's that?" Years. And I was like, "Fuck you, buddy. I'm gonna get in shape and whoop your ass." Nick, first French guy. Watch out for that. 2026. Playing one. He asked me to play at a park. I would never ask someone to play one. I always want to get a pickup game. One-on-one's so weird. It's too intimate. Yeah, and it's like how. It's like Chin and I sparring. It's like how hard are you actually gonna play? Yeah, I mean, it's 100% like boxing each other out and like fouls and shit. Yeah, if I would have bodied this guy, I had some size on him. Yeah, you strike me as like a Charles Oakley type. I feel like that represents my game. Yeah, I do the dirty work. Yeah, usually now I'm fat too, so it makes sense. But just when I was tall, I'd just be guarding the biggest guy, even though I was not the biggest guy. But not afraid of body. But again, like up and down, that one-on-one. It's like a long game pile, You're just right in the face, and you're just sweaty chest. Yeah. Me and Kyle, our other brother, used to play instead of horse, we played BJ Armstrong because he was very good. He was very good. Basketball was very Cole's thing. Yeah. So all I had to make him get was BJ, and he would have to make me get Armstrong. To like handicap it. And I never beat him once. Wow. I don't know that I ever had him get a winner. That's pretty crazy that you would handle like throw it over your head, hit it like a shot from the things. No.
Last thing I want to show you, I went to the old Thick Boy Studios.
Oh wow. Yeah.
I met with the True Classic guys, and they took over our old office.
Oh wow.
And so they're knocking everything down. He wants to set up a podcast studio and stuff like that. So I chatted with him about that a little bit. Basically, I might like work with True Classic a little bit, help him with some video stuff. But he showed me around, and it's crazy. Like so different. Yeah.
So is that the front door where we used to walk in?
No, you can see right here. I kind of recorded a little bit on the later side, but this is us walking into like that storage room area.
Oh, gotcha.
I totally got it. I'll pause and play, but you'll get a perspective. The True Classic office connects to the old Thick Boy office now, which is pretty sweet. Knocked everything down, painted it white and everything. But I turned it all down. But right here, that's their entrance, and this, right around here, that's like the main entrance right there where you walk in. That's T-Back K right there.
Wow. Oh man, I can't see.
Yeah, I'll show you. That's the T-Back K room. That was Shop Show that they turned into 2 bathrooms, which is pretty sweet.
Okay, that's actually cool.
They closed off Shop Show, turned it into 2 bathrooms. They can do whatever you want with it. There's a lot of room. That's old Golden Hour room. That's the old Golden Hour room. Pretty sweet.
Wow.
They're like knocking down walls, making windows and stuff. So they're gonna turn it into a combo of like offices and things. And then
He doesn't mind you showing us?
I don't think so.
That's all the companion spot.
Yeah, that's just the common area, companion area. That's the sink area. That's I guess my old office. That's your old office there. And then that's Brian's old room or whatever that room was.
Did they make the door bigger? It looks like they did.
Yeah, but they're making it like offices and stuff.
Nice.
I assume it's cool to show. If anything, we can just not show. Yeah, it's cool. It's light. It's bright. I'm excited to see what they come up with. And Ryan is going to do some like video related stuff for True Classic and stuff. So we were just talking about that, but it was cool to see that they were doing it. And it's cool to see that it went to someone right next door, as opposed to like a doctor's office or something. So he was like, there was so much stuff being left behind. He was like, there was an insane amount of stuff. Anything good? I mean, it was just all kind of the set pieces, and so I think it was just mostly just kind of trash, because it's just like once you tear all that stuff down, there's no easy way to take it down or clean way. It's like knocking down a house or something. It's just all trash. Yeah, good stuff. Yeah, cool. Nostalgic. The chapter's closed. Yeah, closed.
But with every door that closes, one opens anew.
What?
And you'll walk charge your fucking
So I gotta charge my things.
2026, the year of Afro, man. We're gonna do so many chili cook-offs. offs, it's gonna fucking make your ass fit.
You're on the segments.
Yeah. Keep your eyes peeled for that golf video. We'll probably have like one this episode, maybe another episode before it comes out, but that'll come out soon. So it's gonna be a sweet episode.
Keep your eyes peeled, your ears open, and cheese in your jacket. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. And we did the ad. Eric Griffin is a genius.
Yeah, it's
Alright, Chipster, fun stuff. Love your jacket, bud.
Yeah, Happy New Year, Chad.
Wait, not my jacket. What about me? Love you in your jacket.
Love you and in your
Short shorts and your tiny little pecker.
Wait, go ahead and do this while I'm off camera. And we're gonna put it on that shot. Just a little walk, maybe.
Show us what them thighs do, baby. Just a walk. Show us what them thighs do, baby.
No, I'm all 11. Oh, yeah.
Oh, it looks like he's wearing a diaper.
He's wearing a diaper. Look at that ass, baby.
You look like a 68-year-old up top and a 6-month-old down bottom.
Yeah. That was sick.
More like a Yakuza baby.
Keep it in.
Okay.
Keep it in. That's good.
Bye-bye, boys.
All right, kids. Love you.
Yes, sir. First podcast of the year. It is January 5th on this lovely Monday morning. How we doing, fam? Sounds like I'm losing my voice. I'm actually just recovering losing my voice. Talked so goddamn much. This voice is about to go any day. But we're good, baby. We are good. How's everybody doing? Excited for 2026? My 2026 came out. I knew it was going to be a good year. I told my wife, this is our year. Here we go. Everyone says, like, here we go. Obviously, my baby girl's been struggling with walking. She was diagnosed with some condition. And then 2 nights ago, I'm at football with Tiger. And we come back. And, Billy's going to therapy. I've been in the hot tub with her twice a day. The past 3 months. They told us she wouldn't walk for at least 2 years, if ever. So, obviously, that's a lot to take in. But they're doctors. We couldn't have their doctors. So, we're all chilling. And then Billy just goes, check this out. Starts walking around. Not only just like the video I posted, I'm crying in the video. There's music on the end of me sniffling like a little girl. I posted just her walking around the kitchen, bro. Non-stop. Around in the other living room, non-stop. Now, she's not, Marion Jones, but from going to just crawling and scooting to that, dude, she looks like a regular doll. Healthy baby's a little shaky. Yeah, but, Donnie's a liability in the way, but whatever. She said 2026 our year, Dad. Check this out. I said, let's go. And I'll start pulling. It's been so stressful with that. Look at her go. And I just put this little snippet. I'm talking around there a dozen times, up, down, round, non-stop. Now she says, Billy walk. I'm like, let's ride, girl. Oh, such a stress reliever, fam. Such a stress reliever. Thank God, man. Thank fucking God. If the music doesn't help, though, I'd rather it does something to make it more. I'll do my wife, no matter what, 2026, we have certain goals, but all downhill from here. This is, we check number 1 off the box. Boom. Everything else doesn't matter. That's the only thing that matters. Big deal. Those parents kids out there. I get a lot of DMs from their kids have similar symptoms or they've had issues. And they were so positive, like, man, we're telling our baby girl this, and she was walking after 3 years, or they told her this. Look at boss right here. Then my wife and I were told about our baby because my wife might die. She decided to have the baby. She also might die. My wife said no, and now that baby's married, and is what she always wanted to be, a teacher to kids. So I never believe doctors anymore. Look at you, brother. What blessing God's made everything new. I love bodies. Yeah, it's not that doctors are, bad people, anything like that. They're going off the averages, like too good, if ever. I'm like, a lot of that stuff, I'm like, buddy, tell me that. Then let me tell my wife in a much more calm manner. Like if you're gonna give us bad news, ask my wife to leave the room. Let me deal with it. She freaks out. The kid's never gonna walk, wheelchair. I'm like, we ain't going out like that. That ain't happening. What are we gonna do? Well, hot tub or pool is really good for her. Okay, well, can I take her there 6 times a day? No, that's a little overkill. 2 is probably the max. All right, say less. We'll go there every single day, 7 days a week until she's walking. Boom, motherfucker. Boom. Dude, fire the fuck. Fire me, dude. Nothing better. Nothing better. And just like my New Year's goals, this show's all downhill from here because there's not a lot going on in the news. You got a lot of chill time. This might be the longest stretch UFC's had in years. I don't remember a stretch this long. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the longest stretch. But when it does come, dude, we got a tasty one for y'all. Back-to-back tasty ones. They're coming on that bullshit boxing card. But you notice even they're like, yeah, I don't know. But you got these big-ass UFCs on Paramount coming, which I cannot wait for. We'll get into that when it hits, but they're both bangers. Wait for y'all. The only really news, yeah, Volkanovski Lopez too, making no sense, but I'm watching fucking backyard brawls right now with bare knuckle repeats, for God's sakes. Give me something. I'm jonesing, fight gods. Give me something. As far as the Real Housewives of MMA goes right now, the biggest thing is Rogan had Gable's season on. I'm a fan of. I think he's the next American superstar. He has some baggage. You look into that. A lot of people will allude to that and say, "Oh, look at this. He did this. This and he's found this in the court. What do you want me to do? What do you want? So should we just because he was found innocent? Well, it was a loophole. Look at the story. It's a little dicey. I don't know. I wasn't there. I don't know what happened, but I do know he was found innocent. Everyone was intoxicated. Maybe all 3 of them made bad decisions. I don't know. I wasn't there. I know the court of law found him innocent. That's all. All right. Okay, we gotta move on. We gotta move on. He can't hold his feet to the fire over that for the rest of his career. He should give him opportunities. They've given dudes who have way worse baggage an opportunity than a freaking Olympic gold medalist wrestler who's an absolute freak. So when it comes to that stuff, I get it, but what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? You call him Mike Tyson? Are you like, we all like Mike, right? Look at his man. How long will hold their feet over the fire? There's a ton of guys that have some dark baggage, and you either gotta okay, people make mistakes and move on, give them opportunity, especially a young guy like this, or you can be the one crying when you see him wearing a heavyweight world title. Like that's probably how this ends, I will say this: I'm a fan of him. I do think he's the only hope we have for American dominating the UFC because we're just getting our ass whooped right now with Gil Harrison. That's about fucking it, y'all. That's it. We don't have a lot to cheer for in America when it comes to UFC fighters. So root for this guy. He's a beast, super talented. He obviously never played football. Tried out for the Buffalo Bills, didn't make the team. Been there, buddy. So this kid's a freak. And he goes on Rogan. That's who Rogan's been praising. Me and Rogan talk about this guy like he's the next coming of Jesus, right? We love this guy and his talents. The the verdict's still out on him, but he's a prospect, so you get excited about that, what could potentially happen. But as I'm listening to the interview, he keeps going, yeah, John Jones is my mentor, and Roman's going, what a great mentor to have, man, there can be any better, let it go, blah, blah. And I'm like, I'm thinking to myself, like, I mean, the guy at the I mean, I've said this from the jump, greatest of all time. Greatest of all time. John Jones, as far as the Octagon goes, is the greatest I've personally ever seen in practice inside the Octagon. I've been on several cards with him. My first UFC fight ever, I was the main event. He was the co-main event of the Matt Hamill incident, right? The tough finale against Roy Nelson. When he won his belt, that's the night I knocked out Croca. He fought Shogun. When he fought Rashad, I fought Ben Rothwell. That was in Atlanta, right? We've trained together. I've been on a ton of cards with him. We've done press conferences together. He's hands down the best fighter I've ever witnessed. No argument there. But as far as a mentor goes, I can think of 1,000 better mentors. This is such a stretch. I don't think O.J. Simpson was a great running back. Phenomenal, dude. I don't know if you know this. Hello, Twitter world. I don't know if you know this. That's basic. But O.J. Simpson rushed for 2,000 yards for the Buffalo Bills. He won a Heisman Trophy for USC. He was one of the biggest prospects, recruits of all time in the sport of American football. That dude, if you're a running back, and when he was playing for the Buffalo Bills, if he told you a tip, you should probably listen. That dude knows football. But outside that, you don't want to listen to O.J. Simpson on how to manage your career at a personal level, right? You don't want relationship advice from O.J. Simpson. Now, if you're at a football game and he's going, hey man, when you hit the a-hole there, you gotta, or if you're going to the B gap, man, you should jab step out to the C gap and then cut into take his advice. But if he's like, hey man, tonight with your girl, you should, let's stick to football. So, when it comes to Gable Stevenson and what he's going to end up dealing with, if he does live up to the hype, I don't know. Am I crazy? I don't know if John Jones is the best Tony Robbins for him. Also, John's a guy that just kind of, he's such a unique character, he's such a unique talent, that he just goes and he does what is best for John Jones. You would call him a leader. He's a one-man army, and he's the best one-man army the UFC has ever seen. He's very selfish, and you have to be. He's a narcissist. That being said, you don't want to take career advice from him because the naysayers of the GOAT argument, which was a ridiculous argument, but the naysayers for the GOAT argument is, well, this guy's history. He's been, if you look into it, there's an argument for this with the PEDs, right? He's tested hot before the DC fight, but then he came back and beat the shit out of him and Justin, right? But there is some shit there. And then you look at his personal life with the domestic violence, the shooting the gun during COVID, the hotel in Vegas with his wife and his kids calling the cops. I don't think he's going to win any Dad of the Year award. So for Gable Stevenson, it's like, buddy, I wouldn't take anything that guy says to heart. If he's training with you, it sounds like Gable trains in his hometown. I think maybe John's in a corner or stuff like that. Maybe as far as mentally goes, he might be able to help you. But you gotta understand. Like first, I seen John Jones show up a week before a world championship fight and have the toughest fight of his life and win it. there's only one John Jones. So Leo, John, what did you do to get ready for Dustin in the first fight? He goes, party. Showed up a week before, beat the shit out of him. I don't know if that's the best advice, man. You know, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know if that's the smartest advice. We got a lot of work to do, but there's only one John, and that's why he's the GOAT. And the reason why he's the GOAT is because of what he did inside the octagon. He's not the GOAT as far as outside the octagon. If you're taking into consideration of the GOAT talk of accomplishments inside the octagon, outside the octagon, it's Mighty Mouse. It's Mighty Mouse or it's GSP. Those are guys that would be great mentors. Mighty Mouse, even though smaller, would be a much better mentor to advise you on as far as how to handle fame, women, family, sponsorships, life outside the UFC, expanding your footprint as far as expanding your business reach, stuff like that, relationship advice, game planning, how to approach a fight like a professional. I would reach out to that guy. Or GSP, another great one. Inside, outside preparation, crossing your T's, dotting your I's, with the small things that lead to winning fights. So that's the blueprint. That's what you want to do. John's not. John's a wild boy, which is why he makes him one of the greatest of all time, because you got to be absolutely delusional to not train for a world championship fight and think you can win it. Dude, there's only one of him. That's not the guy you want to listen to. That's just not the guy you want to listen to. I don't know how his financials are, but I don't know who's helping him out with that stuff. I don't know any of that. But I'm just saying, as far as dealing with fans, dealing with the UFC, dealing as a business. Remember, John was the first athlete in UFC history to be sponsored by Nike. If you remember that, it was a big deal. Where Jones knows all the gear, he lost that sponsorship because of the stuff he did outside the octagon. So I guess he can tell you what not to do, which is good. But Cable, you want to go metal, dude. You kind of know that stuff. I think you'd be much more advised to listen to a dude like Mighty Mouse or Bisbee, or I'm talking guys that really were pros, not only inside the octagon, but outside too. So that was my only thing with that. When they're like, oh man, what a great resource that you have to go, and I'm just like, what is it? I played tight end, and if Aaron Hernandez reached out to me to talk about football, I'm gonna listen. But he was like, bro, let me tell you how to deal with people you don't like. Whoa, I'll sit on that, my man. You know? Yeah. I just thought a little strange. But again, if it works for him, it worked for him. So it says John Jones, mentor, partner, former UFC champion, is the big guy training with New Mexico and help him prepare for his own fights. Yeah, maybe. And their styles are so different. I don't know, man. Oh, you said like he can learn from the stuff, the mistakes. Like John has a wealth of knowledge of all the mistakes that he's made, you know? So he can learn that. Yeah, my question is, how long has John Jones been out of trouble? Couple years. You know, so I think you talk to him now, like he's done a good job managing that, finding the inner peace, dealing with those demons. John still has work to do. You know, if you're a young Irish kid, is Conor McGregor the best mentor right now? Now he's found Jesus and God, and more power to him. I hope he sticks with it. But this is new. So if Conor in 5 years is the same thing, no issues, all right, now you can give you some perspective. Hey, man, when I was doing this, and I was king of the world, these are the mistakes I made. These are the traps you want to look out for. Once you're outside of it and you've actually learned and you accept your responsibility and take accountability, then you can give advice to younger fighters. But if you're in the midst of the shitstorm where you just got out of it, now's not the time, dude. You ain't nobody giving anybody advice. You got some work to do. It's with you, not others, you know? So that's one of the things. Maybe John has completely changed and he's giving advice on these traps. Once I did this, don't do this, man. Dude, I was crazy. I didn't train for this fight. It was a terrible idea. So maybe it's that. And the verdict's still out on him. Don't get it twisted. Like, I'm all for him. I'm rooting for him. He has the most potential I've seen in a long time as an American heavyweight. So much potential. I think he's the guy. But the truth is, we don't know. He's fighting cans right now, as you should be. As you should be. The UFC is signing pretty fast. You know, it sounds like the UFC is going to sign him any day now. He's just waiting for the opportunity. They're going to sign him. Then talk to the races. So again, even the UFC, like there's, especially in the heavyweight division, there's still bums that they can toss him that probably have no business in the UFC. But once you start fighting like actual guys who've had more than 2 years in the UFC, they're kind of more the veterans, even though they might not be the winningest guys, but they've been there, they felt the lights, they've won some, they've lost some, and he starts upping his competition. That's when we'll find out what kind of prospect we're dealing with. Right now, it's tough to tell. It looks promising, but we've seen promising guys before. But again, he's a little different. We're just talking about one of the greatest American wrestlers ever, who's super disciplined, right? So there's going to be more emphasis on him becoming a world champion than more so than anybody else. Because what we have known is when guys do come from that wrestling background and that pedigree, they do pretty damn well. I expect nothing less for him. Would you get him someone outside the top 15? Or would you start with him? No, definitely outside. Definitely outside. Yeah, take it slow. Take it slow. Because in heavyweight, it's the worst division to be a prospect. I mean, dude, I thought Roy Nelson first, just under the circumstances. Then they gave me 2 guys to get my feet wet. And I'm like, Gabriel Gonzaga, top 12 in the world. It's just the heavyweight division. It's like you win 2.
Yeah, absolutely.
Alright, here's this guy. If I grow cup, if I don't care if Rothschild'S, like there's nowhere to go with that ones. You're not the title fight pretty fast. Pretty fast, faster than any other division. The heavyweight division is dinosaurs, you know. So there's some stuff you do to get there pretty fucking fast. But I think you give them, you know, 2 to 3 guys. I'd say 2 guys out of the top 15, and then slowly work into the top 15, you know, 15, 14, 13, 12, and then start working up. I mean, 6 fights away from a title shot. Any other division, you'll get, you know, 10, 12 fights. So you go a little break from chatting about all the things for the housewives of the UFC. This episode of the Shop Show is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. You chose to hit play on this podcast. Smart choice. Progressive loves to help people make smart choices. That's why they offer a tool called Auto Code Explorer that allows you to compare your Progressive car insurance quote with the rates from other companies. So you save time on research and you can enjoy savings when you choose the best rate for you. Give it a try after this episode at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy. Progressive. Let's get back to the program.
Pluto TV has thousands of free movies and TV shows. Like Joe Dirt picks up on 51st Dates. And TV shows like Survivor, SpongeBob SquarePants, The Fairly Odd Parents, and Ghost. Pluto TV is always free. Pluto TV. Stream now, pay never.
You're welcome. Because the scary thing is depending on how he does once those bright lights hit, you know, he's wrestling in front of thousands of people, so I think it's a little different for him. But you don't think he beats Cyril Gane right now? You know, Volkov, Pavlovich, Chris plays to be a tough fight for him, the anti-wrestling. Costa, tough fight. Fred Costa, just take it down. Almeida, Smith, Derek Lewis, you know, it's slim pickings up there, man. So once you go, be ready to go, man. You know, be ready to go. And he's young too, so again, you know, man, it's a marathon, not a sprint. Because once you hit that fast lane, especially in the heavyweight division, it's gonna be fucking fast, buddy. Super fast. There's not a lot of contenders you have to go through. They can put in the fast lane too. It's tough. Let's see how he does. I think he's gonna pass it with the flying colors. I didn't realize how young he was. 25, he said. That's super young. Trouble. Yeah. Trouble. So we'll see. It's still early. But that votes for him. I can't be the only one questioning John Jones as a mentor, right? Of course not, dude. Like, I mean, the one thing you get hopefully take away from it is all the mistakes. And then, of course, you know, it's just his fighting ability. Yeah, it's like John's so gifted. He's such an outlier when it comes to that. I don't know if it translates to everybody. Now, Cable Stevenson, also an outlier. John's is such a savage, you know. So maybe that's why it works. Maybe he's like-minded. They're both fucking savages. John, dude, crazy. Crazy. I was driving on hell yeah, Stevenson's on. I love this guy. He's gonna be sick. I'm driving. Okay, well, that's interesting. It works out. So we'll see. That's my take. Yeah, what do you think of him as like he's still young in his career, but what do you think of him as a superstar, his personality? He definitely has a way to go, but I mean, do you see potential? Like, yeah, I think he has, if you remember, if you're playing football at a big-time Division I college or playing basketball, you have media training. I have media training. Everyone does. Markability training. They bring in professional to help you answer questions. How you should answer it. You look at the kid from Indiana, that quarterback who won the Heisman. That kid's been fucking coached in the gills. He says everything right. Doesn't fumble over his words. He's like Tim Tebow. You know, those guys get a ton of training. In wrestling, not so much, right? There's not a lot of media. There's nothing like that. But for a wrestler, he's pretty damn good. He's pretty good. You know, again, but he dabbled in the WWE too. So he had some training with that. So we'll see how it goes. And he's confident, which I like. You know, when was like, why did you see me in starch? Because that's the worst I'll ever be. And I'm coming. Like, you can totally tell it's confident. You should be. But yeah, you should. You have to be. You know, some people might listen and go, oh, he's so arrogant. Like, what do you want him to say, dude? I'm like, I don't know, man. I might struggle up there. No, dude. You don't get to his level by being honest. You gotta believe you're the absolute best. Some people think his cockiness, you gotta have that confidence to believe he can beat anybody. That's how he puts what he believes in. And we'll find out, but he has to believe it. That's what he's doing. So we'll see, man. Those first 3 or 4 fights with the guys outside top 15, tough. Yeah. Trying to see them. Hell yeah, nothing better than contenders coming up and following them. But yeah, some of the fan base are like, yeah, but he had this accusation. Okay, what do you want to do about it? What do you want to do about it? Court looked into it. Loophole, whatever the fuck, they're all drunk. What do you want to do? So should he never be able to compete? They found him innocent. So what should we do? What the fuck should we do? What do you want to do? Should he not? What do you want to do? So should he not make a living? Should the UFC not give him opportunity? Because, well, that did happen. Yes, but he was found innocent. So what do we do? You can't deny him the ability to make a living based off some she said, he said bullshit. Yeah, that's not the world we live in. It's just not. So all that shit, I'm like, whatever. What else you got, Jim?
Okay, there's some more stuff that's coming up with the Anthony Joshua crash. His driver is now charged with 4 counts. One of them is like he didn't have a valid driver's license.
Yeah, no shit, it's Nigeria. It's tough though, because when you go to those different countries, like I could have told you this, that's not his people driving. Because when you go to those countries, you gotta know the lay of the land. You always hire somebody outside of that. So the driver was hired for the team trivia. He probably knows the lay of the land. It's pretty crazy driving out there.
Yeah, so he was hired locally. You can't, I mean, when you're going to a venture like that, how do you know someone 100% guarantees local?
You would think whatever business company they use, they send their best guy. Yeah, guys, go ahead.
It sucks. And this is Anthony Joshua with the families of the people that passed away.
Jesus, it's terrible.
Yeah.
Terrible.
I thought this was interesting that Jake Paul was taken out of the WBA rankings after his loss to Anthony Joshua.
Yeah, you guys know how I feel about it. This night came up, Golden Glove system. There's 1,000 better boxers than Jake Paul out there. It's fun, it's the hype, and the casual go, well, he is ranked in the top 15. If you go to any regional boxing promotion, there's guys who are a lot better.
Sorry. This is once again Tyson Fury has announced he's coming out of retirement.
It sounds like he came back just to fight Joshua, but now that's put on hold. So probably get like a warm-up fight, and then Joshua maybe at the end of the year or early 2027.
And I thought this was pretty funny. This Happy Punch saying Tyson Fury back in training today looking like an absolute unit. And then starting going units and storage units. And he just has that thing that some people have, right?
Yeah, Bert Kreischer calls it the Mickey Mantle gene. Is it the Tyson Fury gene? He just
like Tai Tuivasa and Mark Hunt, they kind of have that same sort of.
Those guys are Polynesian, so a little bit. Yeah, he's just a big fucking dude. He's just a spider through and through. He's never been shredded. It's a Tyson Fury gene. The people call it Mickey Mantle gene. Fuck, Mickey Mantle is the Tyson Fury gene. Yeah. No disrespect, Mickey Mantle. And even like when Babe Ruth was kind of like, Babe Ruth was, yeah, this is long. What are we talking hardcore, not badass talent? You know, it's the Babe Ruth gene for a reason. It's like the Dell of baseball players back. Before he was exactly him. You imagine Babe Ruth on Sam what? Shohei Ohtani who? Yeah, I wonder if that would make him worse though. I don't know. And Alexander Usyk versus Deontay Wilder. They're in talks. It's most likely going to happen in intimidation. It might happen in April or May in Vegas or LA. Why? Because how do they have that many other people to fight right now? Yeah, it's a fake name. Deontay Wilder know his record. His last time he fought, didn't he lose? I think he won his last because they did ayahuasca and they kind of changed. He won his last one. He's lost 3 out of his last 5. Alright, so he won one. I mean, I'll watch it. Good for Wilder bouncing back. Yeah, and plus he's going through some tough times right now with that breakups. Speaking of relationships, though, it was announced that Alex Pineda and Tracy Cortez are like officially together. Good for them too. Yeah, I didn't expect freaks doing crazy stuff. You know? Yeah, some people say like, do they even speak the same language? So there's Portuguese and Spanish is kind of similar, but I don't know. Anyway, not the funny thing. The interesting thing about this is Brian Ortega is getting flooded with people, sending him this. Isn't he like married? He's like, I don't give a fuck. Yeah. He's like, just chill, dude. Stop sending me. We're going to after eating, kissing. Yeah. Good for them, man. She looks happy too, so to see. Yeah. So, how long is that relationship? That's the thing I was gonna say, because Tracy and I think Tracy did post a lot with Brian before that something's didn't work out. At what point do you stop? Unless you're married and you guys have been together for a long time, then they're young though, especially her. So it's like good for them. Have fun. They're young, But also, and then don't get it twisted. Like he's a savage, she's a savage. Yeah. So if anyone's gonna understand their schedule, not seeing each other, training camp, but can't see you tonight, baby. Yeah, I got it. No shit. I can't see you either. So that's why it works. Yeah. Having fun. That beginning stage. It's always great. This is our posting. Hold on a sec. Here for shit. That thing that happened, I always think about it. Remember that OnlyFans model that accused him of whatever, assault, but it was bullshit? Yeah, like, and then she said afterwards, like, I didn't understand all of it. When he put it in, he just said, show. It's like, oh my god, dude. That's like, it's not fucking the dude on Full House. How? Like, Chama, that's his shit. That's just so funny. And then Alex's sons, they both won their rematch. I don't know if they've done a bunch of them or not, but both of his sons watched. Both of his sons won and he watched them. God, shit's come a long way. Did you see that, like, walkouts and shit now? now that are making more money than they did even when they were making pay-per-view, because pay-per-views just maybe more sound as much as they used to. Whenever we were fighting, I was fighting John Jones, Ronald Johnson, and having Nick Diaz on card, I was making a boatload of money in pay-per-view. That's not the reality of the world today. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Pay-per-view died, so. But again, they're making more money than the current pay-per-view model, where like it's dead, kids are legally streaming and stuff like that. So yeah, they're making more. It's like the actors are probably just paying the same they were when pay-per-view for that. So is it actually more? Is it just kind of the standard? But the bar lowered so much that we think it's more. I bet you it's still about the same percentage, like 18%. When I was at its highest. Yeah. Okay, we talked about this on camera, and this is Dominic Cruz on his own podcast, Love and War, and he's like doubling down on the tweet that he did. I thought he was doing just a troll, like me silly on it. Dominic Cruz is my fave. He's such a great mind, and how he sounds his tweet is he should have the choice, like give him a second. Maybe Joshua Van started pounding his face into the ground. He's just holding his elbow, getting beat to death. Okay, fight's over. But he didn't even get the chance to try to fight, try to tough it out, or try to get back together. He's the one that just waved it off. Yes, it's very, very. I mean, it was like this. I'm with Tom. Like if he was like, no, I'm good. Like Tim Sylvia when Bring broke his arm, and the ref was like, hold up, your arm's broke. He wanted to keep going. That's a little different. Yeah. But Pantoja literally was like, oh my god, didn't stop. Yeah, fucking over. That's where the Tom's thing makes sense. He's a smart dude. Is it just because it's easy to have a lot of pride and doesn't want to back down from anything? Because it's obvious there's pride, and then this is just obvious. I mean, it's obvious that Pantoja wanted it to stop. I can understand if Pantoja got up and was like, what the fuck? I can beat this guy with one arm, give me an opportunity to go down. There's none of that. Pantoja was like, nah, fam, this thing's over. My arm's spotted. Yeah, I don't get it. He doesn't know what he's doing. Just fight. That's where the double down. Yeah, or it's hilarious. Or it's just awful. He's playing chess and we're playing checkers. John Anik was talking about the UFC White House card. He says he believes it will be about like 6 or 7 undisputed titles. Like maybe at first they said it was going to be like Trump's son. So it was going to be like, what, 12? Trump was like, 14 titles. Well, we don't have 14 titles. On the Jackson podcast, shout out to Jackson boys. He said 6 or 7 undisputed title fights. The crushing the UFC has ever done before. When it comes stacking one single card, it's going to fuck the rest of you if they can do it. 6 or 7 title fights. Interesting. Keep going down. Yeah.
So the Donald Trump video that's going viral, like talking about 8 or 9 championship fights on one card, the UFC White House card is going to be the biggest card of all time. I think you confirmed that.
So 8 sounds idealistic and awfully ambitious, but I do believe, Michael, that we are moving in a direction in which you might see 6 or 7 undisputed titles contested on the White House lawn. Well, if you think about it, again, UFC 324, UFC 325 in the can by February 1st. All of those champions are going to be cleared, right? To get it done nice and clean on time. So the month of February then I think has no numbered events, right? And the first numbered event in March is being headlined by a non-undisputed title, the BMF belt, which doesn't really count, right? And then you think of pay-per-view, a numbered event, in April or May, and then June 14th. A lot of these champions are going to be available if not held out, right? The heavyweight title, Tom Aspinall, Cam Gunn, probably going to be on the White House. Well, maybe Aspinall, like anybody. I think you'll get like Joshua. What you are going to get first or second quarter is like Joshua Van versus Tatsuro Taira, right? But Khamzat Chimaev, probably going to fight on the White House lawn. Alex Pineda, why would you trot him out there sooner? He's already said he wants to wait for the White House, right? Rothschild'S, William Fiorigano, so trilogy potential.
Oh, we can't go over that one. You can't go fast. Jones is going to be. That's what he's calling for. Jones is calling for. Do you think it's actually going to happen?
Yes.
Donald Trump Jr. I don't know if you know this, but they've got a little bit of swing. Who wins that fight? Joe Jones, without a doubt. Without a doubt.
I have to sit on the fence because I might be calling.
You
time that where even he would hear this kind of stuff. I bet John's privy to him fighting on the White House card. And if you listen to Gable Stevenson interview with Roman too, he's like, I'd like to make my debut at the White House with John. If John does fight, that's weird. Just for a debut guy to go, I want to fight the biggest UFC card of all time. And his end's going to be fighting with John. They can go do camp together. All sides point to John's side of the White House. I've said that for how long? Look, from the jump. And the 6 or 7 undisputed titles too. Because Tom Aspinall won't be ready. He's having another eye surgery on his other eye. So he probably won't be ready to be pushing it. So you do an internal. Alrighty. What do you think of this matchup? Tony Reyes versus Johnny Walker. That's UFC's returning to Miami. I don't know how many times they've been. It's a fun one. Not much going on there as far as contenders, but it's a fun one. Definitely fun. Yeah. I'll take it. And I'll tell you this is the first thing we're seeing about Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan also, I haven't heard about this. What is this? So, he likes to marry his wife, or ex-wife, sorry. When Joe Rogan, he kind of got tricked by the AI thing when the wife was with someone in the picture, and then for whatever reason, Joe Rogan thought that was like a famous soccer player, and then she's like, I was thinking about that after all this issue with Ilya, and Rogan was just like, oh, that's just harsh, man, that's harsh that she would do that. It turned out to be like an AI thing where it was actually her brother, who's like a family member who did his daughter, so he's part of a lawsuit that she's filing. God, you're talking about just going down the wrong road. Okay, try and include Rogue in the lawsuit. Good luck with that. It's more for defamation on this one. And you would go after whoever made that AI. Rogan's responding to something on social media. You should probably go after the platform, not Rogan. And Rogan obviously apologized. Dude, this AI shit's fucking. But I mean, I guess within Rogan's position too, he should definitely, before he made that many claims, but we're talking on here too. We do with Steve will do it, but it's like, yeah, it really Jamie should have saw it, like hold up, dude, because he's the whiz guy, and Rogan should go. So Jamie was like, this thing seems suspect. He's usually really good at that. It must have been fucking good if it tricked Jamie and Rogan. I must forget her name, Georgina. Did she post it? Yeah. I know her original one was posted, but not the doctor one. So this is the original one. And then this is the doctor one. That's pretty fucking good. That would have got me that for sure. I mean, I don't know unless you're really familiar with soccer players, unless someone who looks like him, some random soccer player. I don't know. And I mean, like Rogan, I don't know fucking soccer. I don't know. Okay. I mean, I wouldn't even see even with Jamie. I wouldn't know. Like this is it just seems like it's a dude. Unless you really are looking in detail on through her Instagram, you should see that's her brother. Yeah, I don't know. But Rocky called her a monster. Yeah, if this was true, yeah, it's true. Fucking monster moves, man. Yeah, I got you. It's gonna start having a lot more. Oh my goodness. It got Brian in the early days. Anything Brian says to me, I'm always like, really stuff. Okay. So the Trump family is investing $23 million into Connor's MMA Inc. With MMA Inc. Is that like his what? That's his like MMA company business thing. But I don't know exactly what it's gonna do. Yeah, I don't either. Good for him, but I think too, Connor's gonna be counted as one of the title fights as well. belt. It's like a different. It's sort of like some sort of. It might be a BMF, a few legit title fights, and then the White House belt. Yeah. The White House belt has like the American flag. Your TV said, "Fucking give it that belt." Yeah, there you go. They can have it. Well, that's what's gonna happen. It's gonna be some brand new shit, like a freedom badass belt. You know, they're gonna make something. Again, I would fucking do it. Give me the fight I want. Toss whatever belt you want on there. And the White House belt would be freaking dope. I wanted to ask you about this. This girl won. This is from IBJJF Instagram. And then she used a technique with her knee, and this got over 111 views. 111 million views. People are like torn, so I just want to people are saying is that illegal. I see people going on key. Yeah, hell yeah. Good for her. And this person said should be allowed to weaponize it for like that. There's three that person is. Yeah, exactly. And this one is wrong. That is so wrong. I mean, Carter, is that Jackie? How long have you been doing jiu-jitsu? Nikki, can we use this as a weapon? You also use it against it too. Collar jump? Maybe there's certain things you do. Can you take your belt off? Did you take her complete belt off? No. She used her gi. Yeah, her belt off. Oh, okay. Can't fucking take the belt off. I'm just saying, like, I mean, alright, so it's illegal, not illegal. The other ones are just kind of random. Apparently, there's reports that how long they've been saying this. Okay, they said Floyd Mayweather's heading towards bankruptcy. He's down 54 million. Yeah, who knows? I don't know if I trust Basketball United. It's a business insider report, but then they're just BS. Yeah, I don't know. I just wear his like testimony. And it's going all in all. Remember she left UFC, she had a boxing match and she lost due to a technical decision. So I'm not sure how well she was doing in the fight, but they had to stop it at round 7 because of the accidental headbutt. And they just countered out to the rounds. Up until that point, she had to go 12. And how many rounds was she down? I don't know how many she went 6. How many did they give to Homegirl? 2. That's right. Good damn, Williams 1684 in the lead. 60, 65, 69, 65, 69, 62 are the times like you're saying. Yeah, and all those people were saying that's the game. Yeah, she's this one is also kind of where Tom Hardy apparently was on the grappling match with Marlon Sterling and declined because he's filming. Good for him. That's them just trying to get traction. That's not doing like Jake Paul and Joshua. You know, I think Hardy's approval though. I heard that too. Usually dealing with fucking Peaky Blinders too or some shit. I don't have time for this bullshit. What do I need that money? Yeah, there's not much other stuff really. I'll be another short show, short weekend. We got over an hour. That's pretty much it. Alright, kids, that's it. Love you guys. Hopefully 2026 is beyond great for you guys. Might start off freaking hot. Big girls walking. Hope you enjoyed the show. If you want the show ad-free, if I get ad-free behind-the-scene content, go to patreon.com/TFATK. Just upload Q&A with myself on there. We got behind-the-scenes stuff on there, fun stuff, ton of stuff. Shop show, Bar Kid, ad-free. Let you get extended, longer episodes, right? It's just $5 a month. That's it. Give the gift that keeps on giving. It's Patreon. Patreon.com/TFATK. Alright, love you guys. Happy New Year, man. Be nice to each other. If you see me out there, say what up. Alright, that's it. I'm out.
Johnson, Anderson Silva, Amanda Nunes, Fedor Emelianenko. You can say all these names, but you'd be wrong. One of the greatest, if not the greatest of all time.
George St. Pierre is the greatest mixed martial artist of all time.
This guy was my father's favorite fighter. I grew up watching his fights.
The rise of George St. Pierre from a bullet karate kid to the unquestionable MMA GOAT is nothing short of spectacular. So,
I want people to check in. Thank you very much.
He beat everyone he ever faced. He was just one of a handful of people who started approaching the sport in a truly professional fashion.
When I do something in life, I go 110%. I win big. I lose, I lose big. I've been an underdog all my life, but I work hard to be where I'm at.
but he's had no shortage of criticisms.
No fashion-wise, I didn't want to weight class. People say that you're kind of more reason as good as people take you to technical. You don't provide the relevant fight show.
And had an abundance of controversies.
I'm not saying GSP Grease. I'm just saying he was slim. Grease skate and everything else in his big toe. They poisoned my IV with some kind of weird ass stuff. Blown away that George St. Pierre won that fight.
This is the entire career and legacy of George St. Pierre.
Everything I've done in my life was to get me closer to my ultimate goal. I want to be known as the best fighter in the world. I wanted to become UFC world champion. I wanted to become the best fighter. That was my dream. And people think my goal was to be champion. It's BS. It's not my goal.
And I'm just here to answer one question.
A lot of people, including myself, consider you the greatest of all time. Do you agree?
How can a guy who loses like this call himself the GOAT? That's GSP getting knocked out by a fighter with a 9-4 record. He tapped to strikes. That's not the kind of thing you'd expect from someone in the running for the greatest of all time.
That knockdown is the most humiliating day of my career.
But I want to lay it all out on the table that there is a lot of failure in this story.
I lost many times. I lost before I learned how to win.
And at a surface level, you might dismiss him for his failures, comparing him to names like John Jones and Khabib.
I've always believed there's three greatest mixed martial artists I've ever seen in my life. George St. Pierre, Khabib Nurmagomedov, and John Jones.
But if you want to understand how that loss makes him the GOAT, we have to go back, like way back. Oops, not that far. But you gotta feel bad for this guy. He's wrestling a young George St. Pierre. He had no chance, even as young as George is here. And as impressive as GSP's wrestling was by the time he was 19, it wasn't his first martial art.
Because before I started wrestling, I was scared of the guy. And I just acclimated myself very well to wrestling. People were like, no way, guaranteed. Yes, guaranteed that I would need to cut the distance and to take the people down. I started when I was very young. And it saved my life, because I started when I was in school.
Unlike George's contemporaries who started martial arts for sport or for money, GSP needed karate to stop police from stealing his clothes and lunch money.
That's one of the reasons why I started martial arts, because of self-defense. And I was bullied when I was young. And at the time, I saw it as a very negative experience. And it's one of those things that I realized now that the fact that I was bullied when I was young helped me later on in my life facing the mental warfare that I had to face in mixed martial arts, because it's a very egotistic sport. I remember when I was a kid, I was looking at myself in the mirror, and I didn't like myself. I didn't like what I saw in myself, because I wanted to change my environment. And martial art taught me that if you want to change your environment, you want to change yourself, you need to love yourself first.
Despite becoming a second dad black belt by age 12, loving himself wasn't going to be easy because to everyone around him, GSP was just dreaming too big.
I was a very, very young kid. I was like maybe 12 years old. Like the teacher was asking everybody in the class, what do you want to do for when you get older? And then some were like, oh, I want to be an engineer, a doctor, or whatever. And then when they came to me, I really didn't know what I wanted to do. And I said I wanted to be a WWE wrestler. Because I was a fan of Hulk Hogan. Because MMA did not exist at the time. I was that young, and everybody started laughing.
first UFC, when Royce Gracie won the first UFC, that's when I was like, this is what I want to do. You know, like I see myself in this.
GSP made his pro MMA debut at 20 years old.
I fought in the TKO. It used to be UCC. Yeah,
I watched your first fights, man. I watched you in the TKO organization.
I had like 5 or 6 fights in the UCC. Where I'm from, my country, it was illegal in Canada. You know? I remember every fight I didn't make much money. My first fight I made $1,300 because opponent did not make weight, so I gained 30% of his purse.
What's my fast? I missed the pound weight. George pushed me, I found my butt, he get in my car, and he started punching.
George finished Ivan Edgemore in the first round, which earned him a title shot for what would become the TKO Canadian Welterweight Championship.
After he win the belt, against Justin Brooklyn, ran into a felony. His name is George. I remember George hit me with a takedown that actually he slapped me on my ass, and I actually remember like saying it out loud in the ring, like, shit, there's 9 million views on YouTube, and use my head as a basketball.
He finished this fight even sooner, and this time with a submission instead of strikes.
Everyone was like, oh, you'll get him next time. Like, no, man. That guy, I fight that guy 100 times, he's going to beat me 100 times.
This young welterweight champion was quickly developing a well-rounded skill set.
At the time when I started mixed martial arts, it was not something that you could do and make a living. But I always had faith that at one point the sport could go to a certain level that you can make it.
GSP rounded out 2002 with another first-round finish and his first taste at a title defense. Just in case it isn't clear, GSP was a dominant and defending champion in his first year as a pro fighter. Many other GOAT candidates didn't win a non-tournament MMA title prior to the UFC, and those that did never defended those titles.
George Saint-Pierre, the UCC Canadian welterweight champion. Tonight, that is my first international bout.
In 2003, GSP had 2 more fights as champion. He brutally finished Thomas Denny in the second round, and at the end of the year, he had his toughest test.
There was a guy, his name was
Brad. Everybody knows it's one of the best strikers in the welterweight division.
Brad beat Robbie Lawler, became the champion of the UFC. And my manager at the time, Rod, beats Brad to fight me in TKO. And beats Brad didn't know what was. I was nobody at the time. And Brad thought that he was coming to collect an easy paycheck. I beat his Brad. I beat him with a really good choke. That was my ticket for the UFC.
Not only was that an impressive choke over a veteran, but it also had an uncanny resemblance to a recent finish by his soon-to-be rival.
I did my 8 technique like Matthews against Frank Triggs. I call that my 8 technique. Each man was scheduled to fight Carl Ferguson in the upcoming UFC. Is that a fight that you want? Would you be happy to go to the UFC and take on Carl Ferguson at this point? My dream is to go fight in the UFC. You know,
GSP finished every man across from him before entering the UFC, and although you might say these weren't tough competitors, Pete's Brad is no slouch, and GSP didn't have many options.
Up in Canada, it was just like the TKO organization, right? Yeah, come on. Yeah, it was pretty much only the TKO.
But more than that, finishing your opponents on the regional scene is kind of what you expect from a future GOAT. However, out of the greats, only GSP and John Jones can say that they finished every man they faced prior to the UFC. God damn it, I was gonna show you GSP's first interview as a UFC fighter next. That video's not available in my region, but don't worry, I've got NordVPN. I'm sure you've heard the internet is a very dangerous place. I mean, you could be searching for something very personal, and everyone can see what you're doing. Hey, I got a text from GSP. Oh my god, I searched for a lot of things to make these videos, but NordVPN keeps me safe across the internet with a single click. Because they don't track what I do online and protect my traffic with robust encryption. Remember, Heartbeats is to protect yourself at all times, but follow my instructions and go to nordvpn.com/vital in the description to get a 2-year plan plus 4 months free. And with a risk-free 30-day money-back guarantee, you have nothing to lose by trying NordVPN. That's a fantastic deal, but calling NordVPN just to VPN is like calling
and it allows me to access content that may not be available in my region with a single click. Get all these benefits and more with my exclusive link in the description at nordvpn.com/Lionel. That's nordvpn.com/Lionel for a 2-year plan plus 4 months free. Thanks to NordVPN for sponsoring this video and allowing us to see GSP's first interview as a UFC fighter.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Job Saint-Pierre, je viens de Montréal, au Canada. J'ai 22 ans et puis je vais faire mes débuts au UFC exactement dans 2 jours. Et je suis très excité de faire donner un bon spectacle à mes fans. Ce que je vais faire normalement, mon plan c'est d'être par-dessus au sol ou soit de garder le combat debout.
What a great debut! Congratulations, Saint-Pierre!
It was a tough UFC debut. It was GSP's first pro decision, and he narrowly escaped 2 close submissions, but otherwise dominated a great fighter. However, his next fight played out much differently.
All right, great fighters. On this card tonight, guys, stepped up Jay Ron, came in to fight George St. Pierre. Not many people know Jay Ron, but I've seen him train. He's a phenomenal fighter.
Some people can think it was a lucky shot tonight. I have to say, I trained very hard. I don't know, I deserve what I do.
St. Pierre is phenomenal. What an amazing fighter he is. Very explosive. And when we talk about a well-rounded MMA fighter, he is definitely the new breed of UFC fighters.
I just want to keep fighting in the UFC, go step by step, and one day I want to have a shot on it now. I just want to know my fans. I want to stay in the UFC. I want to be a UFC guy, and soon I will be world champion. Thank you very much.
GSP was very driven to become champion, but he was also very self-aware of his abilities.
I just turned 23. I know I'm not the best one to win in the world right now. I need one more. I want to have a shot for the title.
GSP knew he wasn't the best, which wasn't the problem. The problem was that he over-idolized the best fighter.
De tous les temps, pour les meilleurs, d'après moi, ça va aller avec Matthews. Matthews is fundamental in the sport.
Matthews was the unstoppable welterweight champion, so it's understandable that George would be in awe. But when you're only 3 UFC fights deep and you have to face your idol, your mind becomes an obstacle.
I was fighting my idol at the time. It was my 3rd fight in the UFC. And I was fighting this legend. And I was fighting this monument. Oh my God, I didn't sleep for a week. And even in this third round, I couldn't even look at him. I couldn't walk like this. Pressure was, it was the first fight I had pressure like this. I didn't see myself beating him.
He was getting up off the ground on being used.
When I clinched him the first time, I was like, wow, this is the most strongest guy in the sport. I can overpower with him.
So he was down on his even greater mixed martial arts.
I performed very well, but just at the end of the round, maybe the last second of the round, I did a beginner mistake. I never did that type of mistake. I fight as a spectator during the last second of the round.
Submission victory!
I did a good fight, but he cut me with an armbar. And it's after the fight when I watched the fight, I sat down and I watched the fight. I realized I was like, man, I could have beat him. I think if the fight would continue, I think I would win because I was not tired at all and he didn't hurt me. And I felt I was not impressed by his strength. I knew I was going to lose. The confidence wasn't there. Skill was not the confidence, and it taught me something. I should never put nobody on a pedestal. Everybody's a human being. We're all the same. So what's next for you after this? Who's on our way? What's next for George St. Pierre?
George St. Pierre, in my opinion, is now out after the fight is one of the most talented fighters in this sport.
I don't know who's next now. I thought that that's one of the way fighter in the sport, and I think this would be a positive experience.
He has such a great attitude. I couldn't say enough good things about him.
GSP was just 23 years old when he was thrown at a legendary champion in just his 3rd UFC fight. Comparatively great fighters like John Jones, Khabib Nurmagomedov, and Alexander Volkanovski didn't fight for a belt until at least their 8th UFC bout. GSP was just far too green, and had he taken a safer road to the belt with more tune-up fights, he may have never suffered this loss. But it didn't matter. He had the right mindset. He just had to find another path back to Matt Hughes.
I'm very proud to come back in Montreal. Montreal, fighting in front of my fans.
Just 3 months after that loss, GSP defended his TKO Canadian Welterweight Championship for the last time. A first-round Kimura finish just reinforced that GSP was better than pretty much everybody, and soon after, he signed an exclusive contract with the UFC.
I said it before when he's fought, and I'll say it again. George St. Pierre is the new breed of mixed martial artists.
I fought Jason Miller. I'm on top of him. And Jason Miller is on the bottom. And we're near the fence. I think we're in Alberta. And I threw real big elbows. It's part of him. Screaming at me, F you, Frenchie. Go back in your country, Frenchie. And then I get, F you. And then I boom.
George St. Pierre, congratulations. Now, you just told me you were sick coming into this fight. You can't even breathe out of your nose. Is that true? I don't want to give an excuse. You can't excuse. You just dominated. There's no excuse.
My name is my life. That's what I love to do in my life. And I hope I'm going to do it for a long time.
That was a dominant win, but it was expected. Jason wasn't the caliber of fighter that George was, but George's next opponent would be Frank Tree, a terrifying opponent who challenged for the UFC title twice already and almost submitted Pat Hughes. The question is, was George's mind strong enough to face another legend?
Don't you get scared going into a fight? Of course I'm scared. I'm not scared of my opponent. I'm scared to not perform like I'm supposed to.
I was afraid every fight, but it does not matter. Because as much as I'm afraid, I'm by no means a perfect man, by no means, but one thing that I'm not a coward. No matter what fighting, I'm going to go out there and I don't care about how I feel because it's subjectivity. I only care about objective. What I need to do in order to take you out of your comfort zone.
Dominating Frank Tree. This is surprise to me.
Myself, how I feel, if I'm sick or not, what the other people think, that does not exist. The only thing that exists that matters is the objectivity, the things that you need to do to succeed. These need to be done at all costs.
George St. Pierre, that was the most dominating performance we've seen to me in the octagon against one of your toughest opponents. I mean, are you just getting this much better?
The short answer was yes, he was getting that much better. But according to George's very first opponent, he didn't fully make the turn into the man we know today until his next fight.
Well, George came the George we know today after Sean Sherman.
I believe Sean Sherman is broken down. He's got a bloody mess. Sean Sherman could not withstand an assault of elbows to the faces by George St. Pierre, who is the winner in this welterweight bout.
GSP completely destroyed a legend, a man who would eventually become the second UFC lightweight champion. So you know what was on GSP's mind.
Am I gonna go on my knees like that and ask the UFC management to give me a one-title shot? Please, I want the belt so bad. Give it to me.
He didn't get a title shot as a result of that plea. He had to fight BJ Penn.
Toughest fight that I had was my first fight with BJ Penn. The most skilled martial artist that I ever fought. He was like the perfect fighter.
When he got initiated, BJ Penn is one of the greatest fighters ever. He was a former welterweight champion and future lightweight champion.
He catch me with I think a jab right in the eyes. I saw him and I was trying to run away, the first one because I tried just to survive. Couldn't fight with him. I saw BJ Penn in front of me. He was good everywhere. He had very little weaknesses. If you talk to me before every fight, I give you 30 seconds, give you my whole strategy. My first fight with BJ Penn was I'm gonna keep it standing up, he can fight from the outside, because I'm faster than him. I found out that I was not faster than him. His reaction time was better than mine. So I got beat up the first round. I got a bloody nose and everything. Jack, probably had a terrible first round, so I had to switch gear. My plan B was now I'm gonna wrestle Nate, make him tired and try to put him down. That's how I beat him, because I switched gear.
BJ was a massive deal, even if it was a split decision. It proved that GSP could be champion, so now it was time for GSP to get up close and personal with his idol.
I'm very glad you won that fight, Matt. But I'm not impressed by your performance, and I look forward to fighting you in the near future.
That was probably the most polite call out ever. But before we get to the rematch,
match, we have to talk about the Ultimate Fighter. In the fourth season of the Ultimate Fighter gave unsuccessful UFC welterweights the chance at a title shot. What made it interesting is that GSP was one of the coaches, and everyone knew that GSP was going to fight for the belt before the winner of the reality show competition. So the people George was training knew that they were either going to fight Matt Hughes or possibly GSP at the end of their season. And you can imagine how awkward it was when Matt Hughes showed up during the show.
I want to be friends with him and I want to share anything with him.
Despite avoiding him, Matt Hughes was insistently annoyed at GSP at a sushi dinner, bringing up armored defense and just asserting dominance. But in the background, the season's prime underdog Matt Serra won all his matches to win the Ultimate Fighter and guarantee a future welterweight title shot. The only two questions now were, would Matt Serra fight GSP or Matt Hughes, and would GSP finally overcome the pressure of fighting his idol?
Very interesting things I like to do is drive my car around and see normal people. I drive and I see an old lady with her grocery store bag. Straight home, punches from George. I'm thinking, like, she doesn't care if I win the fight Saturday or not. She's not even going to hear about it.
High kick and versatile with a striking.
Hey, look, always another guy yelling to another guy.
Good leg kick and smile on Hughes' face.
Oh, this guy is going to the bank to pay his mortgage.
That one did some damage.
They don't care. They don't care, you know. The effect that I have on the universe is so freaking small. Nobody cares. I'm the only one putting the pressure on me. My league is and they have about it. So that's why they help me to perform now.
He did it. He beat his idol, and he beat him in dominant fashion to become champion. It's enough to make a grown man cry. But trust me, you're going to want to save those tears.
I was fighting at veteran at Sarah at the time. Really, nobody really gave a chance to beat me because all the odds was against him. You know, and I remember it was the odds in Vegas were crazy.
Remember Matt Serra, the guy who won the Ultimate Fighter and was guaranteed the title shots? Well, now a very confident George St. Pierre had to fight a man who probably had no business being in there with him.
So when I became champion, I beat Matt Hughes. I was on a high. Now it was the opposite. I had too much confidence. And I had a lot of people telling me, "Oh, you're the." I was a new kid on the block. You know, like I was very young. I was like, I just beat the legend Matt Hughes, and everybody was telling me how good I am, and I started to believe it. Unfortunately, I respected Matt and Sarah, but I felt like I was not scared enough. I got into the fight, I was kind of stiff. How often did you doubt yourself when you were competing in every fight? Matt and Sarah is the only fight that I slept well.
I always laugh when people say, you know, George was afraid, so he was mentally weak. That's a very, very shallow understanding of mental strength and weakness.
I trained well and everything, and I just like I felt like I was stiff and my hand I didn't let my body go. It was weird. I don't know. When I get hit by Matt Serra the first punch, I got punched by a big punch that I never saw coming, and I got dizzy.
Stand is very, very high. That's what he was afraid of. He was afraid of his power.
I got one ball and I got so angry. I was like, because back in the day it was like 5 to 1, 10 to 1. The odds. I was like, I can't believe I got wobbled by a guy like this.
So I heard George. He pointed that. He goes, when you hurt, manage your distance. Keep your distance. Manage it, line it up. And that's what we did.
First time I ever happened in my life. So I wanted to give it back to him as fast as I can. But that's already hit very hard. I made the mistake to trying to get back into the fight right away. And I tried to jump back into a water with him, into a slug that it was finished for me because I didn't know where I was. So I turned on the side and I tapped on strike. It's a bit of a big thing. And I got blamed because the salaries and points are tapped out on strike. He said quitter. So people now started out there saying, oh, has been his people. Dave, and he said quitter. That was the big job.
How was yours? I was in great shape. My training was very good. Congratulations on Sarah.
It was very disappointing George St. Pierre after losing your first title defense.
Was that like,
That had to be like the most devastating loss of your career,
It
right?
was, but I learned something valuable. I don't know. I just lost the title. I lost. Period. And I used it. I hate to fight with Matt Sarah taught me that I should never underestimate nobody. No matter how good you are, how good people tell you what you are, you always have one mistake to lose everything. I have no excuse, by the way. I lost. Very good. Thank you. I want to say thanks to my fans. Stick with me, and I'll be back stronger.
GSP's title reign died almost as quickly as it began, murdered by his own ego in perhaps the greatest upset in UFC history. Most people would not be able to recover from such a humiliating failure. But George St. Pierre is not most people, and there's still a lot more story for you to see.
And by the way, everybody out there, don't watch the rematch.
Oh no, Mazzaro, we're gonna get to the rematch. But to truly appreciate GSP's determination to win, you have to understand the people he surrounded himself with. By this point in his career, GSP had pretty much assembled the Avengers of cornermen and trainers. He had kickboxing champion Phil Nurse for his striking, but even more notably, he had 4 other legendary coaches.
He put together a great camp down there, man. You got so many different great guys. John Tucker was one of the most underrated or underappreciated jiu-jitsu coaches in MMA in the world. Really, that guy's a one.
John Danaher is highly regarded as one of, if not the greatest mind in submission grappling. And George would stop at nothing to train with his man.
George, when I first met him, was a garbage man. He would jump on a bus from Montreal to Yale. It's a long bus ride. He would come down on a Friday afternoon when he finished. He was a garbage man. He would stay for the weekend, and then late on Sunday night, he would jump on a bus all the way back to Montreal and work as a garbage man. That's an extraordinary commitment for a young man. I've always said George is the only athlete that I ever coached who taught me what I taught him.
Not only does he have Danaher to improve his jiu-jitsu, but he has Frank Jackson in his corner, the man who led Holly Holm, Rashawn Evans, and of course John Jones to UFC world titles. But George's team accolades don't stop there.
Every day I find time, I go to Freddie Roach, work on my boxing.
George trained under Freddie Roach, the man who trained Manny Pacquiao, James Toney, and other boxers, becoming one of the best boxing trainers ever. And last but certainly not least, we have Faraz Zahabi.
He's one of the smartest guys I've ever talked to. For us, is a genius, a legitimate genius. He knows everything about MMA.
Faraz Zahabi is one of the greatest minds in mixed martial arts and was GSP's lead MMA coach for the majority of his career. And some might call his methods a little mad.
When Ferraz, some of the guys, Ferraz went to tell them, like he was worse than them, was like, if you knocked out George in sparring, I'll give you money, or, things like that. Yeah, man, he's crazy. Ferraz is crazy. Ferraz is my worst enemy in training.
George was like, he was on your show, he was saying, I'm trying to kill him in this room. Now, it's true, he's right. Look at his speech. The first guy to double leg him, the first guy to put him out, $5,000 reward. To knock him out in the hurt. If you knock George out, you get $5,000.
As crazy as that sounds, you can't deny the results. And GSP genuinely believed that these were the right guys to have beside him.
Ferraz and John, for me, are the most competent people that I can have to help me going to fight someone because they're not really only trainers, they're teachers. And I would say the same thing about Freddie Roach.
A group of trainers like this was not only essential for GSP's skill building, but he needed them to mentally prepare to dominate this division.
So my family before the fight, I stay away from them. I stay away from a lot of the people that I love that are my circle of friends. I bring back closer the people I like Ferraz, John, and the fighters, guys. When you go into war, you don't bring your wife, your kid, your family. You bring the people that you go into war with.
This mentally impregnable GSP was now on a war path to his belt. And unfortunately for Josh Koscheck, he just happened to be in the way.
I think this game. I'm not thinking about what he's going to do to me. I'm thinking about what I'm going to do to him. He out-wrestled the wrestler. Josh Koscheck, a phenomenal wrestler, just got completely thrown out of his game and found himself on his back for the majority of the match with George St. Pierre just delivering a beating.
I want to apologize to my fans for my last fight. I think it's the best thing ever. The best thing ever happened to me for my career. And now I'm a brand new version. I'm better than ever.
So with this win over Koscheck, you've been pretty much guaranteed a welterweight title shot. It's going to mean a lot to you to get a chance to get your belt back.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, a lot of them like to say that.
As someone who watched all of GSP's fights to make this video, the Koscheck fight felt like his turning point, which couldn't have come at a better time because Matt Hughes was challenging Mancera for the welterweight title just a few months later. However, Mancera got injured, so George St. Pierre sees the perfect opportunity to not only compete for the inter-welterweight title, but to also settle his trilogy with his idol.
I'm fighting for the title now. I'm very glad. I want to get back to what I've lost. Well, I'm very excited for Saturday night interim championship 5 round against Matt Hughes. I made a mistake last night. I learned a lot from it. That loss was probably the best thing that happened to me. I came back stronger than ever. And now I want to bring back the title in Canada.
One thing about Mike George, I know it's ready. I know it's going to be a war.
I cannot promise my fan that I will win. What I can promise to my fan is that they will see the best George St. Pierre, the most well-prepared George St. Pierre. I can be very good.
St. Pierre, you up next. Are you ready?
I'm like, yes. 1 minute from going to the bathroom by myself. I go look at myself in the mirror, and that's what I do before I fight. I'm telling myself all the reasons why I think I will win the fight. I try to convince myself like a kid, like I'm the greatest, I'm the strongest. As long as I believe it will transform the way I see myself and will make me more confident. I'm beautiful, I'm strong, I'm fit. I train harder than him. I put more time than he did. I'm faster, I'm stronger, I'm gonna win. I have better trainers, I have better training partners. I win all these killers in training camp who try to test me and I got through like a champion. These young guys, they lose, but I'm gonna show them what they want, the way to do it. I'm not the same person that I was when I got in. It's showtime.
So that's why I'm gonna take off this belt. Because for me, yes, it's a good connection, but doesn't mean nothing to me. Thanks to the UFC to give me that. It's a good honor. But the real champion is Mancera. And until I don't get my belt back, I'm not gonna consider myself champion.
Imagine having such a fierce mindset that you can demolish the man who gave you your first loss for a second time, earn another belt, and only focus on the other loss you haven't avenged. Look, I've never lost a world title in front of millions of people, and you probably haven't either. But we can all resonate with not only the fear of humiliation, but the draining weight of when you are humiliated. I was terrified before every fight. There's a lot of people watching you. I was not so much afraid of getting hurt, even though I knew it was a possibility. I was afraid to be humiliated. My ego, as a sports psychologist, and he says to me, you're not focusing on the right thing. You're focusing always on what happened in the past. Remember the past. You need to live in the present moment. I don't like that feeling. It makes you very uncomfortable. It's very, very stressful. So it made me very afraid. It made me wrong the name. Sarah, that's Sarah.
I was carrying a lot of bricks on this brick. The name of that brick was Mancera.
I carry that brick every day, every training.
Carrying a lot of bricks on myself. Like when you carry a brick, only one day, it's not everybody. You carry the same brick like every single day in the years. It's like a man. And after a while, man, I decided for nothing. I realized through time that every fight is bigger than the last one, so you're more afraid. Every fight is bigger and you have more to lose. And I carry it until the time I got tired of carrying it. Like, you know what? I should not be afraid to say that I'm afraid. There's no courage without fear. I took the break. I went near the center of the river. I know it sounds crazy. Then I threw it in the river. And I killed it.
He's my GSP, George St. Pierre. He's the undisputed UFC greatest moment of your career thus far?
Yeah, the greatest moment of my life so far. It was amazing, a dream come true.
George St. Pierre relieved himself of unfathomable humiliation by detaching his ego and fighting like the champion he was always destined to become. However, this would hardly be as great as adversity overcome inside or outside of the cage. And as much as it meant to avenge his second loss, it seemed that GSP was even more determined to prove to himself that he could finally earn that first title defense.
I have the opportunity to succeed where I failed last time in my first title defense, and don't want to do the same mistake as last time.
GSP walked through John Finch, a man on a 16-fight win streak, and that meant quite a lot. But as you'll recall, GSP doesn't like blemishes on his record, and there was a certain legend he did beat, but it was via split decision.
I'm ready to fight everybody. Everybody who has heard a shot.
At this point in time, BJ was the former welterweight champion and current lightweight champion, but BJ wanted to challenge GSP to become the first simultaneous two-division champion in UFC history.
If you lose a belt. If he loses, he's still got a belt that the one division. If he wins tomorrow night, which will make him probably the best pound for pound fighter in mixed martial arts.
So pound for pound was on the line, and so was redemption for the first fight. After that first fight was controversial, how much of this is a revenge fight that you say, you know what, I gotta prove the fact that, you know what, I won that first fight, I want some revenge.
I'm saying that the whole time you're lucky, if in your lifetime you get to see 3 or 4 of these types of fights.
But I'm extra motivation. What you said some bad things about me and about the people that I a lot of things that he has said. It's not nice about me.
BJ says we're going to fight to the death. I'm really going to be trying to kill you on Saturday night, and for some reason I believe it.
I really admire BJ. I got a lot of respect for him. But I want to be known as the best fighter in the world. And to be the best, the guy to beat is BJ Penn.
2 guys in their prime, both hungry, both champions, and both going into a fight wanting to finish each other.
Again, I said this is one of those fights that make history.
At the time, every MMA fan couldn't help but wonder, what was GSP going to do differently to put a stamp on this feud?
Let's say we're equal. We're the same person. What can I make the difference between me winning against you or you winning against me is tactical. I will know where I can take you out of your comfort zone and I can bring the fight where I'm the strongest. I program like a computer how I want to react against that specific problem.
I bring a lot of speed, I bring good reflexes, I'm going to counter, I give everything, play with my heart.
When I fought BJ Penn, I know that BJ Penn had the best reaction time of all fighter we have seen in UFC. I know that BJ Penn had a very fast reaction time, but had a very poor reset time. BJ Penn was so fast, it's like more like a sprinter. So when I did the second fight, when I fought BJ Penn, I made him flinch. I knew I broke him at the end of the first round. So all of that reaction time that he used, blips was not used properly to avoid my punches.
Were you surprised that he lasted as long as he did because you were putting up pretty bad weapon on him throughout?
And not only, he's a very tough guy. He got overwhelmed and he got tired very, very fast. So that's how I beat him. I was not fighting for the belt. I already got it, you know. I was fighting for the name. I was fighting BJ Penn. Last time I fought him, I wanted a decision. This time I really wanted to take him out. And I'm glad that I did it. Although a lot of things have been said, I have a lot of respect for him.
Whatever respect GSP had for BJ would dissipate rapidly because the aftermath of this fight drew a ton of controversy.
Did have some controversy in the BJ Penn fight, by which he dominated.
The situation with BJ Penn and GSP was the Vaseline incident in GSP's corner.
Grease gate and everything else that has been called to it.
I'm not saying GSP Grease. I just said he was slick.
GSP's corner appeared to run Vaseline on his back in between rounds, which BJ argued was an intentional tactic to give GSP an advantage in the grappling exchanges.
I didn't know what happened because I wasn't the fight, so when you're not fighting, you don't realize what happened.
You've heard some of the blogs. Why did George have to resort to using extra Vaseline? He was dominating the fight. He was going to win the fight anyway.
You know, the trainer was a very good trainer with a lot of experience, and leaving some of that residue on there was a great trick. That's probably where
I still, I still want my fair fight, man. I didn't get my fair fight. I want my fair shot. I feel bad. I think Japan tried to discredit me for my win.
So number two is he's an inexperienced cornerman that when he applied Vaseline on the fighter, didn't realize that he still had Vaseline on his hands. So you make your own judgment on that.
There was an official hearing with the Athletic Commission, but ultimately GSP was not found to be a cheater, and GSP doubled down by trolling BJ Penn.
I cannot know the pressure anymore for me apart. I didn't cheat, but not in a way that people think. If you look at the fight closely, in BJ Penn entry, I hired a man to get BJ Penn out on his way to the octagon. And at that precise moment, BJ Penn lost all his strength and all his focus, and the fight was over. So if I cheat, yes, but not with the Vaseline, by hiring a man to kiss him in the mouth.
That would hardly be the last or the funniest time GSP trolled his way out of controversy. Now, look, I'm going to be honest with you. This video took a lot of work. We're not at the most interesting part yet, and I'm not at 100K subs. So if you can subscribe and share this video with someone who enjoyed it, I'd greatly appreciate it. Now, back to GSP. GSP's next title defense was against Thiago Alves, a terrifying knockout artist. But, spoiler alert, he dominated him at UFC 100 in his third title defense. The reason I'm racing through this fight is because the most interesting part actually happened in the corner going into the last round.
When I was on the bottom in my guard in the third round, I go push my knee down and I hear my including my adductor snap. And I hear the noise like some people are gonna see that on TV, they're gonna laugh because I come back in the corner and I told my trainer that I pulled my abductor and my trainer, Greg Jackson, he said to me, I don't care, George. Hey, look at me. This is our champion for me. You understand me? I'm not being mad now. Get it with your glory. So I'm like, oh, okay, well, I guess I have to go back and finish that fight.
It's the funniest corner advice in UFC history, but this savage mindset was necessary for a world champion like GSP, especially when things don't go well leading up to a fight. One time he got dropped in practice, and I wanted to stop him. I wanted to pull the plug. It was for a world title fight. He was fighting that hard. 2 weeks before his fight, I was sure he was concussed. I said, Jordan, I'm pulling the round. He said to me, Coach, let me finish the round. I'm okay. Let me finish the next round. And I felt that if I pulled him, I would have killed his confidence. So I said, okay, you can do the next round. And I told the other guy who was sparring with, don't let a single bullet, like I whispered, not a single bullet. Just take a moment. And George went in the next round, not knowing that the other guy's not allowed to hit him at all. And he just crushes the guy, right? He's just like, bombs him and gets it. And I was really, really grateful for that guy. Like, I was a pro. I was very, very grateful that he took the beating that we asked him to. George Jackson was like, man, I know. I don't run for it. The fight was amazing. I was on fire. You were still the undisputed UFC welterweight champion. You've got to give props to Rothschild'S for not killing GSP's confidence. It definitely influenced his performance. I mean, even though he was hurt, he dominated the entire fight and went for the finish multiple times. But this is when fans started to turn on GSP.
Well, I can tell you this, the fans were not happy with tonight's fight. My Twitter was blowing up with a lot of negative stuff.
I want to be the best. So I have to win. And win is not satisfying for me. I want to win and win in a spectacular fashion. I want what happened beat my performance on that screen. So I'm not happy. I wanted to finish, a team win.
Were you impressed with what he did out there?
Hey, listen, every fight you have is going to be the most exciting fight in the world. It was a dominant performance. He wanted to do better. I obviously wanted better. Kid sits up here and he's just so classy, and he sits there and admits that he wishes he did better. People just love him.
It sucks to be GSP at this point because once again, in his next 2 title defenses, he shut out Josh Koscheck for a second time, and then he defeated Jake Shields, the former Shuto of NXT and Strikeforce champion. GSP was clearly better than his opposition, but getting finishes was proving difficult.
Are you satisfied with your performance? No. I wanted to finish another submission, and he's very tough. I'm going to be another criticized again. There's a fight.
Fans and people talking already. He's not going for the finish. He doesn't seem to have that killer instinct. Would you agree with that?
Nobody said anything negative about the fight whatsoever to me.
I'm not fighting Tomato Town here. I'm fighting the best guy in the world.
When you're at the level he's at, you're going to continue to fight the best guys in the world. And, George St. Pierre keeps winning. And I know George is going to be the one that catches all the stuff that he didn't finish another fight. But George is fighting the absolute best guys in the world.
So GSP was getting criticized criticized for not finishing down the contenders and was also accused of ducking a highly anticipated super fight.
There's been a lot of talk at one point in time of you guys getting together, you and Anderson Silva meeting maybe at a catchweight.
It's starting to almost be a time where maybe we could see that dream fight between him and GSP.
George St. Pierre versus Anderson Silva. George St. Pierre and Anderson Silva. Would you like that chance to take on Anderson Silva and have Curtis Rollins?
I got a question on there. What do you have to get at?
If he could cut down to 170, then I would look at a GSP fight. I would do it. Both guys would absolutely take that fight.
Everybody wanted to see GSP take on the dominant middleweight champion of the world, Anderson Silva, but it wasn't GSP's fault this fight never materialized.
Yeah, like back in the day, me and Anderson Silva is a lot of things. Why did that happen? There's stuff that people don't know. You've always ruled out the fight against Anderson Silva and George versus Anderson at any weight.
The one thing about this fight, I keep saying this, and people just don't seem to get it, it's fantasy. This fight's a fantasy fight. Other things have to happen before this fight can even be talked about. I don't like the idea of GSP moving out. I've never once talked to Anderson about fighting George St. Pierre. I've never said, hey, let's set up a fight, let's do this and that. I've never said it.
It's like, okay, I'll fight Anderson Silva in the catchweight. He go down a little bit and I go up a little bit. And also, I want to test before I try. I want to try this. And at the time, it was before USA, UFC didn't want that. They didn't want starting and trying this. The UFC never wanted to do it. So this fight, I think I will blame the UFC.
So by now, GSP is seen as a dominant champion whose fights are far too boring and predictable. But his next fight would be anything but. Toughest fight in terms of damage that I get the most hurt. It's my fight with Carlos Condit. GSP was facing the natural-born killer Carlos Condit, the former WEC welterweight champion, and now interim UFC welterweight champion.
You know, I think that I have a skill set that matches up well with George.
I have something to prove to myself. That I want to prove to myself that I'm still the best guy in the world, and I believe the best guy right now is Carlos. So it's up to me to come and prove that I'm better than him. It's not weaknesses in Carlos' game. So I'm gonna focus on myself, on where I'm strong, and what I'm gonna do to him instead of thinking of what he's gonna do to me. He's got a very good jiu-jitsu. He's not only good with his hands, standing up, knees, elbows, kicks. What makes this fight special isn't just the danger Carlos posed, because after the first 2 rounds, GSP was winning. What makes this fight special is how GSP handled round 3. I got kicked in the head. He damaged my temple artery. By the way, it was a hard kick, man. So I just said, I'm in my butt, and I see Carlos coming to me, and I'm like, I've seen this before.
As the hardest George St. Pierre has been in since Sarah finished 20 years ago.
That scenarios that happened with Matsera is playing in my mind. And I know now that if I try to step up right away to get back in the fight because of my ego, to show him that I'm not hurt, I might get knocked out. Instead of telling, I need to give it back to him, and I followed him around and I said, you know what, yes, I got caught. I lean back, I use the guard, the shield, I read the punches. It's time to read defense, catch up your breath, catch up your senses, and I'm able to survive it. Now I know that it's the loss of Matsera and the experience that I gained from it that made me survive that kick to the head. Matsera, by beating me, he helped me become a better martial artist.
Greatest welterweight champion in UFC history.
I give everything I had. I have no regret. I fought the best I could.
Credit to Carlos, he gave me my toughest fight.
I was getting hit, and it was painful, but I had a lot of fun, and I love my job, and thanks to everyone for the support. GSP overcoming Carlos Condit is a testament to his greatness in learning from the only 2 losses of his career. If GSP never lost to Matsera, he might have cut his overall title reign short because he wouldn't have had the experience to overcome something as devastating as that kid. And above that, GSP wouldn't have gained the humility to understand his strengths and weaknesses. I don't have the knockout power of a Rabbi Jackson. I don't have the athletic ability of a John Jones. I don't have the accuracy of Anderson Silva or the wrestling of a Charles Sonnen. But I use my body with the tools I have the best I can, and that's why I win fights.
Yes, he does win fights, even if some people don't find him that impressive.
And Nick Zeb says on Twitter about he's not impressed by my performance.
You told us
like that. 2 days later, you go on Twitter and you announce that it's actually happening in October.
But the thing that I like about Mixed is a very exciting fighter.
Yes, GSP would be the original Dance Brothers fights, 8 tons of fence, and of course, they were very friendly. He's not talking about you want to fight.
It says about me that I didn't want to fight him, like I'm a coward, you know, I never talk to nobody.
I'll tell you what, bro. You know, I was out there, I was fighting all the hitters, bro. You ain't fought no hitters.
I don't fight this thing that, oh, he's crazy, you know.
This guy's coming out trying to wrestle you out, and you think these punches, and you start quitting. You know, I say Jake Shields won the fight. I think Carlos, he won the fight too.
That dude turns everything into a personal affair.
Yes, he does. They like to make him look like the bad guy. George Russell likes to set up him with the bullies that picked on him. That's what they could deal with. You know, I would say, like, how many times you had a gun in your head, George?
I think he takes it personal. I think it's a freaking sport, man. He has the need to hate his opponent to fight. For me, there's nothing personal into a fight. I don't need to hate my opponent to fight. Maybe he hates my guts. Like, I don't know what he's gonna do. I don't know if he wanted to fight me or like. He might really want to fight you, but he's not a hype guy. Me, I'm afraid of you.
Man, that's fine. Okay, no, I know.
I'm afraid of you. Are you crazy in your head, man? I'm scared of you. You'll see Saturday if I'm scared.
All right.
St. Pierre with a record-setting title defense tonight. It seemed like you guys were complimentary.
I'm cool with him. I don't know if he's cool with me. Was on the most day before the fight. And after the fight, yes, it's true, we hug. And then, right, when I went to do an interview with Ariel he said that he just said that he hit like a girl that he wanted to fight me in a rematch immediately. So, hey.
Once again, GSP shut down an accomplished fighter in a dominant self-defense. But they did have a few excuses.
He said for my fight that I was on his IV.
They poisoned my IV with some kind of weird ass stuff.
My rap was wrong.
Danny's got something wrong with his rap.
Yeah, that was unstable.
I know that they didn't test us because they were stealing up all our business out of those film containers. I was like, I was testing for weed.
I gotta confess, Joe.
Okay. I was so scared of fighting. I think so poison his IV. But he survived. So I was even more terrified, you know. So all the athletic commission was on my payroll, so they tricked away and then I made it. And it went through. So I was even more terrified. So the alien that took me, they put the gamma ray to increase my strength like the Hulk, like a performance enhancing drug. And the fight was still happening. So right before I put some glass and cement in my gloves to make sure. And still had a crazy hard fight.
Allegations aside, GSP ran through the entire division, but there was one man left who MMA fans genuinely believed could beat GSP. And spoiler alert, they were right.
Keep the fans happy. Knock him out. You know, that's my only goal.
He's the number one contender for a reason. He was a big threat to me.
Johnny Hendricks was a power puncher tearing through the welterweight division and had only ever suffered one loss. But GSP was convinced that Johnny had an unfair advantage.
Never think Hendricks was on something. It's like all mind games. Oh, you're on steroids. Oh, you're on this. Fighting against performance enhancing drug in the sport, and I felt like the UFC at the time did not have my back. You want to talk about a doping thing? Really? You know what I mean? The only thing I can say is I didn't want to attack one particular individual, and I wanted to change the system. Because if you attack one individual, another one would come. Right. So in that particular case, it was Hendricks. I wanted to do it not to hurt the UFC. That was not my goal. I wanted to elevate the UFC, elevate the sport. Because it's the outcome of a win or lose are very dramatic in our sport. It can influence the life of an individual. It can be very bad. But he agreed. It was perfect. He agreed when we say it. You can look. You have evidence. In the interview, he said he agreed to do a test. But then he said, no, I did not agree because also the UFC told him to not agree. The UFC told him.
He picked the wrong guy to do a drug test. Why didn't he do a drug test 6 years ago? The last 6 years, he hasn't won one. Why won't you do it now? Why won't I do it? Because he's on Bada. His face is all over the front page. Dude, you did. Bloody, huh?
I don't wish people bad luck, but if you cheat, man. And a lot of people got caught.
UFC the Athletic State Commission of Nevada said don't do Bada.
So you don't want to say whether or not you suspect that Johnny Hendricks is doing something, but there was people that were definitely doing something.
Yes, I don't
have evidence. Maybe he did. Maybe he did.
I don't want to accuse him. I don't care if he passes. I didn't care if he took the drug test. I want him to be the best GSP he can be. And if that's on something, that's on something.
And even though he's buzzing out of trip, I'm confident I'm gonna win that fight.
But unfortunately, that was false confidence. Before I fought Johnny Hendricks, I was going through. I was afraid to talk about it because I thought that people will not respect me and would laugh at me.
The first round he came out, he tried to establish a jab, which wasn't working. He was trying to throw a couple of kicks. I checked everything. It felt like it was like
kind of a feeling of a claustrophobic feeling, you know, like I couldn't breathe well, I couldn't sleep well, I had my mind pressure, too much pressure, personal problems, so much stuff.
He did get the takedown, but at the end of the first round, I ended up getting a takedown, and I thought I controlled the fight from there on. The first round, he was already cut.
That was going through a depression. And people would be like, when he has to complain, he's rich, he's popular, he's the champion, and some people are poor, like when he has nothing to compare with, but I felt like I had too much on my shoulder.
Besides the first round and the fifth round, those are the only two times he got a takedown. The third round, he was bloody and blue.
I didn't feel well, and I was trying to perform under those conditions, and it was catching up to me.
Fourth round, I took him down and ground and pounded, I don't know, what, a minute or something like that. So I looked like I got in a fight. Not really, right? I pretty much controlled everything that they thought GSP was going to control me. I did to him.
What a fight! I think we may have a new welterweight champion.
I just beat the pound-for-pound best fighter in the world. You know what I mean? Like, I look at him, look at him, and look at me.
He did it. Hendricks beat George St. Pierre. All he needed was for the judges to make it official. The George St. Pierre won that fight.
I absolutely won this fight. And some people took it away from me.
Now listen, I'm a promoter. He's the biggest pay-per-view star on the planet for me, and I still don't think he won that fight.
Listen, everyone, it was a lot of fun. About what's going to happen. I have a bunch of stuff in my life happening. I need to hang up my glove for a little bit. At least make a point on my life. Are you retiring right now? Is that what you're saying? I have to go away for a little bit.
You don't just say, hey, I'm going to take a while off. Maybe I'll be back. Maybe I won't.
Just need to take and, you know what I mean? See what's going to happen, you know.
You owe it to the fans. You owe it to that belt. You owe it to this company, and you owe it to Johnny Hendricks to give him that opportunity to fight again.
Stuff going on in my life. It's my personal life. I cannot speak to you about this. You're a reporter. I know your job is to make big after big, but I have a personal life. I keep personal some of my stuff.
I do want to be fair in saying that I do believe Hendricks should have gotten his hand raised that night. However, it is also worth noting that Hendricks had a catastrophic decline in his fighting ability with the introduction of USADA in the UFC. He was practically unrecognizable as a fighter, which, to GSP's point, may support that he had an unfair advantage. But beyond that, we have to remember that great fighters like Khabib and John Jones also collected controversial victories, with John Jones beating Dominic Reyes and Khabib having a very similar situation with Gleison Tibau. And that's neither here nor there, because after Hendricks, GSP relinquished his title, concluding his time as the welterweight champion for good.
Why did you take 4 years off my life? Why did you?
I think I was pressured a little bit. Carrying all that weight of being champion, defending the belt, the criticizes and everything, it took a toll on me. GSP disappeared from the octagon for 4 years before he started to get the itch to come back. You took 4 years off. Yeah, how many years in were you like, I think I'm ready to come back?
When I see USADA and the drug testing program, I don't want to come back when the sport was dirty. That's one of my things.
So what made you want to come back and fight?
I never took a retire. I just needed time off, get out of the sport life.
So GSP knew he wanted to come back. He just needed to come back for something different.
Essentially, he walked away from the game.
And he walked away for 4 years. That's a long time to be out of the sport. So my question to him was, if you had to come back, are you just going to do the same thing? Are you just going to come back to welterweight? Do what you always did?
But I wanted to come back for something that excited me, something that was different, something that was unique and rare.
the same thing I was doing before. Let's do something significant, something you haven't done before. So Johnny told me, he said, listen, you always have three big criticizers, when you were fighting. Number one, you didn't work weight class. You didn't work. Number two, you fought so technically sound that matches could become tough. People say that you're kind of boring, you're too much cerebral, technical, you don't want to take unnecessary risks, which make the fight boring. The average fan looks like, oh yeah, he's winning easily and still back there. It's not exciting for our the fights.
I was late to be kind of boring because I was not taking enough risk. But why would I take a risk if I'm winning the fight?
Right.
Why would I take a stupid risk and then let an opportunity to my opponent to give me a fatal blow to knock me out? It's up to him to take the risk.
The most consistent person making finish fights. Okay, he was a very skilled fighter. It was finishing fights. You know, that was one of my big criticizers. So my point was, okay, if you're gonna come back, let's do it the way you address those three things.
That's why when I came back after 4 years, I didn't want to come back and do the same thing again. I wanted to take on a title in a new weight class, heavier weight class.
I mean, no one gives a f***, Josh. Everybody, I'm sorry I'm late.
Have an opportunity to fight for the title.
What exactly are you going to do? You're going to jab, double leg,
Bore everybody to sleep. And in a higher weight class, make history.
I on the other side, he's going to try and knock you out.
Against Michael Bisping, who got the most win in UFC history.
I'll take being a 6'2" Englishman over 5'9" steaming pile of French face.
I hate him when I wasn't training him, but I loved him as well at the same time.
Does he pose any sort of unique challenges to you? He doesn't pose any unique challenges. All he does is hold on for dear life like a little.
I'm gonna punch him, I'm gonna slam him, I'm gonna submit him.
I'm using footwork, I'm picking him up, I'm taller, I'm longer, I'm faster, I have a better arsenal of strikes, I can read him, I've got more heart, I've got more brains. I was expecting some more, you do expect that the headbands on from Karate Kid today. Where are you all? Where are the GSP fans? Come on, George, what the f*** going on? This is your place. Is he veined in his forehead now? Relax, George, deep breath, come on, yoga.
When we did that press conference, we had a stare down and kind of went to touch me, so I had to push him. After the conference, we go by the back, kind of the back door of a mall. So there's a camera, like I think it was TMZ or something. It was a camera that followed us. So there was kids following us. They're about to ask me to take pictures. And then I see a camera coming towards me, and then that's Michael. I think he saw that TMZ was there. So we walked back to me, and Michael says to me, don't you put your hand on me again, because then I look at his face and I say, what? Man, I'm telling you, you're the one that put your hand on me. He said, he created kind of a buzz for the fight, and we started to shout at each other. And I'm not afraid of you, I hit my dad. I'm not afraid of you. Then they came to ask me for another round. They kind of got intimidating. They were like, they went back, and then I turned around and said, it's okay, it's finished, now you can come and go. That was probably the best promotion of the whole fight, like that particular incident.
To knock him out. And George is going to be standing there like a rabbit in the headlights.
So you've read up being drunk like the last press conference.
I'm going to put you up then, and I'll put you up now, little guy. And he's going to be frozen like this, like a lizard. I doesn't want to move. Okay? And I'm pounce, take him out, and I'll spot you. I'll spot you like the little nerd that he is.
Are you intoxicated or something?
Is that all you got?
That's why you were sunglasses.
Is that the only line you've got?
Are you intoxicated?
Yeah.
It's fighting, that's what I do best. I'm in the best shape of my life, in my prime.
Are you intoxicated? Are you intoxicated?
I go to the bathroom in between. Who comes next to the bathroom with us? It's Michael Bisping. We're taking a piss next to each other. We're like this. They look at me, they start laughing. And then I start laughing. He's like, yeah, I know. Okay, game face, see you later.
I'll tell you what hasn't changed. He's got the same f***ing suit as the last press conference. Come on, George, you got some money, man. Why a new suit? What the f***? You look like a history teacher. Johnny Hendricks hit him in the head so many times. He thought he'd been abducted by aliens. If at first you don't succeed, try again. The saying is not, if at first I don't succeed, I'm going to f*** up and cry like a little bitch.
Why Michael Bisping as opposed to a warm-up fight considering the 4-year hiatus? Why would you do that against this He's gonna lose November 4th. This I can guarantee you. He's not gonna beat me. This is nothing for sure. Water is wet, fire burn, and I'm gonna beat Michael this week.
Bold statements by both men, but whose words would ring true? When he came back, this is what was really interesting about that fight. George had said, I'm better. I'm a better martial artist than I was before. And he looked better. And I was thinking when you came back, was like, if you were saying that you were better than ever, I'm like, man, he might be better than ever. You didn't look like you were gone. Like right away, you felt like you fell right back into the groove again. You didn't look out of place. You didn't look uncomfortable. You were showing things, especially different things with your kicking and your movement that we hadn't seen from you before. Like it looked like you had improved.
When you're fighting a taller guy, he's punching down because Michael is taller. Because he's punching down, it's wide open. However, if you're like me, smaller than him, you're punching up, you're punching. So if I start to nobody, it will crunch me down, it will force him to punch me down in the chin and then come back to the top. That's why that's how I dropped it. I know that Michael is very good at studying back from his bag, but the way he does it, he likes to work weight on his limb because he's very strong. However, there's a catch to it. He exposes his bag, so I give him a number.
My dream come true, guy. Thank you for that support.
Chokes him unconscious. When a rear naked choke, that was one of the tightest, most cinched up rear naked chokes I've ever seen anybody perform ever. George, you looked awesome tonight.
I see a lot of people saying, after taking that much time off, moving up a division and beating you, he deserves to be called the greatest of all time. Do you believe that?
Wow, I'd say so. Yeah, good for him.
George St. Pierre became the fourth fighter in UFC history to win belts in 2 different weight classes, an astonishing feat. But his body wouldn't allow him to defend the belt.
The reason why I really question belt is I went to do some physical tests to see what's the problem with my health condition because during the camp I knew I had a problem. I didn't know what it was. I knew it was the test, the blood test and everything for the cancer. It came negative. So after I went to do like I said colonoscopy, it came back that I have a ulcer inside my stomach. And as a doctor, I say how long it takes to get rid of this. He said it's all your life.
I can tell you the symptoms, extreme stomach pain, and inability to eat and screwed up from time to time.
When I'm looking at the landscape, I see a lot of guys like, for example, Conor McGregor, he hold on to the title for the attention, the sponsors, and this and that. They kind of stole the division. And I said to myself, I stand for the fighters. I always did, I really wish right away, I don't want to stall the division and make people wait because of me. And the world don't go around me. Everybody knows, not a surprise. I announced my retirement. There's no tears. I'm very happy to do it in full contact sport. That's how you should retire. You should retire undone. And that is very hard to do.
George St. Pierre retired with a tremendous legacy that few men can even come close to, including men he almost fought.
This guy was my father, very, very fighter. I grew up watching his fights, so we were trying to have that fight with Khabib Nurmagomedov.
Wanted to come back for Khabib
because it was some, for a fighter, the scariest thing sometimes is the most exciting thing to do, and it's a problem that never been solved before. UFC categorically refused the idea of fighting Khabib because they had another platform. When Khabib fought Justin Gaethje and beat Justin Gaethje, I think he took everybody by surprise. He announced his retirement. I know some people in his camp told me that he was going to call me out and he retired. And you know what? It's maybe better like that for both of us. So we have a good ending.
You can compare GSP to Khabib, John Jones, Demetrius Johnson, or anyone else you like. But for many, the legacy of George St. Pierre speaks for itself. I always believe the 3 greatest mixed martial artists I've ever seen in my life were George St. Pierre, Khabib Nurmagomedov, and John Jones. The 3 of them have some interesting similarities and differences. 3 beat every single person they ever faced. George does have 2 losses. They were Matt Hughes and Matt Serra, right? And came back and destroyed them in the rematches. All 3 athletes have at least one man George is coach Brazil in terms of who won and who lost. George Jones has had several matches with could have gone either way. Khabib's match against Tyson Tebow could have gone either way. George's match candidates that are out there have either lost or have had problems passing side tests.
You know, George St. Pierre's, he's a special guy, which
Answer you give as to which of those three is the greatest of all time will come down to the criteria that you use. Is it being undefeated? Is it the amount of time? Or is it the quality of their opponents that they hit?
On the hardest fight that he fought and dominated the Golden Age. He was the Golden Age.
If you go by quality of opponents, I think you probably have to give it to George.
you know, like George St. Pierre, you know, he took 4 years off and everything, but he's still one of the greatest, if not the greatest of all time.
He is the greatest of all time, without a doubt, in my opinion.
Ultimately, you've got those three guys, in my opinion, and which one you choose will come down to. It says more about who you are as a viewer than it does about the respective label of the athletes.
And John Danaher is absolutely correct. We may never agree on the criteria for the greatest of all time, but if you made it this far, you probably resonate a lot more with GSP's journey than any GOAT candidate.
So when you have a dream and you believe in it, you have to work for it. And I think there is nothing impossible in life. And I've been an underdog all my life, but you know, I worked hard to be where I'm at.
If people didn't know, all right, the average person did not know what you do, besides the look, you know, that you're physically strong, they would never think that you're a fighter. You're a very friendly guy. I wanted to look like a fighter when you talk to me and it's on the phone. I want to look like a normal human being.
I never liked to fight. I never liked it.
People are like, oh, you're bullshit.
No, and I never liked it. For me, it's unbearable. It is very hard.
No, I don't like to fight. And everybody in the room turn around, they look at me like I'm crazy. I'm like, you guys are all crazy. I like to fight in a cage in front of a million of people, maybe get humiliated, knocked out, or die. Are you crazy? I don't like to fight. Are you nuts?
Fighting is my life. That's what I love to do in my life. And I hope I'm going to do it for a long time.
Don't say, oh, fighting is my no, man. Fighting is not my life, man. My life is my family, man. Is my friend, the people I love. This is what I do in my life. Is not my life, man. It's more to life than fighting. Fighting is unbearable. I do it because what it gives me, what it provides me. I love the freedom that it brings me. I love the fact that it keeps me in shape. I love the confidence that this sport gives me. I love to go to the gym, train with my training partner, the camaraderie that I have. I love the science of the game and the art of war and the chess game of fighting. I love that I have access of things that most people do not have access. I love that, but in order to preserve that, I needed to go take that walk and fight the underdog. But I hate it. I despise it. I never liked it. I never enjoyed it a second. I like to win. When you win, the feeling is unbelievable. It's so good that it's worth this. I pretend that I'm really good. Yeah, but deep down inside, I'm like, shoot, what the hell I'm doing here? It's funny hearing that from you because you would expect to hear that from someone who isn't considered one of the greatest of all time, but you're considered one of the greatest of all time. So it would be very hard. It would be very hard to argue your approach because it's been so successful. But I did it before every fight. I did not cut the corner. I did everything I needed to do, and I trained hard. And most importantly, I trained smart. I did the best I could do. I did no stone unturned. So I gave myself the right confidence. I was afraid. I was terrified, but I was confident. Have you ever slept well before a fight? Never. Only one time. Which fight? When I fought Master. And I got knocked out.
You have many great moments that you see in the sport. Is there one that stands out, your favorite moment of all time?
My favorite moment of all time was when I was able to avenge my loss against Matt Serra. Every time I lost, I've learned why I lost, and I made sure that I never made the same mistake twice. Before I started doing MMA, I wanted to be a MMA professional fighter. Everybody told me I couldn't do it, and people used to tell me all my life, oh, you will never be a fighter, you know, you're not tough enough, you're not strong enough. So I became MMA professional fighter. I wanted to fight the UFC, the most prestigious organization. Everybody told me I couldn't do it, and I did it. After that, I wanted to become UFC world champion. Everybody told me, oh, it's impossible. I knew he was going to be there forever. And I did it. And I beat him, not that beat him easy, but I beat him more decisively because I had confidence. You can have all the skills that you want, but if you don't have confidence, it's like someone who has a lot of money in his bank account, but no way of accessing it. After I became champion, I wanted to make
secured like enough money to take care of me and my family. I wanted to pay my other goal was to pay my parents' bills. And after the John Fitch fight, I did. I paid my parents, man. I wanted to thank. It was the most beautiful day of my life. I reached my goal. Now my goal is to be known as the best MMA fighter in the history. I wanted to become the best fighter. It was my dream. And I want to be known as the guy who made the difference. Not only in the octagon, but also as a school person. A lot of the kids look up to us. And I think it's important for me as a champion to give them an example.
But you've already done that just by being who you are, by your personality, your ability to just be a normal guy who just happens to be one of the best motherfuckers on the planet.
I also helped change for the enhancing testing. And I'm glad I did it. I did it to elevate the game. And also, I wanted to retire on top. I didn't want the sport to retire me.
So when I retire, I want to be known as the best fighter in the history of the sport of MMA. Pound of all time. That's how I want to be known.
Like every good thing has an end. It's just a good story. That's fun from the bottom and go up. And it's a very nice ending. Thanks for the fans. I had what I had to do because of the fans of the UFC. Being the strongest man in the world, that was my dream when I was young. That's why I did the UFC. I wanted to be the stronger man in the world. Everything I've done in my life was to get me closer to my ultimate goal.
Most people consider you to be the number one greatest mixed martial arts fighter ever. A lot of people, including myself, consider you the greatest of all time, the greatest MMA fighter of all time. Do you agree?
Is being referred to as the GOAT something you care about?
I just want to let know my fans. I want to say that you were someone that had to be a UFC guy. And soon I will be world champion. Thank you very much.
I think my goal was to be champion. It's BS. It's not my goal. Greatest of all time. It varies. It's a very subjective thing. And I realize over there, it did not exist. You cannot be the stronger man in the world. It's an illusion. Greatest of all time is something that does not exist. Baddest man on the planet. It's an illusion. I use that as a platform to get me to my goal. Mixed martial art, I achieved what I needed to achieve. I'm satisfied. I'm no longer the same George St. Pierre than when I was on begging for a title shot on my knees. My goal is to have a family, live long and happy with my love. That's my goal. I think that's the only goal. Is greatness is to be happy, family, for success.
Thank you to my members. If you like this video, I have plenty more, and subscribe because
He's going to be that guy when I'm world champion, when I'm a legend. He's going to get no problem talking some shit about I beat that guy one time.
watch very closely. You're witnessing the quickest rise to greatness of any man in UFC history.
He's got that one punch KO power. When that guy was going to fight MMA, I'm like, oh, baby. Yeah, this is going to be some wild shit.
And the crazy thing is, it was never supposed to happen.
Without me, he wouldn't be here. Without me, he'd have a tougher road to the title. He would have been exposed a long time ago.
That's Israel Adesanya pursuing greatness as UFC middleweight champion. Where he went wrong was summoning his own worst nightmare.
He watches all my fights, and every time I fight, like clockwork, he would try to put something out like, I beat this guy. There's a timeline. You know there's a bad guy, and then there's this ultimate bad guy. I've never ever watched any of his fights, ever. So, at the end of the day, no one knows who the fuck he is. And it is, he had to open his mouth. And he's going to be that guy when I'm world champion, when I'm a legend. He's going to get some fun, talking some shit about, I beat that guy one time.
If he just shut the fuck up, he would have stayed where he was.
That was the impetus for Pineda to get back into mixed martial arts. He sort of awakened the beast with those comments.
Israel Adesanya was talking about Alex Poatan Pineda.
His fucking highlight reel is like nobody else's. Completely unique style, very technical, and very well thought out.
And in that interview, he told two lies and one truth. The first lie was that Alex Pineda beat him one time. You gotta understand, decimated the competition and collected championships in multiple organizations. He was beating up everybody over there, dude. And it was the way he was doing it. He was putting them in the orbit. Like the power was different, the style was different. It's a weird style. Hands down, weird movement, but super technical, man. I was like, this fucking guy's terrifying. It wasn't long before he had his first meeting with Israel Adesanya on his home soil in China. It was a tightly contested battle where Alex Pineda earned a decision victory to snap Israel Adesanya's 14-fight win streak. Adesanya was none too pleased by the decision, and many fans argue Adesanya was robbed of his victory by the judges. There was a bit of controversy in fight one. Many people thought Izzy won that fight, so naturally both of these fighters went the following year. But if you were looking for a truly satisfying conclusion, you might have been disappointed. Israel Adesanya was winning the fight, and more notably had Pineda very badly hurt in the second round. I mean, it was a beating. But the referee stepped in and gave Pineda a standing 8 count, which gave Pineda just enough time to recover and deliver his signature left hook in the third round to knock out Adesanya. In fight 2, Izzy was fighting well again. He had hurt Pineda in the second round, and then he got knocked out. You might say that a knockout like this should be definitive in squashing this rivalry, but far too many questions surrounded both of these bouts. Yo, but in the fight where he knocks out Izzy was fucking this dude up, and they had to stop the fight. Izzy was fucking that guy up to the point where he's just in the corner covering up. I'm shocked they had stopped the fight. You could have maybe stopped the fight, but if he goes on to knock Izzy out, maybe the argument is that you gotta let guys fight. It bothered Israel Adesanya to the point that he was mentioning Pineda years later as champion of the UFC. At the end of the day, no one knows who the fuck he is. And while I clarified the first lie as he told in this interview, the unfortunate truth of Pineda sitting in a pub cuts very deep. While Israel Adesanya rose to stardom in the UFC, Alex Pineda was still recovering from his alcoholism in his early career. You see, Pineda had a hard life. He grew up very poor in a favela and dropped out of middle school to be a bricklayer's assistant and later a tire shop worker. He was in a dead-end job surrounded by people who paid him in the form of alcohol and became an alcoholic over time. It was a shame because it was around this time that Pineda showed a lot of early promise as a kickboxer. But according to his trainer, Pineda's love of booze prevented him from training for long, his body didn't hold up, and he wasn't mentally clear in his battles. However, his trainer Peloka Vera knew that Pineda had to trade one set of spirits for another. You've likely seen Alex Pineda in indigenous attire before his bouts, but you probably don't realize that it was his coach who opened him up to his ancestry. Connecting to his indigenous roots gave Pineda a revival of his mind and spirit, enough for him to realize he didn't need alcohol as his crutch any longer. Pineda became Poetan, an indigenous word that means hands as hard as rocks, or stone hands. It was shocking. He would hit God. Oh my goodness. On that line, like, we did it, man, he's doing it to everybody. Like, literally everybody he's connecting on is going night-night. This new and improved Pineda steamrolled through the competition in glory, becoming not only the Glory middleweight champion, but also the Glory light heavyweight champion. He just came into his own, like fighters do. They come into their own, and then they reach this point where they're a champion now. Yeah. And he does it in 2 different weight classes simultaneously. He owns 2 weight classes in Glory. A simultaneous 2-division Glory champion was historical. It had never been done before. And Pereira has takedown defense, and he winds up making his way to the UFC. There's a lot of good fights for him. Yeah, in the UFC, in 185, and in 205. What incredible foresight by Joe Rogan. Pineda had already etched his name in kickboxing history, so why not explore new horizons? Like Don say, I'm moving on to MMA. I signed with the UFC. I'll be fighting on Madison Square Garden in New York City on November 6th. I hope I got every guy's support. When that guy was going to fight MMA, I'm like, hold on, baby. Yeah, this is going to be some wild shit. He was an extraordinary dude. That's right. Alex Pineda had done it all in kickboxing and was highly motivated to come to the UFC because of Israel Adesanya's comments. Having somebody tell you, that you were going to be in a bar and something, knowing that he's had struggles like that in his past, I'd be pissed off too. By the time Alex made the full-time move to MMA, Israel Adesanya had already won 5 world title fights at at middleweight, and even tried his hand at becoming champ at light heavyweight, but was unsuccessful against Yalovich. On the other hand, Alex Pereira was practically a baby in the sport of MMA, barely dipping his toe into the sport while he built his kickboxing legacy. In his first MMA fight in 2015, he was predictably submitted via rear naked choke. And I say predictably because he was a striker. Grappling was a completely foreign art for Bo at time, which is why in his next 3 fights, he scored 3 knockouts, 2 of which were in the first round. I mean, imagine being those fucking guys thinking you got some scrub with a losing MMA record, not knowing he's about to hand deliver you some potent CTE. Keep in mind, a 3-1 MMA record is not usually grounds for a UFC signing, but a 33-7 kickboxing record, 21 knockouts, and 2 victories over the biggest active star in the UFC was enough to get the UFC's attention.
The second he signed on to the UFC, the conversation of who's the best striker in the UFC had another element.
That's 100% the case, but when you clicked on this video, the conversation on the biggest injury firm also had another element. That's right, when you get hurt, you deserve to have the best on your side. Your serious injury could be worth millions, and insurance companies often lowball clients' claims. So Morgan & Morgan will fight to get you the money you deserve. In just the past couple of months, Morgan & Morgan saw verdicts of $6.8 million, $12 million, and even $26 million across the United States. Remember, all law firms are not the same. Fighting big companies can take a big law firm, and Morgan & Morgan is the biggest for a reason. They just keep winning. It only takes a couple of minutes to see any other case, and you can start a claim with America's largest injury law firm in just a click. It's so easy. You can start your claim now with Morgan & Morgan at www.forthepeople.com/Lionel. That's www.forthepeople.com/Lionel, or just click the link in the description. The fee is absolutely free unless you win. Thank you to Morgan & Morgan for sponsoring this video, and now back to Pereira's UFC debut.
There's a guy that's in MMA now. There's the last guy that knocked him out. His name is Alex Pereira.
Yeah,
Truly one of the most terrifying human beings.
that motherfucker.
He hits people, and it doesn't even make sense. It's like, he's the same size as these people.
Yeah.
But he hits them. It's like he's a heavyweight and they're a lightweight. I'm telling you, he's got fucking freaky power.
And he was 3-1 when he made his debut in Madison Square Garden. And you knew that if he was able to win a couple, he would rush him to Izzy. With all the hype behind Alex Pereira's UFC debut, Poatan needed to deliver. Andreas Michailidis came in with a great game plan to smother and out-grapple Pereira. He even exposed his back, but to the surprise of many, Pereira was able to weather the storm, get back to his feet, and return to his form. What's interesting is that Adesanya was watching Pereira's debut and gave his perpetual rival some advice through the screen.
I think he's going to shoot well-fired meat straight up.
And I guess you could say, great minds think alike. They all clinch with grapple. Congratulations on a spectacular debut.
Thank you. I thought you were lying.
The whole time, Joe, I'm sitting here, right? I'm like, man, Joe Rogan over here lying to me, telling me this dude this good.
A lot of people saying you might have patented Adesanya after their kickboxing background, or just your general thoughts.
He looked damn good tonight. Got the guy where he needed him. Incredible. Flying day.
What's the career path now, right? A lot of excitement around you. Obviously, the elite Adesanya is always going to be there. Do you want a fast run to the title, or do you want to take your time and develop more as a mixed martial artist?
Well, I give you, of course, a gym, but I'm almost taking my time evolving, getting better every day. I'm 34 years old, but I'm actually every day getting better and better.
Pereira made quite the impact in just his first UFC fight, but like he said, he was 34 years old, so whatever he wanted to accomplish in his sport needed to be done in a very short window. With a performance like that, all eyes were on
Alex Pereira, of course, former kickboxing world champion, the guy who beat Israel Adesanya twice.
See what Robert Whittaker said about it?
Did you see the size of the fella?
He's nobody mentioned it. Dude's just giant.
I did. He's a freaking giant.
This guy had to be getting up to 215 whenever he was making 85.
I think it was heavier. His hands are as big as a fucking watermelon. One of the fights he said it was 226.
226 in the octagon at 185.
His fist is like literally both mine put together.
Facial features are bigger. His feet and hands and forearms of Mexico.
He's like this long arms, these big giant fucking hammers at the end of his wrists. He's different.
Really, this guy in. Benito was like this mythical creature we couldn't believe was in our sport. And all we could do was speculate how this second fight was going to go.
The odds man to show all week in terms of how people view this fight. Like, people think just Bruno's the next victim for this guy.
Bruno Silva is an incredibly violent fighter. We're just going MMA. Bruno Silva probably wins. I haven't seen a whole lot of analysis of my hands grappling.
I don't see Bruno Silva right going him out there. Plus, Bruno Silva likes a firefight, man. I think he's going to go out there and at least try and earn some respect on the feet early.
Bruno Silva's fucking real. He's a really good striker. It was a good fight. It was like Bruno Silva testing it. Although he didn't get a finish, Benito fought a very game opponent and put on a performance that demanded the respect he needed in this new sport.
Talk about MMA, right? A lot of people criticize my grappling, my ground, and I can here showcase what I do every day.
How long until Israel Adesanya has to start worrying about your name again? How you feel like you were brought here to fight
The moment that he fight now, and I sign right here, I believe that he's going to be more about because he knows what bench, he knows how far I can get.
I greatly admire Benito's confidence just 2 UFC fights in, and he fully believed he would make his way to the UFC's biggest superstar. Keep in mind that at this point, Israel Adesanya had 6 middleweight championship victories and an explosive rise to become a fan-favorite global phenomenon.
He moves the needle, like you say, he's box office. People walk through the turnstile and see the last outfit.
Outside of Conor McGregor or Khabib Nurmagomedov, Israel Adesanya was the biggest name in fighting. However, his roller coaster's unmatched popularity was reaching its low point as fans began to find him boring through his recent string of decisions. And fans also didn't like some other shit. Shout out to the puppy. The puppy. It seemed like Benito was destined to come in and bring new life to the Adesanya storyline. So much so that the UFC scheduled Benito to fight on the same card as Izzy at UFC 276 against the psychotic future champion.
I mean, Alex, the big scary we're doing. I think we all admit that. You're on 18. This one walks in behind you, middle guy. You tell me what you're going to be walking away.
Do you feel like it is a mistake for Sean Strickland to stand with you on Saturday?
Hopefully I can stand and bang with this gigantic scary Brazilian.
Fight is a really interesting fight because Pereira will oblige you to stand up.
Yeah.
Like, what? How does he choose to fight them?
He's not even a good striker, bro. Like, what is Pereira? Okay, the only reason to do that is you're tall.
Official prediction: Sean Strickland versus Alex Beard, guys. I'm taking Sean Strickland.
Genetically gifted. If you were a normal sized human being, you wouldn't even be here. Your style sucks.
Well, I'm prepared for this fight, so whatever brings, I'm ready. If you want to strike, I'm ready. If you want to grab up, let's do it.
80-inch reach. Fucking 80-inch reach and kick. I think I have weapons, enough weapons to stop this game from the end of the game and, I would love to see Adesanya versus Pereira in the UFC. I feel as though Sean Strickland's going to get the upset win, and that's crazy to say. So this is purely just a ploy by the UFC, maybe putting him against someone less strength to potentially get him in his issue.
All signs seem to be pointing, and of course, both of you need to win on Saturday. A potential fight between yourself and Israel Adesanya. It seems to be heading in that direction. What's your final message to Israel as he gets ready to attempt to defend his title against Jared Cannonier on Saturday?
Well, I'm focused on my fight Saturday. I still got the fight to Strickland. I'm focused 100% on that fight. But I'm rooting for Israel.
Benito was taking Sean very seriously. Sean was treating this gigantic, girthy, I want to get this right, gigantic, scary fucking Brazilian as a joke, and if that wasn't defocused enough, Strickland got into it with Adesanya at the press conference.
I mean, what would you like? 2-0 against Indy if you want with the 2-0?
Did you watch the whole fight?
No, I don't like fight with you.
Get you up next time.
Oh, man, I made the champion man with the props and tips and this kid on watch. Oh, no.
I think I know you face.
Alex,
Hey, man, you better focus on your guy. You might get a fully walk too. Trust me.
He knows I put him on skates last time. And this time when I put you on skates, I'm going to leave you frozen like Elsa.
When I say my feelings, he might get f***ed up Strickland if he's normal. If he doesn't fight with his ego, he'll get f***ed up.
The funny thing is, that last part wasn't trash talk. It was just a word of advice.
It's like hands down, straight up, and he moves in on you, and it's just like, so filled with danger.
Comecei a bater um pouquinho mais forte. Não parece, entendeu? Mas eu tava mais forte. Ele fez assim, eu já chutei antes, ele colocou o pé no chão, ele tava chegando.
pessoa assim, porra, ferrou. Pra quem tá assistindo, tá fácil. Pra quem tá assistindo, tá fácil, porque parece que não é nada. Mas, cara, eu acho.
Elect, you made it a quick night of work here against John Strickland, ranked #4 in the division, and you made it look easy.
Pretty happy with my performance on this knockout. I've been training hard and involved in throwing training, so I see that it's working.
Well, that was essentially a title eliminator. It sounds like both yourself and Israel want that fight next. How soon would you like that to happen?
Whenever him or the organization wants, I'm ready to go. I have no injury. I'm clean for this fight. I want to take 2 weeks off to enjoy my family and them.
And he just showed up and easily knocked out a future UFC middleweight champion, whereas Israel Adesanya delivered a less than exciting performance against Jared Cannonier. This matchup was now more interesting than ever. You're certainly on the champion's radar right now. Israel was talking about you heading into this fight.
Well, it actually makes me confused because those 2 fights in the knockout, actually, he claims to be available. With the big bills already making him leave on a stretcher with the gas bottle on him. So imagine what is going to happen in the 4 hours. Tonight, the way that he fought, the way that he showed up, like, really did not impress me, to be honest. I think his level is actually not the same. And when we fight the 3rd time, I hope he will fight way much better than he did tonight. Otherwise, it won't be a good night for him.
Adesanya and Pineda were clearly going to fight each other next. The build-up was glorious.
Israel Adesanya defending his middleweight title for the 6th time. He said this one is business and it's personal.
Going into your upcoming fight against Izzy, this will be the 3rd time you're fighting him, the 1st time in MMA.
They fought twice. Adesanya lost both fights. 2nd time he got knocked out. You want to see him beat me on YouTube? It's got millions of views. But that's fascinating. He already beat them twice. He follows them to a different sport. He hunts them down. Where do you get the motivation? Without me and having a tougher road to the title, he would have got exposed a long time ago. But let's say he still knows that in the fights, in the interactions, he has been the person that has gotten his hand raised both times. Not once, both times. The first fight, he thought it was a bad decision. First fight, I felt I won the fight. A lot of people, even he knew I won the fight. But you see how Andy looked surprised. He looked surprised. All the all looked surprised. I was surprised. We all know what happened in the last 2 fights. I forgot about him. I hope you forgot as well. I'm gonna fight you like it was the first time I was fighting in my life. Fight. Izzy was winning. We're looking at a fight where Izzy might have won the majority of the round, but Pineda has the ultimate equalizer in the left hook. Round 2, I mean, like I said, I would have had him out of there, but I didn't stay true to my style. I was younger than I let some shit influence me, and I was just like trying to get him out of there. Literally took right hands. Yeah. So it was stupid of me. You know, I don't fight like that. There's one thing to fighting someone that has beaten you before, but to get knocked out. It's just such an intimidating figure. Oh, yeah, right? Every time he even looks at Izzy, you can tell he's almost licking his chops. Even like Izzy had to stand there, he goes, look at me. He made Izzy look small. I've been around Izzy, and he's a big guy. And his hands are twice the size of mine. The guy has power like no other in the UFC. And I feel like Al's career is not going to be able to apply that pressure on Izzy just because he won't have the energy to sustain that for 5 rounds. I think the fans are going to be in for a good show this time because I think Kerr is going to keep true to his word and really push the pace. He's very one-dimensional. He's early on in the game. What's his weakness? What's his weakness? Wrestling, but Izzy doesn't wrestle. Pressure's on him. If he loses to me, all that, he be talking, everything, he's going to have to make it happen. There's a lot of people that think, maybe that they thought I wasn't deserving, including Adesanya and his team. Originally, he said, so I came into the UFC that he wanted to fight me. As soon as I started to fight people, they changed their narrative. They spun things around and they said, oh, maybe. They started to run around. They said, maybe I don't want to face him again. I think I kind of screwed his mind a little bit, and he's a little bit unbalanced psychologically on this one. He's doing bragging rights. Talk all the shit you want. Talk all the shit you want. Because trust me, they can say me that when you walk in there with me, Adesanya's too good. Adesanya is walking too much. He's kickboxing for MMA. He's different. Yeah, I understand what this guy is saying. You really want to be here.
Adesanya is really angry right now, but Perez, he's the most game opponent right now.
In almost every one of Israel Adesanya's MMA fights, he has a distinct advantage in the striking. He will not have that on Saturday Night Taste.
he's almost kind of putting it out there like this is going to be the toughest fight. And if he thinks this is the toughest fight, then I believe him.
Alex Mary is like a sharp and his condition, his jaw, the way he's focused, it is a play, but this is ready to get the belt.
In not one but two fights, you had the advantage over this guy before he caught you, and now you're getting ready to fight him Saturday night. And one moment, one mistake can end up costing. Israel Adesanya knew he needed to fight a picture-perfect fight for 25 minutes straight against the most dangerous striker ever. Whereas Alex just needed to exploit one mistake.
He Izzy's calf up multiple times in that first round with zero telegraph. It's just top. He just top. He was walking down Izzy when they were like hand fighting and he was checking these kicks. I'm like, this is dangerous in every way.
He touched him at the end of the first and had him rocked
Rocked him in the first round. Had him in real trouble.
How close do you think you were getting in out of there in the first round?
First round was 30 seconds longer.
5 seconds more than round. You mean like 3 seconds, 4 more seconds, it would have been over.
It could have been over 3 more seconds. Could not have been over yet. Maybe he couldn't finish the fight.
and he had barely survived round one, setting the tone that this fight was very dangerous for both parties, both of these supposed kickboxers.
You know, both of you said, like, this is going to be a kickboxing fight. And only a kickboxing fight. And here we are seeing some great grappling through.
Took me down one point into the round, but then I want to come down to the third round.
Which was his first takedown in UFC, his UFC fight career.
Izzy was winning that fight. Izzy was winning the grappling exchanges. He took him down, controlled him on the ground, but you saw it with the outside fight. Who do we know what to do? Guys are wrestling. That was a big problem when Izzy got his back, and he couldn't get out of that.
He fought masterfully through 4 rounds. He did everything that he was supposed to do. Delivering 20 minutes of a perfect mixed martial arts performance is incredibly impressive. But Israel Adesanya didn't account for Pereira's corner in the last round.
The corner, looking at Pereira's corner that round, it was like straight out of the movie. One of his trainers, I don't know who it was like, you're losing this fight. You need to knock him out in this round. You have to move forward. You have to throw punches and bunches. You have to throw combinations. Let your fucking hands go. You're going to be a world champion in 5 minutes. It was seriously straight out of the movie.
In that fifth round, what was going through your mind?
In the last round, you just lose the fight.
Like, what happened?
My leg, he hurt my peroneal nerve. So that's why my footwork wasn't as sharp as I wanted it to be close to him before I went through those calf kicks. Because, yeah, it helps. It's not true.
Tremendous fight and an incredibly quick rise to the title in your 5th fight ever in MMA. You are now the undisputed middleweight champion.
A year. Yeah. He was the champ in a year.
It was an honor to call you fight, sir. Congratulations.
Can you compare winning a UFC title to a glory kickboxing title?
Well, the UFC was substantially bigger, even though glory is very important to me. Winning those 2 titles was something really important for me for my career. UFC belt was a big proportion.
Is it true you got a tattoo of the belts?
Yeah, it's a bit.
Where do we go from here? Do you believe you were deserving of a rematch? Do you want time off? Do you want a new opponent?
Of course. Before we get the rematch,
Alex Pereira became UFC champion faster than most of you lasted in the bedroom. Finishing not only the men he specifically followed from their previous sport, but a champion that fans started to dislike. So despite not speaking English, Pereira now became a beloved fan favorite, and we got to enjoy his personality. Alex Pereira leaned into his emotionless, stone-faced persona. Definitely smile. We have fun.
We all shout out an emotion, and then you have to do it. Sad, angry, frustrated, happy.
He smiles. He actually smiles. Before he just didn't smile. Now he smiles. He embraced all the memes about him being the world's biggest hater. I would leave it frozen like Elsa, going as far as to hate on Izzy for his love of Pokemon and fans like some stuffed animal. And he goes, nah. And for me, I'm like, what the fuck do you think you are? But then he sported a Pikachu jacket on media day. But it just seemed to haunt Israel Adesanya wherever
appeal was his personal sense of humor, especially alongside Daniel Cormier, trolling him with a golf club, wrestling DC, and sharing some cat gigs. Alex Pereira keep on leg. We learned that Pereira actually has a soft side for bad motherfucker, sharing his chicken strips with being hungry just to eat you. No matter what Alex Pereira did, we all watched, and we all watched close. What the fuck? Holy shit, he's coming. That's what it is. Alex, relax, man. I'm just trying to make a video here. I need more subscribers. Alex, let's try. He's not good, man. I'm just a jujitsu guy. Guys, please subscribe so I can hit 200K and make more videos from the hospital bed. Pineda hits like a truck. But what hit even harder was the stunning realization that he knew a little bit of English.
Hi guys, it's time. It's okay. I am my first. I am the first. On Saturday. My and guess is I understand.
Equally, UFC 287 history. We'll look at this match. It's the one that will be talked about. It's going to move the scale one way or the other. It's going to be a physical fight. It's going to be a psychological fight. I've said this many times. We have to forget all those three fights. But I know he hasn't forgotten any of those three fights. And I think that's going to be a psychological factor.
Expect my best. This is the best thing I see yet. It's going to be game over for him.
In those last 5 rounds we saw, we're going to have 5 more to it. You're safe to bet on Adesanya.
I know, I know beat this guy. I know every time I fight this guy, I'm dominating him. I'm beating him. And then he has this special ability to recover and put his foot on the gas. So I have to find a way to take him out of the driver's seat, which I will.
I'm not thinking about those 3 fights. As I said, he's a former champion, a great champion, a very dangerous fighter. If I keep those 3 fights in my head, I'm not going to do things the way I needed to. I trained for this one. I am prepared for this new fight.
Imagine what if I get it done? What if I get it done better than he's ever done it? What if I butcher him and beat the fuck out of him?
As a person that won't be real to me, what I think you're the same. Oh, I don't know why I got a little edgy for this fight, a little edgy.
This fight, like I said, this is my eight moment. This is it. One more shot at this. I put everything on my back. I've done everything in my power to make sure the worst thing to this man this weekend.
Pereira just has that power that just nobody can really take.
But Saturday night, time for talking is done. I'm going to show him my fighting spirit.
My mind says Pereira. At this point, though, my heart says it has to be easy. What is most important to you? Is it about regaining the UFC title or being world champion again, or just simply being
What the hell? I'm coming for his head.
The champion was convinced that he could finally take control of this feud. From really early on in this fight, it didn't look too good for Izzy.
Eu achei que eu estava indo muito bem. Eu estava dominando ali a luta, machucando ele. Ele sabe quando eu estava machucando ele.
Pineda was mutilating Adesanya's leg even harder and earlier than he did in the last fight.
If that fight would have kept going, I don't think Izzy was going to win. He was hurting Izzy bad.
It was done. Alex Pineda landed 35 hard calf kicks early in the fight, forcing Izzy against the cage at the end of round 2. We thought Pineda had Izzy right where he wanted him, but in reality, it was Izzy who had Pineda where he wanted him.
I hunted him down, and then when it was time, I set the trap. I did one shot, and not much chance to blow. Man, when it was my shot, I landed it. This one was like, if I have that moment, should I hold back? Like how he did with George Foreman, the Phantom Punch, I was like, nah, he wouldn't do the same to me.
Depois eu estava ganhando as lutas, eu ganhei no final. Estava ganhando a luta, ele ganhou no final. É isso que acontece. Ele foi melhor. Aquele foi o dia dele.
He triumphed over like 3 things in that one moment.
And he triumphed over the guy's stylistically, which is the most dangerous opponent for him.
He won in the same position that he lost the last time.
This is probably the greatest storyline in MMA history.
I still now, I don't know how Izzy beat that dude, man.
Because he caught him. That was a devastating loss for Pineda, and it hurt even more for fans who just started to get close to this humble and down-to-earth champion. It seems that no one got to enjoy the Pineda title reign for very long. But before we can speculate how much further he would decline, we have to give props to Adesanya for what is undeniably one of the most impressive and emphatic finishes and celebrations in the sport's history.
3 minus 1 is 2, and that's 2
time UFC middleweight champion. Out there and was absolutely focused and put on a display that, it goes down in the history books. What Izzy did tonight is he slayed a giant. Not only in the physical sense, but a giant in his mind. This guy had 3 wins over him and just knocked him out, took his title. This win in particular is a lot more about the psychology than the physical. Just getting Izzy's mind right to actually walk into a combat sport setting down 3-0 and to beat this man like this, I think you can argue it as one of the biggest wins in UFC history.
Podem pensar, esse cara vai vir depois. Galera, eu prometo pra vocês, eu vou vir firme e forte. Bem mais forte do que nunca. Pode escrever isso. Is there unfinished business now? Like, do they need to do it again to settle the UFC trilogy? Or what are your thoughts?
Honestly, I think that Brian probably moves to 205 after this fight.
I'm one of those guys where if you got knocked out at a lesser weight, is it really good for you to move up in weight? Look, I'm not a good striker by any means, but Stephen A. Smith, when you hit pads like you're having a stroke, you have no business questioning Alex Pineda's next move. This is as close to a super fight as you're going to get without having a super fight. This is the former 85-pound champion. This is the former 205-pound champion. They found a way to each other. We're talking about Jan former champion. He's a strong guy. He's a complete fighter.
That message to UFC, I want Pereira because I want something new. I want something different.
Jan is a very good grappler too. So, he dominated Izzy on the ground.
And Jan is very good at game plan.
Oh, yeah. He's also got tremendous power. As if Pineda hadn't already eaten Adesanya's lunch, his first move up to the UFC light heavyweight division would be against Jan Blachowicz, the man Izzy lost to when attempting to become double champion. And the stakes were even higher than that because the UFC made it very clear that if Pineda won, he would be up next to challenge for the UFC light heavyweight championship. First round, if you were on that UFC, you don't want to jump or almost tight.
I want to check my stand-up leg against him and try to knock him out. But if something goes wrong in stand-up, I can use my wrestling and take him down.
The end of the round, he got his back, but he saw how patient they stayed. Second round, clearly everybody saw how fatigue and gas Ian got from the first round. For the scheduled 15-minute fight, Jan Blachowicz controlled Alex Pineda for 7.5 minutes. That sounds pretty damning, but in 2 out of the 3 rounds, Alex Pineda outlanded Jan and arguably landed the better shots. But for many fans, it was a toss-up, and some fans really felt that Jan won. What did the judges say? By split decision, congratulations on your successful light heavyweight debut, and a huge one at that, beating the former champion Jan Blachowicz.
There was no reasonable world where Alex Pierre won that fight. And that's not Gilles' opinion, that's math. He lost rounds 1 and 3.
This is a guy who was a former champion, who was a war, and was able to show it.
Super fucking impressive. In one way, no one thought he would win. I bet the odds of Alex Pierre winning a decision were very high.
Whether you thought he won or he lost, the fact of the matter is, Pineda was now standing taller with Adesanya because just a few months later, Izzy lost his belt to Sean Strickland. That means that Pineda had 3 wins over UFC champions, and 2 of them were the only 2 men Izzy had ever lost to in MMA. Pineda's rival was in a devastating circumstance, disappearing from the public eye and saying he wouldn't return to the cage for another 4 years, whereas Pineda was on his way to a legacy-defining title fight.
UFC 295 is from Madison Square Garden, and Alex Pereira will face the former champion Yuri Prochazka.
This is the first fight back for Prochazka since he suffered that brutal shoulder injury, Dom.
He had sustained the worst shoulder injury that they had ever seen.
This is a tough one to come back to.
If I was to tell you a year ago these two are going to fight, you're going to have Yuri Prochazka as a meaningful favorite.
Yuri Prochazka was the unorthodox finishing master who captured the light heavyweight title against Pineda's friend and trainer Glover Teixeira before a catastrophic shoulder injury forced him to vacate the light heavyweight title. Now these 2 knockout artists would headline for the vacant light heavyweight championship.
How impressive is Pereira? This guy is fighting for the UFC championship third time, bro. He's only been here for 3 years.
He's an aggressive fighter, multiple knockouts. Me, on the other hand, I'm also an aggressive fighter, trying to control the fight the entire time. So I think that it's going to be very special. either to show Kid Pajeda stop all the grappling that he's going to bring to the table. He really is an unconventional grappler. He mixes it well. Whereas Pajeda, we know what he's going to do. He's going to look to knock you out. He's not taking you down. He's not mixing that up.
So I think it's going to be total. I think Yuri is a heavyweight that comes down to light heavyweight. Whereas I like to always say for middleweight, Yuri perhaps gets the jump done.
I think he can stand with him. I think he can take his best shots. And I think he has the ability to knock him down as well and to knock him out.
We've watched both of these dudes drag themselves from deep water and find a way to win. And this is so exciting. I think this is a toe-to-toe fight, and I think it's a finish of one of these men.
We did see Pereira at 205 against Jan Blachowicz. The power wasn't quite significant. It wasn't quite as crushing. And he struggled to go the distance.
I'm taking Pereira, and I'm not ready to tell you that I think he's a better fighter. I'm just not. I just think he's going to fight better in this particular match. It's his third time returning to the Garden. He's got an amateur record. He's also got world championships in 2 different sports. He's something special. I'm taking Alex for knockout.
Yuri Prochazka will not get tired. He will not slow down. He's fought in this weight class many, many times throughout the entirety of his career. And he's a more well-rounded fighter.
One thing that I know that I'm sure is that fight's not going to be good for the scene. Somebody going to get knocked out or submitted.
I think Pereira might knock Yuri out.
It's such a special moment, and believe me, I am really happy. I just don't smile much, but believe me, I am happy.
Yuri's in there dancing and shit.
Yuri's like doing all kind of like weird stuff, right? And Alexis like just stone face. Like I'm going to one of the greatest stare-downs ever. I'm going to kill you. Is what he's thinking. Like,
if I learned anything watching Pereira's fights to this point, it's that you better be damn good at checking low kicks.
Alright, it's like already hurt.
It's already hurt. It's already hurt. Look at that. Oh my goodness.
If he's even shooting that he's gonna do it. He's already got that leg beat up, man.
Pereira had Yuri on wobbly legs immediately in their fight, which meant very bad news for Prochazka.
You fight Pereira, next thing you know, he's got your leg beat up. You're switching to southpaw, which is what Yuri did. Yuri's not a southpaw. Yuri doesn't fight southpaw. Now you're fighting in a fight stance that's unfamiliar against one of the most dangerous men in the world.
Yuri was able to survive the first round relying on his grappling, which to his credit seemed better than Pereira's. But in round 2, Yuri got a little overzealous, pressuring Pereira to the cage.
Right hand.
Once he dropped on my neck, I start punching, I start feeding the heels of it. I then defeating your weight, and I think it was a good spot. And this is an amazing accomplishment for you. In just 11 MMA fights, you claim titles in 2 divisions.
This guy is now champion in 2 weight divisions. He has 2 of the 3 highest grossing pay-per-views as a headliner in Madison Square Garden history. He's only got about 6, 7 UFC fights. He's beaten 4 champions. He's beaten 4 champions. It's crazy to think what this man has done.
Alex Pereira acquired 2 UFC titles in 2 years, the quickest anyone's ever done it, standing tall among some of the most legendary fighters ever. But in a moment that is entirely his to enjoy, he chose to share it with a man he will forever be tied to.
You know, I never knew how to call anyone right, but I think, man, I'd like a fight there that's interesting for me, and it would be interesting. I'm sure it will be for everyone. It's a person who somehow encouraged me when I was in a bar drinking, and he said in the video that I was going to stay in a bar, but he rescued me. This guy also said recently that he'll only be back in 10,027, and so do I. The way he rescued me, I want to rescue this guy, because he's a talent. He can't stand still for this long. It's Adesanya.
Alex Pereira came into the sport as the supposed villain in Israel Adesanya's story.
He is Thanos.
Literally just collecting
Stones. Infinity Stones.
He's got 2 world titles in 11 fights
In 2 years.
But I think there's a lot more that we'll appreciate about this era as we reflect on Pereira's career.
I really felt like this guy was going to come in and revolutionize the sport. He's really done that.
Who's ever won 2 world titles quicker than that guy? Ain't nobody.
Did you ever imagine when you started your UFC journey that you'd be a 2-division world champion?
Well, not only that, let's look more. Let's rewind a little bit. Like, the first few years of my career, like, I didn't picture that I could make a living fighting. Even support myself just for fighting. I had great people around me that motivated, that pushed me, and I came here with all this success.
Pereira and Adesanya aren't heroes nor villains. They're yin and yang, 2 sides of the same coin. It doesn't matter who's Batman and who's the Joker.
There's a time Brazil, and Izzy had to open his mouth. He's gonna be a football. So this is talking about I beat that guy one time. Izzy told 2 lies and 1 truth in that interview. If Izzy just shut the fuck up, he would have stayed where he was. And now every MMA fan there ever will be knows what the second lie was. At the end of the day, God knows who the fuck he is. Agradeço todo mundo de vocês que está sendo na torcida por mim. Muito obrigado mesmo de coração. Chama! Thank you to my patrons and members. If you like this video, you will love the others on my channel and subscribe because
I worked so hard for this one. I was knowing always I said one day I will become a UFC world champion.
I've got a riddle for you.
He is an undefeated fighter. He is 27 years of age.
Stand up and do something. A cocky European featherweight comes into the UFC.
There are levels. There are levels, and that it's me.
He destroys every man in his way.
Topuria is a monster, bro. Topuria is a extremely dangerous man. Boxeando soy muy peligroso. Tirando soy peligroso. En el solo soy peligroso. Soy peligroso.
And he calls his shots against the greatest featherweight champion of his era.
He will not be able to touch me. I see myself knocking out. I will finish. Extremely confident. His confidence borders on cockiness. It's my destiny. I was born as a UFC world champion.
He looks like a bad guy who's a villain in a movie. Now, who does that remind you of? He's putting it out there. No different than Conor back in the day. They believe El Matador to be the second coming of the Notorious, and you can't deny the resemblance. But there's one key difference between them that you'll understand very deeply.
Ser el mejor, ser el campeón de la UFC.
My dream is to be world champion, world lightweight champion in the UFC. I'm more money than I know what to do with.
Y ese es mi objetivo hasta el día de hoy y los días que me quedan.
It will happen, and I'll let you know when it happens. It will be guaranteed.
It's July 11th, 2015, and 18-2 Conor McGregor just had the performance of his life, knocking out Chad Mendes to become the interim UFC featherweight champion.
I just want to thank everybody that's been with me and the Irish people that support me.
This guy came from nothing, and now he's a world champion in 5 UFC fights, 20 fights overall. Now you might ask me, how many fights did Topuria have in 2015? 5? 10? Try his pro debut. Ilya was just 18 years old in 2015, but despite that, he was very talented.
Súper nervioso, como que no quería ni subir, dudaba. Yo decía, ¿qué coño hago aquí? Porque no he estudiado, porque no he estudiado mis padres.
Topuria took down an aggressive opponent, mounted him, took his back, crucified him, ground and pounded him, and ultimately finished him with a reverse triangle. Hold on, I have a note here to explain things in simpler terms. Yep, just like that. He's fucking legit, despite how nervous fighting made Topuria. He took another fight 1 month later, and it looked very similar.
Base, mi fortaleza es el suelo y el resto. Te puedo deslocarte el brazo, romperte la pierna, el cuello. O sea, para mí no es nada.
Topuria rear naked choked his opponent in 63 seconds.
No me hacen falta los jueces, algunos son bocata cuando yo peleo.
This 18-year-old was very, very good, which begged the question, why was he so talented?
Cuando yo tenía más o menos 4 años y era unos 5, nos llevó a Alemania a la clase de judo. Luego cuando fuimos a Georgia nos llevó a clase de Kyokushinkai. En Georgia pues conocimos la lucha grecorromana que fue por donde hemos empezado todo mi hermano y yo. And finally when we moved to Spain we started with BJJ.
So 4 different martial arts in 3 different countries. Ilya's origin story is very complex, but the road to greatness often is.
Your story is very interesting. You were born in Germany. Your parents are of Georgian descent.
Viví hasta los 6 años en Alemania. No tengo muchos recuerdos porque ya sabes, 6 años.
After 6 years in Germany, Ilya's family moved to their native Georgia.
El de un día a
principio el objetivo era convertirnos en campeones olímpicos. My dream always was to become a Olympic champion, right?
Ilya fell absolutely in love with training around the same time that his family had to separate.
Cuando tenía 8 años, mis padres pues decidieron venirse a España y pues para un niño de 8 años era duro, ¿no? Vivir sin sus padres, pues hasta los 15 años vivía sin ellos.
For 7 years, Topuria grew up and wrestled with just his older brother in Georgia until he was able to rejoin his family in Spain.
Queríamos como seguir practicando el mismo deporte, pero no había gimnasio de lucha grecorromana. Y por casualidades de la vida nos hemos encontrado con el gimnasio donde entrenamos hasta el día de hoy, que es el Climen Club.
I was competing in those competitions and national competitions.
Desde los 15 años, cuando fui al gimnasio, me metí adentro y se me pasaban las horas sin darme cuenta, porque era feliz haciendo lo que estaba haciendo. Hice 3. Gané las 3 en el primer asalto.
And who was your first favorite fighter? Like, who was the one that kind of drew you to the UFC and MMA?
GSP.
Oh, yeah.
GSP. Yeah. When he was the first man, I was doing like, I want to be like him. Y al final cuando entrenó después dije, pero ¿por qué no me dedico y hago al 100% esto? Y eso se convirtió en España en campeones olímpicos, a ser campeones de la UFC.
School was a bit hard, right? Early on, communicating with the teachers, the kids.
Yes, but I went to school when I was like 15 years old.
Oh, what do you mean? You didn't go to school?
Mi hermano y yo teníamos 16, 15 años más o menos. Y hemos dicho a mi padre, mira, no queremos ir a instituto más, no queremos dedicar a esto.
And he told me, like, if you're really gonna train all the time, and like you tell me, you have my approval.
Wow. Look, I'm not sure it's a good idea to abandon your education like Ilya Topuria or Tito Ortiz.
They came in here 110% mental, that's about 100% of this game. Red's physical.
It's definitely not something I recommend, but you can't deny the results.
Hola, soy Ilya Topuria, voy a pelear el día 7 de mayo en Mixed Fight, voy a pelear contra Daniel Vázquez y vamos a dar una buena guerra. Estoy muy preparado y con muchas ganas de pelear, los invito a todos.
Spoiler alert, it was not a war. Topuria scored his third straight first-round professional victory by taking down Vasquez and really choking him. Topuria fights like he bet the house on a first-round finish, but that trend was unsustainable.
Sí, contra John Wayne.
Topuria was almost naively overzealous against Wadi. He put on a relentless pace, chaining together many submission attempts, including armbars, guillotines, and short chokes. Don't get me wrong, it was impressive, but he ended up on the bottom for his carelessness, and he almost got submitted himself. He was clearly getting tired, but ultimately, he found that guillotine in the second round to become the MFE champion. It was a good experience that tested his limits and solidified that Topuria was the best featherweight that Spain had to offer. After 4 MMA fights, Ilya Topuria participated in an unreleased Spanish reality MMA show similar to The Ultimate Fighter.
No he salido ningún lado, no. Hice 3 peleas, gané las 3 peleas en el primer asalto.
Ilya did the show to gain more star power in Europe outside of Spain.
You don't hear of a lot of people coming out of Spain in mixed martial arts.
¿Por qué no se habla más de ti en el mundo del boxeo en España cuando eres un tipo que no ha perdido todavía una pelea?
But the show completely fell apart, and no one even knows that it happened. But it put Ilya in the right mindset to find his own opportunities. Ilya temporarily ventured to Alexander Gustafsson's gym in Sweden, and after they observed his skills, a manager signed him on and began looking for fights that would turn him into an international threat.
Viene de su pelea en Finlandia, la verdad es que espectacular. Because I'm an Indian, it was 8-1 at the time. No te digo nada, ¿no? Porque rápido que
Empecé a pelear, era un poco humanos, pero ya me dijo que estaba enfermo con una frecuencia sensible, empezando a cansar, un poco la presión, entonces ya quería empezar a disfrutar. Pero metí la guillotina en un culo, se me pasó por la cabeza soltante y dejándole, pero dije, no, y hasta muy limitado, hasta menos.
Topuria completely shut out Mika Hamalinen in a performance that not only earned him his BJJ black belt,
I become the BJJ black belt with 21 years old.
La primera femenina que entró en negra de Finlandia. estar peleando en el top.
And speaking of the top, he had a firm opinion on a certain Irishman.
Y me gusta McGregor también, me ha dicho que me gustaba su personalidad, como fuera de las MMAs.
Keep in mind that at this point, Conor McGregor had already knocked out both Jose Aldo and Eddie Alvarez to become the UFC's first simultaneous double champion, and had a pretty under-the-radar boxing match against Floyd Mayweather. You might have missed it. Ilya was light years away from Conor's achievements, but he was heading in the right direction because 2 months after his last fight, he was invited to Cage Warriors to compete for the vacant bantamweight championship.
I tried to fight the bantamweights. I made that mistake, but never again.
Never again.
Ilya says that because he couldn't make the weight and was ineligible to win the belt. Most people would take that as added pressure and be terrified on the biggest stage they've ever been on.
Todo en la arena ahí, siempre gritando y tienes que salir delante de miles de personas y te pones nervioso, ¿sabes lo que te digo? Imagínate meterte a pelear con un tío que se ha preparado durante meses y ha estudiado todas tus debilidades y tienes que meterte a pelear y todo el mundo espera lo mejor de ti, es como que te ven como algo invencible, te tienes que preparar mentalmente súper fuerte. El miedo es una ilusión, el miedo es mi mejor amigo, es lo que me ayuda a alcanzar el mayor potencial que duerme dentro de mí, el mayor miedo, no poder ver la mejor versión de mí mismo que otra cosa, no hay ninguna duda que viva dentro de mí, yo sé que voy a agarrar muchísimos nervios, muchísimo, estás nervioso, pero súper confiado.
Just over 8 minutes and a half is all it took. I mean, Ilya was putting that black belt to use. Case in point, his next fight was another dominant performance where he took Luis Gomez down, ground and pounded Gomez like he owed him money, and then submitted him with a mountain triangle armbar.
1 minute and 15 seconds of the very first fight.
Look, dominating your opponents pre-UFC is a sign of potential greatness. But when you only showcase a grappling skill set and you've never faced adversity in the cage, it's hard to know how far you can go.
Sienta bien en la cara, ¿no? Eso arriba, pero menos aquí en la cabeza. A ver, recibo el golpe y caigo al suelo. Le dije que no me voy a quedar abajo, porque si me quedo abajo y le dejo que me domine, la sensación que uno siente cuando lo tiene al otro en un round es algo que te hace crecer mucho. Entonces no le podía dar esa ventaja que tenía que tirar y dominarlo en el suelo.
Taporia not only recovered, but he attempted an anaconda choke, guillotine, and even went fishing for a darce, all in the first round. But it wasn't working.
What does everyone say about Ilya Taporia?
No es el pegarte un golpe, no es crear juegos, es como te provoco.
They say, don't let him back you up against the fence. Don't let him throw a barrage of punches.
Es todo mental, ¿sabes? Es como un partido de ajedrez que yo voy preparando y voy engañando.
It's his power, his speed. Don't let him trap you there.
No te tiro un chapo abajo, te tiro otro y el tercero es un chapo abajo y una derecha arriba.
Ilya scored his first professional knockout and 7th first-round finish after tremendous adversity.
Hay otro que come la misma patada y bueno.
And I'm sure a kick like that will never happen again. But in all seriousness, Taporia was now 8-0 and was very confident in his UFC material.
Aunque dentro de mí yo pienso, ahora mismo no lo he demostrado como por ejemplo en España, yo pienso que lo he demostrado y en Europa hay gente, todos que hasta el momento han demostrado conmigo. Entonces todavía mantengo mis pies en la tierra y lo demostraré. Pero solo pienso que soy el mejor del mundo, pienso que soy el mejor del mundo. Solo necesito un poco más de tiempo para demostrarlo. Quedaban 2 peleas más en el contrato, pero dije, mira, si yo consigo salirme del contrato, sé que la vuelta siempre va a firmar.
Taporia was right. He got out of that contract and the UFC signed him. But remember, this was during a certain pandemic, so the UFC called him back while he so happened to have that virus.
Me llaman y me dicen que si el mismo día de que tenía el vuelo para ir a Estados Unidos quería pelear
te vienen todos los días y menos así, ¿sabes?
And I test myself like 5 days after, and I test negative, you know, and I didn't say anything.
Soy el mejor del mundo, pelea con todos. Esto es mi sueño y me da igual que tenga 8 días, yo voy a aprovechar mi oportunidad. Y ahí empezó toda la historia.
Accepting your first UFC fight while sick and on 8 days' notice is practically negligent. And that's coming from me, a guy who's outside with a vicious, laceless dog ready to bite someone. All right, have fun. And then there's me, a guy peacefully enjoying his day, knowing that if I get hurt, America's largest injury law firm just might have my back. Oh, it's not you get hurt, you deserve to the best on your side. I mean, your serious injury could be worth millions. I can't believe that guy got hurt. Morgan doesn't settle for lowball offers. I heard in the past couple of months, they saw verdicts of up to $26 million. Yeah, he should feel bad because I've got nothing to lose. The fee is free unless I win, and I know that Morgan & Morgan is the biggest injury law firm for a reason. They just keep winning. I hope he doesn't find out how easy it is to start a claim. It only takes a couple of minutes to see if you have a case. Yup, it's so easy. You can start your claim now with Morgan & Morgan at www.forthepeople.com/final. That's www.forthepeople.com/final, or just click the link in the description. Thanks to Morgan & Morgan for sponsoring this video, and now back to Ilia Toporia's UFC debut.
Ilia Topuria has not competed in 2020, period. He has taken his fight on a week's notice. He is undersized. He's working for breaks here. I think Yusuf Salah was a little bit too quick on the feet in the first round to get finished quickly.
No es que sé que voy a pelear a la UFC, mi objetivo no es llegar a la UFC, porque yo sé que voy a llegar.
Beat some good guys, dominated some good guys as well. Has a bunch of quick finishes in his career. 23 years of age. These are two young guns going at it. This is not an easy fight for Yusuf Salah. What is that like to be on the UFC's page, giant picture view? UFC saying this guy's gonna break out. You need to watch him. I'm so happy for Yusuf Salah. He's taking on a savage though. In Ilia Topuria, who's very good, very, very good.
Mi objetivo es ser el mejor, ser el campeón de la UFC.
If this was on a full camp, I probably would pick Ilia Topuria.
It is two completely different fighters, though, for sure. You know, it's like I get a world champion boxer in Korea, and then they give me a guy who's a brawler, stricter wrestler. You know, so it's like it's a completely different fight style.
I'm gonna go with Yusuf Salah getting it done. And with all that context, Yusuf Salah should be the favorite.
Yo siempre digo que en esos momentos antes de salir a pelear es como una confesión que tiene contigo mismo.
Salah moves a lot. He throws a lot of crazy stuff himself. He's very fast for the division. He's got good cardio.
Empiezas a recordar todo el camino que has tenido que recorrer para llegar hasta el punto donde te encuentras en ese momento y si te mereces la victoria o no.
He's got a great style. He was just cycling between submissions against Yusuf Salah.
Me sorprendió al nivel de aguante porque le tiré, no sé, 8 sumisiones o algo así y la verdad que resistió mucho. Siempre, cada vez que llevo en mi combate, es como que hice lo necesario para merecerme la victoria.
Yusuf Salah looked like absolute shit. He looked terrible. Ilia Topuria came out there and literally out-grinded Yusuf Salah for a win on very, very short notice.
I don't think Salah looked like it, and I want to get this right. Absolute shit that night. I just think Topuria is that good that he could overwhelm and smother a rising UFC prospect on 8 days' notice to his first decision victory. Not to mention, he had COVID right before, but it didn't matter. He didn't make an impression on the fans, so Topuria returned to the cage just 2 months later.
Damon Jackson versus Ilia Topuria, or Ilia Topuria versus Damon Jackson, as it should be said. Great matchup. Ilia Topuria, 9-0, not just a normal 9-0 guy coming to the UFC because he's fought good opponents on his way up. And they're up for a full camp now. We're going to see the real potential of Ilia Topuria. And if you can beat a guy like Yusuf Salah, who's on a win streak in the UFC at the time, you're definitely going to beat Damon Jackson. So I'll be going for Ilia Topuria by unanimous decision.
MMA Guru, I don't normally challenge the opinions of the disabled, but 2 wrong picks in a row, it's a dark shame.
You should have some great power in your hands as well. You feel you're one of the strongest, most powerful punchers in the division. I haven't seen body shots like that in a very long time, especially not in the featherweight division.
I like the Canelo style of body shots. And for this fight, especially, I had trained a lot of boxing.
Ilia Topuria was tearing apart Jackson's liver and body while maintaining perfect boxing fundamentals.
The game plan was to hard him into and stand up. And I was knowing that when he was getting hurt, he will start to search for the takedown. I was ready for that.
Landing the body shots, eventually started going upstairs afterwards once Damon Jackson was hurt to the body and just lit him up in that first round. Superior just destroyed him, annihilated him in that fight. It was an amazing performance.
I'm young, I have a lot of things for improve, and I'm today's champion, you know.
And apparently Elliot Superior is going to be a real problem in that division.
What are some of the names that are on your radar that you would like to challenge yourself with in that cage?
The only man who means something for me is the man who has the belt, you know. I don't care about anyone else.
Topuria acquired his first UFC finish, finally giving UFC fans the Matador, El Matador. The only question was, could he lure his next bull to slaughter?
Ryan Hall versus Elliot Superior takes place this weekend on the prelims of UFC 264.
I think Ilya's a great opponent. He's very tough. You know, he brings a lot of skills to the table. He's a good grappler, of course he is. He's a nice professional, but for me, nothing special. I'm absolutely one of the best grapplers, one of the best grappler in MMA.
Ryan Hall, always going to be dangerous.
He's not so good like everyone is talking about.
Ilya Topuria was facing Ryan Hall, a leg specialist and jiu-jitsu master who had never lost in the UFC. But Ilya did not care.
He's down and off the ground, but if the fight is standing, does he present any dangers on the feet? Man, come on. He's way back on the strike. I haven't been outstruck in any of my fights, and that doesn't mean that that's impossible. But there's this continuing narrative that I'm not a good striker. He don't have knockout power. He's just like kicks and nothing else.
I don't see a universe where Superior doesn't just walk him down and batter him in that first round.
He has a very weird style, but when I grew up in the gym, we have like close to 30 black belts, and I have a lot of guys there who has a very similar style to him. So for me, his style is very familiar. I'm gonna fight with everything I can. I will play with all my skills on Saturday. I'll give it everything I got.
I believe Elliot Superior is going to go out there and get a brutal first round KO over Ryan Hall.
There was no doubt this was a very interesting matchup on paper, but early on, it was fairly strange. Ryan Hall danced around the cage, hitting Topuria with raging kicks. And fairly quickly, Hall started spamming his usual Imanari rolls to answer the legs. But Topuria was very patient and controlled the grappling exchanges because of his brother.
Cuando entré en el combate de Ryan Hall y él empezó a hacer todos los movimientos que nosotros sabíamos que iba a hacer, él me los hacía con una velocidad, pero 10 veces más que el mismo Ryan Hall. Estaba acostumbrado y había entrenado con un tío que era mejor que él haciéndolo, entonces era imposible que me ganara.
Like a bull to a cave, Ryan Hall eventually charged at Ilya Topuria with a reckless spinning kick, and that was the end.
Congratulations on a huge victory against a guy who's incredibly awkward that most people don't want to fight.
Your last two fights have been incredible. You're on some kind of roll. People, like I said, very excited about you. Think that you will be a future contender, potential champion at 145.
When they offered me a fight, I said, yes, I want to fight this guy. I'm going to knock him out in the first round.
Well, this is a huge test for you, sir. A tremendous result. You're one of the most exciting guys in the division. Congratulations on a spectacular fight.
Ilya's stock went through the roof that night, coincidentally, on the same night that Conor McGregor hit the lowest of lows opposite Dustin Poirier. Destiny seemed on track for Topuria, but unfortunately, he was inactive for 8 months with 2 canceled bouts in early 2022 due to pullouts and weight cut issues. And so the UFC told him, if you want to fight soon, it might have to be 1 weight class up.
Si es así, voy a ganar una pelea en 70.
Topuria accepted a short notice lightweight bout against Jai Herbert, who's 5 inches taller with an 8-inch reach advantage.
Nadie me ha traído un caballo a la
That's a huge reputation behind him as well. With his civilian fight, you know, he's got good, decent boxing. He's very good on the ground. You know what I mean? He's very, you got to be aware of him on the ground. He's got good submission skills. I expect him to come out and try and trade and then shoot for a double. If we get in the middle, give me a big achievement, I suppose. He gets better for me coming out there and then just throw hands. much dominance of freedom, and I'm not surprised on Saturday night.
Topuria had a very game and dangerous opponent ahead of him, but during fight week, Topuria had his eyes on another fighter.
I threw the bottle to his face. He threw it back to me. I slipped and I gave him my proper right hand.
He wanted to come at me and saying like that, and then he got put in his place, and I stood there on my own, and there was about 6 of them, and he got me on.
Ilya Topuria got into a hotel scuffle with rising UK prospect Paddy the Baddy Pimblett.
He wanted to do so, and he would have come around the table and tried to have a fight with me, but he didn't. He stood on the other side of the table because he knows what's going on.
He's working with security right now, also because he's scared. He's on his pants.
This all occurred because of Paddy's tweets that offended Topuria's Georgian heritage.
If he gets the win, I really want to fight with him. Even if he didn't get the win, I want to fight him because of my people, because of me, you know. I want to take his head off when you heard your opponent and get into it with Paddy.
I'm fighting with either no one. He used my name for followers and to gain some publicity. They can wait for anything to do whatever. I'm just out here cheating me, ready for Saturday.
If Ilya was a little more focused on Herbert, the fight might have gone a little differently.
You know, this guy with his big reputation wouldn't get past each other. Piece of woman, man.
I was surprised that in the first round he was really fast, good movements.
Great, couldn't do anything. The whole first round was all gigantic.
It was a stand-up and show me a kick from nowhere, you know. No me esperaba la patada, lo recibí, pero no perdí el conocimiento en ningún momento. Fue que pude reaccionar rápido.
Trying to get to him against the cage, you know, and I defended the takedown again. Like that wasn't going his way.
We had to change the game plan. I had to pressure him and striking and putting a combinations.
That's his favourite position, get you back to the cage. He's got people to the chaos. When he gets you against the cage,
I finally put him to sleep.
You just got one more time to shot.
También sé que puedo pelear en un peso de enero, también puedo noquear.
We learned that Topuria can overcome tremendous adversity to showcase his fight IQ and deliver a vicious knockout.
I really didn't expect to finish him in this way because the game plan was to take the fight to the ground, but we had to change the game plan.
But we also learned that Topuria does not care about disrespecting you on home turf.
Do you think that he will fight you in the future?
Everyone on earth knew who Topuria was after that knockout. Well, everyone on the flat earth.
Is this a fight in particular that you kind of wanted? Is this a did you have your Bryce Mitchell? Two undefeated guys. I mean, how good do you think Bryce is? I mean, is he as good as that undefeated record suggests?
This is, in my opinion, the second highest level fight on the card.
Topuria would finally face a tough opponent and undefeated Bryce Mitchell, providing him with a clear path into the featherweight elite.
I can beat anyone in the featherweight division. It's enough to me beat anyone from the division around. Yeah, he's undefeated for a reason. I'm undefeated for a reason too. When I get a home camp, there is no man that can stop me.
I think he's way more dangerous than Bryce Mitchell, and I think all of the time that they're on the feet is going to be problems for Bryce Mitchell.
Predict I'm going to win. I'm already proving Ilya wrong.
If Topuria is able to keep this one on the feet, then where does Bryce Mitchell strike him? You know what I mean? That's my concern for him.
He's got grappling skills. It's really good, but mine is even better.
Ilya said I'm a coward. Does a coward show up prepared to do?
There's no going to be able to take me down. I'm going to strike with him because I'm way better than him in striking.
Because I remember making a note of this for his debut. He either stops you in the first round or he stops you in the second, generally.
I want to put these lights out on Saturday night.
The battle really in this fight is Bryce Mitchell trying to get the fight to the floor, and Topuria wanted to keep it on the feet because he can punch.
I know what's going to happen. I know that I'm gonna put him to sleep. And I think he already knows it too.
And I'm leaning 51, 55-ish% in favor of Indian Superior here.
I know that I'm gonna get that win. I wanna make him look easy. This is my goal. My goal is to shine inside that cage.
It's Topuria as well. Proper on the fence on this one. While everyone made predictions, Topuria was cutting weight, and we learned he has a very unique method of doing so. Is it true that when you get close to your weight cut, that you drink a little bit of wine to help finish the weight cut out?
Completely true.
You drink wine. Once you cut weight.
El viernes es cerveza ajena y el jueves yo tomo mi vino.
I'm like, this guy's my hero.
Everyone knows that when you're cutting weight, it's a little bit difficult to go to sleep to the bed. And at the same time, it helps me for the dehydration.
Do you get buzzed?
I get very buzzed. We don't think about the fighting. We just celebrate. And I go to sleep like a baby. I wake up the next morning with 2 pounds less because of the dehydration.
And it seems that alcohol also puts Topuria in a trolling mood because his trash talk at the face-offs really threw off Bryce.
Digo que los pequeños un principio. Creo que guapo que estás. Y él mirándome todo serio. Y ¿qué pasa?
And if that wasn't enough going on, Topuria once again got into it with Patty Pimblett at the press conference.
When I saw him last time, he got a hand sanitizer bottle from himself his foot.
I don't understand you anything. Back at the mountain.
Hand sanitizer. Mitchell in the back. Do you think Ilya's making a mistake focusing on Patty when he has used instead of crossing the outside? Switch over to English.
What do you like English? Yeah, of course. I
Speak English for the people.
Shut up. I'm in English. Y que te fumen en español.
I don't care what he focuses on, brother. I really don't. All I know is I'm showing up to whoop ass.
I got anything from that is that Bryce Mitchell was 100% ready to go in there and whoop Topuria's ass.
I was not capable of kicking ass that night. Yo sabía que me intentaba derribar, ¿verdad? Entonces, si yo voy al cuervo, no le doy la oportunidad que él cambie los niveles.
If I could go back, Brett, I probably wouldn't have even shot a takedown.
Stop. You take me down, you hold me down for 1 minute, I think. I was not thinking that you will be able to take me down. Me consigue tirar al suelo. Yo voy a estar súper tranquilo, no voy a desgastar mi fuerza porque yo realmente podía luchar ahí y levantarme de pie.
I was capable of taking an ass kicking. I did do that pretty well.
Y Bryce Mitchell fue eso. Arriba, tocarle poco a poco en el cuerpo.
That guy's good. He's very good.
You know that I was able to weightlifters that have the stride there, even in the ground.
I was tired immediately when the fight started. I mean, within the first couple of minutes, I was tired.
En el segundo asalto ya estaba perdido.
You get tired, and I know that with him, whatever I did,
That's why I take him down. That's right.
One of the most important, if not the most important, victory of your career. You came out guns blazing today. And not just with the stand-up, but finish this fight on the ground. You really sent a message tonight.
My goal was to make it look easy. And this is what I did. I made it look easy. Did you say you were going to leave his head as flat as you scared of this before this fight?
and I did it.
I really wanted to be out there. You know, I had the flu the week before. You know, I thought I'd just tough it out. I didn't feel good at all.
Did you see this video and what do you think of it?
Excuses like you want to make what they do. I think when you're from the street, I would love to fight for the title directly because I know that I'm the best in the world, that I'm the number one guy. But yeah, I am world champion. Biggest name in MMA without any doubt.
In 1 year, you're the champion. 1 year. That was a wildly impressive performance by Topuria, but Bryce wasn't ranked high enough to justify a title shot. But the number 5 guy in the world who just fought for an interim title, that ought to do it.
Josh Emmett, you know, obviously he's a very tough opponent, but I think you kind of know what to expect, right? Big left foot, strong striking.
What does a perfect night at the office look like for you?
Yeah, perfect night would be winning that first overhand right, going home with 3 checks.
I just have to be worried about these hooks. Nothing else. He got that powerful right hand and left hand, so, but that's all he got.
I absolutely can see one where Josh Emmett just those fast
realize how much his wrestling or Rabbi, even his boxing. He's a talented kid. He's an up and comer, pretty well rounded. But I think it's a great matchup stylistically for me. You have to be worried about my boxing, my wrestling, my background. About that, but every so often, the UFC puts on an event where they're clearly trying to show this is our next fight, so I get a fight for the title, right? It feels like this Saturday is based around you and potentially being the next guy around it. The UFC rankings is at 9, and if he beats Josh Emmett, he's probably going to jump up to 5 or 6. I don't know if he's going to get a title shot from the next guy in the line. Who deserves more than me fight for a title? No one else. You're an undefeated fighter. Is there any pressure on you? I don't feel any pressure from that. I can't wait to get this one on Saturday night and face next to Volkanovski.
In the moment, you think Topuria was looking past Josh Emmett at Volkanovski, but we just didn't realize what he was going to do to Emmett.
Did he hurt you at any point in the fight?
No.
DC was calling it a masterclass. Do you feel that was a masterclass?
I wasn't expecting to knock him out in the first round. The guy's really tough. He's scary. What he did to Josh Emmett, that was nasty. And he's nasty. If I would have masterclass, if I would finish him in the first round, I never like to go to the distance. Just stay patient, punch him with the jabs, stay in the distance. And that was what I did. He was really tough. I don't know how many punches I cut you, but the guy was really tough.
I don't want to breeze past this fight, but there's really not much else to say. Topuria beat the crap out of Emmett for 5 straight rounds. Not only scoring 10-8 rounds, but a 10-7 round. Ilia Topuria wasn't just dominant, he was genuinely terrifying.
And 42 is a scorecard that we don't get generally in mixed martial arts. You just fought a guy in the top 5, and you put on an absolute masterclass.
This puts you in a really fantastic position in the division.
I showed once again that no one can match my level of skill inside the cage. It was entirely effective for the title shot without any doubt. The next guy you're going to see me fight for the title next. And I want Alex to defend that belt and show to him and the whole world when his war's going to end and mine's going to start.
What's the deal with the roses that were thrown during the walkout and obviously the fight? You got a lot of roses going on.
After I finish my opponents, after I get that 10 rounds, I want to show my condolence and respect to him leaving a rose in the middle of the cage.
This guy will knock you out, submit you, or maul you for 5 straight rounds, and then reward you with a rose. Ilia was 14-0 after Emmett. That's 14 roses down, and only 1 left to go. Before we get to the big fight, I want to genuinely thank you all for getting me past 100K subs. If you want more videos like this, subscribe, share this video with someone who would enjoy it, and at the risk of sounding a bit sappy, let's get to 1 million together. Oh, let's get to 1 million together, fucking weirdo. Anyway, Topuria climbed the featherweight mountain, and now it was time to see if he could finally plant his flag.
And even though this guy is he's an underdog, he's fighting the most dominant featherweight of all time. This guy's got some big advantages.
And you think that it'll be an easy fight for you?
For me, yes. For you, it's going to be easy. But I'm going to hold the floor with you this weekend. You will not be able to touch me. Listen what I'm telling you.
It may be very hard to bet against Volk. Like, Volk's probably the best featherweight to ever do it.
Llegarías a los puntos con Volkanovski. A los puntos. No voy a llegar a los puntos. You feel like you can finish this man in the first round? Yeah, I will finish him.
He seems very confident in the lead up to this. I mean, he said things like, Alex doesn't stand a chance.
I see myself knocking him out.
I wouldn't be surprised, and you should be surprised if I make it look easy. Topuria treated Volk like he was going to be an easy fight, and unfortunately, fans were unsure of Volkanovski's swift return after his recent knockout loss to Makhachev.
He got knocked out in October. He's going to fight in February. Yeah, it's fast, man. They must say me about why I'm lost. Now I get to bounce back and, fight this undefeated prospect. I wonder, if Alex Volkanovski will have any lingering effects from that knockout. He lost his last fight, talked about his mental problems. I personally believe the alien superior is the man to be Alexander Volkanovski. Volkanovski loses this to Topuria. Andy DeFroster is a legend. Take this chance that perhaps he never fights for the belts again. Now, more importantly, it will signify the beginning of the end of his career.
Do you think if you beat Alex, if all goes according to how you view it, when you beat him, as you would say, it would be an immediate rematch?
The way I'm going to beat him, they don't even ask John to reach. That bullet right here, I'm thinking he knocked out, and he touches it there again, it could be good night for moments.
Do you feel like this is the first Canada you've been so far in your career
As champion?
Yeah,
Probably. Yeah, I think so.
And he kind of was counted out, in part because Volkanovski was now 35 years old, a historically losing age for UFC champions. And even though Volk leaned into it as a joke, it didn't make us any less nervous.
Nice punch, Jess. And I'm always aware of that. I think the only way I ever lose in this division is someone catching me. I want him to realise that there is levels. I want him to be like, oh wow, you know, I'm nowhere near this level, which is going to be very embarrassing after all the talk he's been doing.
There are levels, and it's me.
Now, Poirier was so sure that Volkanovski was levels beneath him that he made his confidence very, very public.
You're a special kind of company. I think even in your bio on social media, it already says that you're a champion.
Hasn't even fought Volkanovski yet. He's already got world champion, undefeated 15-0 in his bio. So a lot of people think his confidence borders on cockiness.
Where's this confidence come from, man?
I work dedication. You know how hilarious it's going to be if he loses, or how awesome this will look if he wins.
I believe that he'll be getting the total lesson. I give it a compliment.
He said he's going to help him stand up and do something.
In the sense that you're going to be confident, you're going to make yourself.
You're not saying it from an arrogant company perspective.
Sure, I think that's been kind of like the media's going to change.
Yeah, the media always changes everything. They can call it arrogance, I call it faith. I don't trust in myself.
Taking a photo with the belt.
Like I said, you may as well take advantage of it now. You're never going to see it again. Not until I teach you a lesson. Maybe one day you can be a great champion and kick your ass first. You'll learn your lesson. Maybe you can bounce back after that. Until then, get your hands off my belt.
On the surface level, you'd think Topuria was treating Volkanovski like Conor did Aldo. But in reality, Topuria admired Volkanovski.
He was the best guy in the world for some reason. He was the powerful guy for some reason. So that guy deserves his respect. He's a great guy. He's fighting for his family to give them a good life. I respect him as a person, as a professional. He deserves it. How long has he been on your radar? How long have you been, at least in thought, thinking about game planning and strategizing for? I didn't prepare myself for him just in this training camp. I was watching him since I started. I was at the sport because he was a world champion since a long time. So I know him better than any fighter.
I'm expecting him to be as good as he thinks he is. He thinks he's amazing. So I'm gonna prepare as if he is that good.
He will be remembered as one of the greatest in the featherweight division. He was a great champion.
People are talking a lot about how popular you are in State and these places in Europe.
To be honest, I don't care about that kind of things, you know. I just want to be happy.
If you paid attention thus far, you'd know Ilya was just trying to build a fight. But with everything said, there was no looking back now.
He could be as good as he's saying. He could be as good as what everyone's saying, but he hasn't been able to prove that. His Furia is either going to be the biggest laughing stock in MMA history, or an absolute superstar.
I think if you knew Topuria's story, you wanted to see him become champion. I know I certainly felt that way.
It almost has to work out for him now, or it'll be like if McGregor never beat Aldo. After all of that build-up from McGregor and going for this fight, it's my destiny. You know, it always was my destiny. I was born as a fighter. I was born as a UFC world champion. Mi le toca perder es como el destino. Ya lo vi en mis sueños.
But if you are like me, you just didn't want it to be against Volkanovski.
What did you say to him? He asked me like, you were winning. I answered him, yeah, I was born with.
I thought that Volkanovski looked really good. I thought he was winning the fight. I thought that jab was ready.
To be honest, he surprised me. He was very fast with his jabs. Primero salto lo que quería hacer era tirar golpes sueltos, mi mano izquierda, la mano derecha, los golpes puros. Cuando yo le conecté el primer golpe bien conectado, él mismo me lo celebró. Me dijo, buen golpe.
You couldn't have looked any better. Against the Volk, who looked really good too. That fight was heating up. They were exchanging.
Un poco estudiarlo para ver hacia dónde se desplazaba, hacia dónde agachaba la cabeza, si daba pasos hacia atrás, hacia adelante, dónde colocaba su cabeza, sus manos. Yo siempre me mantengo súper paciente en la pelea porque sé que la finalización va a venir. Yo no busco la finalización. The game plan since the first moment was to do a long combinations, not just a 1-2 punches, combinations of 3, 4, 5 punches because it's more difficult to read. Solamente busco debilitarlo mentalmente, hacerlo dudar todo el tiempo. Cuando él me conectó, se lo celebró y yo en el video no sé si luego se va a poder ver. Le digo, my turn is coming soon. Una vez le haga dudar en cualquier situación, las dudas se multiplican. Entonces le coloqué la mano izquierda, vino hacia mí, le esquivé la mano y las dudas te matan.
He just won the title. He looks like a guy who could be one of the all-time greats.
I just know my skill on show. I worked so hard.
This was a moment reminiscent of Connor's championship performances, but there was a big difference here.
It wasn't always always like that. One day I will become a U.S. World Champion.
Where the f*** is my second belt? I've already got this one. Shit.
Orgulloso, ¿no?, de todo el camino que he recorrido porque al final todos los momentos que he vivido fueron los que formaron a la persona que soy hoy en día. Just trust yourself, work tirelessly, have faith, and everything is possible. Look at me now.
For all the talk, Ilya is a very humble person with a deep respect for Volkanovski, motivated by something very different than Connor's monetary goal.
My dream is to be world champion, world lightweight champion in the UFC.
4.2 billion is coming to Southpaw. Where's that second belt? You might say you grab that somewhere. Over here.
I'm born with it and I know what to do with.
Guys, it doesn't matter where you come from, if you know where you're going. It's much more important what's in front of you than what's behind you.
I'd like to take this chance to apologize to absolutely nobody.
They both became massive superstars. Tamori was welcomed with open arms in Spain and given a spotlight ahead of one of the most popular sporting teams in the world.
Having a moment like that at the beginning of a big match for a UFC champion, the guy who just won the belt a week ago, that is gigantic.
And Connor became the highest earning athlete on the Forbes list. But money was the furthest thing from Tamori's mind when he won that belt.
You called this. You envisioned it. It came to fruition. How does this feel to you now?
Y ese es mi objetivo hasta el día de hoy y los días que me quedan. Sabes que yo quiero ser feliz, ese es mi objetivo. I feel so happy, Joe. I feel so happy right now. Y más querida, Dios ya me estaba dando lo que yo quería, la felicidad. Aparte de todos los títulos que puedan existir en este mundo, yo creo que el objetivo de cualquier ser es ser feliz.
Thank you to my patrons and members. If you like this video, you will love the others on my channel and subscribe because
He was a magician. There was something about him, man. He had this unstoppable aura. He was fooling everybody, and it was the way he was doing it. He was doing it like it was magic.
this is a true story.
Anderson Silva broke the record for most consecutive wins in the UFC.
He made the top guys in the world look easy for a handful of years. No one will promote him.
He broke the record for most consecutive title defenses.
People love finishes, and Anderson could always provide a finish at any moment.
Nobody can do what this guy can do. He's the pound-for-pound best fighter in the world.
And he had achieved that against some of the best fighters in the world.
Now the second he wasn't even human.
He's the greatest of all time. No one was. I think he's the greatest in any combat sport.
And all of that was true until 2013. Anderson Silva.
I just try to enjoy every single moment that I come inside the cage.
But not enough of you understand his story.
I'm working hard and best experience in my life and good. And today I feel
He's a legend. There's tragedy, and there's a very rich career in between.
there's this dirtbag named Anderson Silva. I'm gonna put him on his prissy little ass. I don't want to fight Anderson. I want to beat him down. Esse cara me bateu suado, bateu mais que eu aguento na minha vida inteira.
But you haven't fully understood that the reason we love him is the reason he will never be the GOAT.
My first professional fight, I drive to the city and I fight 4 times the same day, $100. Cara, fiz a primeira luta. Cai no chão, levanta, cai no chão, levanta. Eu acabei que eu consegui finalizar o cara. Peguei as costas do cara e finalizei.
Anderson Silva finished his first professional MMA fights in under 2 minutes with a suffocating rear naked choke.
When I finish, I just talk to my professor at the time, look at him and say, that's crazy. I never go do this again.
Despite his reservations, Anderson took on Fabricio Camoes for his second pro fight.
I'm getting scared because you never know what happens. Like I fight with the best jiu-jitsu guy at the time, Fabricio Moran. He's a student of Euler Grace. He's a black belt. Is it funny? Because at the time I'm blue belt.
Way lower.
Yeah, I pick up something fast and I win the fight, and then that's a start. I fight in Brazil a lot, in the Mecca.
Mecca was a new Brazilian MMA promotion. In fact, Anderson participated in the very first Mecca event.
When I have my first baby, I don't have nothing except my talent and my energy to doing something for my family.
Anderson spent the entirety of the match on his back with no sign of any grappling skills, leading to his first professional loss. A dominant and humiliating loss like this, while you have a family to take care of, is enough to make you wonder, did you even choose the right career path?
I guess I kind of want to start it off going back to how you initially got into fighting overall, right? Because I know that you wanted to be a soccer player.
As a young boy, Anderson loved soccer, but after missing soccer tryouts, he was approached by the boxing trainer next door.
I come to try the tryout to play football, but I'm too late. Coach Victor just look at me and say, okay, take this stuff and let's go training. That's like my first contact with boxing.
But that was just boxing. Anderson's love of martial arts actually came much earlier.
Então, você gostei de luta, né? Eu comecei a treinar, tinha 8 anos de idade. A lot of people think it's dancing, but it's not. It's capoeira. And I started training capoeira in school. That's my first contact with martial arts. My brain was laser. He's Bruce Lee, watching the movies from Bruce Lee. My brother training will die, and I say, whoa, one day I go train too. And I start training.
Anderson became infatuated with all martial arts, boxing, capoeira, taekwondo, muay thai, even jiu-jitsu.
I started training with my friends, my neighborhood, because in the time I don't have money for the jiu-jitsu expensive. And the guys gave me my first gig, and I started training, and I said, whoa, that's...
Despite being born into poverty, Anderson just found a way to develop his martial arts skills. They were his way of feeling like a superhero. And when you're a talented young spider kid raised by your aunt and uncle, you will do anything to feel like a superhero, even rejecting the family career path.
I stood up for common call, the same my brothers and my dad, but I feel it's not for me. My work come in my life very natural, because I don't have too much options. Will come call, the same my brother, my dad, or fighting. And I grew up in the city. It's a very famous city about MMA fighters. And the time is the name is not MMA, it's a fighting too. And a lot of guys fighting at the time. Frederick Silva and the other guys, they say, whoa, that's crazy sport. But maybe I can do that. I never realized this happened in my life. Like a professional fighter.
Anderson won his next 2 fights in Mecca, finishing both of his opponents in the first round, which, as you can imagine, opened a lot of doors for him.
Através do Mecca, eu consegui a oportunidade de lutar no Japão. I fight in Japan, I fight in Korea, I fight in a different country.
Anderson got the opportunity to fight in Shuto in 2001, a big step up from Mecca, and won a decision against a much more experienced fighter. A few months later, he scored another first-round TKO in Mecca before returning back to Shuto for his biggest fight yet.
When I fight for my first
first time with Hayat Samurai. That's my hard fight. It's a hard fight for me because it's the first time I realize I fight for respect to my country. The two flags come from Japan and Brazil. And I start the Nacional Brazilian Pina and I say, whoa, now that's serious.
To your country.
It's about my country.
Lyoto Sakurai is a Japanese mixed martial arts legend, and at the time, he was the Shuto middleweight champion. But by this point, Anderson was a more well-rounded martial artist, winning the exchanges on the feet, taking down Sakurai, taking his back, landing vicious ground and pound, and attempting submissions on the ground to ultimately win a decision and become the Shuto middleweight champion. Silva stayed busy by returning to Mecca and snatching another quick TKO victory before moving up to the big leagues.
E aí eu acabei tendo a oportunidade de lutar no Prize. Eu tinha uma pequena desvantagem, que eu pesava 83, 85, e a categoria não tinha a minha categoria 84. Era 95 para cima.
Between June 2002 and June 2003, Anderson fought strictly in Pride Fighting Championships.
Mas eu tinha vantagem de treinar nos caras mais pesados e ser mais ágil, né?
At Pride 21, Anderson Silva landed a ruthless head kick to split open Alex Stapling's face and win via doctor stoppage. Anderson was so good he could handle Alexander Otsuka at Pride 22 and deal with meatheads at a bar the next day.
You ever get in any fights as a security
A
guard?
lot. Yeah, a lot. The guy is a big guy and I start to doing something in the bar. Everybody say, oh, I know we talk to with that guy because it's big and every time the guy come here destroy everything. I say, bro, it's come here to work. You do something crazy here. You make problem for me. Please don't do that. And the guy says, oh, come on, Anderson, don't worry. I got you. And the manager come talk to me, what are you saying to the guy? I say, you have two choices. You stop doing something crazy or you'll kick your ass. But I never did that.
Anderson Silva secured a decision victory against Alexander Otsuka to round out 2002 and earn a fight against Carlos Newman, the former UFC welterweight champion and submission specialist.
I'm very lucky because at the time, Tauro helped me, mas a minha vida financeira realmente mudou quando o Minotauro me abraçou to become more professional fighter. More experience in jiu-jitsu, more experience in no-gi, and I start fighting in the high level.
Learning under the legendary Nogueira brothers truly gave Anderson Silva the edge he needed with the jumping competition.
Eu comecei a entender que eu precisava melhorar a minha técnica e aí eu comecei a estudar muito mais. E aí chegou num momento ali, cara, que ficava muito mais fácil. Eu tinha uma visão, além do que o cara estava fazendo. Eu já tinha visto ele várias vezes, ele vai fazer isso.
Anderson officially entered the Matrix by knocking out a former UFC champion with a flying knee. Unfortunately, his next three fights were a little more rocky. He was submitted via triangle choke at Pride 26 and won two more fights in Brazil and Korea before setting his sights on the UK.
Then he went over and fought in cage rage. He fought in England. He fights Lee Murray in cage rage. And Lee Murray was a f***ing killer.
Lee Murray was the British champ. He was the guy to beat. But you turned everyone around. Can't you beat Lee Murray? Everybody started to love him.
It's true, Anderson won a decision victory over a hot prospect in Lee Murray to become a cage rage middleweight champion. And while Anderson stole the UK's heart, Lee Murray just stole.
Lee Murray was the guy who was involved in the biggest armed robbery in the history of the UK.
But hey, that's a story for another day because after becoming cage rage champion, Anderson returned to Pride for the final time, and the result was less than desirable.
He lost the fight by leg scissor knee bar, but he was flying leg scissor, but he was dominating that fight up until that moment as well.
It was actually a heel hook, not a knee bar, but that's neither here nor there. Anderson needed to bounce back and defend his cage rage title.
When he fought in England, I was like, holy shit. And I was standing in front of Jorge Rivera and I had to punch him in the face. I had to see how damn good Anderson really was when he was in his prime.
Anderson knocked out George Rivera in the second round to become a defending champion. He's lucky George's first name wasn't Lionel, or he'd have been in some serious trouble. But lucky for him, trouble wouldn't find him, because Anderson would finish Curtis Stout for his second cage rage title defense.
At the time, I'm happy in the cage rage because I
transição, o fight já tava meio que tava para acabar. E o UFC já tava começando a estar em ascensão.
Well, the UFC was becoming the hot new thing. Anderson does what Anderson does and took one more random fight at Rumble on the Rock 1 month later. And before the fight could even get going, well,
got disqualified. Right. Fighting Yushin Okami.
Anderson threw an illegal up kick to a grounded Yushin Okami to earn his first DQ loss and fourth overall loss. Then he goes over and fights Tony Franklin in cage race and hits him with that crazy upward elbow.
By the time he was coming to the UFC, I was like, dude, get ready for this guy.
Então, pra luta lá, tem esses caras brigaram. Ó, o UFC quer você aqui. Legal, né?
Hey, UFC, what's up? You want me to come over and begin one of the greatest careers in MMA history?
Cool.
When he came into the UFC, he was already in his 30s.
My first fight in UFC is very stressful for me.
Chris Lehman was such a striker. He had a headweight and a conquer. You just simply couldn't hurt him.
It was hard to imagine how Anderson was going to beat Chris Lehman.
I mean, he gets in there with me, and I know he may want to go back to Japan or somewhere where the competition's a little easier.
I think he might live to regret those words, Chris.
Oh, regret those words he shall. I mean, he might take a worse beating than this rich wallet. Dang, that's terrible. I know a lot of you and your dads are carrying around bulky wallets that need upgrading, and Ridge is making gifting easy with one of their biggest sales of the year for Father's Day. The Ridge wallet can hold up to 12 cards that you can switch between the money clip cash strap and add an AirTag attachment so you never lose your wallet. It's the perfect gift for your dad, spouse, or brother, but it doesn't stop there. This is the Ridge key case. Securely store up to 6 keys in a compact case that prevents your keys from jingling. And remember, Ridge wallets, key cases, watches, and backpacks look just as good as they function. My favorite thing about Ridge is the consistent durability. I use the backpack to go camping, and now it's my go-to for traveling. So whether it's wallets, key cases, watches, backpacks, or more, give a gift that will last a lifetime. Save up to 40% off using my link ridge.com/Lionel through June 15th. That's ridge.com/Lionel, or just click the link in the description. Thanks to Ridge for sponsoring this video, and now back to Anderson Silva.
When Anderson Silva first fought Chris Lehman, I remember the odds were like real close. In my mind, I said, oh my God, I'm going to see right now.
And at the time, Chris Lehman was smashing people.
Chris Lehman was on a 5-fight UFC win streak, and Anderson Silva just lost 5 months prior. This was an uphill battle.
We knew it was going to be tough, right? We had a great game plan. The game plan right out the window.
All the things that you tell a fighter, a young fighter, not to do, Chris Lehman was doing. It was a perfect fight in terms of like what you want to see, like the effectiveness of like high level timing, speed, and perfect technique. Every punch needed, kick you through landed. I had a fight with Chris Lehman and changed completely my life.
When he destroyed Lehman, I said, man, if you keep destroying people like that, nobody's going to want to fight you. He was like, oh, I hope not. I want to fight you. I need to make money.
Anderson Silva walked from Lehman like it was nothing. I knocked him out in the first round.
What can you say? He was better. He was just better in every aspect. Against the 20 now, I can say he knocked out by Anderson Silva. Not too many people can say that.
How many people can say that? Who's going to tell them?
Fiz a primeira luta, daí fiz a segunda luta com o Frank.
A lot of people truly believed that Rich Franklin was going to be the person that was going to decimate Anderson Silva.
He had so much respect for you. You weren't a fan.
Rich is a different animal. Rich can take him down. Rich is southpaw. Rich is going to give him some problems.
Anderson was thrusted into a UFC middleweight title fight in just his second fight with the promotion against Rich Franklin, an already impressive champion. But we just didn't know.
Rich Franklin had spent years here, but he was the top of the world. It felt like it was his first day. Anderson went out there, and I didn't realize I had never seen Rich Franklin.
I want to just take this time. I want to look directly in the camera when I say this. Okay. I want to thank Brendan Schaub and Brian Callen. I didn't look directly in the camera. Oh, yeah. I can't do it. It doesn't matter. I want to thank Brendan Schaub and Brian Callen. I mean, we've been doing this for, what, 2 years? Who's counting, right? I want to thank them. I can't believe we've been doing this show, 10 Minutes of Shop, for that long. Also, thank you to everyone that watches. Thank everybody. I don't know how much longer we can do 10 Minutes of Shop. Okay, I don't know how much longer they can do their show. It's not looking good. All right, and at the very least, it will be every week in April. And then we'll see May and April. April and May. But, you know, it's rough. So, I mean, I'm just putting it out there. You know, there's a timeline and everything. Yeah, it's like, how do we fit all that into 10 minutes sometimes? Yeah, and like every week, 10 minutes? That's a lot of, stack that over a week. That's a lot of 10 minutes. You know, I've never been a numbers guy myself. I mean, honestly, I don't even know. Like, sometimes it feels like I'm playing 4D chess with myself, trying to think of the next job is. Exactly. And, you know, you've been looking at places in Minnesota. You know, you've always talked about the Minnesota scene. I think you'd be great there. Right? You know, there's a lot of cool people up there. Tim Walton's up there. Yeah. And he's, like, always begging you to move out there. It's like, you're going to put your house up for sale. No one's going to buy it, though. How are you going to fucking, what are you going to give your dog away? It's a show dog, so it'll be cool. Yeah, it's my guy. That is Bubba, I know. It takes 6 months to do a truck show, and that's something that we're thinking about. Here's the thing, before we start the timer, what's the over-under on the Meta Grid chairs? In Austin? Yeah. I don't think they're going to do that. No? I mean, they have the money to move everything. I'd love to see what the shipping. I feel like I think Shop's gonna be like, nah, don't work to ship anything. He's gonna be at a loss buying new shit. No, we don't need any attention. He's trying to set that. You get rid of it. And this, whoever stays here that's not moving, they'll just like, oh, sick. Have all this fucking equipment that shot, but then they'll like find dust and Cheeto stains on it. Why does this red chair smell like shit? I think it poops in it. He's like, that's it. I could totally see him being like, no, we don't want to do this. And then, you know, he has to like spend thousands of bucks on new shit. Yeah. I don't know where he gets the money, but he has money. Clearly, he just bought a new pink Jeep. That's when we were like, that's it. Yeah, that's why I want to quit. He has so much fucking money. That's why that Mike had no reason to name it. Oh my god, Matty Chamber once was like, dude, he's rich. He is so good. He's telling a story about me. He's like, I don't, how does he have, he like grabs me by the, he's like, how does he have so much money? I was like, Matty, I don't know. I just do a show about him 10 minutes a week. I barely know. Never met the guy. You met him. He's like, he's got so much money. I'm like, okay, fine. But anyways, that's why we're here today. You're here to watch 10 Minutes of Shop, so start the timer. Play the chin clip. Alrighty, let's see. I didn't even have this open yet. Yeah, Jesus Christ. The page. Let's see. The first one is posted by Haphazard. It's called The Cowboy Hat Era Has Begun. Oh my god, dude. Unreal. I saw it. You already saw it? No. The hat. Oh, shit. Yeah. Let's see. Wow. We predicted this, or everybody did. I mean, yeah, dude. Yeah. You think we're going to go to Austin without a hat? Oh, really, dude? Let's go. How does it get? Come on, baby. Just come see. No. Stop it. Stop it right now. You fucking gotta be what? It's out of control. Those pants are probably the worst part. Yeah, those have Dinosaurs Monday written all over them, baby. I mean, that's like Crocodile Dundee style hat a little bit. Yeah. It looks like a sepia tone on Instagram or something. Everything that he's wearing. Yeah, man, he matched it. He's got the shoes. I mean, this is very skated. Where do you think he bought it himself? Great question. Because maybe wife people. Do you think he's an online shopper? Where he's just buying shit online? He knows his like tailor sizes and he's like looking at dimensions and shit. He's just like, I don't even have to leave the house, Daddy. He probably does know his sizes and stuff like that. Because he does a kidding shop buying clothes. But the shot, hey, can you help me out? He said he was gonna help them out. He's like, yeah, I'll be there, man. Once they're gonna buy these fucking checker pants right now. He adds to cart a lot. I think he probably does know his sizes because he's a shopaholic. Okay, he has a lot of shit. So he's got to know his sizes. Unless he just goes to stores and he's like, hey, can you hook me? I have this really big podcast with Byron Kane. How'd you work? Well, we're ahead on TV and YouTube. Are we ahead? Can I have it? They're like friends. And they're being robbed. He's joking about that head is crazy.
Yeah, we're a couple cozies guys. Now, you and I are a couple of cozies. Now, here's a couple things I want to start this podcast with. I'm looking at your cowboy hat.
Thank God you addressed it. Imagine we just had a podcast with a cowboy hat. We should do that. Yeah, we did fun. We have to get cowboy hats now. I want to get a cool cowboy hat. Shit. We're moving to Austin, dude. I'm telling you, blow up our lives, bro. Why are you fucking faking, dude? Why do you not want to move to Austin? I don't need a job. Always give it to it. With or without you, dude. Christian gave it to me.
And we know also the rules.
See, somebody gave it to me. Oh, yeah. That's I think it's a gift. No, please don't hurt me and take my hat. You're going to need this in Austin. I don't know. Still
it's all good. If you are a cowboy, you can wear a cowboy hat. If you're born and raised in Texas and you're going to an event, a cowboy hat, boots, and a belt are part of it. That's it. If you are from Aurora, Colorado, and you work with horses, you can wear a hat. But if you are a guy who lives in LA with those pants and you're wearing a cowboy hat, still can't wear it. No, I didn't say no one's giving. Of course you can wear the hat, but it doesn't make you a cowboy. It does make you a dick, right? Typically, and that's fine. But I like that was given to you, and I approve because it matches your outfit. It matches. It's a nice Stetson. It's a proper Stetson. I might get bullied in Texas, so I might take it. The thing is, nobody can bully you. So at the end of the day, you're fine because you have cauliflower ears and you're a giant. And I'll wear this fucking hat if I want. Yeah, and you're also not old Brendan. There's a lot of Aurora Brendan. The real Brendan is back.
I like that. I'll wear this hat if I want. I'm obviously thinking about other hats that you shouldn't wear, right? I'm not sure you're gonna go. I like it. And he's like, I can wear whatever hat I want. I don't think you understand why.
And he might give you a chance. See, this is what I say about can I just tell you how it works, people? Well, this is what I say to people about Brendan. So go ahead and say, just go ahead and start dissing Brendan for a second. Just if you're a guy.
Strong. I bet I could do this too.
Yeah. Say he seems like a dick. Just go ahead.
Seems like a bit of a dick. He gets always wrestling.
Yeah. Hey, listen up. I love that you're saying all this and you keep that to yourself. You don't want to say that with an earshot and say, why?
Why not?
Because you might get gripped.
I don't know what they're talking about. He's doing the squeeze thing. I had to stop it. It was going on for so long. He's keeping you busy right now. Watch Calvin.
Now that you're saying all this,
His feet start to shake and his body starts to move.
you might get You keep that to yourself. You don't want to say that with an earshot.
I was looking at him and say, why? He saw that he was like, he's going to keep you busy right now. He's getting ready. We'll see.
Why not?
Because you might get gripped. You don't want to get gripped up.
Horrible. I wonder, did that start off ironic, like how we go, yes, and then we can't stop? Like, because I think it's funny, but I'm doing it ironic. I don't feel like he's doing it ironic. Like, you're gonna get gripped. Okay, so I think it is ironic that. And he doesn't randomly go like, Rob DeSantis. He doesn't hit that voice when he's doing real talk. When his politic thing is so funny, like his politics voice. Like he talks as if he's that dude from the meme who stands up with a thing in his jacket pocket. But what he's saying is stupid bullshit. He has no idea he's an idiot, dude. God help him, dude. Let's see what else we got here. Let's promotion. I gotta make this bigger, boss. Okay, so most of my those people say why is it not letting me stop it? Oh my god, this is annoying. Screen. Here it goes. Okay, so this is posted by Mock It Farces. I know this is a hater sub, but I really like the show. I made a highlight video for the guys to play while they make the move and don't know where else they might see it. Please be nice, maybe you'll like it. Alright, something tells me there's gonna be sarcasm. Yeah. T-Fat K-Best Moments Beta Edition. Let's see. If you want to reach a large audience,
those people the same idea. A homeless guy critiquing my art or critiquing my set or critiquing a podcast. They do not matter. When you care, it'd be the same as if a cat created a profile. That's a good example. Who cares? Even a homeless guy.
oh my god, it's definitely not going to be in the episode. Well, we can watch the movie. Hold on a second.
I used to think giraffe was giraffe. In this context, there's no disrespect, so when I bust my mouth, you want to get next. We got 5 minutes for us to disconnect. We're all into like a lyric with a shit. All the way to shit. We ain't in the foot, we're in the shit.
Don't go to the bathroom there because you missed the thing. What?
Do you guys like your freedom? Do you like how to make your freedom? Like, you're welcome.
Michael's. It says Michael on the wall. Something's telling me this guy is not a real fan.
It's like this, right? It's like this. Santa lives here. Yes. Polar bears live here. Santa doesn't really need my polar bears, so he's up here. Yes, I remember. Polar bears are not there.
What the fuck, dude? Why? Dude. That's not a real hole on his pants, right? That's CG. That's whatever it's called, AI, whatever the fuck. That's not real. That's not real. I didn't have to go all the way in there.
This boat was crossing a river in Germany, and then it just froze, and they just... Sometimes they can bring back to life, yeah? I can't work without Rothschild. No, sir. That's the movie. That's the movie.
That's pretty funny, though. Dude, that was on purpose. That's amazing. Yeah. That was such a funny thing. Hilarious. He's like thinking of cryogenic freezing or something like that, but it's just a frozen fox in the ice. They can bring that back to life, right? So we didn't have to Walt Disney, right? Yeah. Walt Disney. I think it's actually kind of funny there. But yeah, that for sure the song got cut out of the main episode. No chance. It's so funny the amount of times I've said that it got cut out and it's still in there. What do you think, dude? Just the greatest hits? That was good. I don't think I've ever seen the Fox thing before. But yeah, have you? I feel like I have, dude. I don't know. Let's see here. Let's go to the next one. It's posted by Glitch Doctor. It's called Always Been a Blue Collar Truck Guy. With some shirt shot, obviously in the shot. Just, yeah, it's the cowboy hat. It's the new thing, dude. How many episodes do you think he's gonna wear it in? Just this one? I just pray to God he sticks with trucks and fish, and he's gonna start working on the farm. You know what I mean? How do you fit all that in T-ball? Like, it's a lot. Yeah, it really is gonna be that white boy that works too much down. Yeah. He pulled a bicep, so he's already ready for the farm. I feel like everyone that works on the farm has a pulled bicep. Oh yeah, I guess that new episode is the one with the hat. I see. Let's see. But they should all be moved there, right? Because it's March, like April now. I remember he said they were gonna do a bunch of like best of for a while. Did they do that? I think so. I think that's why people are making their own best of. Right, right. And then it's like the classic, like random celebrity that he's friends with, but not really friends with. Adam Sandler. Who do you think was Carmelo Anthony? Someone thought he was Carmelo. Oh, you thought Jay was Carmelo? Some guy in the elevator thought that Shop was Carmelo Anthony, I think. Oh, okay. And then, there's Adam Sandler, Pete Davidson. This guy, I guess Travis Barker, but not Crystalia. They didn't know Crystalia. They only ended up, because before Crystalia was kind of like it was barely a man and a lot of evil, dark guy. When he became a person, they met him. Yeah. The real Chris. Yeah. Let's see. I was told Dave Chappelle. He told Dave Chappelle not smoker. Yeah, Dave Chappelle thought he was really funny. I picked my son up. I was driving there now. Oh yeah, play with it. Grown up here, and there's a guy tingling me in a Rolls Royce. I want to start doing that. Digging in my eye. Oh yeah, I say, all black Rolls Royce. I'm like, what the fuck? And I tell him to stay down. He's riding my ass. I'm like, what the fuck? And he's like, fucking me. I'm like, who the fuck is this man? He pulls up, rolls down the window. What's up, dude? It's Travis Barker. How you telling him? Because Travis Barker's my boy. Travis is literally one of the best people on earth. He fucked him, so I gotta imagine Machine Gun Kelly is a good person. Thanks for that follow, Travis. That's so funny. What insert random name? He's like, I'm boys with Travis Barker. That's how I know Gordon Williams is pretty cool. Okay, that's just it. He's great. Yeah. So my guy in that room. I know he wants to do. Okay, copy that. Who's the best drummer alive right now? You want Jam? What would that? That'd be good. Was this time Jam? It was like 2 years ago. This is when they done the show is moving to El Paso. That's so funny. Kiss my ass. That doesn't mean I don't know how to jam with a band. You play music, you play music. Jamming with Travis Barker. Oh man, bit of a pain in the narrative. What do you think made that happen, dude? The show. I'm painting there too. I have no clue. I think probably. I don't think Shop made it. I think Chappelle probably knows. You're right. You know why? Why? You think Shop wouldn't have brought that up on the show? Oh yeah. You're right. Yeah, you would have taken credit for it. You would have been like, I was riding my bike and this guy was running after me. And he's telling me, I was like, what Chappelle lazy? He said, thanks for having Travis Barker put me at that show. Thought it was a dirt serpent. Yeah, let's see what the next one is here. Post is why complete and exhausted. Malik resurfaces with a claim of Diddy-like behavior on Papa's comedy road gigs. This isn't new, is it? I feel like this is old, right? Yeah. Stand up better than Brandon Schwab. Yeah, I'm sure you got it right. Schwab. Oh, shit. You don't believe in them? No. Why not? Y'all scramble up? I know you're a boxer. Y'all scramble up? Oh, so he was on his podcast? How long was he on there? For like a year. Oh, okay. Then you fell up. Yeah, because he wanted to sign the game. I signed it. Or in his group chat. They were talking crazy. And he was like, okay. Just they were saying some things. During that pandemic, everybody was really getting Jeff's. Jeff Robin, Ryan Kelly, Chris D'Elia, that beats me. The is so funny. Yeah, this show is awesome. And the fact that they don't know anything about Brandon Schaub is so funny. That immediate disrespect with the Schwab thing is always so funny. All of them said Schwab. And then, that's funny. And then also just the way this podcast is, directly looks like he's a bus driver. He's like, hey, how you really? Where are you going? Where are you going? Oh, you're cool. Oh, British shop was there? All right. Next stop, E Street. Hey, what you have fallen out in front of them? Like he's paying attention to the road. Yeah. And then the other guys are just on the bus, like, paying attention to the conversation they're not part of, you know? This is how I know a guardian angel is homeless as fuck, dude. Because it possessed them to fix the mic to get, like, the story in the mic. He's like, I don't know why, but I feel like I have to fix the mic right now. And that fool's like, he's possessed by the same fucking grabbing the mic. Yeah, he's trying to get, they all know that it's called. They so I don't know why. They don't know why, but they know they, like, everything that Malik has said up to this point, they don't give a fuck about. When it's shot, it's like, sir, get that mic up in your mouth. He says, like, coronavirus comedians getting canceled. He's like, oh, we gotta make sure we catch this. Let's see.
You know, on the road, they were doing some shit.
Yeah.
He said, it works. I mean, I don't really want to worse.
Some NBA shit.
This is new. Diddy shit? It's relatively new, probably. Yeah. Interesting. The bus driver does not like what he's hearing, dude. His face is like.
Yo, some shit.
Well, y'all was doing like a traveling podcast?
No, we're actually stand-up comedians. So what we'll do is we will be on the podcast and talk, and then we'll go to British Shop shows. And I was a host. The black guy was a feature British Shop.
He hit him with an earthquake.
And then we'll talk about it. We'll have a podcast like this, but we'll just talk. And one day, they said something.
Thanks for left.
Yeah, I ain't want to sign the NDA. It was a high one.
That's crazy. That's fucked up, man. That's fucked up.
Yeah, I agree. It is. But we made Bert sign it. I think I know what he's referencing. Man, yeah, dude. When I heard that, I was like, that's fucked up. Yeah. Same thing. Sorry, I'm because I mean, Malik had to deal with a lot. He's on to bigger and better things, figure some stuff out. Yeah. But I heard he ran into Adam Sandler recently. Yeah, let's see. What else do we got here? Shout out to Malik calling on the show before we start doing it forever. This one's posted by Chin Fuller of Clips, The Great Race, and 2 Blown Hammies. Oh, we're for reals doing like greatest hits. Everything's just greatest hits. Okay. Let's see.
Yeah, we're like, all right, everybody's in this room's gonna have a foot race of 100 meters. You just get nervous.
Anything. Yeah. I'll probably beat everybody. I believe you would. I would beat you in 100 meters. I bet you $5,000 I bet you $100. I bet you $1,000 I beat you in 100 meters. I bet you would set it up. I would so beat you. I'm racing these motherfucking ass right here.
Before you go, why do you bench?
Well, I guess is he's got a lot of explosion and he's very fast in a short distance natural. I'm telling you now. Listen, wait, I want to say this very clearly. I am
I don't like the music. Yeah. Let's see.
a racist. That's where I was going with this.
It's so funny to grab both your legs. It's so funny to grab both your legs. And laugh like, it's funny. I mean, I can't believe I pulled. Like, wouldn't you be in a lot of pain? I don't think you'd be able to stand on it, right? I don't really know how I know Achilles is super bad, like you can't walk, but he's a hamstring, right? That might be less painful. I really don't know what the hamstring, but I assume it's painful. Yeah, right. Nobody's just not running. He's laughing. Oops. Wait, am I lost? He realized he was losing, right? Yeah. Let's see here. So. he's still running that 100 meters because he never crossed the finish line. He's like, I haven't lost the race yet, never crossed the finish. Chip Bell just blows through that thing. Oh, fuck, our boss. He broke one of his hamstrings. How did that happen? He's racing with the employees. Why? They win money. He lost $1,000. He's not going to pay him. He doesn't pay him his regular wages. He calls them names. Let's see. This camera shot is great because it's like, where's Shop at? And he comes all the way back. It's so funny, dude. Like, it's either he pulled his hamstrings or shit his pants. Yeah, it doesn't even seem like he's saying that right now. Like, now he's building the lie. This is like a building the lie phase. The disappointed. This is a fool's crouch, you know? Yeah. I'm gonna grab it, and then I'll figure out what's wrong later, why I lost. I don't even think Chappelle is really going full speed, to be honest. I think he's like kind of keeping pace, and then when he's confident that he's going to win, he just goes. And then he notices that Brennan's not there anymore. He slows down. That's not Michael Jordan. He's a, this is the fish tube guy. You gotta keep it busy. I mean, it's just this over and over.
Happier Wednesday for some people than others. Now, this the thing about life is that as we're younger and as we get older, we learn. See, I'm not smarter than anybody. I've just made more mistakes, and I always beg younger people to listen to me. And that's sometimes they don't, and that's why they don't. And what happens is we pull not one but two hamstrings. And so Brennan has got two severe pulled hamstrings, and he's a little heavy right now. He's a little heavy of heart.
The left one is, I pulled it when I was the camp, the Buffalo Bills. Last time I pulled it.
Yep.
This is way worse. This is way worse. Oh, yeah, oh no, it's started. Crash my NFL dream.
Already. Yeah. Brennan roll, Brennan chop dreams, dude. You ever had a Brennan chop dream? How do you define that? It's like a dream you had before you had another dream, and then you're pursuing all these dreams at once. NFL comedy, fish, podcasting. Yeah, I mean, I'm pursuing this podcast, but also my other dream was directing the Gringo Poppy documentary. So I'm still kind of like, you know, ever since you were a kid, you were dreaming about directing the Gringo Poppy documentary. Let's see, this next one's posted by Donut Food Axe. Moving to Texas, me come to. It's from, it's something about Mary, right? Oh, okay, yeah, I think. Let's see here. This was posted by Chin Fuller Flips. Meeting Drake, Robert Downey Jr., and Will Smith the same day. They're huge fans of the hybrid. The car. Hopefully not. It's electric. Yikes. Let's see.
The only person I've ever been somewhere with, I'm like, I gotta get a pic. I have to. And I was like, how am I gonna do it? And then he came up to me and was like, man, you think this guy really has a chance? I was like, holy shit, I was like, we're working for Showtime for the Floyd Connor fight. And I was like, the MMA expert for Connor. So I'm gonna suit and tie, get ready to go on stage. And I was like, we're in Toronto doing the press conference, and it's wild. It was the first day, wild, sold out arena. And I'm like, damn, this is crazy. I see Drake and Cole and podcast. I see Drake running through the six. And I'm
What does run through the six mean? Running through the six? Yeah, great question. Yeah. Pretty sure the six is representative of Toronto. No, running can be a number of things. Right. You know, what do you do? Pulling both your hammies in the six piece. Right. You know, Rose, I think is the original version of the song. It's a song.
I gotta get a picture. I have this fucking
the way Will Compton reacted is how I reacted when he said how I would in real life too. His shots of the
Drake going to the things. And I was like, I gotta get a picture.
That's me. I could be a Marshall beating it. Exactly. That's what I'm here for.
That's fucking, he's my favorite. I was all nervous and I hear him in the corner. He didn't kind of really have the chance. And I heard him talking all that bullshit. I was like, yeah, check. Holy shit, what up, dog? I need pictures again. I'm down. I was like, oh, fuck. One time
you were also there where Will Smith had Cartoon Tricks.
I didn't ask them for a picture.
They were like, oh, it's the hybrid. And they wanted to talk to you.
Yeah, my dad was like 20 front kids. That was very cool, man.
That's what you need there, like a producer. You need somebody to get a photo.
You know what? That party took all our phones. It was an Oscar party. Everyone was in casinos. So there was no cell phones.
I've been to those parties.
Will Smith asked me if I did private trading. Will Smith was like, hey, man,
here's the reason why you put that on your face.
I didn't trade.
You're the reason why Chris Rock.
No, I didn't trade with him. I didn't trade.
Ryan takes him up on it.
I had a different vibe.
What'd you say to him?
No.
I'm going to hold mints for you.
You didn't say no. So I promised him. I said, well, at the time it was a current UFC fight. I'm like, I don't like cool mints. Come on, put me in fucking Will I, whatever the fucking I Am Legend.
Will I Am. You said Will I Am. You want to put me inside of Will I Am? He's just like, the vibe I get from this is Will, and I forget the other guy's name now. They're all like, they're back in the locker room, right? And they're making fun of the guy that's dumber than them. You know? They're like, oh yeah, what'd you do? Yeah, what's that? And then afterwards, they're like, dude, we got to do so much stupid shit. It's hilarious. They're like giving each other high fives. Really, we gotta fuck with that. You know, I don't say what they say, but we gotta fuck with that more often. Yeah.
3. I don't hold mints, man.
I don't hold mints, man.
Whatever the fucking I Am Legend 3. I don't hold mints, man.
You get there, he's got a mints. He's got a latex.
You're repeating it as a mints, daddy.
That's crazy. Mascot, you know. Oh, great. Plan on this. You're gonna be a zombie. Can you go?
That's the vibe I got.
Best of the business. I mean, dude, I wish I would have to be with that. Is that what he wants people to say? I think, yeah, maybe just he thinks that he's a name dropper, dude. He thinks that he's painting interesting aspects of the story. You always want to talk about the most famous people you met in a story. I gotta write that down. This is hosted by Fudge Runyon. Wake up, babe. Oh, wake up, babe. We're in Austin. That's so fun. That's so amazing. It's so fun. Extremely mean. And then Brian over getting arrested. Yeah, it is a big chief though. I think that's what they're looking at her foot. Ew. That's so gross. I mean, just meat. Also, all the zombies too. Alright, let's see what we got next. Love seeing the community in the comments. Hey, Multitian 1. It's Pornhub. Can't believe that this dick that's going in cat. Whoa, pause. I didn't know that. Talking about Luke King. The hammerhead is long pause. Sam Dog is expensive. It's going to hate me. You slaying. I mean, out of all the crossovers, I expected this one. Yeah, this phrase, like, you should have come sooner, probably. Yeah, cats jacking off together, for sure. Okay, crazy. All right. So I think what I'm reading is that cat is dating a porn star or something. Can't believe that's the dick that's going in cat from TV. Oh my god, I didn't catch that at all, dude. I had a really weird. I'm so stupid. I thought that this was a video about boning a cat. I'm so glad it's not. I feel like a weight has been lifted off my shoulders, honestly. You think homeless cats are watching cat porn? I mean, I don't think the cat porn exists, hopefully. But it was like, my brain shut down. It was like, cat, what are we doing here? Can't go there. I'm just gonna let it go. The cat's saying a porn star, that's fine. Well, look, no judgment here. Good for her. It's yours, daddy. Maybe he's a nice guy. Posted by Busy Middle 8108. It's called Quick Chip Season with a couple lines for y'all. Let me know what you taste. Looks like a Magic Mind, Yo Kratom, Happy Hippo Kratom. There's always something in front of their feet. That's true. Imagine the ad space they have like for sale. Like if they give out like a fucking portfolio to people that are like in front of the feet of the business. You know, with weird fridge cakes. Behind this, all right. Yeah. What do you think is the most expensive place to put anything? I think Rain, probably the Rain position. Yeah, because I barely, like, you didn't even know that was Magic Mind. You were just like, sure, yeah. But there's no mistaking the Ring. I mean, I can't be the only one. That's it.
Come on, basically, dude, Basti, he's been obsessed with bats because I told him there's bats in Austin, so we want to get bats. Sweet dude, whenever he knew I was around town, came up and was like, hey man, wanna come to Austin and give me a cowboy hat? Oh, come on. How great is that my name on it? What?
Dude, I didn't understand a word of that. So somebody walked up to him and gave him a cowboy hat with his name on it and everything. Okay, that part I got, but what the brands thing? We went around
Basically, dude, Basti, he's been obsessed with bats because I told him there's bats in Austin, so we want to get bats.
to get bats. Okay, I see where you're confused now. So they're known for bats, which are scary creatures that fly in caves. But also, T-ball is ever present in their lives. They use bats to hit balls. Right. So it sounds like he's obsessed with bats. I don't know how you're obsessed with a baseball bat. Right. So it sounds like he's obsessed with scary bats.
Yeah, I'm thinking that. I'm overthinking this. I think they probably went to get like stuffed animal beds. Right? Probably. Because he is a young kid. That's my bad. Like that's the team's fault.
Some dude, whenever he knew I was around,
So they were going to get bats. So if the animal beds, little did you know, you get a free cowboy hat.
Hey, what's your name on it? How would he have his name on it? Maybe it was like in the store. The guy was like, "I got a cowboy hat. I can put your name on it for free." They make hats of the store. There's an engraver because they're getting baseball bats. Listen, it's a lie.
Or a cowboy's leaving his house every day like, I know Brady Chapel gave me cowboy in my hand. Good to see him on it. They were surprised. And the first day he goes to Austin, somebody has a hat for him.
Brian's hat says.
Or his realtor just got him a hat.
Yeah, I mean, I don't believe a word of that story, honestly.
Well, that's your takeaway. I believe Papa. Believing Papa, the new documentary coming to Netflix next year. Let's see. The next one is posted by miserable number 104. It's called Look What the Cat Dragged into Blockbuster. Milking the Scorpion. I don't know what role Chin plays in Milking the Scorpion King. Who's that at the bottom? Brian? Yeah, it's Brian. Alright. Homeboy was like, careful, boys. Tow my hair. Complacent Exhausted posted this one. Let's see what this is about.
hey, find me the fucking evidence. There's no evidence. It's also like, well, with all due respect, cold plunging. Like a lot of doctors are like, doing cold plunging every day for no reason is not necessarily good for you. Unless you're an elite athlete with inflammation that really doesn't do much. Also, it can actually make you up it.
Was that us? Or was that their squeak? That was them. Let's see. Because if that was us, I apologize. What the fuck was that? And if it's them, I also apologize for playing it twice. Could be at the door.
Sure, an elite athlete with inflammation that really doesn't do much.
Unreal. Your table moving. Get some WD-40, dude. Table wheels. That's the one good thing about a new studio is like, shit's not gonna squeak, dude. You know?
Also, it can actually make you up it.
I'm laughing at that. The new studio will be less squeaky. Yeah. I mean, we'll see. Who knows? Maybe Cowboys. That's one of their ambiances, right? What? Fucking saloon doors.
They should get that in the studio, saloon doors.
I'm sure. Awesome. Yeah. They should do the music podcast standing up. They walk into the saloon. Look, this is the fighter, the kid.
Do you think they'll have like animal heads on the wall now too, probably, right?
I like this. Yeah. This is great. No sneakers on the wall for sure.
No animal heads, and then maybe when you go to work, you can do that Buck Hunter game. They have at bars.
Duck Goose. Or Duck Hunt. Yeah. I feel like Boots. He's already wearing boots. Mr. on the right here.
Oh yeah, get on the morning.
You know why? He's already living in Austin. Facts. So less sneakers, a lot more boots. For sure, and this is a legit guess, they're gonna bring on assless chaps and talk about assless chaps.
Maybe
comes for real athlete, that's a dessert. That's not mental tough. Oh, buddy, that's your toughest thing you do all day. Oh, sweetie.
How important is the plunge pool, or is that just a trend? Is that Zumba for today?
No, it's real. It has, without a doubt, it has great physiological and mental benefits. I do it every day.
F134, same. Dude, I do it too. I don't know what Sean's talking about. Dude, it helps cool off the balance if I did it. Yeah, I mean, honestly, if I didn't do it, I'd probably be in a lot of fights. Yeah. And knowing me, I'd be in jail. I'd be all creaky. Creaky.
It's toxic. That's your toughest thing you do all day. Oh, sweetie.
Don't tell me not to do it. Because if you tell me not to do it, I gotta do it. I have to.
4 women have accused the Goldberg.
It's so great. I love the endings of these clips sometimes.
Star Brian Callen of sexual assault and misconduct.
Any thoughts on that? What do you think about cold plunging? Still gonna do it? I mean, yeah, it's like part of my routine now. After my monster workout in the morning, I'm just like, honestly, like, that's why I never get angry, because I do so much, like, I'm exhausted at the end of the day. I just have the energy to, like, fight. I definitely feel less scathed when I get out of the cold plunge. Oh, man. But now that he's called me a big old pussy for getting in the cold plunge, I'm like, man, what are we doing here? You know? That's true. I see that, too. It's like, does it even have any benefit? I pay a fucking picture, so, yeah. I'm all cold and shit. Yeah. I don't know. Let's see here. This is posted by White Trash with Class. Comedy is legal again with our boy Brian Callahan. They never spell his name right on here. That's the correct way, right? That is horrible. Laughter on lockdown. I mean, just don't let the documentary come out. Is this about COVID? It's a documentary. I don't know. It came out on April Fool's Day, so hopefully it's a joke. Yeah. Let's see that picture. So Brenda does his getting a Tesla spiel on the golden hour. Completion exhausted. Okay, so he's done. What do you think? I think he's still anti. I'm still sticking that he's gonna get a Tesla. Maybe, but I don't think so yet. It's a lot of build towards like being a Tesla guy. Meaning he wants to be like a spearhead of like, pay me money and I'll promote Tesla. Oh yeah, that's definitely not gonna happen. But I don't know. If for me, because I'm also thinking about doing this with my Tesla Cybertruck, I would just take a V8 engine and put it in. Easy, so easy. Or lighting stuff. And then buy a Jeep that's kind of like pinkish on the side. Oh yeah, what TV tech it? Put some blowers in. Yeah, valve it up. Valves. Like all of them. Always. They always use it for like, guys, this is a Drake or whatever. Guys, I drive Teslas. Well, now I have one.
Now I want one. I'm a liberal fucks with it.
Wait, why do you want a Tesla?
Because the liberals are fucking with them. Like, they fuck with all the cars.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, so I want to fuck with my car.
You're with I'm terrified of my homie taking a second to take a breath after I say something. If that happens, I'm like, oh no, what did I do? I'm eating my own tail. Yeah, you know you put just whatever, you know.
I like violence.
He's like,
I went, oh, I'm in my violence era. I think there's certainly some genetic violence in me. I mean, to be prejudiced against myself, I look like a violent person. And if I didn't know me, just even the way I'm built, not even just the working out, but just the size of my hand. Okay, I thought he was going to say I thought you were going to say that he's tall.
That's the only thing he has, like proportionate to my body. My hands are fucking huge. Yeah, that's true. And I mean, I deal with the same thing. Big feet. I mean, how many fights do you think you would get in if you were like 6 inches shorter? I feel like I would be fighting all the time. It's tough to say because I'm already in so many fights. You know, I got the same. It's crazy to say. I got the same shit that you're talking about. I gotta think about this all the time. I got these really small hands, you know. Giant. Thanks for my team. Big hugs. Nothing fits me. My dentist killed himself. And I killed him. I killed my dentist. Because I think it was fine. And their assistants. Yeah.
Like there's the width of my shoulders. Like there's most likely a lot of violence in my history, in my past, in my ancestry.
That picture's so funny. Oh, I think I'm saying it again. At the end of the year. Wow, he's a small guy. He looks like he would be a good people in Game of Thrones. Or what is it called? Lord of the Rings. I don't really know Lord of the Rings that well. The dwarf. And they're stocky. I agree. You know, big hands. Yeah, I mean, dwarves, they have violence in the beginning. Give him an axe. And XJ, let's see, this is posted by Nicole Films 1247. When you realize that you went from doing interviews on the red carpet to having to move to Texas in hopes of rekindling your dying podcast. No fun. It's just a picture of him. I don't really get that from this. What would you caption this? So you couldn't afford UFC, huh? Yeah. Would you tell your homie you fuck squirrels? This is the homie over here. Yeah. Alright, I tried. This is here. Wait, what till you see the new studio post by Air Pumper? Looks like it's the Jordan spaceship. Oh man. This is posted by Complex Situation. Getting ready to see this every day. This will be his new style for a few years. That's a good cool callback. Oh man. He's got the stupid cowboy thing on. Yep. It's not that far off from when he's dressing like that. Yeah. This is completely exhausted. Chin dropped a new vid, going for a ride with Papa. This is Brendan took us out for sushi with his souped up Ford excursion. So these things should sounds dope, dude. That's so funny. Yeah, it almost feels like before the video started, Shop was like, all right, when you get in, you gotta like clean up this new car I got, and then you go get a supercharger, and I'll go turbo. Well, you know what's funny is, do you know what another word for supercharger is? No, turbocharger. Turbo. They're the same. It's the turbo, yeah. I've made that mistake before, and I'm pretty sure maybe I'm not saying it right again because I'm a Prius guy. I don't even know what a charger is. Your phone's always there. Sounds dope. Anybody that has it in their neighborhood's gonna be totally driven crazy. It sounds like raspy. Well, you want woo woo? Just that woo woo. You know what I'm saying? Okay, this is the best. That's so sick. That's piss sick. I don't fuck around when it comes to the big shits. One of the big ones. Yeah. Yeah, I don't trust that. If Chin's cooking was so bad, I just don't trust anyone there. Any food in TFIKC is not going to eat it. I won't even have a sure shot there. I'll drink one of the rings. I drink a sure shot because I'm always trying to. Oh, yeah, sure. You fit right in over there. This next is posted by Homeless Cat 5567. Talking about hankering for a hunk of cheese, baby. That's really great. Too real. Damn. He does have like that weird yellow film over him, huh? That is very close. This was posted by Dandy Kaufman, electric cowboy personality downloading. Oh no. Let's see.
Would this make you get an electric car?
No clue.
Brandon would get an electric car if this was the case?
I think eventually. I was the one to see from my whole narrative like still put on my head. This is anti-electric, but now that the libs are putting fucking Nazi signs on electric cars and fucking electric cars, it makes me want one. So I'm conflicted. Like, Nazi sign extreme.
Awesome. Oh my god.
Paying for electric cars is kind of toned down because these fucking woke liberals are going after people with electric cars, and I'm like, god damn it, now I want one. Look at that. That's a beautiful car. You know me, I'm on that team, and when he did, I'm like, oh, money.
Bubba, listen.
ever met. You know that house you got.
How cool is that?
What?
Yeah. Peace. Hey, did I win?
I love my house. I don't know where, but I was like, I win. Oh, dude. Because I love my house. And I was like this. Got a little tight in my seat. I was like, backyard. By the way, I got a backyard seat. Coach had to buy that ticket right away.
Yeah, you gotta chill.
So I was there, and I was like this. And I'm happy for my boy. But I was like, a little tight in the mouth. Well, punch it.
Dan, you know, the show is really about the success of Brendan.
Yeah.
Brian is along for the ride. So he's got to talk about how well Brendan is doing, or else people aren't going to tune in.
Yeah.
Let's see what we got next. This is posted by Successful Egg 8345. Papa's Electric Cars and Mothership Era Incoming Electric Avenue Remix. Okay, so a lot of fucking clips are going to get cut out. And I'm banking on it, dude. Let's see here.
Speaking of electric cars,
These electric cars are fucking electric cars. They're making it I would need you to be hanging out for a shit. You're gonna fucking love it. What the heck?
Wow, that's crazy.
The PFJs.
I was absolutely wrong. He is going to buy an electric car. So that was a wrong guess on my end. I've been day one. He's getting an electric car. Yeah. Well, you have a better sense of this stuff than I do. I don't like that though. I want you to have a better sense of this stuff, dude. I don't want to know what a redact's going to do. Yeah, dude. When it comes to what happens next, I ace it every time. This is posted by Successful Egg 8345. Two henchmen and an Asian doctor walk into a bar. Sorry for your loss 2.0. Alright. This looks like old, right? He's wearing a thick boy hoodie. Oh, yeah. Those are like $5 now. I have 4 of them in my car. Don't even ask me how I have in my closet.
Kingo, sorry for your loss. Each giant Asian doctor walks up to me and goes, Mr. Shah, I'm sorry for your loss. They go, I want Big Nog in Brazil. The night before, my coach, who speaks Portuguese, sat down with these two dudes in a suit. He's whispering, and he goes, hey, we knocked him out. We put on this jersey. This is the rival team that he represents. I go, the soccer's huge out there. You don't give a shit. How much? He's like, 80K cash, which at the time is all the money in the world. Yeah. So I'm like, fuck yeah, I'll do that. So these two henchmen in tuxedos work for Brazilian Mafia. Knock on my door, I answer it. They go, good luck. They put the money into the hotel safe, and they go, once you knock them out, we're going to call you, give you the code so you get your money. But if you lose, we're coming back and give the money. All right, whatever, I'm going to knock this dude out. Didn't go my way. Back in the locker room that night, cry my eyes out, concussed. Two henchmen walking, go, sorry for your loss. Take the fucking 80 grand cash. Walk out. The first one goes, you can keep the jersey.
I know fucking
Yeah, that's the right made no sense. Yeah, that's your takeaway. I just saw UFC fighters spilling his guts. Talking about the bad side of the industry. Oh shit! Do you see that title, dude? Hell, you want to read it? Go for it. El Gringo Papi Dos and Austin Tejas. What the fuck, dude? Danny Kaufman 2 posted this. We'll end on this one, dude. There's no way. There's always been a way. You're right. There's want it back, dude. We got people in. That's what we don't know. You guys don't know. We got people at the mothership that are doing some stuff behind the scenes. We know some people there. I won't say names. They're also working with us. Obviously, has been giving us so much money that we have expendable income to give to other comedians that are already mothership regulars. Yeah, and they are giving money to others. That's how much money. It's like a pipeline. Yeah. Door guys, regulars, interns, a whole lot of Tiger Belly emails. I don't know. I'm just saying.
And each is just, of course, show up.
Yeah.
Maybe we give a couple people a shove around and just say, we'll see you at the podcast tomorrow.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
You know what I mean? Whatever it takes. And you're going to love it. You're going to fucking love it.
Would you see the new studio?
I'm excited.
Would you see the new studio?
Yeah. I'm excited.
Yeah. It's going to be like,
Yeah. Dude, you're going to love it.
I was like, wait, oh, you know,
I'm going to need you to hang a little bit at night.
yeah, I will for sure.
And, you know, I did Brian Redman's club. Fantastic. It's great.
Redman's killing it.
He's killing it. And, you know, it might be a world where we maybe get you back up eventually.
Yeah. I don't think so. Who else? I can't. You know, I'll do live podcast. I'll do live podcast.
I'm saying 10 minutes.
I have no desire to see what happens. Just the amount of work.
Yeah, I know. You're right. So just to think,
I can't imagine. Hey, can I get the supplies there? Can I get the
right?
Can we get the set up?
Yeah, but
Can we set
no,
up?
hey. Get a couple stories that I've done. Get a tell story.
I'm not kidding anymore, man. I'm worried back in the day.
Let's hear it.
I was like, tell stories. Okay.
Just tell a story.
I get it.
You want a quick story, and we'll just we'll pepper it up.
I can, okay, dude. This might get you on some peptides in TRT.
Yeah.
I went to Ways to Wales.
Yes, I'm gonna go there. When I go there.
Listen, I don't know. You hear Shab and you take his word every time. I know you. Yeah, I do. When I hear Shab, I know what's happening. He's resisting, so that he could be like, oh, all right, you know. I hope so. He's like waiting for however many people to ask him to do it. Just like moving to Austin. We should start. He's out here saying like, people want me to move to Austin. I'm staying in California, dude. Not a chance, not ever. The same thing's happening. Sorry, what are you saying? Oh, no, that's right. I think we should start a petition. We should start like a MoveOn.org thing where they try to do stand-up again. Can you do that? Let's do that. Let's fucking do it. Let's do it. Yeah. You heard it here first. Here's the thing. Should it be, because you got to 4D chess. Okay. 4-0 chess. Right? You got to play some 4D chess here. Sure. Okay, listen. Do we say for Brendan not to do stand-up ever again? Or for Brendan to do, because if you get enough haters, yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah. Then that shit gets filled up. He's like, fuck the haters. Yeah. And also, you have to be liberal to sign this petition. Brendan Schaub should never do stand-up again. Yeah. We're knocking off a bunch of fucking C clips. See that? I don't really do C clips that much, but we're knocking off a bunch of triggers for him. You know what I mean? Haters, liberals, smart people, don't do this. Yeah. You know what I mean? Logic. Yeah, those are both such good ideas. I don't know which one's better. We should do both of them. Yeah, we should he should do stand-up again, Republicans. And then he should never do stand-up again, liberals. It's at the top it says Republican liberals. Okay. Yeah, both. Why not both? Yeah. Alright, I'm down. Let's do it. Well, yeah, I think that's the last clip for today, dude. Alright, that's our show. See you next week. Hazard, one of our guys. Shout out to him. That guy never met him. It's a Q&A. Papa admits that T-Facte has been ruined. Let's see.
Martino77 wants to know, what's one thing you would both do differently if you had this podcast over again?
Not the Bobby Lee stuff, and listen to people. As far as doing things different, I think my brother.
And by the way, he's changing team to people now. Listen to the team. Oh, I didn't catch that. He's trying to get it past you, dude. It's working. It worked on me, man. It worked on me, man. I did not. Yeah, that's true. He is trying to do that. Sneaky little shot. Sneaky little Brenda. He's always 2 steps behind you, dude. I mean, it's honestly, to me, it's like, I know he's still blaming the team, but it almost sounds like it's an improvement. You know, he's like not listening to people. Like, there are these people that told me you gotta fucking, Bobby Lee's trying to get you. You know, you're playing this whole thing out. People, what do you mean? Brian's sitting right next to you. He's the one who fucking bullshit all that shit. Or you did that motherfucking team where he's like, I dropped that, I shredded the evidence. And like, I should have showed us. That would be so funny if he said he shredded 300 pages of evidence. I got rid of the evidence. My lawyers were telling me I had like a really good case. I got rid of them. Okay, because they're fucking up. I'm not going to show you. I have proof of everything that happened, but it's not worth it. I've moved past that. Yeah.
I was going off through a shit. Him taking a leave of absence was a bad idea. I mean, just doing the show with random people, I think it was a bad idea. I think we should have, granted we need the money at the time, I think we should have put our foot down. Now, today, in 2025, you can do that. Everyone's like champion, you know, right? Like, you see guys that get accused of bullshit. Everyone's like, oh, we don't believe it. But back in 2019, when we were going through it, and I was like, Pete, what do you want to do? And the only way we could get money was for Brian to take a leave of absence. I think it ruined the show.
Wow. I like how they keep referencing, like, women's, like, accusations of rape as bullshit. Yes, some bullshit. You know, some of that bullshit stuff that happens. That is, you got your eyes on the right thing, because I didn't see that. I was thinking about, I immediately thought about, like, oh, shots fired to Chappelle and Malik. Oh, the shot, and that, well, way more important thing is that you're just saying that women are full of shit. This looks like this is a high school bully face, dude. Just like, basically the stuff he would have changed is the stuff that other people did wrong. Yeah. He's like, not allow these people to fucking do this to me. If you just followed his guide, you don't have any problems. Show would have been perfect. Oh, sorry. Sorry about that. Oh, come on.
I think that, along with the Bobby Lee stuff, ruined the show. Now, I do think there's a place for us to come back, whatever that means, you know. But I would do this show for free.
He's got to stop saying that. Yeah, like a self-fulfilling prophecy. And he will be soon. It is fun. It's not only is it a self-fulfilling prophecy, but it's also like, you know, if you say something a lot, it kind of starts to sound like you're not being truthful. You know, like you don't want to do the show for free. You don't want to do the show for how much you're getting paid now. So, yeah, it's close to free. Yeah, the magic minds are full. There's only one bit.
I love seeing Brian. I love you guys. I would do it for free.
Right.
Sam, you said it well. Deuces.
It's so sad. This is supposed to be a comedy show, and they're all serious and sad. That's the funniest part. It's like, what happened? What happened right before they asked that? That'd be so funny at the beginning of the shows. It's just like, hey, welcome back to The Fighter and the Kid, and this week we're... What's up, Dad? It's like, what's that shit? I set up a lot there for nothing. I like the premise. Thank you. That's with it. Yeah, I'll delete it there. Let's see here. This is posted by Jim Polar of Clips. Nick Swartzen, one of the original Homeless Cats compilation. Let's see. Here we
Vikings suck ass though. Boom.
It looks like a fucking Italian Lego, dude. Good God. Shut the fuck up, man. He was just sitting there like fucking Brian Callen. You know what I mean? Just waiting to get drilled by fucking Shop. Just sitting there. Fucking Shop Beeper Sutherland. God, that's what I call him. Sitting at your phone, like just put it right against your stomach and it just fucking absorbs it. And then it sends it right to Brendan Shop's mouth. It disappears, man. Shop like, oh, fuck. This guy, this is one of the 250 right here. The eating thing, he even got down the weird way he eats. He's been watching Truck Walk Diaries, I guess. Just appears right in Sean, be like, eating at some fucking stupid restaurant. And then just shit just fills his mouth like a fucking Italian chipmunk. Just harboring nuts for the winter. He gets back in his leopard skin Miata that he bought for $8 million. He doesn't know how to buy things. You look at the child.
When you
Bullshit.
what you read Bugs, zines. You read
I read fucking zines. I read books. Yeah. Yeah, I can read.
I think I read Outdoor American. Can you pull that up, Colin?
I'm like Callan and Shop, I can't read. I have to have an armadillo. Fucking idiots. Who are these people?
I don't know, rich people probably. People making your movie probably.
We're in a shop, it's probably a fucking kennel of our fucking dillos.
Oh, sure.
Fucking, I'm gonna go through the future. If you read somebody's mind, it couldn't be like literal. Sometimes it's the church.
Yeah, what if the guy's eating your stuff with him forever?
Dude, how have we not seen this movie? You know what this reminds me of, like, us, because I mean, it's like super funny. And I'm not saying like we're as funny as Schwarzenegger or whatever, but it's like we will shoehorn Shaw into things constantly. Like they could be talking about something totally different. If I was the department or Secretary of Agriculture and they were asking me about farms, I'd be like, listen, I've always been a farm guy. And then they're like, why did you do that? I'd be like, well, I'm not like ready to shop. And they're like, can we stay on topic? This reminds me a lot when I was a kid and sold comic books at a mall store. And he just keeps going at it. It's really, once you get in a little taste, and then you cannot stop. You have to keep doing it. That's why I'll never put milk in tea, dude, because I don't want to know how good it is. That's a good strategy.
What is this?
You're in a shop. Brent's a friend of mine.
But it's only 2 paragraphs. Yeah, damn, this is mine.
Just like, do I want?
Dude, you don't have your cold.
Guys,
Dude, this guy's
that's our fucking job right now.
He's got a reverse mortgage deal he's putting together for me.
I also got to deal with the nose master. It's like the eye master with straight nose. Gets it all ripped up. You can do push-ups with it. Everyone's doing it.
No, I
It's
know
insane.
exactly what it is. I do Kegels with it.
I just got accepted by BF Chains.
I know what?
Put it on speaker.
Who looks like he's in the movie?
The leopard skin Miata thing is hilarious. That's very funny.
Spending $8 million doesn't know how to spend money.
Yeah, it sounds like both those things are amazing. Leopard skin Miata sounds like a street princess. You see how weird Whitney comics look like? Yeah. She look like I don't know. I honestly don't know. But her face, she can't be normal in a thing because her face looks like that. Yeah. She can't act like that.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't like Whitney Cummings. She's too much, dude. This was posted by Ricky24. Yeah, you used to call it Ode to Papa.
Yeah.
This is scary. Yeah, this is terrifying. Oh, I can't. Picasso beat. Let's see here. Let's go to the next one. Fucking get this off my screen. I'm gonna freak that one out. Nobody knows who you are, Papa. Nice Mary Kay Carr. Completes an exhaustive most of this one. Let's see here. I think there's the tackling one. Why is it not opening? Here is the 2024 Wrangler Rubicon 392 Final Edition. It goes on. I was thinking this for one of the
He buzzers saying, hey, so just to explain, if you didn't already know, he's like bet on this and he won it. Somebody's got to mod it. It probably doesn't have the right blowers, or at least not big enough for credit. Here is the 2024 Morning Order Rubicon 392 Final Edition. Logo's on. 92,000. It's a lot of chips. Crazy. Yeah. I was thinking this for a run-of-the-mill. There's Little Man's. That guy's ribs are broken. He's the new chin. Just tackled somebody. I know. What is he? He's just an hoe. He's like we said it before. He's the guy in the locker room that doesn't know what he's doing. Yeah, that's Brandon Shaw, the anime Brandon Shaw. It's so funny. People just innately disrespect him. Yeah. Fighter. He was with us in Kissimmee a couple of months ago, and I think he just bought that regular. Good for him. I hope he's okay with the Tuscanero Pearl. I don't know. I don't know what the Tuscanero Pearl is. It's probably a valve or blow or something. Well, shout out to Shop. He got a new car, did he? Yes, stuff. The next one is posted by Financial Skin 4969. New persona uploading. We saw this on the last episode, but just as redacted. We did? I believe so. Let's see. Oh, really, dude? Posted by Raz Skunt. Rachel Zegler's Snow White is officially the worst movie of all time on IMDb. 1.7. So, Gringo Poppy is a film. This is Gringo Poppy Erasure. Wow, I want to watch this movie now. I kind of do too, just to see if it's that bad. Yeah. It's Snow White. I don't really have much opinion on Snow White. Same. Yeah. Oh, wait. Let's see. What's the next one? Okay, Gringo Poppy 1.1. Yep. 1.1. God damn, I honestly forget sometimes that it was 1.1. The lowest possible. Because you can't go 1. Yeah. You can't go 1? Well, we'll see Gringo Poppy 2. When you get in the box buying 10s, yeah, you're going to get a 1.1 when everyone else is voting 1. Did they do like 0.5? Or we don't know. No, you can only do 1. It would be lower. That's so funny. It's always funny to see produced by the Koi Studios too. So it's written and performed by Brandon Shaw. They didn't even spell his name right. Let's see, what's next? My life doesn't had to update this tasty dish posted by Cortese. Let's see. Get better if we never friends. Neither does his. So all good. Oh, do you know what that's a reference to? No. I think it's in reference to Bobby Lee. Oh, fuck. So he's saying, like, my life don't get better for friends. His doesn't either. That's such a weird thing to say. It's so not about anyone. Yeah, it's not like he's talking about, like, Bashar al-Assad. Yeah. It's like another comedian. Yeah. Bobby Lee. Some random guy in, like, Germany. She's like, us being friends, like, we wouldn't make our lives better. Yeah, like it's him talking about supporting Hamas or not. It wouldn't help Hamas, I can tell you that. That actually might be a good point. It would not help Hamas. My life doesn't get better if we never friends. Neither does his. So all good. All good. Wow, I think he's a great guy. I've always, we were never that close. You came up with the comic store. I was never that close with him. I always appreciate him. He's such a talent. He has great podcasting and stand-up. Okay, well, it's not like I missed him. I think, real quick, Brian's closer with Bobby. He's always been closer with Bobby than I was. Like, me and Bobby didn't talk, like, weekly or even monthly. If I saw him at the store, we're always cool. Yeah, but it's not like if I tell you, which is the truth, I don't talk to Bobby. I didn't talk to him before. So there's no falling out. We were never that close. Really, dude? Bobby Lee is one of my closest friends. I fucking can't get enough of this shit. I fucking love it. It's so good. It's so good. It's like fucking eating a delicious cookie. Or a drink when you're thirsty. You're in the desert, you can't find water. You're like, oh God, I hope that's not a mirage. It's not. drugs you had, or they should have to show you the PM Chang's, dude.
Oh yeah, you have to do that before you get on the drugs. Yeah. Doctor's like, all right, here's your prescription, an hour of PM Chang.
It's just like, I remember when my mom gave birth to my brother, they were telling my mom, like, postpartum depression is like this and that, and they were talking about that. Like, they had to do that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? This should be something you have to do to use some Adderall. She had to show him that tasty dish.
Yeah, Greg Sue, you have to talk to him first.
And the first two clips had to have not on Adderall, like flashing at you, not on Adderall, not on Adderall, not on Adderall. Then he goes, this is Adderall. I'm talking about Bobby Lee's closest friend. All right, I'll cut that part out. Let's see. Complete and exhaustive posted this one. Papa on him getting a Cybertruck. This looks like an old chin. See? Why does it do that?
But you want people to unplug performance for as long as I know that. You want them drawing Nazi signs on it. You don't have too much of a problem with that in Austin. You know what's weird is, you can't stand electric cars, but now that the libs are like, I'm like, oh shit, I might get a Cybertruck. I wish a motherfucker would. I wish a motherfucker. Oh no, I want one. You know, you fucked up. It's so stupid. I might get one and swap a diesel in it so it looks like it. They don't know. Just so they fuck with me. Yeah. People have done that. They put V8s, they drop V8s in Teslas. It's a lot of work. That's also why just tossing. You gotta pay for the Cybertruck. Yeah, like I'm gonna pay for it. It's a disaster.
Which Rogan's is, I mean, obvious thing is that it sounds like you're right. I'm wrong. I can admit that. No one's sugarcoating for you. He's gonna buy a Tesla.
You're not gonna put sugar all over my dick and say it's delicious?
Not this time.
Okay.
Dude, wow, that was crazy. But the thing that gets me this clip is Rogan going with the common sense. Like, the thing is why, right? You're gonna fucking put another engine in that Tesla car. That's one of the stupider things you said.
Yeah. At the risk of sounding redacted, like, it's crazy how perfect, in a weird way. Obviously, they're not. I'm just gonna edit those in right here. But it's crazy how perfect Mark and Brandon were for each other at one time. They both like to talk.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I wish I was a fly on the wall, you know?
Right.
Hearing them talk in the good days.
Yeah. It would be fun to hear them just like two guys having a good time, best friends. They're probably both guys that can make best friends right away too, right? So like they're out, they're like talking to another guy here, so and it's I like that too, and then they're all talking about drugs and they're switching to Tesla stuff. And,
How do you lift that thing? You know? Yeah.
They would like when they're at their friendliest and like it's probably a great time.
Yeah. Let's see the next chin clip. This is gonna be posted by Macho Biz Don Kressler. Homeless Cat's Origin. It's always good to revisit this.
But for the people that are negative or are on forums and create troll accounts, I view those people the same I view a homeless guy critiquing my art or critiquing my set or critiquing a podcast. They do not matter. Does not matter.
That's so crazy.
It's laughable and Trey.
I'm not because someone
not homeless. Chin's like, please, not the homeless.
Person who would go out of the way to create that account or to live in their mom's basement or whatever job they're working.
He's so fucking mad. That's what's funny. Like this is what mad thoughts get you when you're stupid. He's furiously angry at these people, and this is what you get. The lowest thing to him is a homeless guy, mom's basement, and of course they live in the mom's basement.
Yeah, my baby.
After this, he immediately ate a burrito.
I will say Charles Barkley has had this take recently.
Oh, really?
And I was like, oh no, Barkley, no. Because of the whole LeBron James, Stephen A. Smith thing.
Oh, really?
Charles Barkley was like, you can't listen to these people. They're in their mom's basement. They're just making things up on the internet. They're homeless. They are a lot like a cat, a homeless cat. And they're making PM Chang's orange chicken.
Dude, this is one more thing that Shop ruined too. Because like you could probably before Shop go like that you live in your mom's basement and it may not be as, but now it's like a tiddly. You wouldn't say that about people on the internet.
Fathom the amount of work it takes to pull off something, whether it's a set or a good my son. I hope other people they start to disqualify people.
Yeah, like I hope my son, like in the future.
Yeah, even more. Because the type of person that were to go on YouTube and not leave a negative message, to even create an account to be that way is, I don't associate with those people. I don't know those people. It does not matter to me. So when people lets that affect their mood or their life, it's mind-boggling. It's crazy to me. Yeah. What do you care to be the same as if the cat creator profile? That's a good example. Who cares?
Finally, none of them was for me.
Even a homeless guy. The homeless guy was just crazy.
He's like, no, Jim.
Profile and talking shit. It doesn't matter. I mean, they're all the same.
I wish you would have said homeless cat. Yeah, I mean that's looking back at your history, dude. It's like walking through the fucking National History Museum. Like one of those video clips, you press the button, and where it all began. It's like the Black Mirror episode where you can see your memories. Alright, what's up, God? I blame the team most of my haphazard. Let's see what this is all about. What do you think he's gonna blame the team? I feel like an episode got lost. I have no idea. I'm saying that because when you start with what's up, guys, like that intense, I'm like, the episode got lost. Let's see.
What's up, guys? As you might know,
Merch, something to do with the merch drop. We're supposed to have a new hat. What the fuck? What? Oh, why is my computer doing this? You see that? That screenshot of his face. It's just like, yeah, he looks redacted. Yeah.
we are in the process of moving his entire operation of the Fire the Kid to Austin, Texas. Now, with that, Brian decided to move way too early. I get out there, I'm right behind him, but Brian just moved way too early. So our schedules are a little here and there, and if we can't make it,
a little here and there, here and there, here and there. That sounds like a fable. Yeah, something like that. It's not here, it's not there, it's everywhere. A rabbit versus a tortoise.
studio both at the same time. We gotta paint some episodes, or we gotta give you the best of. Like, this is what we're doing now. So we appreciate you guys. We're doing our best to give you real episodes. We're gonna get it done for the most part, but every now and then we gotta give you the best of. So enjoy the best of Fire the Kid. Thank you for understanding.
Yeah, you're right. Didn't blame the team. Yeah, it's I gotta get. Every once in a while, you're not gonna get a rail episode. I've been there before where I fucked up a corrupted episode, not on this podcast, crazily, but on other podcasts where it's like, all right, so it's not what I've said, but it's how I feel. Hey guys, look, we're supposed to have an episode on Thursday, but actually, we kind of have to do a best of because we have a residency in Austin. Alrighty, let's see. This is posted by, fuck yeah, Icarus Lives. What happens next part of I feel like I saw this one on my own time. I couldn't wait, dude. I saw it. I had to watch it. I'm like,
So she was acoustic.
yeah, I saw that. Do you have your mark?
Just I forget to get the hell. You can unplug it.
What unplugs the guitar and these off first. I mean, that's an obvious one. Like a rap. It won't be too long. You're gonna put your middle finger on the low E,
The top
chord. Top string.
the chords code.
Instead of the alphabet.
E, F, G. No.
G, F, X, G.
That's our chorus.
You can see how this run the show. Like before, when I was him and Brian, he was really good, but now he's got these fucking two jerks. Yeah. Making fun of him because he thinks that the alphabet is how the guitar works. Yeah. I couldn't work under those conditions. Yeah, a boat can't work with two torpedoes. Yeah. You know what I mean? Anyone with like any semblance of talent is a torpedo with shove. Two guys off the street would be a torpedo.
You're trying to learn here, man. That's a massive. great. Also known as Spawn said, and he was probably a super nice guy. But I blame him. Maybe Jordan did. I don't know that one.
Oh, that's great. You never know where you stand with shop or somebody. You get like, you hear him talking. He's like, he's one of my best friends. Like, wow, I guess we're great friends. I don't really know about what. You lose your friendship. You lose your friendship with Brendan Schaub like this. Like him and I stacked that over a week into episodes. All right, complacent, exhausted. Posted this. I wanted 225 x 40. Rain strongman. It says on the side.
Challenge those guys at 225. That's my shit. That's why I want to challenge them. Hold 225. Bench press 225.
Oh, it's Benny Tucker.
I asked Thor, and he told me his record. I was like, I beat that a while ago. He's like, let's do it right now. I'm like, like we're in the middle of a photo shoot. I'm like, I can do it right now. I was like, let's wait till after. We'll do 225, 315, 225. And see if you do the most. We'll just combine it. What's his record of 225? I think he's at like 30 something. What can you do? 40?
Really? 225?
That's amazing. That's so
my strongest ever, I was like 225. I weighed like 225, and I did 27.
That's impressive. Oh my Christ. That's like so great. Every Monday, Wednesday, I do two.
I don't know what they're talking about really, but that guy just sounds so more like unfamiliar. Like it actually happened. Like I feel like that guy maybe is telling the truth. Papa did post a video of him doing a whole set. Really? Yeah. He has video evidence that he can do it? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so we're just been haters to fucking homeless cats. I mean, but you know, it's still funny. Yeah, no. Because you're right, it does sound more believable. Yeah. And then Sean was like, that's amazing, but it's way less than him. I think it's cool because he pays less. Alright. That would be funny, like, just to be like, that's amazing, like, because he's so great that anyone near him is like, wow. I mean, I would do something else.
Let's do 25, I should get at least 20 something. The first time I do 315 for 5, and I do 225 for getting 20 something. So bam, 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 bam. Monday, but when you max out, you can get to 40. Yeah. If I do just one, I can do 40.
He's gonna kill us, dude. Yeah. He's gonna laugh like we're not gonna die. Why are we still doing this when he can do that? Yeah, you can bench 40 times 225 pounds. He can punch through the strongest bone in my body. He's gonna kill both of us. All right, I just want to make sure you do that. But is he chair-proof? We just gotta maneuver around the chairs. That is my last hope, is that we can protect ourselves with the chairs. I'm not impressed.
Very close, but it's all I train. It's all I like to do. Yeah, it's my workout. Just bench. Yeah. Almost such a meathead these days. It's bench, deadlift, and pull-ups. That's all I do. How many pull-ups do you do? I usually do like 5 sets of 20. Jeez, I'm like good 20 pull-ups. Straight arm. Like proper ropes. Hey, guy, you weigh like 250? Like 240 something. Jesus Christ, that's a lot of weight. I'm so fucking strong right now. That's nuts. Science is amazing.
I like that. I'm so fucking strong. Honestly, that's Brandon at his best. I like that. I'm proud of himself for being really strong. That's good. I like that. All right, we got another matchup clip. You guys are asked about the General Lee situation. This is a longer chain. I think it's some of what we already saw. It's weird to see someone talking about our boss like this. I feel like that's weird. Like our boss. Yeah, like, I don't know. I just, do I have to defend my boss? I don't know. It's weird. Yeah, because he doesn't really talk to us. He just gives us a lot of money. Yeah, he's just like, we get a check in the mail every week. I just, keep doing it. Let's see.
Do you guys think you'll ever fix the relationship with Bobby Lee, and who gave you the info about Tiger Belly that caused all of that?
Look, Bobby Lee and I on text have fixed that relationship. We will, I think you'll see us together in something, in the future. And I've apologized and taken full accountability. I love him. He's a great guy. I won't go into the Tiger Belly stuff, but it's over. It's over. It's done. It was a huge mistake, and he's our boy. I love the guy. I think he's really funny. I don't make any excuses. I never have. I've gone to him right away several times, and I throw myself in the mercy of the court. Yeah, I don't know where I would see Bobby. That'd be cool. I have no know, I'm sure he feels the same way. It's like my life doesn't get better if me and him are friends. You know, neither does his. So all good. You know, all good. Well, I think he's a great guy. Yeah, I've always never that close. You came up with a comic store. I was never that close with him. I always appreciate him. He's such a talent. He has great podcasting and stand-up.
Look, man, I was not like I was wrong. I think that putting him in the mix in that mix was wrong, 100% wrong. And I was working on that information, and I take full responsibility. I don't even blame the information I got. I take full responsibility for that. I blame the information we got. For me, I always.
What does it even mean? So who gave you the information?
Yeah, I think the information is that they were in control already.
Yeah. And so the cop still thinks that they were. Yeah, that's what it sounds like. Imagine, but to me it sounds like Brian Callen saying it's his fault. It's his own fault. Like he's the one who did it. Brian Callen sucks. So when Brian Callen ruins your friendship with Bobby Lee, that sucks. It's like what? But you suck. And now I'm not friends with Bobby Lee. You already suck. Fucking God. You suck, Brian.
And I always say it was the way I spoke to him. He's always my friend, always somebody I cared about. Didn't deserve any of that at all, not even a little bit. And I've not made a lot of mistakes in my life, but when I make mistakes, I've always accounted for them. And I believe a man should say, I was wrong, I fucked up, huge learning experience, no excuses. And I had a bad moment, and I was in a bad way. I was personally and emotionally in a bad way, man. I was in a dark place.
It was a bad time. And also, I should have had in hindsight been like, what are we doing? No, we shouldn't do this. Like, we just weren't thinking. I had a million things going on. Like,
It was so dumb.
whether he was or wasn't behind it, which
Somebody that we cared about who was a good person.
The dog's trying to help. The dog's like, chop those skin.
Who had nothing to do with it in the middle of it. It was outrageous. And that's my mea culpa.
But like, if it happened now, like, we're in such a better spot. If someone would have came to us with that same information, I'm like, get the fuck out of here. It was that weird time. Like, it was so stupid. Yeah, so stupid.
I think you'll see. I think you'll see.
He's talking to himself. If a dog drank magic, it might actually be smarter than Joe.
They've certainly me and Bobby in the future, and I love him.
I don't know what me and Bobby would do. You know, it's not like,
Not even team, let's go roll, whatever.
all right. Peaches, the life.
It just seems like Sean legit hates Bobby Lee. Yeah, there was no apology, and he said, why would your life not be better if you're friends? Weird. It's so strange. Crazy. Yeah. All right, let's go to Successful Egg. Or Successful Loan 7521. Another open house. Don't worry about button nose real estate. Where is it? Well, Brian did say in the clip because he said, I made some mistakes, not a lot of mistakes. Brian Callen has made a lot of mistakes. That's a pain in there. The fax machine was turned off for that one. What are we looking at? Oh, I guess the house. They dropped it to 252K. That was we already know that, but I think the new thing is this open house. Oh, that's not. Yeah, no, there's some homeless cats. Jesus Christ. We're not stalkers, so we're not going to go as much as I want to. But yeah, I would love to. I bet you that'd be so funny. There was a picture that the real estate ladies have of us. Like, don't let these guys in. Dude, 100% there is. And maybe this is the one time where we do have to break our rule and go, I'm not going there. Hell no. I'm working tomorrow. Oh, fuck, you're right. Shit. I can't go there. That's too crazy. I would never do that. Yeah, no, I don't want to. As much as I'd like to see it, just out of curiosity, I don't want to, in any way, any facet, make it so that's like I'm, invading their personal. Exactly. Yeah, I need to avoid that. But I am going to be going. Get a wig and glasses. I'll definitely get a wig. It would be, to die at his house would be pretty funny. It's like the ending of There Will Be Blood. He has a bowling alley in there and he beats him with a bowling pin. That's great. I love that. I finished. This is. The shop curse. Yeah, the shop curse strikes again posted by Air Pumper. Yeah. What does that mean? So, the text, the signal thing, she was on it. Oh, yeah. But I don't even know what that's all about. Well, she is testifying about it. Basically, if you want to hear it live, that's, vaccinated cooks take on it. There was a text thread through Signal, which I guess is some kind of social media app that Mike Wall started, where he accidentally, or somebody accidentally put a journalist from The Atlantic on it, and then, so they kept texting each other, like, hey, what's up, did you wake up at 4:34, and all this stuff, like, I'm a numbers guy, where do you guys buy rain at? Yeah, where does the rain at, and where's my emojis? And Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, texted to the thread the war plans for bombing the Houthis in Yemen, and the journalist was like, not sure if it was a real thing, but then the bombing campaign happened, so he was like, oh shit, fucking cool story, bro. And he left the text group and then wrote a story about it. But she was on it. She didn't say, like, hey guys, what are we doing here? Anyway. Oh man, already. Oh gosh. All I heard was fucking. I like that she has that storm thing in her hair. Yeah. It's interesting. It's an interesting choice. But she really is like, looks like a superhero. She looks like a comic book villain. Or that too, yeah. Her in the belt. Yeah. She's also fucking hot as shit. I'm not scared to say that. She's cute. But I mean, like, do you think she's killed more dogs than Sean? That'd be crazy if you find out that that's all your job is, just killing animals in different countries. You're like, wait, that's what national security is? They're like, we know stuff you don't know. No, Tank. This guy took Tank. She killed Tank. Alright, let's see. This is posted by Dracula Don't Suck. For all the homeless cats, when you stop regularly watching TFK. Wow. New Russian. I can say for a fact that it was, because I used to, like, me and Joel, we used to talk about TFK. No way. Like, that shit was so funny. Well, dude, it was funny at one time. Yeah. And I didn't listen to it in the Fox days, but I did listen to it when that Bobby Lee episode where he talks about getting molested by a dude with Down syndrome? Yeah. Like, around that time, dude, the episodes were hot fire. They had, like, Giovanni, Chris D'Elia, what's his name? Bobby Lee, and Will Sasso coming on all the time. Yeah. And then I just stopped listening eventually. And then, fucking fast forward to Green Poppy, I found out about the Reddit, and I'm like, oh my god. And I watched all the Fox Days stuff where it's like him beating up a dude for Triscuits. And how do I fit in that thing? One thing leads to another, we're doing the show. Yeah, that's a crazy, I didn't know the full story on your thing. I used to listen to TFK. I knew that. And I used to listen to Big Brown Breakdown, because I was into UFC. I didn't see that. I had no idea when this stuff was going on that he had been doing Fox. Like those old clips of him and Callan. I didn't even know that was going on. I became aware of Reddit Shop because he put out You'd Be Surprised, and I saw people on, like, Facebook, that was a while ago, being like, oh, of course it sucks, he sucks. But when I heard that, and I'm sure I've said this before on the show, I really was like, those are haters being. Because I was like, there's no way he's going to say that. He's fucking some MMA guy. Really bad, but not like what I know now. I had no idea. I was shocked by what I saw. I was unprepared for what I saw, and I still am not. And then Mark coming over the second time and us talking about it, I was like, oh my god, he's always been a bad guy. Yeah, he's just always been a bad guy. Yeah, he's just not a good person. But hopefully, I will say he's fucking hilarious. Yeah, he's a great entertainer. Not always are people that are talented like it's never be your hero situation. And we unfortunately have met him. Without meeting him. A great guy. I feel like, okay, this is called It's DeVry. It drives me nuts that Bubba does not know this. Posted by Successful Day 8345.
Doing like an internship, and I'm going to free college. Christ, the kid's an idiot. What's that else? Yeah. Alright. Went to free college. It's like
DeVry University.
DeVry brings
Please come to DeVry to graduate from DeVry.
DeVry. It's like, no matter how much you search the internet, you will never find somebody saying DeVry.
Yeah, you won't. And I always wonder, what, does he have an accent or something? But his accent is just CTE. He has like an accent out of someone with CTE. That's why it's DeVry.
DeVry? And DeVry.
Counting at DeVry.
DeVry, you're on your way out. DeVry, where everyone's thinking that they say black. These are all people that act like they have accents and none of them say he's DeVry. Yeah. Yeah, DeVry. I went to DeVry. I got to get a degree.
DeVry instructors came.
DeVry Technical Institute. That's what I learned at DeVry.
And DeVry.
You could earn an education. DeVry was the right choice. DeVry University.
DeVry. We're serious about success. Yeah, where do you get the E's? Wow. Alrighty. Like, I would understand if debris was spelled like that, but with a Y at the end. But it's not. Let's see here. Majestic Nobody posted this. Majestic Nobody 5542. I'm skeptical B. So this is part of the video that he had posted. I don't know what that's in reference to. This is over here. It's hard for you to see.
Oh, maybe the weights are actual at 45.
Those are smaller weights. I don't know. Man, why did it fucking... God damn it.
Oh, like it's, yeah, I think he's saying they're not actual plates.
It could be totally rejected. Fake weights. Oh my god.
Look at me, dude. Sang that over a week. I'm a gym rat. Strongest fucking guy on this podcast.
Wow, dude.
Big weight.
Imagine finding a gym with fake weights just so you could prove to the world that you could lift a certain amount. There's no way he did that. That's just too crazy.
Yeah, I don't know. It seems like a lot.
I'd rather just believe he could do it than, like, get to the bottom of it. This is posted by ETID 1986. Burn. As long as you're going and enjoying it, but seriously, the volume speed's a bit high. If 225 is that easy, the first 18 reps did nothing for you pretty much. Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, it's just okay. Okay, I couldn't see that. Alright. Roasted. Let's see here. Like potatoes. The origin and story of Thief or Something posted by Chin full of lips. Let's see this. Any thoughts? We need to do it right. Like a great joke here. More than a meal, it's very exciting. You order a fajita, you order them. Have you ever heard about this Laugh Factory video thing? What? Where they share videos of comedians and they hate it. It's like, from what I understand, unbeknownst to you, you signed something at the club, but somewhere in that legal paperwork, they're allowed to take your material and post it to the YouTube. Oh, yeah, maybe vaguely. Yeah, and I think that's why, or Dave Chappelle talked something about that and said that he won't perform there again. Because they shared, remember when he was in his hiatus and they shared those clips of him in the green shirt, talking about the secret. Yeah, you got pissed about that. Oh, yeah, I remember those days. Yeah, that was what I watched all the time when I first moved here. Yeah. Fucking Laugh Factory clip after Laugh. They were like, they cornered the game on like their end-up stand-ups. YouTube on, or stand-up on YouTube.
Or Kevin Nealon show. Like, he has so many clips from them.
Yeah. They you know, Laugh Factory, they maybe fucked over comedians, but they made a good time for it. Minutes later, they bring them out, and it is loud. So, it's like 4th of July. Everyone's like, oh my god, what is that? Look at that. Big trail of smoke. Who got that? Who got that? That is an exciting meal. It's all over the place. And they bring you the rest of the shit. Then it turns into an arts and crafts project. Another level of excitement. Tortillas, you know, it's all sour cream, guac, salsa, you're just adding stuff. Literally, they bring out gluing shit on it, and the chilies and all things. Shot B for Sutherland. Yeah, that's what I call him. Hey. Wow. sorts, and would you be mad or would you be like, would it be funny? I mean, I would, and now I would love it. At the time, maybe I'd be mad, but now it's hilarious. Like I want Chop to do my whole hair. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Like just like I do his. Yeah. Honestly, I'd be a real asshole if I called him out on that. I fucking do that. Because I still Chop's I drink his milk. Let's see here. Papa showing up the haters. Okay, so this is that video. I was on Showman 16. I think he speeds it up so. Oh, why is this so slow? Or is this so small? How does it fit that thing? I think that's 225. I mean, that looks like a plate to me. Also, the way that. Yeah, I think that's real. It's crazy that no spotter. Yeah. If he knows he's gonna do it this many times, like I can see no spotter. He's a strong guy, but. Crazy. No, I think my weightlifting. Yeah, dude, that's beautiful. And then this one. I think that's more plates. More plates, more dates. Yeah, 3. They used to be, dude. Wait, what? Block print? No. Don't. Why did it block print and shop? And then let's go to the last one. So I think this is the long one where he does a lot. Filming himself in the gym. That's what we do. Dude, I wish I could go to Brandon Shaw's gym. He's kind of toxic himself. Maybe they just let him go in because he's got a deal. Yeah. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. I don't know how I and then he thinks Jesus and all that. And Scorpion, right? Oh, yeah. This is all the red bicep or whatever. Pretty impressive. Damn. Yeah. Alrighty. Well, this next one was my haphazard podcast cringe. Brendan Schaub's delusions are out of control inside. I haven't watched that one yet. I haven't watched that either. I'll check it out later. But there's not a lot posted by haphazard. It's also not that interesting. Let's see this one. We're almost done here. I got a Pias. True. Let's talk about it all the time. Because you're busy doing things with your.
It's also not that interesting. Like, here's the thing worse when people are telling you their schedule with their kids. Like, if I said your kids, or you're on the same baseball team, or you're in the same school, you really don't give a fuck. Guys, in your world, it's not that interesting. Where's your kid on a travel team? Was he in 3rd grade? Was he doing a recital? Like, we're all doing the same shit. It's not that exciting.
Oh, really, dude?
I did a lane, and then straight to baseball. I was at baseball all day yesterday in Camarillo. Boys went 2-0. Tiger pitched well. Hit well. Hit some bombs. The boys are clicking on all cylinders. And then they got a game today. And they're on spring break, so they're chilling. Peaches delight.
You know, to me, that's funny, and two, I think one is the obvious one where it's like you just did the same thing. You said it's not an The other thing is, that actually is interesting. Like, I fucking was at work and like second like class, and I was like, "What? How's baseball going with your kids?" And I was very interested to hear the answer. As I am with most things like that, it's interesting to hear. So Bob was just very stupid.
Yeah, dude, I don't know. I think it's him saying stuff on a podcast because he thinks it's interesting.
Yeah, but it's like he has this weird thing inside of him that he thinks people want to hear that he's best friends with Bobby Lee, or like that people think that that's not interesting. So he's like just trying to represent his. But it's also somebody that has fucking a weird ass brain doing this weird computation.
Yeah, a brain that's been bashed.
Oh well, what are you gonna do? Let's see here. What else do we got? Science completes and exhausted. Posted this the revised and original versions of Brain Dead story of Thor challenging his 40-year claim. Did we already watch this?
Yeah, we watched this one.
Alright, let's go to Death by 1,000 Cuts. Posted by Jen, full of clips. Maybe there's some sort of garnish on this dish.
Like 10 where Gringo Poppy was filmed. Wait, is that where that was filmed? The Dallas Improv, Arlington? I think so, yeah.
It's still kind of funny. Yeah.
That's where Gringo Poppy was filmed.
Tough act to follow.
Oh man, how do you know that? How do you know that was filmed there? I was fascinated by that. I even know where the construction paper came from. So funny. Yeah, we all are. We're all very fascinated about it. It was fascinating. I mean, just like, I'm particularly close to that because of the, for other things coming into stand-up, like, first special on Showtime, and then, like, putting up the second special on your own, 35 minutes. 25. Was it released 25? Oh, my goodness. Yeah, interesting. It's like death by 1,000 self-inflicted paper cuts or something. Yeah, it's pretty.
I suppose to us a little more. He thinks that perhaps, who fucking knows, man? Damn it, if he can actually not sleep, then you're death by 1,000 cuts. Wow, that's crazy.
Ryan can't be funny. People sleep on count, but notice how he wasn't going to like that's good. I'm gonna squeeze ya. You're my girlfriend now. This is posted by Appropriate Duty 930. Rogan, Papa, and Gordo support Russia over Kennedy songs. Oh my god, this is all over the place. Where's that at? I don't know. See if Jamie can find it. Fucking unbelievable, man. I'm super impressed. Trail. UFC 315, May 10th. Wow. I will do that. I'll go do that. Nor should you. I'm disciplined. Yeah, I'd rather go to Russia. Yeah. They look on the US, they never know. That's never gonna happen. It might be a joke, Yeah. But all of them they're all running with it. Yeah. That he loves Russia or something. Yeah. I think it was a joke. Old Joe trying to do some bits. Yeah. He's the guy that makes jokes. Past there. Damn, dude, you look like you drink 3 green energies at once. Here's what I'll say though. UFC, and I'm not a guy, I don't have much, I watch it occasionally. I think the Russian fighters are boring. That's my take. I think that's why it sucks now. Joel. So fuck you. Love the Russian fighters. Anyways, that's our show. Yes. Hope you had a good time. Join the Patreon. We'll be watching some stand-up specials over there and shit. Early access to the show. You get it if you subscribe. Bye. join the Patreon, join the Reddit. On the Patreon, we watch Patrice O'Neal, Elephant in the Room, one of Jerome's favorite specials. Why you gotta do that? Why? They have to find out. Oh, that's right. That's right. Take it back. He hated it. That was terrible. We also do early access for this show, so if you want to see this early, do that. But that's not why you're here, Chan. No, you guys are here to put sugar on their thing. Yeah, we're here to sugarcoat it. You guys are here to watch Tim is shop. Start the timer. Play the Chan clip. Alrighty, so the first one is posted by Caterpillar Pod 7539. It says, looks like Bapa also lost the race to the mothership. Wow, that's Chipotle did their first. That's a painted narrative. I bet you Bapa was there on the tours. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he's been inside the building before. He's like best friends with Rogan. If anything, he was the first to get abducted. Whoa, my alien. This is a mothership. Alright, so I'll cut that part out. Let's see what's next. Promotion there. This one is posted by Basement Cat 85. No ring on March 4th while taking a selfie in a public toilet. She probably took more than a selfie in that toilet, if you know what I'm saying, Cootie. Well, you can Photoshop it out, right? Maybe they Photoshopped it. But it is funny that she takes a picture and posts it. I was like, who's this guy in here? This is some kid. And then she's like, oh, it's in Disney. Oh, they're in Disneyland. It's a great place to go with your dad. Why not take a picture when you're outside the bathroom? Right? I mean, no, you don't understand female creatures like I do. They love taking weird pictures. They don't like taking pictures of themselves. They like pictures of the mirror with it, right? Yeah. And I'm sure this is one of the comments that crop out those things, right? Let's see. I like when you Babe Ruth shit. Let's see. What the fuck? Someone taking a shit? Okay. Here it is. Out there. Fancy fix. Oh, crop out Diego. Sorry, fancy fix. Let's see here. What's next? Well, ain't that just a kick in the nuts posted by Clinton Poor of Chips? So I think the narrative this week is that they are having trouble in their marriage. Oh, fuck. So let's see.
Well, babes, imagine Joanna marries this guy and she wants to keep her lap.
It's so crazy that they're talking about Joanna your paycheck if his wife's name is Joanna. Oh, yeah. I didn't know that. It's so perfect.
Well, babes, imagine Joanna marries this guy and she wants to keep her last name, but Cash his last name. Be straight. If you wife did not want to take your last name, but she put a hyphen in it, I would be I would have to slap her.
Whoa. And, man, they care about the dumbest shit. The fuck is a shit? I mean, I would want them to have my name too. Really? Why? It's not about caring. It's kind of like, that's a boundary, dude. You're gonna take my name because we are fucking traditional here. And if I want food, you make me food. You're a big traditionalist. Yeah, dude. And if you're in a truck, it's like, how do you fit in that thing, right? And if you get an F on a test, I'm talking about kids, and you try to hide it, and I find it, I'm gonna beat the shit out of you, dude. I'm gonna keep it traditional. Right. And like, if there's a fat kid on your team, you know, it's when you get some runs, like in a few years, where's he in the game? If you don't get any hits in the game, and you want candy, you're not getting the candy. No, we keep love inside to ourselves until you show us you're worthy. So I'm on Rogan's side. I would rather do anything than be talking about how I fucking. And honestly, I just want the transfer of names to happen. I don't care if I have to change my name. I want to change my name, dude. Get the fuck out of it, Gerardo. You know what I mean? Their first name. I'll take a girl's first name, dude. I don't give a fuck. Are you saying her last name is your first name or her name? Anything other than Gerardo, dude. Yeah, I would do anything. Bernardo. It's just about the name. And name has to change preferably mine. Like, if their last name is what, ISIS or something like this, I'll be like, ISIS how they're called. I'm cool with that. I'll just take the name. And then they gotta change their last name to my last name. You know what? I think ISIS is, this is totally off top. I think ISIS it's a big deal. I mean, ISIS is dead, right? We pretty much killed them or something. I don't know. I think, like, but if your name was ISIS, it makes your last name more racially charged in a way. Okay, my last name is Sharia Law. There we go. So ISIS Sharia Law. Let's go.
Listen, George, what are you talking about? You want to get married and you know you want to take my name around.
Oh, we're out. Oh, dude, Sean, I couldn't care less. I mean, it's hilarious if he's fully aware that his wife's name is hyphenated and he's making these jokes. Yeah, if he knew, but that would be funny. But he's trying to just be one of the boys, really, or not even trying to, he's doing bits like he's aware, he's like, I'm out. Like making fun of them almost. Oh, yeah, never know. And then he goes home and laughs about it with his, like, dude, the idiots today. You know, I do this character where I pretend to be stupid and put my track on it. You won't believe what these morons said. It's all about the money. We're very rich. We're moving to Austin, sure. Who cares? We're rich. I don't care if people think I'm stupid. I'm a genius, really. Honestly, the reason Reddit is going crazy since I'm talking about hyphenated names. I'm sure I would ever say, unironically, ever heard of it. Yeah, Rogan's a fucking moron. Yeah. Rich, oh my god, come on. Alright, let's go to the next one, dude. This is Papa Dude Truck Walks, posted by Simple Schmucks. Yeah, this one is pretty slow at change, but we just see nothing but readings. This is a reading for sure, yeah. Well, I don't know if you're catching what I'm catching. How long is this shit? It's long. 7 minutes and 30 minutes. Yeah. Let's see how long we make it.
Long? Any letter into your truck? No, it doesn't make sense. No.
Okay, so then follow up. Why does it not make sense?
It's your perspective.
I didn't realize he was being so bullied that he was afraid for his life, is what he was saying. And I guess when he asked me to walk to the truck, he wasn't wanting to do sexual favors. I'm so embarrassed by that, but he needed like an escort because he was scared that the haters were going to come.
I don't even remember that one. Annie, come on our show, please. Annie, you gotta come on. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense for you not to at least, talk about it a little bit. What are you doing? Come on, record tweeties. Don't come on 10 minutes a shot. Look, come on anywhere possible. I like this, yeah. Well, we know it's not from Rothschild because the thick was once. It's probably AI, and that takes away from it a little bit. But I like R&B. I love this. Yeah, I love it. Yeah, great.
This is what we paid your body.
Oh, 7 minutes only? Let's have it longer, dude.
Is that sure? Yeah, looking like a fool is your talent. Should've taken lessons for granted. That's why every new picture you have to quit. In every story you're somehow the hero. If you don't check it, reality will crush your ego. Came home and left CA and you don't be screwed. How did LA go? How did football go? How did fighting go? How did stand up go? And how did podcasting going? Might as well end it, cause the numbers ain't growing. They'll never come back, the finale is approaching. It's not your resume or a play that you gotta make it. You were claimed to win the race when you were never ahead. How does it go? How did stand up go? And how is podcasting going? Might as well end it, cause the numbers ain't growing. They'll never come back. The finale.
Dude, this is low-key the best song I've ever heard. I really like R&B. It's getting all of the classic R&B like tones and changes and stuff like that. It's good stuff. Well, too deep. The lyrics get me a little, really? They go a little too deep for me. Because I want it to continue. I don't want it to end. Oh, but the song is great. I like the way it's in. Well, I think, you gotta it's not how he really feels. sure it's things just rhyme. Yeah, I guess so. It's also literally just what Ariel Alwani said. How are these things going? That part's fine. Okay, I'm talking about like, you know, you should just eat it. Oh, don't it? It's not your reason to pay for it, but you gotta pay it. You were kind of in the race when you were never practice, not the game. You talking about practice. When you talking about playing in the NFL, you should be humble. Getting lucky, making money, but you need a sneaking spell. And you know decided that we started to see behavior. You're not that guy, fortunate to have met your Lord and Savior. Used to being able to move up despite failure after failure. You're the hit show, brother, won't you around offering everyone but you to follow the home and some niggas. It's not just real fun, I need things to figure out. Big boy nation, big boys down, ain't getting up, used up on the Joe's cloud. Imagine, dude. Imagine you go to work and you have to do this. And also, I'm gonna be honest with you, we're finishing it, but imagine having to go to work and just dancing in your garage. Oh, I don't like any of that kind of stuff. You know, like the new thing with Jennifer Hudson where they have people walk and dance. I want to do that. I don't. I'm down. I hate that. Because there's like, imagine working there and they make you clap. Okay, see, that's where I'm sitting. But if I'm the guy going in and getting interviewed by Jennifer Hudson, your dad's gonna dance, dude. That's not how he says it, right? Daddy's gonna dance. I guess I'd do it because I feel like I would need to. It would be the funniest fucking thing if you're going to dance down the aisle. You don't gotta do it every day either. You just gotta do it once. I wouldn't want to, but I feel more for the staff. Pretend like, yeah, oh. That'd be so funny if you walk out of the dressing room and you're just pointing at the staff like you guys just stupid. They wouldn't post those things. Probably not. Oh yeah, that's getting longer. We're gonna finish. We're just looking at what you've been able to accomplish. It's quite remarkable, but you're over-embellished. We gotta see how you use the people around you to your benefit. Even your new producer, how selfish. Oh, it's cats don't just feed off of you. They rush and cherish. They say don't always pre-parent. Any minor transgressions the world would know, because the truth will set you free at the being changed. Short-sighted dance here. Yeah, you know, this is, there's a reason why our dads never did something like this. I'm so happy he did. Right? Yeah. The reason is it's protected. Your dads wouldn't do this, even though they loved it. There's videos of my dad dancing as Caesar Milan. So there's that. Dancing as Caesar Milan? He looks like Caesar Milan. He bought a shirt. What is it called? A blazer? That's very Caesar Milan. And does dance like this. But it's not with this fucking neck tight suit. I have to learn to speak for myself. Good news. Well, your dad doesn't look like fucking Caesar Milan, dude. That's fair. It's like, that's like, you think your dad's cool? Does he look like Caesar Milan? He doesn't. Okay. Brothers trust. There's 30 seconds of no more singing, and I think we're out. Yeah, this goes on and on. Check it out. It's great. Looks like the ending is talking. You want to see anything I've never seen? Let's see here.
It sucks that you can't sell tickets. Oh yeah, you do sell a lot of tickets. I forgot about that. And that's the thing. So we've come a long way, and so much either. So he said, no, we've come a long way, and there's a lot of what do you do? Dude, I could die tomorrow. I've had a great fucking life. I'm a cat. I've had 9 lives career-wise. I played football, and it was such a good time. I was in the UFC. Oh my god, the things I did, it was so cool. Stand up? Are you joking me, dude? I'm not joking.
I don't know. He doesn't. He has no. He's a fucking the master of cringe. This is, I think, around the time where I was like, we should probably stop doing this show because he's losing his mind. Yeah, he brought it back. I mean, he thought he was losing his mind, but then he started chucking away.
Oh my god, it's the best times ever. I'm so lucky. I've done cool shit. I've done cool shit with this guy.
Chuck you away.
Chuck you away, turn it all around, dude.
That's what it is. That's.
We've done cool shit.
Yeah.
Nothing.
We've done cool shit. They have the cool shit in the back. A lot of sharp tools. Yeah, honestly, you wouldn't put it past them. They might have been saying shit. Yeah. A lot of bright crayons and shit. And he's trying to eat a lot of sugar.
Nothing is better. It's true than that.
Oh. If he's on Baton, Baton's like, what color crayon do you think is the most delicious? It sounds a little bit around that. Oh, tickle me pink. You think would be good. Unmail yellow. Different. Alrighty, let's go on to the next one. Sorry for playing a long song. We didn't play half of it. This is posted by Jesse is so good. I'm a good guy, man. Part 3. What were part 1 and 2?
The level. Please write down.
I'm still laughing at you. We stopped the shoot because we thought he was going insane. I get it. That's so funny.
I'm so good. It's not a crazy soldier. Wrote me a long email saying, I will never, I've always loved your work. I had to stop and punch my car out the window. There's white dog down my chest. This is my service dog. I guess in the military. You played that. You guys were making white. I'm sorry. That comes in here on the show. That's the shelter for you.
That's so funny. He thought he was going to win with that point. What is that nice? Like, did you think about whether that was like a nice thing to do? Were you even talking? Brian was just being nice. Was that nice? When he was yelling at Bobby Lee, he was like, is that nice stuff?
Do you respect Brendan Shaw?
It is like kind of a cool con, though. To be somebody that threatens violence all the time, but follow that up with, I'm good.
Listen, I will fucking kill you. But at the end of the day, I want to be your friend. What's the brother?
Don't call me a pussy. Because I'll kill you. I'm good. It's always, it's crazy because he's such a nice guy. That's great. Not only will I kill you, but I will be unfazed and unscathed. Yeah, with the Diet Coke.
It's funny. That's kind of funny to be like, I will be unscathed, like saying essentially that no harm at all will come to me. I can kill you. So why not just if you're so confident in your fighting abilities, maybe a few punches. You beat them up and you leave them alone, or just don't fight because it'll be like me talking to a 6-year-old, and I'm like, listen, idiot, I'll fucking hit you, and you won't stand a chance. All right, I will leave unscathed because they're 6, but I wouldn't do that. If you're so confident that you can do that, you shouldn't do that, right?
Yeah.
Or maybe, I don't know.
You have violence in your DNA.
That's true, I do.
Yeah. Let's see. This is posted by ABTV12. Is Theo trolling? Happy birthday. Oh my god. One of the these one of those freaking there.
That's really funny, but I feel like Theo's checked in. I probably didn't even know that. Like, wait, boy, that worked too much.
Oh. So this is a troll. That leading to this is a troll. What is he doing? What is he doing? Stand-up comedy.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
I just noticed that. Dude. Yeah, no, that's. But why would.
There's too many layers.
I don't understand. This is a recent thing Shaw posted? Or, Theo shared a picture of Shaw. Shut up, pretend like I did on purpose. Theo shared a picture of Brennan doing stand-up. That's a troll.
That, and then on top of that, he's got a motherfucking sword on bird. How'd you walk on emoji?
I forgot that. Somebody on the Patreon messaged me about that. I forgot that was the story on bird emoji.
It's one of the hardest workers I ever met. Met him. This is like way too many. Then again, Shop does have a lot of shop listeners, so maybe Theo just ran into 4 of them.
I think it's possible that Theo is so checked out that he's like, oh, here's a picture of Brennan. But doing stand-up,
You could easily go to his podcast and screenshot it on the show now instead of when he was doing stand-up.
Theo only has one picture of Brennan.
Yeah,
That's this one.
maybe that's Theo's background. He's like, it's just I love this picture.
Yeah. Or maybe Theo's assistant tweets it or that's not right for him.
And his assistant told us.
Yeah, because the Tiger Billing people talk to us all the time.
Yeah. I forgot. Yeah.
The higher ups tell us what to do, but like the interns and the producers and stuff.
And we tell them to stop giving us money, but they don't.
Oh, I don't.
Yeah. Oh, you don't. All right, let's see here. This is posted by Various Concept 2615. So how long before he buys a Cybertruck after shitting on Tesla for the last 2 years?
Yeah, we talked about this last episode. I just don't see him doing it. I don't see him doing it. It is a truck, though. But it's a fucking gas that we died on.
Alright, let's see this. Photoshop posted by ETID 1986.
That's good. I don't know why that makes me laugh so much.
You know there's a new post on Drive-Fast Podcast, right? Oh, yeah. Yeah. I haven't watched it yet. I have it on my queue. Me neither. Let's see this. Okay, that's Bitcoin. Posted by Fantasy Flyer 3. Clean and Hot Chip are on this sub more frequently than many cats. They updated the description just hours after Phil Cat exposed them. They updated the description after Cat exposed them. There's only one picture. I wish we could see it before.
Yeah, I don't know why, but that's interesting that they're doing that. I don't know what they're going to do.
Alright, so.
Surprise.
Okay, so this is something we're going to be watching this week, I believe. This last week, Bert Kreischer's. That's how you spell it. Bert Kreischer. Okay, his special came out last week. Yeah, but we record on Mondays, so it wasn't even out yet.
Yeah, I realized that too, yeah. But we're going to do that on the Patreon.
Yeah. This is posted by C-Man Dr. Venus. We're doing this special on this week's Patreon episode, Lucky is Worse Than Ringo Poppy. Scrolling through Netflix, when I came across Bert's new special, I've never seen him do stand-up, so I decided to give it a shot, and it's unwatchable. I don't want to see it, dude.
I don't take this guy's word for it.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Immediately he takes off his shirt, talks about sex with his wife, all while laughing every single time he makes a quote joke, end quote. keep waiting for the punchline. That's come through the special. It's mostly saying bad words and embarrassing physical humor. He even mimicked fellatio on the mic so well, it gave Rogan still humping a run for his money. But what about Rogan's fellatio on the mic? Let's not forget that. This guy's sleeping on the couch. That's my special day, sleeping on the couch. I genuinely think Gringo Poppy is a better special. Brenda makes me laugh. It's fun, way better. Now you're on the side, dude. Look at your crying. You're almost crying. Now I'm worried. Now you gotta be worried. His douchey outfits, the way he incoherently strings together bits, it's top level cringe that has me actually laughing out loud. In its own way, it's an effective piece of art. I struggle to find anything of value in Bert's work. This special repulses me. He is devoid of humor. If Bert plays the mothership, so should Brenda. Did you see the shoulders of absolutely jacked? Alright. I mean, I'm still intrigued. I'm watching it, dude. If anything, that got me to want to watch it now. How bad it is. Yeah. But it's just, it is, I don't know if cringe is the correct word. It is the correct word, but it has to be a new level. I just don't understand how it could be worse than the last one we saw from Bert. That was horrible. Yeah. We can also watch that. Here's comics. Alright, so we all know who he's talking about. Posted by Chin, full of clips. This is a new one that I don't think they're very good. They don't make me laugh, but I don't care. I don't get mad at them. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I don't get upset at them. But I mean, I'll be friends with them. I'll like them. There's comics that I kind of learned how to do that. Because it used to be like, if guys weren't funny, I just couldn't deal with them. Couldn't hang out with them. I'm friends with a few people that suck. But they're nice people. You can separate them. I can't even. Rogan is insane. It's like he has his stand-up is just as bad as everybody else's. It's never where it's nowhere near funny. None of his specials are good. He's just not good at stand-up. And he's like, I got friends that are bad. You're bad. You are bad at stand-up. It's like the Shane clip. You are literally an unfunny guy. So this is posted by Chud Muffin Zero. Love Crackamico's new drop. Say what you want about Bert being annoying, which he is. At least he's trying to figure it out. Meanwhile, all the clingers on talk shit and still climbing that podcast ladder. I think this is the new song. Have you heard the new song? The Bert one? Yeah, it's fine. It's happy. I like how he's flowing with this one. I mean, Craig is on the level. We got Craig from Go. Yeah, let's see.
You want to talk to me about me? Let's make it all over.
That's perfect. Because if it bothers people, I want to stop. It bothers people, but it bothers people. It bothers people. You don't have the capacity to focus on making all of themselves, not making all of themselves, not making all of themselves. Try to change your thing. You see the two minutes? So fucking good. Yeah. I mean, and part of it is like he raps just like a rapper with like a different change. I don't know how to describe it, but that's such a funny way Amazing. Shout out Cracker Nico. That was great. Fire Savage. Yeah. Alright, what else do we got here? This is posted by Shifty Tunic. It's too far away. Clinton's dumb ass hasn't updated the Golden Hour Clips YouTube channel that should be the link in like 4 years.
So this is the clip that preceded the other.